Chapter 1, Young Youth Xiao Feng. Morning. Just as the sky lit up, while the whole of Sun Feather City was still hidden in the darkness before dawn. Sun Feather City, Zhao Family Clan. Flash. A young juvenile reacted on instinct, threw off his warm, comfortable covers, jumped up from his bed and put his clothes on. All of this was done in one breath. At this time most of the family sect disciples and even some of the servants still slept. This young person was around 13 to 14 years of age, with a slim body and a childish face. He wasn't super handsome, but he was still good looking. Especially his eyes, they were clear and full of fighting will. Just a bit longer and I can reach the second rank of the martial path, then I'll have all those other Zhao family sect disciples shut up. This young person's name was Zhao Feng. Half a year ago, he came from the Green Leaf Village's Zhao family, side branch family, to the Sun Feather Zhao family sect, relying on his superb performance. At the Green Leaf branch, he was a genius for his age and was the first to reach the first rank of the martial pathway. From then on, he left the life of mortals and stepped into the gateway of cultivation. At that time, every old person in the village praised him for his talent, saying his future could not be measured. His family sect, parents, they all had high hopes for him. However, only Zhao Feng knew how many more times the effort he put in compared to his peers, allowing him to become the genius of Green Leaf Village. Green Leaf Village family was one of the main Zhao family sect's side branch. Every 5 years, there would be 2 people recommended into the main sect. The person who came with Zhao Feng was Zhao Shui, a girl who reached the first rank of the martial pathway only 2 months after him. After leaving Green Leaf Village, Zhao Feng was full of fighting will, determined to go to the main Zhao family sect and show off his skills. However, only after he went to the main Zhao family sect did he realize that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. In terms of population, Green Leaf Village Zhao family only had 100 people, with only 7 to 8 people around his own age. At the main Zhao family, however, there were tens of thousands of people, and they controlled large portions of land, mines, and resources. Compared to the Zhao family of Green Leaf Village, this family was over 100 times larger. In the side branch in Green Leaf Village, he was considered a talent, even a genius for some. Here at the Zhao sect, however, he was considered to be one of the lowest level of cultivators for his age, a lowly outer disciple. In the Zhao sect, there were many youths his age who had broken through to the second rank of the martial path. There were even some who were talented, having broken into the third rank. And according to some rumors, some of the family's geniuses had already broken through to the fourth rank. Confronted with this reality, Zhao Feng started to realize that he was nothing compared to them. He was innocently ignorant and small in comparison. Also, Zhao Shui, the beautiful girl who came with him from Green Leaf Village, she slowly became distant from him after entering the Zhao sect. She also interacted more and more with one of the top 3 disciples amongst the outer disciples. Looking back, when Zhao Shui was still at Green Leaf Village, she looked up to him in awe and even adored him. However, at that time, Zhao Feng only focused on cultivating and ignored her. From then on, he became more and more desperate and put in more effort into his cultivation after feeling despair. He made an oath that he would take a spot at the top at Sun Feather City in the Zhao sect. Otherwise, he would never go back to Green Leaf Village. After washing up, Zhao Feng took a deep breath and then ran towards the family sect's martial arts field. Ha! Ha! Zhao Feng took a half step with both fists carrying the wind, and practiced the Zhao sect's Flaming Metal Fists. Flaming Metal Fists was only a core martial art, but Zhao Feng practiced it carefully, polishing it beautifully. In layman's terms, normal martial arts were put into 5 categories: core, low, middle, high, and peak. Core martial arts, the lowest of martial arts, were used to strengthen one's body and blood. The damage dealt by them was very restricted. Normally, the higher the rank of a martial art, the higher the damage dealt by it would be and the better it would be for cultivating. However, with Zhao Feng's side branch identity, as well as having no exceptional talent, it was very hard for him to learn martial arts of a higher rank. I have been staying at the first rank of the martial path for a long time. However, to break through to the second rank, I still lack some time. After practicing for a while, Zhao Feng's face was raining with sweat, and his breathing rate was quick. Zhao Feng's talent wasn't considered bad. The reason why he couldn't catch up to the others was because he didn't have martial skills of a higher rank. He also wasn't rich, like the main family disciples who could buy precious pills to increase their cultivation speed. Some say a few disciples of the Zhao sect would use these precious pills from birth to strengthen their bodies. Before reaching 10 years of age, they had already broken through the first rank of the martial path, gaining a certain advantage compared to others. At the starting line, Zhao Feng was already separated too far from them. Half an hour later, the sun slowly rose into view. At the martial arts field, some of the Zhao sect disciples slowly but steadily came, and some laughed and played with one another. However, when their visions landed on Zhao Feng, their eyes suddenly became cold, and some even showed disdain. This attitude wasn't just pointed at Zhao Feng alone. The Zhao sect disciples looked down upon everyone who came from the side branches. In front of those who came from the side branches, they felt a certain amount of power. When Zhao Feng was lost in his thoughts, a sound came whistling from this back, little broomstick. Stop there. Pa! A hand as strong as metal hit him hard on the shoulder. It's you! Zhao Feng was caught off balance and almost fell. Luckily, his core skills were good, so he steadied himself. The guy who came was a youth dressed in black. His body was fit and muscular, and he had thick eyebrows. His eyes had a tinge of playfulness inside of them as he looked down upon Zhao Feng, who had just steadied himself. Zhao Kuan. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Feng had a face full of anger and wanted to hit Zhao Kuan. When Zhao Feng first came to the Zhao sect, the two of them had a little conflict. This was because Zhao Kuan was mocking those who came from the side branches and Zhao Feng was dissatisfied with him. Zhao Kuan was a person who took revenge at every possible opportunity, and from then on, when he found Zhao Feng, he would humiliate him in every way. Zhao Kuan. With your strength, if you cannot take this side branch disciple in 10 moves, then it would not be cool. 10 moves? Zhao Kuan is already at the peak of the second rank of the martial path. To fight that kid, I think 3 moves will be enough. 3 moves? If they fight straight on, it will not be that easy. The disciples nearby said, ready to watch the show. Most people did not care about what happened, so they spoke without restraint. 3 moves? Ah, Zhao Kuan raised his head and laughed with a look of disdain on his face. You are all looking down on me, Zhao Kuan. To beat this kid, I will only need 1 move. Only need 1 move. The disciples who were present had looks of shock on their faces. 1 move? Zhao Feng's eyebrows crunched up and his face changed. The anger in his heart also rose again. He and Zhao Kuan only had 1 rank in difference between them. If Zhao Kuan did well, maybe he could win in 3 moves. That was true. However, just 1 move. This was a humiliation. Facing Zhao Kuan's provocative eyes, Zhao Feng calmed down soon and thought, I cannot fall into this trap. Even if I live through this 1 move, he will still humiliate me after. Having been at the Zhao sect for half a year, Zhao Feng had been beaten a few times and had learned to bear with it. I am quite tired from training today. Let me rest a few days, and then I will fight you. Zhao Feng's face was expressionless and he then left without another word. His performance gave Zhao Kuan, who was the same age, applause. Okay, kiddo, I will let you off the hook today, but the next time we see each other, do not forget about today's 1-move battle. Zhao Kuan's eyes gave off a cold and cunning feel. 1-move battle? Zhao Feng's heart sped up once more, and thought, it looks like Zhao Kuan isn't going letting me off the hook. I must reach the second rank of the martial path soon. Only then can I fight Zhao Kuan. Zhao Feng's heart tensed up once more. After leaving the martial arts field, Zhao Feng returned home. Since Zhao Feng managed to enter the Zhao main family sect, his parents also gained a bit of his fame and entered the Zhao sect. This was supposed to be his parents' fame. Zhao Feng, however, only felt ashamed because his performance at the Zhao sect might make his parents feel disappointed. He might also disappoint those of the older generation who had high expectations of him at the village. I am back. A deep, calm man walked out. It was Zhao Feng's father. Zhao Tianyang. Fomer, come quick and have some food. This was his mother, Zhao Shi, who had a caring look on her face as she brought out some food from the kitchen. Every time Zhao Feng came home, he was able to feel the warmth and love here. Thanks, Mom. This tastes so good. Zhao Feng mumbled through his mouth, which was full of food. When they ate, Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Shi didn't speak, as if there was something on their mind. Father, Mother, what are you? Zhao Feng saw that his parents had solemn expressions and looked as if they had something to say. Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Shi looked at one another, and then they took a long sigh. Let me say it. Just not long ago, the sect's higher level sent some people over with a letter. Zhao Tianyang paused for a moment. The sect's higher level? Zhao Feng didn't understand. Zhao Tianyang had a solemn face and said, the sect has now made some new rules. If the side branches youths cannot break through to the second rank, they will have no right to participate in the family sparring contest. If, before the age of 15, they cannot reach the third rank, they will be sent back to their branches. What? Zhao Feng's heart stopped for a second and his face changed dramatically. The family sparring competition was where all the youths fought to show off their skills. The ones who won would get rich rewards and have a chance to become an inner disciple, who would be fully trained by the family. Thus, the family sparring competition was a chance to turn into a dragon from a fish for the outer disciples. If they lost the chance to enter, it was considered to be the same as being thrown away by the sect. And the rule that made Zhao Feng's heart cold was the last one: before the age of 15, those who are not able to achieve the third rank of the martial path will be sent back to the branch families. No, this cannot be true. Zhao Feng's voice was soft, and both his hands clenched together. He and his parents wouldn't have the face to be sent back to the Green Leaf Village. This rule is only set towards the side branch disciples. His mother Zhao Qi had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Mother, father, it is okay. I will train even harder and reach the second rank of the martial path before the family sparring competition. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth and said while trembling. There are still 2 months left, and to register, you need to sign up a month earlier. To break through to the second rank in a month is probably not easy. Zhao Tiantang shook his head. Only a month's time? Zhao Feng's eyes were dim as if he fell into darkness. If there were 2 months left, and he doubled his efforts, there was a 20 to 30% chance of success. To break through in a month, however, he didn't have any confidence at all. After staying silent for a long time, Zhao Shi wiped the corner of her eyes and spoke softly, Fenger, it doesn't matter if you fail. You still make us proud. The most that will happen is us returning to Greenleaf Village and living a normal life. Yeah. If we return to Greenleaf Village, you will still be the most talented one there. I would rather have you be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhao Tianyang nodded his head in agreement. Being parents, they would rather have their children be safe, even if their lives would be normal. Return to Greenleaf Village? No. Zhao Feng shook his head furiously. I am not going back to Greenleaf Village to lead a normal life. He once swore an oath to perform well, earn a spot in the Zhao sect and in Sun Feather City, and own his own land. His heart yearned towards the 9th rank of the martial path and the land that lies beyond in the outer world. How could I be willing to lose and return in this manner? Zhao Feng restrained himself from crying, screamed, and merely ran out of the house. Fenger, don't be stubborn. His parents called out. Boom! Suddenly, thunder and lightning howled in the sky and it started raining outside. Zhao Feng kept the despair in his heart, howled back at the sky and ran into the rain. At this time, the lightning shone everywhere, making Zhao Feng's face light up. Not good. Zhao Feng felt a pressure bearing towards him, and so, as he looked up he was shocked by what he saw. From birth, he had never seen such lightning, closely packed together, like a spider's web. At that short moment, the lightning above seemed to be under some kind of power, which caused the dimension to crack. Shiwi dash. A black streak came from outer space. It passed through the lightning and caused beautiful ripples to appear that seemed like a dream. It was impossible to imagine what that black line was, it was even able to ignore the power of lightning. Pa! Pa! Zhao Feng felt his feet go numb, his hair and clothes turn black, and thunder rang in his ears non-stop. The whole world suddenly went dead silent. This is... His face was white. Looking down at his feet he saw a weird black marble, like an eyeball. It was this item that caused the black line. Pang! Pang! The eye-like marble seemed like it had life, giving off a thumping sound as it stared Zhao Feng right in the eye. However, the eyeball's thumping seemed to thump and sync with his own heart, giving Zhao Feng a friendly feeling. At this moment, he felt some kind of summoning. Does this item have life? He held his breath, ready for any signs of danger. However, before he could move, boom! The eyeball-like marble turned into an afterimage as it shot into Zhao Feng's left eye. Zhao Feng screamed and then fainted. Before he fainted, he only had one thought: I'm screwed. My eye has been blinded. Chapter 2: The Battle of One Move. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhao Feng started to regain his consciousness, but he was not able to feel his body. The only thing he felt was the pain coming from his left eye. Left eye? Zhao Feng turned cold, and suddenly remembered what happened. Before he fainted, the weird eyeball-shaped marble stabbed straight into his left eye. If there wasn't any accidents, my left eye might have been blinded and can probably be compared with those ugly and berserk one-eyed dragons. When he thought up to here, Zhao Feng had the urge to cry. Pa, 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 pa. There was a sound similar to that of a heartbeat, giving off a familiar and kind feel, resonating from the left eye, which had been punctured. Shush! He thought about his left eye, and in that moment, his consciousness merged with his left eye. Boom! His brain suddenly shook and Zhao Feng's consciousness went into a pitch-black dimension. This place is... Zhao Feng had fear for the unknown, and seeing such a weird place was completely outside of his knowledge. His consciousness was attracted by the faint green light given off from the center of the pitch-black place. That faint green light seemed so mysterious, and infinitely deep. It slowly spun, as if it had survived from the ancient times till now, giving people both a feeling of life and eternity. Zhao Feng's consciousness was fully absorbed by it, and was so absorbed that he would not awaken, not until the sky turned old or when the dimension was destroyed. The ancient is broken, and the ancient god slain will turn into a trillion dust. The sigh that came with it seemed so ancient and sad. It reverberated around the pitch-black area, as if it came from the ancient times itself. Who's there? Zhao Feng's consciousness swayed, and his whole body turned cold. He surveyed the area but could not see anyone. That sound seemed to come from the space itself. There is a soul in the universe that is perfectly in sync with me? Is this destiny? The mysterious voice said to itself. Who's there sneaking around? Zhao Feng suppressed his fear and shouted. To continue my bloodline of the eye, you will rule everyone, control every race. You lucky youngster, do not disappoint me. The pitch-black area suddenly poured out an ancient consciousness, which then faded away. Everything remained calm. Ha! Zhao Feng took a long breath, but before he could think more, a painful feeling came from his left eye. Within the room, the burning sun came through the window. Ah! My eye! Zhao Feng screamed and clutched his left eye, which was now swollen red and burned with pain. At this time, Zhao Feng suddenly woke back up into reality. This was his room. Zhao Feng laid on the bed, and his body still had charred pieces from when he was struck by lightning. At this time, the pain coming from his left eye made him sweat and toss around in the room. It was good that, as time went, the pain eventually faded away. My eye? Zhao Feng had a face full of worry, and slowly loosened the grip around his left eye. He was certain that his left eye could still see the light. However, when his left eye saw the first ray of sunlight, the strong burn in his eye made him squint, but it still made Zhao Feng let out his breath. His left eye eventually adapted to the sunlight and could finally see the outside world. However, the thing that came after made Zhao Feng go into shock. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have become one of tens of thousands of different colors. The vision of his left eye made everything seem perfectly clear and beautiful. Zhao Feng even saw the particles in the air, which certainly wasn't what normal vision could see. He even clearly saw ants on a tree 100 meters away, and the veins on a leaf. What is going on? My left eye can even. Zhao Feng thought about it after the shock passed and revealed some happiness on his face. He was certain that his left eye had undergone a series of changes and was at least 10 times, or more, stronger than the original eye. Zhao Feng took out a mirror and looked at it closely. The left eye's size was the same as before. The only difference was that the center of his eye was darker than the original. And when he fully used his left eye, the eyeball would give off a faint glow of green light. These changes, although not very obvious, sped up Zhao Feng's heartbeat. Did that mysterious eye merge with my left eye? Zhao Feng's heart was happy but also worried at the same time. After a while he took a deep breath and walked out his room. Fomer, you did not wake up for 1 day and 1 night, do not make me feel worried. Zhao Shi saw that her son was all right and was super happy. Mother, I am all right. I might even have gotten lucky from this disaster. Zhao Feng laughed. However, his face soon turned, wait. Mother, did you say that I was unconscious for 1 day and 1 night? Yes, that day you were hit by lightning, but the alchemist said that you were just unconscious. Zhao Shi wiped her eyes and felt scared by what might have happened. When they talked, Zhao Feng's stomach growled, only then did he feel the hunger. Come. I will make you some food to eat. Zhao Shi went to the kitchen and busied around. At this time, Zhao Feng kept on using his left eye to observe everything and felt that his body also went through some changes. The most obvious change was his reaction speed. When they were eating, Zhao Feng's eyes landed upon a fly. His left eye saw the fly's flying route, he could even differentiate the gender, and he also saw the stripes on its wings. Shush! He waved his chopsticks on instinct. Suddenly, the humming stopped. Ha ha ha! Zhao Feng looked at the fly killed by his chopsticks and laughed deep in his heart. That felt good. That felt damn nice. Because of his left eye, Zhao Feng's reaction speed and senses had far surpassed that of normal people. After eating, Zhao Feng felt full of energy, so he walked towards the martial arts field. He had a feeling that the change in his left eye could possibly change his life. His left eye gave off sizzles of heat, and after that, also gave off a pet heartbeat sound. He didn't know that as the mysterious eyeball merged with him, his bloodline and body was slowly changing. Martial arts field. Zhao Feng was the same as normal and started to practice his fist core martial arts. Ha ha ha. Zhao Feng, you're finally here, I thought you'd be a turtle hiding in your shell. A laugh came from the other side of the martial arts field. Damn it! Zhao Feng said damn in his heart and then looked at the muscular Zhao Kuan, who was taking big strides while coming over. He then remembered the one-move battle with Zhao Kuan. With Zhao Kuan's laugh, many sect disciples in the martial arts field came gathering around. Looks like it cannot be avoided. Zhao Feng could only walk over. Zhao Feng, get ready. 1 move. I'll only need 1 move to make you go down. Zhao Kuan's massive body seemed like a tiger and pressured towards Zhao Feng. As soon as his words finished, using a weird stance, his 2 hands and body contracted, then like a poisonous snake, gave a dark and creepy feeling. Zhao Feng felt a chill, as if he was locked onto by a poisonous snake. Whoa, it is the high-ranked martial art 13 changes of the poisonous snake. From the crowd came an excited shout from someone who recognizing Zhao Kuan's move. High-ranked martial art, how is this possible? Most second-ranked disciples can only go to the martial arts library and get middle-rank martial arts, how could Zhao Kuan get a high-ranked one? You might not know this, but Zhao Kuan's grandfather is one of the sect elders. No wonder Zhao Kuan has confidence in winning with 1 move, it is because he's learned the 13 changes of the poisonous snake. The disciples around the area all felt chilly, even some of those whose cultivation exceeded Zhao Kuan gave him a solemn look. It is a high-rank martial arts skill. Zhao Feng took a cold breath. At the Zhao sect, disciples under the 4th rank of the martial path could only learn low or middle-ranked martial arts. As for Zhao Feng, since he had not even achieved the 2nd rank of the martial path yet, he could not enter the sect's martial arts library, so he could not even learn low-rank martial arts. 13 change of the poisonous snake was a high-rank martial arts skill, and the damage dealt by it was way higher compared to low and middle-ranked martial arts, not to mention core-rank martial arts. At this moment, Zhao Kuan's moving hand even gave Zhao Feng a huge pressure, as if he just needed to move and the poisonous snake would attack. No wonder Zhao Kuan has confidence to take me down in a single move. Zhao Feng's heart sped up, as he knew that, under normal circumstances, he couldn't take 1 move from a high-rank martial art skill. And even then, Zhao Kuan's cultivation was higher than his own by 1 rank. Under the pressure, Zhao Feng felt his left eye move, this gave him an excited feeling. Zhao Feng now put all of his power into the left eye and set the target on Zhao Kuan. Not one realized that, at this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye gave off a faint green glow. Shush! Zhao Feng felt like he had gone into supervision mode. In his vision, Zhao Kuan's body was enlarged, and every change, including his breathing rate, heartbeat, the body's muscles, veins, they were all seen with his left eye. And at that moment, the world seemed to slow down by many times. However, the speed of the world didn't slow down. The change was Zhao Feng's own reaction speed. Under the pressure, Zhao Feng's heart felt extremely peaceful and calm. His opponent, Zhao Kuan, got an unknown shiver and had a feeling as if all of his secrets had been seen. Third change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Kuan had a face full of dimness and used his strongest strike without hesitation. His body was like a poisonous snake, and like lightning, had both extreme speed and power. Shush! In a flash, Zhao Kuan's two fingers were together, and like a poisonous snake's teeth, slashed through the air as they stabbed towards Zhao Feng. So fast! Many of the sect's disciples thought. Many youths of the 2NDS rank of the martial path did not even manage to see how Zhao Kuan moved. Just as Zhao Kuan's teeth-like fingers were about to hit Zhao Feng. Pa! Suddenly, a strong fist punched through the air, hitting Zhao Kuan's arm, making him fall. What happened? Zhao Kuan felt his mind shudder as his body turned stiff due to shock, his arm turning numb. His fingers, which were only half an inch away from Zhao Feng's chest, could not move forward another bit. Whoosh! Zhao Kuan's stomach suddenly felt pain as he was sent flying out with a scream. What happened? All of the disciples shouted in shock. One move, you've lost. Chapter 3, Breaking Through to the Second Rank of the Martial Path. One move, you've lost. Zhao Feng had an expression of shock and excitement which was hard to cover up. I won? And I won in one move? Before the battle, because of the changes in the left eye, Zhao Feng was confident that by relying on his reaction speed and vision, he would be able to block one of Zhao Kuan's moves, and if used well, he could be able to block more than 10 moves. The result, however, was well out of his expectations. Zhao Kuan's attack was very fast for some of the bystanders, but under his left eye, all of his movements were as clear as day. And when the left eye was activated to its fullest capabilities, Zhao Feng felt that the opponent's moves seemed slow and clumsy. He was stunned because he saw faults in Zhao Kuan's skill. Faults. Faults in a high-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng didn't understand it either. How could he see the opponent's faults so easily? Maybe it was because the opponent hadn't fully polished the skill. At last, Zhao Feng reacted on instinct, just like how he had with the fly, and gave the opponent a deadly hit, which allowed him to win in one move. Hua! All the disciples on the martial arts field were shocked. Did I see wrong? The one that lost was Zhao Kuan. You are right. The person who lost was Zhao Kuan. All the Zhao disciples opened their eyes wide and had weird faces on. How is this possible? How could I lose to this guy? Zhao Kuan had a questioning face. Yep. He lost so suddenly he didn't understand. At this time, the expressions on Zhao Feng and Zhao Kuan's faces were comparable. It was by accident. When the Zhao disciples saw the expression on Zhao Kuan's face, they understood. After this was said, all of them started agreeing. You are right. This kid's luck must be too good, he won by accident. His luck must be too good. The crowd agreed on the reason for Zhao Feng's victory. Luck? Maybe. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile and turned to leave. Kid. Stay there. Zhao Kuan clutched his stomach as he slowly stood up before he, in a dark manner, said, Zhao Feng. You were just lucky before, that's why you won. Let's fight again. Fight again? Zhao Feng scrunched up his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Kuan. Firstly, you're hurt. Secondly, I don't have time. After saying this, he turned towards a corner in the martial arts field and left behind a group of disciples with stunned faces. Bastard! After I'm healed, I'll perfect my 13 changes of the poisonous snake, then I'll fight you. Zhao Kuan had a face of anger as he then left without another word. Looking back on the fight, Zhao Kuan had his own reasons of why he lost, and there were 3 main reasons. Firstly, he looked down on his opponent. Secondly, he had only learnt the first 3 moves of the 13 changes of the poisonous snake, and there were still many faults as it was yet to be perfected. Thirdly, Zhao Feng had too much luck. On the other side of the martial arts field, Zhao Feng started to practice. The reason I was able to win the last fight is mainly because Zhao Kuan looked down on me too much, as well as the fact that he had yet to perfect the high-ranked martial arts skill, which allowed for me to the faults. Zhao Feng knew the answer in his heart. Zhao Kuan would definitely not go easy on him in the next fight, and if he perfects the 13 changes of the poisonous snake's first 3 moves faults, then Zhao Feng doesn't have any confidence in winning again. That was because the difference between the first rank and the second rank of the martial path was too big. The martial path had 9 ranks in total. The first 3 ranks were known as power ranks. The power ranks were about gaining more strength and increasing one's foundation. So the first rank and the second rank of the martial path had a difference of around 100 kgs in terms of strength. That's why, under normal conditions, to be a first rank and beat the second rank of the martial path was so surprising, even more so to win by 1 move. The key point is still to increase my strength. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and started to practice Flaming Metal Fist again. The first move. The second move. The third move. The Flaming Metal Fist seemed to be as smooth as water, smoother than it had ever been. Ha! As Zhao Feng finished his moves, he had an excited look on his face. The Flaming Metal Fist had a total of 32 moves, and he could now finish them in 1 breath, a much faster speed than previously. The power of the moves had also increased. After finishing the moves, he felt that his blood flowed better and faster than before, as if it was burning. Peh, peh. At the same time, the beat coming from his left eye became even more obvious. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and his consciousness interacted with the pitch-black dimension. At the center of the dimension, there was a faint green light. At first, the faint green light had a radius of around 60 centimeters, and was especially faint. Now, however, the faint green light's length and brightness seemed to have increased. Could it be? Is the left eye's abilities directly linked to my own strength? Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. The changes in his left eye gave him the chance to change his destiny. Firstly, it let him beat Zhao Kuan. Secondly, when he practiced his moves, they became super smooth. Again! Zhao Feng's eyes became sharp as he started to practice Flaming Metal Fist again. Hoo. Zhao Feng's movement speed became faster and faster, and the moves started to perfectly link with one another. After practicing it for the 3rd time, the speed had already become 2 times faster than before, and the damage had also increased by heaps. Through his breathing, he felt his blood circulate better, and the parts of his body that could not be toughened before had also started to become stronger. At this speed, I will just need a few more days to break through to the 2nd rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng felt that his increase was very obvious. He practiced until night and then wiped his sweat and headed back towards his home. After arriving home, he still was thinking about the change in his left eye. To continue my bloodline of the eye, you will rule everyone, control every race. You lucky youngster, do not disappoint me. He remembered the voice that came from the pitch-black dimension before he fainted. This eye might have come from an ancient godlike existence, and in an accident, merged with my own eye. Zhao Feng assumed. Even at night, when he opened his eye, he could still see everything outside. The darkness of night had almost zero influence on Zhao Feng. His eye still saw the birds that were a few miles away. Zhao Feng lay on his bed at night and felt his left eye releasing sizzles of heat, which merged with his blood. Under this weird feeling, Zhao Feng fell asleep. The 2nd morning. Zhao Feng woke up, extended his 4 limbs and went to practice in the small courtyard. This yard's too old, and the environment is bad. When I am stronger, I am definitely going to let my parents live inside a big yard. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. Quickly, he began to practice the 32 moves of the Flaming Metal Fist. Hoo. The fists carried the wind and now contained extreme power. As soon as Zhao Feng threw a few punches, he felt that something was wrong. Between his breaths, his blood was raging and gave off an aura of power. Every punch contained at least 200 to 250 kgs of force. What? Zhao Feng was shocked, and his 2 fists burned in 2 patches of red light. Ka. One of the punches hit the big tree in front of him, and a branch, as thick as a fist, snapped into pieces. No! This definitely is not the power of a first rank, could it be? Zhao Feng's heart jumped. To prove his thoughts, he took a deep breath and put all of his power into one stomp. Pah! The ground shook and the layers of earth crumbled, leaving Zhao Feng's footprint half an inch deep into the ground. His expression turned happy, then one of his palms hit a stone that was at least 30 kgs, and broke it into pieces. This kind of power wasn't something that the first rank of the martial path could do. Second rank of the martial path. I've broken through to the second rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and began to feel the power coursing through his body. He first thought that breaking through to the second rank would at least take a few days, but didn't realize that he broke through just after one night's sleep. His consciousness went inside his left eye. There, Zhao Feng found that the faint green light had now extended from around 60 centimeters to 67 centimeters. He felt that his energy was better than before and that it also had different changes which could not be explained. Chapter 4, Zhaoijian. After breaking through to the second rank of the martial path, I won't be at the bottom anymore, and I'll also have the right to participate in the family sparring contest. Zhao Feng was very excited, but soon calmed down. The martial path had 9 ranks, and every rank was harder to achieve than the previous one, similar to a pyramid. Everyone knew that the first 3 ranks were known as the power ranks. They were also known as martial learner. Martial learners used force to strengthen their bodies to provide a strong foundation for later realms. Although martial learner were very low, as it was only considered to have entered the gateway of martial arts, to cultivate to the peak of the third rank was not to be looked down upon, as one would have at least 400 kilograms of strength. Those born with better talent could even have over 500 kgs of strength. They could rip apart tigers and destroy bears with their bare hands. Although Zhao Feng had only broken through to the second rank, he had around 250 to 300 kgs of strength, which was well outside the capabilities of normal people. If it was accompanied by strong martial skills, tens of normal people wouldn't even be able to reach him. If I can reach the third rank of the martial path, and have around 350 to 400 kgs of strength, my overall strength will at least double. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. Of course, the thing that he yearned for was the fourth rank of the martial path. The fourth to sixth rank of the martial path were known as the accumulation ranks. They were also known as martial artists, those who were real martial artists. After entering this realm, the martial artist wouldn't just have a strong body and blood. They could also strengthen their organs and use the power of inner strength, which surpassed that of pure muscle attacks. Once they reached martial artist, they would leave the realms of mundane people and enter a higher level. Back at Greenleaf Village, Zhao Feng had the urge to become a true martial artist, and entering the Zhao sect had made this dream come one step closer. After he entered the second rank of the martial path, Zhao Feng immediately told his parents. Second rank of the martial path? His father Zhao Tianyang and his mother Zhao Shi were both surprised but let out deep breaths. As Zhao Feng was able to reach the second rank at this age without the use of outside help, his talent could be said to be better than some people. All you have to do next for the next 2 months is to prepare for the family sparring contest. We do not need you to do extremely well, just do not lose face. Zhao Tianyang revealed a happy smile. Zhao Shi also had a pleased smile. For Zhao Feng to reach this step, they were very pleased and did not have higher expectations. However, Zhao Feng's target wasn't restricted to just this. He wanted to become a true martial artist, maybe even reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After breaking through to the second rank, my status within the sect is now higher and I have the right to enter the first floor of the martial arts library. The sect's martial arts library contained many different martial arts skills. Thinking about this, Zhao Feng immediately went towards the martial arts library. Brother Feng. Halfway, a slightly shocked voice from a girl stopped him. The young girl's voice had a familiar sound and felt comfortable to listen to. Zhao Feng's body turned stiff. From his side came a boy and girl whose ages weren't very old. The male was purple-clothed, had thick eyebrows, a straight tall back and sharpness in his eyes. His cultivation had reached the peak of the third rank. The other disciples around them felt the pressure he emitted. He is the sect's third-ranking disciple of the outer disciples Zhaoijian. The people around them exclaimed, with faces full of worry and fear. The one that came with Zhaoijian was a young woman wearing white, whose age was the same as Zhao Feng, around 13 or 14, she had a clear beautiful face. Little sister Shui. Zhao Feng looked at the white-clothed girl and his mouth subconsciously curled into a mocking smile. The girl in front of him was the one who entered the sect with him half a year ago, Zhao Shui. Back at Greenleaf Village, Zhao Shui was a huge fan of his. However, after they entered the Zhao sect they became distant from one another. They were almost total strangers now. After Zhao Shui entered the Zhao sect, using her beauty, she quickly became good friends with Zhao Yijian, who was ranked third of the outer disciples, and then, by using her connections, she achieved the second of the martial path half a month ago. At this moment, Zhao Shui said something to Zhao Yijian. Okay, but just do not take too long. Zhao Yijian nodded his head and leaned aside, not even bothering to look at Zhao Feng. Zhao Shui walked in front of Zhao Feng and, in a complex manner, and with a little sigh, said, Brother Feng, you have finally broken through to the second rank. However, Shuer is going to give you some advice, do not be too stubborn. After entering the sect, I have realized that the place we started at is too low compared to the ones here. What do you want to say? Zhao Feng broke off her sentence and responded with a cold face. Zhao Shui had a bit of anger of her face, but she still bit her teeth and said, Brother Feng, Shuer is going to advise you one more time, go to Brother Ijin and pledge yourself to him. With his help, only then will you merge with the main Zhao sect, that way you can avoid problems. Pledge? Zhao Feng made a cold laugh. He won't pledge to anyone in his whole life. Zhao Yijian had a cold aura and was extremely arrogant. Every time he saw Zhao Feng, it was with his nostrils, as if he was too high up compared to him. Seeing Zhao Feng's expression, Zhao Shui immediately knew, as they grew up together she understood Zhao Feng very well. Zhao Shui walked back to Zhao Yijian's side and murmured something. Humph. He doesn't know what's good for him, this useless garbage. Zhao Yijian said in a cold voice. Useless garbage? Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched. Maybe it because he saw Zhao Feng so unwilling, but Zhao Yijian took a pause and coldly said, I've heard that you're the genius of Greenleaf Village? However, at the Zhao sect, you're just a little bug. We'll meet at the family sparring contest and I'll beat you in just one move. Just like what I would say, we'll meet at the contest. Zhao Feng spat bitterly and then turned towards the martial arts library. He didn't want to keep on talking, since they were bound to fight 2 months later, and the one with greater strength would win. As Zhao Shui's eyesight passed by Zhao Feng, it flashed ever so slightly. At this point, she felt a strange feeling from Zhao Feng. A feeling that she couldn't understand. He sure thinks he's good. Zhao Yijian snorted. He didn't even think of Zhao Feng as a serious opponent. At the sect's outer disciples, those that had entered the third rank of the martial path didn't exceed 60 people, and to rank third out of these, it could be seen that he had some great skills up his sleeve. Zhao Shui gave off a deep sigh in her heart. Zhao Feng was just finding trouble for himself. Zhao Shui understood Zhao Yijian's strength very well. Some of the third ranks couldn't even block one move of his. After a while, Zhao Feng came to the sect's important grounds, the martial arts library. The martial arts library was very important to the sect, and therefore had elders guarding it. Branch disciple? The white-clothed elder inside the martial arts library looked at Zhao Feng's identity plate and scrunched up his eyebrows. Great elder. Zhao Feng had a polite face on, he knew the elder's strength. From his left eye, he felt a mysterious force coming from the elder. It was a layer of red aura, which was between their blood and skin, but was constantly moving through their veins, and could attack at any time. It could also attack through the air and crush metal into powder. Zhao Feng knew that the white-clothed elder had already cultivated inner strength to a high degree, it could destroy 100 of him in an instant. Only those that were at the fourth rank of the martial path or higher could have inner strength. Zhao Shui, Zhao Kuan, these martial learners wouldn't have inner strength. Zhao Feng took a bow and said, Elder, I want to go into the second floor of the martial arts library. Achieving the second rank at 14 years of age is average. However, before you become an inner disciple, I must tell you that branch disciples and main disciples have different treatments in the martial arts library. The white-robed elder said. When Zhao Feng heard this, he paused a second, but then thought about the new rules of the sect and immediately understood. Elder, please go on. Zhao Feng knew that before having absolute power, he didn't have any right to discuss the rules. The white-clothed elder said with an expressionless face, those with the second rank of the martial path can only enter the first floor of the martial arts library. The first floor of the martial arts library have a lot of low-ranked martial arts, and a few middle-ranked ones. Main sect disciples can choose 2 middle-ranked martial arts, or 4 low-ranked martial arts at max, and the limit for borrowing these is 2 months. Side branch disciples can only choose 1 middle-ranked martial art, or 2 low-ranked martial arts, and the time limit is 1 month. After listening to the rules, Zhao Feng took a deep breath and said, "This junior understands." The branch disciples had only half of the quantity and time compared to the main branch disciples. "Okay. You can go in now, but the time limit is half an hour." Under the white-robed elder's guidance, Zhao Feng slowly stepped into the martial arts library, a place he'd dreamed of coming to. Chapter 5, Choosing Martial Arts Skills, 1. The martial arts library was an important ground in the sect. It had a collections of different martial skills collected over hundreds of years. They were used to help those of the later generation, hoping that they could expand the family. Usually, a sect's number and quality of martial arts determined how strong the sect would be. Zhao Feng remembered that at the Greenleaf Village Zhao family, there wasn't even a martial arts library. The martial arts library was divided into 3 floors. In the first floor there was a large quantity of martial arts, but most of them were low-ranked, with a few middle-ranked ones there as well. The second floor apparently had the sect's secret and traditional techniques. Most of them were of the high rank. There were even some peak-ranked ones there. However, to enter the second floor one needed one to be at least at the 4th rank of the martial path. And the third floor was just a rumor, as it had never been opened. However, for Zhao Feng, the second and third floors were just too far away. Even the first floor's martial arts were something that he yearned for. He had no background in the sect, and a person with no background or exceptional talent could not access higher-ranked martial arts. The flaming metal fists he had was only a core-rank martial art, and it was even weaker than a low-ranked martial art. However, after breaking through to the second rank of the martial path, he had the right to enter the first floor and choose a martial art. The Zhao sect, it is no wonder that it is one of the 3 big families of the Sun Feather City, which rides on top of several hundreds of other families. Zhao Feng stepped into the first floor, his breathing quickening. At the first floor, he could see a few other Zhao disciples, but all of them were using their time to choose their own martial art skills. According to the rules, those that entered the martial arts library only had half an hour to select. So everyone that entered the martial arts library didn't waste any time. "I've got half an hour and I need to choose a middle-rank martial art, or 2 low-ranked martial arts." Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and scanned along the bookshelves. The first floor of the martial arts library had several thousand books, and every book was half an inch thick. To find 1 or 2 martial arts from such a high amount was not easy. Rock-breaking palm, angered dragon fist, leaf-picking sword, wind-like foot. Different kinds of martial art skills made Zhao Feng's eyes turn colorful. Shua. Shua. Zhao Feng flipped the pages of these martial art skills quickly to the first page. These martial arts usually had their summaries on the first page. Crazy wing blade like the wind, powerful like lightning, uses speed to win. Minimum requirement is first rank of the martial path. To train this skill is average. Rank, low. Angered dragon fists can increase the strength of the cultivator, can put all the power into one attack. Minimum requirement is second rank of the martial path. To train this skill is quite hard. Rank, peak of the middle rank. Wind-like foot, a close combat skill which uses speed to win. When trained to fullest potential, can fight against many people and not lose. Minimum requirements is first rank of the martial path, but needs high level of understanding. Rank, middle. Metal sand, increases the defense of the body. Under fully activation can go head-to-head with same rank opponent. Someone who can train it to a high level can use their body and fight against swords and blades. Minimum requirements is second rank of the martial path and needs high willpower. Rank, middle. The martial arts library skills are stronger than the core rank skills by far, just as expected. Zhang Feng was extremely pleased, and the skills he saw were mainly middle rank ones. After only looking through tens of books, his heart had already been moved several times. However, the martial arts library had restrictions. He could only take out 1 middle rank martial art. If I could only take out a few, then that would be great. Zhao Feng felt unwilling and thought it was unfair. Branch disciples can only choose 1 middle martial art, whereas the main disciples can choose 2. To increase his speed in choosing, Zhao Feng started to use his left eye. With his left eye, his speed increased more than 10 times. Shua shua shua. Zhao Feng's left eye used an incredible speed to look through these martial arts. He only needed 1 look to understand it all. Looking at over 30 books, Zhao Feng fully memorized the contents of them and compared them with one another. When he had scanned over 50, Zhao Feng suddenly realized something. Not right. Zhao Feng suddenly froze. He went back to his memories of other books. In his mind, the contents of the books appeared and not a single word was wrong. This. Zhao Feng felt himself tremble with excitement. After merging with the left eye, Zhao Feng's memory had increased as well. It could be said that he only needed to look at something once and would never forget it. Especially when he activated his left eye, the contents of the books were as if they were burned into his mind. Zhao Feng never thought that he would achieve the power of never forgetting. There were many rumors about geniuses on Azure Flower Continent, and never forgetting was one of the attributes they had. However, never forgetting for most people was that their memory was good. They only needed to read it once and would remember 80 to 90% of the contents. However, compared with Zhao Feng's never forgetting, his was clearly much stronger. He was literally not able to forget. With this power, at the martial arts library, it meant that Zhao Feng could take a few more books out. Fast, fast, fast. Zhao Feng had a look of excitement and started to memorize all the books he could. Shua shua shua. His concentration was put to max as he flipped through the pages as soon as he read them. As long as the contents were looked at by his left eye, it didn't matter if it was words or drawings, he memorized all of them. It only took Zhao Feng 20 breaths of time to fully remember a book with 50 pages. Ha ha ha. Never forget. Good. Zhao Feng felt nice, but he seemed more insane as he ripped through the books. His actions obviously caused some of the other disciples to look over. I think this guy's gone crazy. Maybe it is his first time going in and he is too excited. Some of the disciples looked at Zhao Feng's actions and shook their heads. Time passed by in a flash. 3/4 of half an hour had already passed. Who? Zhao Feng let out a long breath. He felt tired, but it still couldn't stop the excitement in him. At this point, he had stolen over 100 books of martial arts. These martial arts were mainly middle-ranked martial arts. It included fist skills, palm skills, sword skills, breathing skills, footwork skills, defense skills, and many more. Because Zhao Feng kept on using his left eye, his mind became tired. Next, Zhao Feng's left eye scanned around the area and landed upon an old martial art book. The reason why he stopped here was because Zhao Feng felt that the materials this book was made of were different from the rest. Zhao Feng picked up this book and on the top were 3 words, lightly floating fairy. He flipped to the first page. Lightly floating fairy high-rank martial art, can make the cultivator move through the snow without leaving marks, can drift across the river and make the person feel like a bird. When trained high enough, the person can double jump and even fly for short moments. Minimum requirements is 2nd rank of the martial path and to train in this skill is very hard. In addition, inner strength will increase the force. Achieving the highest realm will let a person be the quickest out of everyone under the 7th rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng thought that this was just an ordinary footwork skill, but after he saw double jump, and added with inner strength, his eyes twinkled. Double jump exceeded the limits of middle-rank martial arts, even some high-ranked ones cannot do that. In addition, inner strength meant that this skill was suited for martial artists above or at the 4th rank of the martial path. And the most incredible part was, achieving the highest realm will allow the person to have the fastest speed of all under the 7th rank of the martial path. What an exaggeration! Even some peak rank martial arts won't have the courage to say this. Zhao Feng's eyes shone and without hesitation, he started reading the contents of Lightly Floating Fairy. He had a question in his heart though, why would such a strong skill be put at the bottom floor? And why would no one learn it? Soon, Zhao Feng found the reason. After flipping to 1/4 of the book, the words started to blur out. The main reason was that the book was too old, and the book started to mold. That meant that this book only had 1/4 of its original contents. So unfortunate. Zhao Feng was severely disappointed. However, he did not give up and continued to use his left eye on the blurred-out words. Using all of his power on his left eye, Zhao Feng could just about see the words under the mold. This already exceeded a normal human's eyesight by at least 20 to 30 times. After reading 1 to 2 pages, Zhao Feng felt his mind go tired and his left eye felt as if there was no power left in it. If I take this back I can slowly read all of its later contents. Zhao Feng thought up to here and then took Lightly Floating Fairy out of the first floor of the martial arts library. Lightly Floating Fairy? You want this book? The white-robed elder asked with scrunched eyebrows. Yes. Zhao Feng politely said. This book has been around for 1,000 years and there are parts in it which exceed high-rank martial arts by far. After talking up to here, the white-robed elder's voice turned, however, only 1/4 of this book can be seen. An important note, to fully train this in skill is super hard, even some geniuses cannot do it. Even if they do it. Under the 4th rank of the martial path, the potential is restricted. At last, the white-robed elder warned, I'd advise you to change a book, or else you will never break through to the 4th rank of the martial path and become a true martial artist. Thank you, elder, for your warning, but my heart is decided. Zhao Feng had a calm look on his face. Looking at the Zhao Feng leave, the white-robed elder shook his head and said, these youths nowadays all take the highest-ranked book possible. He believed that Zhao Feng would not be able to fully learn Lightly Floating Fairy, and taking a step back, even if he could, what could a partially martial art book do? Leaving the martial arts library, Zhao Feng returned home. Sitting on his bed, he closed his eyes, and on inside of his mind the contents of around 100 martial art books quickly surfaced. Chapter 6, Choosing Martial Arts Skills, 2. Having such a big supply of martial arts gave Zhao Feng endless excitement. He couldn't hold in his happiness and laughed with his head raised. Quite a period of time passed until he calmed down. In Cloud Country, a middle-rank martial arts skill was worth a couple hundreds of silver, and the money Zhao Feng received per month was only 10 silver. Of course he couldn't take the sex skills out and sell them, if he did he would get punished, they would destroy his cultivation and then kick him out of the sect. Zhao Feng took 100 books out from the martial arts library, most of them were high class and all of them had at least a past person train it so he could use their experience. However, to choose a few martial art skills from these books wasn't easy. It was good that all of these books were fully imprinted in his mind, because he only needed one thought to compare them against one another and choose the one most suitable for him. A single martial art could increase his strength, with the combination of many martial arts, it could increase his cultivation. Zhao Feng only used half an hour to choose 4 skills from the 100 books. They were Lightly Floating Fairy, Angry Dragon Fists, Air-Pushing Breathing Technique and Continuous Meteorite Arrows. Lightly Floating Fairy was definitely the highest ranked skill out of them all, and Zhao Feng had a high chance of solving the missing words out after all. After that came Angry Dragon Fists and Air-Pushing Breathing Technique, these skills also compensated with one another. Angry Dragon Fists was one of the peak books of the middle rank, and the damage dealt by it was high. It compressed one's strength all into one and the power was so incredible that it wasn't weaker than some of the high-ranked martial arts. Zhao Feng had high expectations for Angry Dragon Fists because it increased one's body strength. Strong body strength was the foundation and minimum requirements for Martial Path Inner Strength. Martial Path Inner Strength was something that made someone a true martial artist. Air-Pushing Breathing Technique was also a peak middle-rank martial art. It increased one body strength, blood and body. When trained to a high level, there was a chance to understand Martial Path Inner Strength. Angry Dragon Fists and Air-Pushing Breathing Technique worked perfectly well together, and when used together the power of it is at least comparable to high-ranked martial arts, and there was an increase in chance to understand Martial Path Inner Strength. Zhao Feng was overjoyed in his heart. As for the last one, Continuous Meteorite Arrows, it was a skill close to high rank. Why did he choose an arrow skill? This was because it worked well with Zhao Feng's left eye. If I do not learn an arrow skill, then I'd be sorry for my left eye. Zhao Feng had a smile curl upon his lips. It could be imagined that with his left eye's abilities, he'd be a natural godly archer, and if he perfected the arrow skill. After choosing the martial arts skills, Zhao Feng started to cultivate. He first started with the air-pushing breathing technique, as strong body and blood was the foundation of cultivation. The stronger one's blood was, the damage from Angry Dragon Fists at close combat would be stronger. Closing his eyes, Zhao Feng's mind entered the contents of air-pushing breathing technique. A while later, his body's blood started to move slowly. This easy? Zhao Feng was shocked. According to the contents of air-pushing breathing technique, most people that could move their blood needed at least 4 to 5 days, or even up to 10 to 15 days. Could it be that I am a genius? Zhao Feng thought a bit and then disagreed with himself. Because if he was a genius, then it wouldn't have been so hard for him to break into the second rank of the martial path. He realized that after merging with his mysterious left eye, his mind's energy had increased. His reaction speed, understanding and analyzing speed all now exceeded that of normal people. When he was learning the air-pushing breathing technique, a pet sound came from Zhao Feng's eyes. At the same time, in the pitch-black dimension, the 67 centimeters radius faint, green light was spinning at an increased rate. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had trained the air-pushing breathing technique to the first level and his body gave off a faint disgusting smell of sweat. He felt that his body's strength had become stronger by 30%. I did it. Zhao Feng felt somewhat incredible. Air-pushing breathing technique was divided into 3 levels, and once one trained to the peak of the 3rd level, there was a chance to wonder martial path inner strength. After another half-day, Zhao Feng had already trained air-pushing breathing technique to the peak of the 1st level and it was then the speed started slowing down. He changed his mind and started training in angry dragon fists which paired up with air-pushing breathing technique. As expected, with the foundation of air-pushing breathing technique the speed of learning angry dragon fists was very fast. In only half a day's time, Zhao Feng learned all of the 81 moves to a beginning level. Angry dragon fists had extreme power, especially when used with air-pushing breathing technique. The exploding strength was incredible. Zhao Feng secretly clicked his tongue. The most surprising part was that after learning angry dragon fists, the air-pushing breathing technique broke through to the 2nd level and even went a bit further. The two skills accompanying each other had an incredible effect. No wonder they're perfect for each other. Zhao Feng laughed in his heart. For the next 4 to 5 days, Zhao Feng kept on learning angry dragon fists and air-pushing breathing pushing technique, and both of the skills trained at an incredible speed. At this time, Zhao Feng's cultivation was closing to the peak of the 2nd rank of the martial path. Just a bit longer and I can reach the peak of the 2nd rank. Then the 3rd rank won't be far away either. Zhao Feng was full of expectations. The next day, Zhao Feng left home and headed towards the martial arts library. This was because lightly floating fairy and continuous meteorite arrows needed open space to practice. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived in a corner of the martial arts field. This was a place where they practiced with bows and arrows. Shush! An arrow left an afterimage in the air, and shot straight into the center of the target 50 meters away. Great arrow skill! It is no wonder that brother Zhao Yui is one of the sect's top 3 godly archers. This arrow could probably break straight through the defense of a 3rd rank, and even kill muscular wild beasts. Excited shouting came from the side. Formidable! Zhao Feng just came in time and exclaimed. He knew that the youth who was called Zhao Yui was famous for being a godly archer in the sect. Shush shush shush. Zhao Yui pulled the string and shot out 5 to 6 arrows at lightning speed, which formed a ring around the center's red dot. Good. Great. The disciples around started cheering. Zhao Feng didn't pay any more attention because he felt that if he tried, he could also become a godly archer. He went to an open space and picked up a random bow. He then squinted his eyes, as if he was aiming. As soon as he picked up the bow, the disciples around the field focused on him. Look! Who's that? He looks new. A disciple saw him and his eyes shone. Heh, this kid is called Zhao Feng and he came from a branch sect half a year ago. Not long ago, I heard that he offended Zhao Yijin, who was ranked 3rd amongst the outer disciples. I also heard that his girl even left him now. There were some though who recognized Zhao Feng. Branch family disciple? Let us take a bet and see how many rings he can hit. A few disciples looked mockingly at Zhao Feng. Even the godly archer Zhao Yui was disturbed by this. Arrow skills needs talent and integrity. It is not something anyone who wants to learn it can learn. Zhao Yui was arrogant and faintly looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng did not bother with these people. He barely used his left eye and the target 50 meters away and his vision became bigger and bigger. Shush! The arrow string trembled and the arrow flew through the air, barely landing on the target but then fell off onto the ground. It floated. Zhao Feng started sweating as this was his first time using a bow. Ha ha ha! The disciples around the field raised their heads and laughed. Again. Zhao Feng was calm. Missing on the first arrow was normal. Next, he used more energy on his left arrow and merged the continuous meteorite arrow skill into his heart. Shush! The second arrow went straight to the target and was one ring away from the middle. Ninth ring! The field turned silent. Those that were laughing had their faces freeze. Even Zhao Yui's eyebrows pushed together. Ninth ring, this was already very close to the center. To shoot 50 meters away and hit this was even good for some old archers. Luck! This must be luck. You're right. A beginner cannot shoot this accurately. His first arrow did not even hit the target. The disciples started laughing again and looked at Zhao Feng. However, just before they finished their words, the third arrow shot through the air. Shush! The arrow shot out like lightning and hit the target. Ta! Dead center. The field turned silent once more. Even Zhao Yui was shocked. They all had faces of confusion and stood there frozen. My luck is not bad. Zhao Feng gave a little smile. His lips curled once again into a smile as it was proven that he had an exceptional talent for the bow. Luck? What's up with this guy? Most of the archers had queer faces on. Any archer was a beginner from the start. However, it was their first time seeing someone with such luck. Kid! Take another shot! A few disciples said unwillingly. Yes. Take another shot. Most of them had excited looks on and started shouting. Zhao Feng wanted to leave, but these people were unwilling to let him leave. There were a few disciples that were the third rank of the martial path, and most here were older than him. Fine. Zhao Feng shrugged his shoulders and then picked up the bow again. Chapter 7, Luck Again? Helpless, Zhao Feng picked up the bow again and slowly pulled the string. Looks at this kid's stance, it is obvious that he is a newbie. Humph. If he hits the center this time, I will write my name backwards. The archers on the field had excited faces and looked down upon Zhao Feng. The person in the crowd who had the highest skill was Zhao Yui. He had a face full of confidence. Archery skills are only improved by shooting infinite times. Only then will you become a peak archer. His words made those archers around nod in agreement. Zhao Feng squinted his eyes, but did not use his left eye this time. If he used his left eye, it would obviously hit dead center. Zhao Feng decided to go low-key, so he just barely used his left eye. At the same time, the continuous meteorite arrow skill in his mind merged into his heart and became a part of him. Every part of Zhao Feng's body, even his breathing, started to have a small change. These changes weren't watched closely by the people. However, being an exceptional archer, Zhao Yui's eyes flashed. Shush dash. The bow shot out an arrow that whipped through the air, and like a meteorite, landed on the target. Dead center. Another 10th ring. Zhao Feng had a wronged expression. This time he didn't even fully use his left eye, but only the skills of continuous meteorite arrows. He thought that it was hard to get a good result, but did not know that he would still hit dead center. Ah! He shook his head and sighed. His actions made the disciples' faces go tense. Another dead center, what is this guy? He's got 2 dead centers now, how can someone be so lucky? These archers had confused expressions and were unwilling to believe. Okay, I have finished shooting, I am going to go now. Zhao Feng patted his clothes, then put down his bow and got ready to leave. Looking at his back, all the archers around felt angry. Kid! Stop right there! A cold voice came from behind. Zhao Feng stopped his footsteps and turned around. The person who called him was Zhao Yui. Zhao Yui had a face full of anger and his third rank of the martial path made the people around him feel pressure. Zhao Yui was 17 to 18 years old. The fact that he had higher cultivation, third rank, and was also bigger in size than Zhao Feng added some ferocity. I have already shot my arrow, what else do you want me to do? Although Zhao Yui was strong, and Zhao Feng didn't have any confidence in winning. However, it did not mean he was scared of him. You are still acting. Zhao Feng snorted, you are not a beginner, you are just here to play us. After this was said, the archers around him all came to a realization and nodded in agreement. No wonder this kid had so much luck, he was just a tiger pretending to be a pig. This guy dares to play us. The disciples around believed Zhao Yui's words and started shouting at Zhao Feng with angry faces. Calm down everyone, this was indeed my first time shooting. Zhao Feng shook his head, he really wasn't a tiger pretending to be a pig. To get such a good result was not something that he expected. Zhao Yui stared at him and twinkled his eyes, even I got tricked by the first 2 arrows. However, the third arrow. Your handstance has obviously reached a high level. To shoot 50 meters and hit the center twice in a row. What kind of beginner has this kind of luck? He had reason for his words. It did not matter if Zhao Feng had 100 mouths, because he still wouldn't be able to explain. What do you guys want? Zhao Feng's face turned cold. If he could not explain, then there was no point in explaining. Hee kiddo, you have the nerve to play us. So we're not gonna let you leave so easily. The disciples around all touched their fists and more people came crowding over. Sister Yufei, that place seems popular, let us go over and see. Some of the sect's girls were attracted by the attention given. These girls' ages were between 12 and 16. One of them wore a purple dress. She had a face as white as snow and seemed fragile, but her beauty was incomparable. Too beautiful. Who is she? One youth the same age as Zhao Feng stood dazzled and his eyes locked onto the girl. That's the sect new genius Zhao Yufei. Most of the sect's disciples knew the girl's identity. She is only 14-15 years old and she is already at the peak of the 3rd rank of the martial path. She will be at the 4th rank soon and will then become a true martial artist. This Zhao Yufei is not only pretty, but she also has exceptional talent. Some youths took back their eyesight and felt ashamed, as if they felt like they were not worthy of Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei wasn't only pretty, but also had a refreshing aura. She was like a flower. Even Zhao Yui's eyes shone when he saw Zhao Yufei. It's her. Zhao Feng also knew Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei was also a branch disciple that came over half a year ago. She had the same cultivation as Zhao Yijin, but she was younger. It was hard to believe that someone from the branch family, under the resources she had, could achieve such a realm. Maybe, this was a genius. Some things couldn't happen to normal people. For a genius, however, they could with ease. When Zhao Feng previously saw Zhao Yufei, he thought that she was beautiful. Being a normal youth of the same age, it was hard not to be attracted. However, at that time, Zhao Feng knew that with his cultivation and status, he and Zhao Yufei were 2 people from different worlds. Seeing Zhao Yufei come over, Zhao Yui went over to warmly greet her. Zhao Feng was composed, and looked straight at Zhao Yufei. If it was before, and Zhao Feng was in front of this beautiful girl genius, he would think of himself as unworthy and would even be scared to look her in the eye. Today, however, he looked straight at her. When he looked at her, Zhao Feng's left eye subconsciously started to move. Through his left eye, Zhao Yufei's stunning figure was even clearer than before. Through this, Zhao Feng was shocked. Slowly, Zhao Yufei's clothes started to fade and he almost saw the snow-white skin inside. Obviously, his left eye did not have see-through abilities. Even if it did, it would be incredibly weak. It was only because he had supervision that he could see things more clearly. The difference was that normal people's vision stayed on something far away, whereas Zhao Feng's vision could pull it closer and look at it under 0 distance. That is why there was a certain see-through effect. At this time, Zhao Feng's left eye was pushed to its full capabilities and inside the pitch-black dimension, the faint green glow spun faster. Suddenly, Zhao Yufei's clothes completely disappeared, even her body was almost fully see-through. Zhao Feng's left eye saw her blood circulating, he even saw the faint purple aura inside her veins. Zhao Yufei's talent is so strong. She is going to have martial path inner strength soon. Zhao Feng was very surprised by this and took a long breath. In terms of age, she was only older than him by a year, but she had already had achievements of some height. At the Azure Flower Continent, most of the martial learners stayed in the 3rd rank of the martial path forever as they were unable to understand martial path inner strength and become 4th rankers. Zhao Yufei, however, at the age of 14 to 15 had almost completely understood the concept of martial path inner strength. The days until she becomes a true martial artist were not far away. My left eye does not have a fully see-through ability, but I can still sense the blood and inner strength of those I look at. Zhao Feng's eye jumped, and this was the conclusion he gave after some thought. At this time, the key focus, Zhao Yufei seemed to feel something and looked towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng did not hide but closed the ability of his left eye. Zhao Yufei felt weird inside her heart as she a feeling of being stripped and having all her secrets seen. What happened here? Zhao Yufei took back her gaze and asked. Little sister Yufei, this is what happened. Zhao Yui and the others exaggerated the whole incident. I see. Zhao Yufei looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng knew that under these conditions he would not be able to explain. Kid. Because of your past actions, you have caused a crowd outrage. I will give you a chance to apologize to everyone. Zhao Yui said arrogantly. Apologize? I did not do anything wrong, so why would I need to apologize? Zhao Feng clicked his tongue. If you apologize to us, then we will let this pass. Zhao Yui said like a gentleman. He was obviously going to perform well in front of this beauty. Apologize? Not possible. Zhao Feng said, everything you said before was just what you thought yourselves. When he said this, everyone, even including Zhao Yufei, pushed their eyebrows together. This Zhao Feng is a bit too arrogant. Zhao Yufei now had a bad impression of Zhao Feng. You can argue well, can't you? Zhao Yui laughed instead of getting angry. If you do not apologize, then do not think that you will be able to leave. The disciples around started to close in on Zhao Feng. Using more to fight less? Zhao Feng had a face of mockery and glanced at Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yui and his cronies all had their faces change. In front of this genius and beautiful girl, they would obviously act as gentlemen, and using more to beat up less was not very good looking. Fine. Zhao Yui's eyes twirled and had a trick up his heart, we won't use more to beat less. You won't need to apologize, but only if you can beat me in arrow skills. That's right. Since you are both archers, use your strength to talk. Little sister Yufei can be the judge. Everyone agreed and started shouting. Zhao Yui laughed in his heart, this was like shooting two birds with one arrow. Through an arrow contest, he could make Zhao Feng apologize and not lose demeanor. He could also show off his skills in front of Zhao Yufei, maybe even win her heart. Archery skills contest? Zhao Feng felt it was helpless to say anymore, fine, we talk with our strengths. Chapter 8, Overpowered Archery Skills. Zhao Feng had caused a crowd outrage, so he did not even bother to explain what happened. Good. At least you have some guts. Zhao Yui was so happy since his plan succeeded this easily. He first thought that Zhao Feng would fight back and need some encouragement, he didn't know that he would accept it so easily. And when Zhao Feng lost, all he needed to do was apologize, that left some space for him to back down. Little sister Yufei, how about you be the judge? Zhao Yui said as he smiled at Zhao Yufei. In terms of talent and cultivation, Zhao Yufei was one of the top in the crowd, so she had the right to judge. Okay. Zhao Yufei nodded her head, but did not show much interest. In her opinion, Zhao Yui was ranked third for archery, so Zhao Feng could not beat him. Soon, the field had an open space. The people who wanted to watch had increased to 30 people. We have little sister Yufei here today, so Zhao Yui is obviously going to use all of his skills. All the archers were full of anticipation. Everyone had no doubt that Zhao Yui was going to win. Instead of a contest, this would rather be a performance by Zhao Yui. Come. Zhao Yui called some youths over and they carried 4 targets over. Soon, the 4 targets were arranged in a straight line, placed in front of him. Every target had a distance of 10 meters between them. Since there are so many people here today, I will show off my special move, continuous eagle arrows. Zhao Yui had a face full of smiles. Continuous eagle arrows? The disciples around all had excited faces on. Even Zhao Yufei showed a little interest. In front of the crowd, Zhao Yui walked in front of the 4 targets. Since there were 4 targets arranged in a straight line, using normal archery skills they could only hit the one at the front. Zhao Yui took a deep breath and took out 4 arrows at once. Is he going to? Everyone was in shock. At this time, Zhao Yui's bow was pulled to the max, which formed a full moon that faced upwards. 4 arrows were all placed on the string. See? Everyone took a cold breath. At that moment. Shush. 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 4 arrows rode through the air, formed 4 perfect arcs, and like eagles, pounced towards their targets. Pa! 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 Almost at the same time, the 4 arrows hit the dead center on the 4 targets. Oh my god! Everyone screamed at the sight. So arrows can be shot this way. They do not have to fly straight, they can curve. And due to gravity, they will fall on their targets. Zhao Feng's left eye recorded the routes perfectly. The end result made his heart shook. Continuous eagle arrows. It took a long time before everyone finally calmed down. What high level of archery skill! Zhao Yufei's eyes showed some shock. Thanks for watching. Zhao Yui saw Zhao Yufei's reaction and laughed to himself. Kid. It is your turn. After Zhao Yui finished, all of their gazes turned towards Zhao Feng with eyes full of mockery. No one believed that Zhao Feng's archery skill would compare to Zhao Yui's. Let me think a bit. Zhao Feng picked up a bow and in his mind, continuous meteorite arrows once again merged with his heart. He analyzed that for him to beat Zhao Yui was impossible, unless he had an extra few days of time. So he couldn't use normal ways to beat Zhao Yui. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the skies and then over the archery field as he decided on what he was going to do. Okay, I am going to start now. Zhao Feng slowly took out an arrow. The first arrow. He pulled back an arrow and shot carelessly into the sky. What is this guy doing? Everyone paused. However, just at this time, a sound came from the sky. Pay. A black shadow dropped from the sky. Everyone's eyes turned wide because it was an eagle. This kid's archery skills aren't bad since he can shoot down the birds from the sky so easily. Humph. Just little tricks. Zhao Yui had a face of disdain. Indeed, although Zhao Feng did good, it was nothing compared to his continuous eagle arrows. Pang. Pang. Zhao Feng shot out 2 more arrows. Every arrow he shot killed a bird. Kid. Do not show off your crappy skills, just hurry up and admit defeat. One archer said impatiently. My hand feels it is good now. Zhao Feng did not bother with him, because he found the feeling just then. Right after, he took a deep breath, and used all of his power on his left eye. At that moment, his left eye glowed faint green. Shush! Another arrow shot through the skies, fast as lightning. Ta! From the sky dropped another black shadow. Zhao Yui laughed coldly but did not speak. Oh my god! This arrow shot down 2 birds. An archer exclaimed. Zhao Yui heard that and looked over. Indeed, there were 2 birds there. 1 arrow, 2 birds. Zhao Yui's heart leapt. He never thought that Zhao Feng had such high archery skills. Even Zhao Yui did not have much confidence in this, it depended on luck for him. The sparrow's body is small and flies super fast. To shoot 1 arrow and kill both sparrows is on par with Zhao Yui's continuous eagle arrows. One archer said. This is just an appetizer. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The crowd's heart leapt. Could Zhao Feng still have higher skills? Zhao Feng did not explain, but slowly lifted his bow and shot at a target 50 meters away. What does this mean? No one understood what that meant. 50 meters was 100 steps. To shoot a target 100 steps away, even the center, was nowhere near able to be compared with continuous eagle arrows or 1 arrow, 2 birds. Shush! Zhao Feng's arrow sliced through the air and landed on the target 50 meters out. Pang! The arrow didn't even hit the center, it only hit the outer edges. Zhao Feng wiped his sweat and let out a long breath. Ha ha ha! This arrow almost missed the target. The disciples all started laughing. Zhao Yui also laughed. Did Zhao Feng accidentally miss? However, when they looked at Zhao Feng, he had a face full of confidence. Being the judge, Zhao Yufei also had a questioning face. She felt that Zhao Feng's arrow wasn't as easy as it looked. You go over and look. Zhao Feng said, full of confidence. The crowd walked over to see the arrow. On the outer edges of a target lay an arrow, it still trembled. Zhao Feng made an archer to pull the arrow. Everyone stared at the arrow. Soon, the arrowhead was pulled out. At the arrowhead was a pea-sized dead body with traces of blood. What is this? Oh my God! This is a fly. A fly. One of the disciples screamed, shocked. What? Many archers' eyeballs almost popped out from shock. Oh my God! To have 100-step difference and kill a fly, how did he do this? To see a fly 100 steps away is already so hard. The fly also flies randomly. How? How is this possible? Zhao Yui's face turned white and stared at the fly's body, as if his soul was lost. If he was lucky, he would be able to shoot 2 birds with 1 arrow, but to kill a fly from 100 steps away was impossible for him. The fly was too small. Normal people could not even see the fly from 100 steps away. The archery contest ended here. The winner was decided. The winner of this archery contest is Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei quickly recovered from the shock and looked complexly at Zhao Feng. This was her first time seriously sizing up Zhao Feng. The youth she saw was confident and had an appeal that surpassed many people of the same age. I can leave now, no? Zhao Feng walked towards the outside. The crowd automatically opened a path for him. Most people in the archery field learned how to shoot arrows. Zhao Feng's archery skill subdued them, even Zhao Yui could not say anything. After he walked out of the archery field, Zhao Feng let out a long breath. Today's archery session benefited him a lot. As soon as Zhao Feng walked out of the archery field. Ha ha ha! Zhao Feng, I finally found you! A cruel laughter sounded in front of him. As soon as the words finished, 3 youths blocked Zhao Feng's way. The youth at the front had thick eyebrows and had a face of success. It was Zhao Cohen. Little bastard, last time I lost to you. This time, however, I am going to make you lose and beg for forgiveness. Zhao Cohen licked his lips and his eyes had a certain amount of deadliness in them. This time he was going to beat Zhao Feng fair and square, and also humiliate him. Only because he lost to Zhao Feng in 1 move last time and felt humiliated. Zhao Feng found that the 2 helpers Zhao Cohen brought were both at the 2nd rank of the martial path and were there to stop him from escaping. Sister Yufei, the Zhao Feng seems to have some trouble. One of the girls at Zhao Yufei's side said. At this time, most of the people from the archery field found the change that occurred here. Zhao Yui had a gloating expression on his face. However, in front of these matters, Zhao Feng felt no fear and swiftly said, make your move. Chapter 9, Peak of the 2nd Rank. Make your move. Zhao Cohen felt like he had heard wrong. Was this the same Zhao Feng as before? The moment his vision landed on Zhao Feng, his expression changed. No wonder you're so confident. It looks like you've broken through to the 2nd rank of the martial path. However, if that's all you've got, then you'd better start begging for forgiveness now. Zhao Cohen felt a little surprised by Zhao Feng's 2nd rank of the martial path, but it didn't affect his plans. That was because Zhao Feng had reached the 2nd rank not long ago, and Zhao Cohen himself had reached the peak of the 2nd rank a year or 2 ago. He also had high-ranked martial art skills. Please stop chattering, my time is limited. Zhao Feng coldly said. Kid. Don't be arrogant. Zhao Cohen suddenly turned his 4 limbs and body into a weird stance, and like a poisonous snake, bit towards Zhao Feng. In a flash, Zhao Cohen used his 13 changes of the poisonous snake. In terms of speed and power, it far exceeded that of Zhao Feng. Zhao Cohen has probably already trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to a low level. On the archery field, Zhao Yufei had a moved and slightly shocked face. Being one of the sect's genius, she obviously had major support from the sect and so, naturally, had access to high-rank martial art skills. The higher the rank of a skill was, the harder it was to train in it. Once a high-rank skill had been trained to the low level, the power would be stronger than when one trained a middle-rank skill to a high level. What speed? The damage is at least 50% higher than before. Zhao Feng was also surprised by Zhao Cohen, but his left eye's reaction speed could still see the route of Zhao Cohen's move. Angry dragon flipping the river. Zhao Feng shouted aloud and stomped both feet downwards. Under the air-pushing breathing technique, he put his power into both of his arms. Zhao Kuan suddenly realized that the opponent's power was rapidly increased. And then he became more shocked as Zhao Feng put even more power into Angry Dragon flipping the river. The third stance of Angry Dragon Fists, Angry Dragon flipping the rivers. At that moment, Zhao Feng was like a dragon as his fists punched downwards. Pah! The first punch made Zhao Kuan's body shudder and almost caused him to spit out blood. His 13 changes of the poisonous snake was about cunningness and flexibility. Its forte wasn't in fighting straight on. Zhao Feng's fists, however, felt like they knew where he was going to move and always hit his weak spots. Pa pa pa. Using air-pushing breathing technique, Zhao Feng had already trained Angry Dragon flipping the river to a high degree. Aha! Zhao Kuan was hit by the outstanding power and landed on the ground, kneeling. His arms felt numb and blood was leaking from his mouth. You've lost. Zhao Feng exited the fighting ring. As they fought, Zhao Feng had used his left eye and clearly saw Zhao Kuan's attacking routes. He had also seen some errors in Zhao Kuan's high-rank martial art, which meant that it was yet to be perfected. Zhao Feng felt that Angry Dragon Fists and air-pushing breathing technique coordinated together to an unimaginable degree. It could already beat some third-rank people. How is this possible? My skill is a high-ranked one. Zhao Kuan crawled on the ground and screamed. The whole fight only lasted for 2 breaths. One move. Zhao Kuan lost. The disciples in the archery field looked on in shock. Although they had the same rank, to win in one move was too exaggerating, especially when the loser had used a high-rank skill. As she sent Zhao Feng away with her eyes, Zhao Yufei murmured, I know Angry Dragon Fists, it's a powerful move within the sect and could be comparable to high-rank skills, but it is very hard to learn. I think he also trains in another skill and use it with Angry Dragon Fists, which allowed the power to almost double. Sister Yufei, how did Zhao Kuan lose when his cultivation and skill were both higher? A girl next to her asked. Moves are dead, but people are alive. Zhao Kuan's use of the 13 changes of the poisonous snake was extremely bad and he has only learned the first 3 moves, which is far off from his older brother Zhao Gan. Also, his battle consciousness is nowhere near that of Zhao Feng's. Zhao Yufei then paused for a bit before she said, also, Zhao Feng has learned 2 skills that are very close to being high-ranked ones, and trained them to a very high level. Under the usage of these 2 skills, his strength exceeded that of Zhao Kuan. After the girl listened to Zhao Yufei's analysis, she exclaimed, Zhao Feng is so strong. Apparently Zhao Kuan's brother Zhao Gan is ranked 5th amongst the outer disciples. We just do not know if he will help his brother take revenge. So much trouble. Zhao Feng shook his head and left the martial arts field. Later on he arrived at an open forest in the sect. He came here to train in the most mysterious footwork skill, Lightly Floating Fairy. Lightly Floating Fairy was, without a doubt, the skill with the highest rank amongst those he had. The problem was that it was partially ruined and was very hard to learn. When Angry Dragon Fists and air-pushing breathing technique are used together, the damage is awesome. I just do not know how Lightly Floating Fairy will be. Zhao Feng was full of expectations. The same day, he started to ponder about Lightly Floating Fairy. When he concentrated, the faint green glow inside his left eye's pitch-black dimension spun faster and faster. Zhao Feng felt that although some of Lightly Floating Fairy's moves were burned into his mind, which made it easier for him to understand, it was not as simple to learn as Angry Dragon Fists or air-pushing breathing technique. Lightly Floating Fairy is harder to learn than a peak middle-rank skill by at least 2 to 3 times. This was the conclusion given after he compared the skills. Although it was hard, it did not stump him. Zhao Feng only used 2 to 3 days to understand the first 1/4 of Light Floating Fairy at a beginner standard. He only used 6 days to achieve the beginning level. Normal skills had 4 ranks that depended on how well trained one was in it. These were beginner, low, high and peak level. Beginner level equaled 30% of the max skill. Low level equaled 50%. High level equaled 70%. Peak level equaled 90% or higher. Like Angry Dragon Fists, Zhao Feng easily trained it to high level. Lightly Floating Fairy had also been trained to beginner level in the same amount of time, but it was only the first 1/4 of the skill. So, Zhao Feng's body flashed, his body as light as a bird as he floated 4 to 5 meters on air. Tai! Tai! His feet pushed off the branches and felt fabulous as he flew. At that moment, Zhao Feng was like a bird that happily flew through the forest. I have only trained lightly floating fairy to the beginner level, but the speed of it far surpasses most middle-rank skills that have been trained to a high level. It could be seen that lightly floating fairy far exceeded most high-ranked martial arts skills. When there was extra time, Zhao Feng did not forget to slowly decipher the rest of the book. Now he had deciphered 1/3 of the last 3 quarters. AKA, another quarter of it. The only problem was that it took a lot of mental energy to do so. This meant that 1/2 of lightly floating fairy could now be learned. After lightly floating fairy reached a beginner level, Zhao Feng started to train an angry dragon fists and air-pushing breathing technique again. This was because, although lightly floating fairy was a high-rank martial arts skill, it only helped with his footwork and didn't increase his cultivation much. After training in a high-rank skill such as lightly floating fairy and then going back to training angry dragon fists and air-pushing breathing technique, Zhao Feng felt that it had become easier and smoother. After 2 days, air-pushing breathing technique had broken through to the 3rd level. Angry dragon fists had reached the peak level. At this time, Zhao Feng closed his eyes and felt the power that coursed through his body. His strength was stronger than when he first reached the 2nd rank by more than 50%. Inside his left eye's dimension, the faint green glow radius had extended from 67 centimeters to 98 centimeters. It looks like my cultivation has reached the peak of the 2nd rank. I just need one more step to break through into the 3rd rank. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and controlled his excitement. It had only been half a month since he reached the 2nd rank. This cultivation speed was just too surprising. The thing that made him most surprised was that the air-pushing breathing technique as it reached the 3rd level. Once air-pushing breathing technique reached the peak of the 3rd level, there was a chance to understand martial path inner strength, and that was the key point for becoming a true martial artist. Zhao Feng never thought that he would reach the 3rd level of air-pushing breathing technique this fast. This made his strength far surpass the others who were also at the 2nd rank. He could now be compared to a 3rd rank. By only using half a month, Zhao Feng's strength had doubled. All of this was due to the mysterious eye. Zhao Feng believed that his once normal destiny was changing. That night, Zhao Feng started to set his life goals. His first goal was to perform well at the family sparring contest 1.5 months later. At that time he would fairly and squarely beat Zhao Yijin and spar with the true genius of Sun Feather City. The change in my left eye allows for me to have a high level of understanding, and the only thing stopping me from becoming a genius in the sect is cultivation resources. Zhao Feng analyzed. Since he merged with his left eye, his mental energy and analysis speed had increased. He also became more calm. The only problem was how to gain cultivation resources. Zhao Feng's cultivation speed was fast, but it was still hard to break past the peak of the 2nd rank. However, if he had enough resources, this barrier could be easily broken through. Got it. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled and soon he had an idea. His lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 10, Sky Cloud Forest. Night. Inside a fancy building at the Zhao sect. Elder brother. You've got to help me. Zhao Feng made me lose face and he is just a lowly branch disciple. Zhao Kuan bit his teeth and said with murderous intent. He had lost twice in a row to a branch disciple, he did not have the face to leave his house. Trash. Inside the room sat a slim, leopard-like, short-haired youth. This was Zhao Kuan's older brother, Zhao Gan. Elder brother, I am begging you. You have got to help me. Zhao Kuan was full of fear and hatred. He was afraid of his brother. Ever since he was born, Zhao Gan had bullied him. He felt useless as Zhao Gan was always better than him at everything. Zhao Gan had now reached the peak of the 3rd rank of the martial path and had already trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to the 6th change, which allowed for him to rank top 5 out of the outer sect disciples. Even 3 or 5 of Zhao Kuan weren't his brother's opponent. The morning of the 2nd day. Zhao Feng got out of bed early and started to practice angry dragon fists and air-pushing breathing technique. These 2 martial art skills were the ones that Zhao Feng mainly trained in. I still have some way until I reach the 3rd rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng practiced for half an hour and acted on yesterday's plans, walking towards the money room of the sect. According to the rules, Zhao Feng could get 10 pieces of silver per month. I haven't taken this month's money yet. Zhao Feng soon arrived at the money room. Zhao Feng, second rank of the martial path, branch disciple, monthly money of 20 silver. The accountant said expressionlessly. 20 pieces of silver? Zhao Feng took over the money and exchanged his thanks. After reaching the second rank, his monthly allowance had doubled. Although a monthly allowance of 20 silver could let a whole family eat and sleep without worrying, it was nothing for martial artists. Some expensive cultivation resources that could increase one's cultivation speed and help break through realms easily exceeded thousands of pieces of silver. Any of the resources rich disciples ate casually exceeded 30 years of normal disciples' allowances. 20 pieces of silver. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and holding his silver, left the Zhao sect's territory and headed towards the market of Sun Feather City. He used to give the money he got to his parents to help them out. This time, however, he did not do that. Instead, he took the silver and left. Soon after, Zhao Feng stepped into Sun Feather City's largest market. A weapons shop in the city. Shopkeeper, how much is this heavy metal bow? Zhao Feng finally decided after taking a long time. This heavy metal bow is extremely powerful. It can shoot up to 150 meters. 20 pieces of silver, no bargaining. The shopkeeper said as he smiled. He had seen the Zhao sect symbol on Zhao Feng's clothes. At Sun Feather City, the Zhao sect, Zhou sect, and the Xin sect were the three largest families and had total dominance within the city. 20 pieces of silver? Zhao Feng crossed his eyebrow and deeply said, "Can it be a little cheaper?" The shopkeeper smiled faintly. "Fine, I will give you the lowest price, 18 pieces of silver." 15. I am low on money, but when I get more I will double the money and give it to you. Zhao Feng said with honesty. 15 pieces? That's probably a bit low, there is almost no profit. The shopkeeper seemed to have a little difficulty, but maybe seeing the honesty in Zhao Feng's eyes, he bit his lips. "Fine, hopefully you keep your promise because this shop is also under the Zhao sect's territory." "Thank you," Zhao Feng said gratefully. He never realized that this shop was under the Zhao sect. Soon, Zhao Feng bought the bow at a price of 15 silver and also bought some arrows and food. Now, Zhao Feng had no money left. Hopefully it won't fail. Zhao Feng murmured to himself and soon left Sun Feather City. Tai. As soon as he left Sun Feather City, Zhao Feng used lightly floating ferry to move. His speed was even faster than most normal horses. 2 hours later, Zhao Feng finally arrived at his destination, the Skycloud Forest. Skycloud Forest was the County of Cloud's biggest forest. Its area even spanned across over 10 other countries. Being the largest forest of the surrounding countries, Skycloud Forest had many dangerous wild beasts, and near the center of it there were high-level, deadly beasts. Deadly beasts were far stronger than wild beasts. They had been affected by spiritual energy, and had therefore slowly changed into powerful beings. A few strong deadly beasts could easily destroy a village. Only true martial artists could fight them. Zhao Feng came to the Skycloud Forest, obviously not to try finding deadly beasts as he still wanted to live. His goal was simple, hunting to earn money. Some strong wild beasts inside the Skycloud Forest had expensive furs and other materials. E.G, a fully grown bear could sell for 200 to 300 silver. However, a fully grown bear's strength far exceed normal second rankers. Only third rankers could win against it. Obviously, Zhao Feng's target wasn't a bear or a large-sized wild beast. Although large-sized wild beasts are worth a lot of money, their mass is too big. I cannot carry many back and forth. Zhao Feng had already made his plans. Tai. His body was like a feather as he used the branches to propel himself forward. Soon, Zhao Feng landed on top of a 100-meter tall tree. This tree was higher than its surroundings, giving Zhao Feng dominant vision. If he hadn't learned lightly floating fairy, then being at this height would make his heart beat rapidly. As he stood on the tree, Zhao Feng used his left eye to survey his surroundings. Shua. That moment, his left eye went into supervision mode. Everything within 5 or 6 miles was clearly seen by him. Zhao Feng first had to confirm whether there were any dangerous wild or deadly beasts around. Soon Zhao Feng understood the situation within 5 to 6 miles. There were 20 beasts that threatened him, and only one of them were close to him. Luckily, there weren't any deadly beasts. I am starting now. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, then slowly pulled out his heavy metal bow. Show. As the bowstring trembled, the arrow hit a golden-spotted snake 100 meters away. See? The golden-spotted snake jumped up and spat out snake language in a fearsome manner. However, Zhao Feng's arrow skills were perfect, and directly hit its vitalities. The golden-spotted snake thrashed slightly but soon died. Golden-striped snake, super poisonous beasts that can threaten even third rankers. Zhao Feng slightly let out a breath and wiped his sweat. If they were fighting straight on, the golden-striped snake had a high chance of kill him as it was extremely fast and poisonous. However, Zhao Feng had also gained a lot. The golden-striped snake's teeth and liver parts were extremely expensive. After killing the golden-striped snake, Zhao Feng used his left eye to find new targets. Show. Suddenly, Zhao Feng heard a screech in mid-air. A metal-mouthed eagle, with a wingspan of 1 meter, easily killed a wolf that was of the second rank. Zhao Feng had a solemn face. The metal-mouthed eagle was called metal-pecking eagle, and was extremely famous in the skycloud forest. Its strength easily exceeded that of normal second rankers and flew freely in the air. It almost had no natural enemies. Metal-pecking eagles are extremely fast. Its feathers and defense are also strong. It is almost a deadly beast. One would be worth 700 to 800 pieces of silver. Zhao Feng thought as he used his left eye to target the metal-pecking eagle. This time, he took out an arrow coated with poison. G. The heavy metal bow was soon pulled to the max. Chapter 11, Green-Headed Tiger King. Shush. An afterimage was left behind as the arrow pierced through the air, heading towards the metal pecker eagle that was in midair. This arrow contained the continuous meteorite arrow skill and followed the route set by his left eye. Screech, dash. An angry screech was heard coming from the eagle. Zhao Feng then saw the eagle charge towards him, with the arrow still lodged in its stomach. Not good. Seeing this, Zhao Feng's expression changed and he quickly used lightly floating fairy to escape towards the hedges. Although Zhao Feng's arrow had hit the target, it did not hit any vital parts. The metal pecker eagle's reaction, flying speed, and defense all far surpassed that of normal beasts. It was on par with deadly beasts. So this arrow did not cause any life-threatening damage. Tai. Zhao Feng was like an agile bird as he flew through the forest. Nevertheless, his left eye did not forget to lock onto the eagle. Show, dash. Soon, another arrow was shot out. However, although this arrow hit the eagle in the throat, it did not manage to pierce through its feathers. The throat is usually the weakness of normal beasts. From the fact that it did not pierce through, it can be seen that the defense of this eagle is insane. Zhao Feng stalled for a little while and then saw the metal pecker eagle fall towards the ground. This was because the arrows that Zhao Feng had shot contained poison, and now the poison had spread, killing the eagle. Zhao Feng let out a deep breath and revealed happiness on his face. This metal pecker eagle was worth 700 to 800 silver. Adding in the golden-striped snake, Zhao Feng's wealth now exceeded over 1,000 pieces of silver. He had never come across such wealth in his entire life. However, the silver I have is still not enough for me to buy precious resources. Although Zhao Feng was excited, he quickly calmed down. For the next 3 days, Zhao Feng's body could be seen traveling around inside the skycloud forest. Every time Zhao Feng pulled his bow, a scream of pain would soon follow. 5 poison centipede, extremely poisonous. Can be used to make wine and strengthen one's body. Worth 200 silver. Green winged bird, strength is around the peak of the 3rd rank. Worth 900 silver. Black-spotted wild pig, strength approaching the 3rd rank. Worth 400 silver. To kill as many beasts as possible, Zhao Feng used lightly floating fairy and continuous meteorite arrows to the highest degree possible. Through these efforts, lightly floating fairy had been trained to the low level. His speed probably exceeded all the sect's 3rd rankers and was now close to the 4th rankers. Continuous meteorite arrows had easily been trained to the peak of the high level. Zhao Feng could not help but think that he was a born archer. If he were to face the metal pecker eagle again, he would only needed one hit to kill it. For the last 3 days, he had gained a lot. He had killed another 2 metal pecker eagles, as well as 7 to 8 other different beasts. The beasts I now have are, in total, worth around 3 to 4,000 silver. Zhao Feng had a satisfied expression on his face as he organized his 2 big bags. On the way back he still used his left eye to hunt prey. This was because his vision was blocked by trees, so he could not guarantee that there weren't any targets that he would miss. Roar! At this moment, a powerful roar came from the north side of Skycloud Forest. This roar made Zhao Feng's ears burst with pain. What kind of beast is this? It's so powerful. Zhao Feng quickly used his left eye and saw that, 4 or 5 miles away, there was a 5-meter-long green-headed tiger. The green-headed tiger was bigger than normal tigers by half its size and gave off a devastating aura. Its roar caused all the animals within a 10-kilometer radius to tremble with fear. 5 or 6 youths, who had cultivations between the 2nd and 3rd rank of the martial path, were running away in fear. Everyone ran in different directions. The leader of the group was a youth who had a scarred face. He seemed to be 15 or 16 years of age and had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. He held a long sword that could easily cut a tree in half in order to stall the tiger. Boom! The tiger waved his paws and the tree shattered. The strength of deadly beasts is so dangerous. Zhao Feng thought. Once a wild beast entered the ranks of a deadly beast, only martial artists of the 4th rank or higher could fight them. The strength of the Tiger King could flatten 2 or 3 Zhao Fangs in one paw. Xin Fei! Watch out! Some of the youths yelled. The green-headed Tiger King was heading straight towards the scarred-face youth, who had the strongest strength. They're surnamed Xin? Are they disciples of the Xin family, which is also one of the top 3 families of Sunfeather City? Zhao Feng then saw the symbols on their clothes which confirmed his guess. Boom! Everywhere the green-headed Tiger King passed, destruction soon followed, as if nothing could withstand its might. Normal martial learners would probably have died due to fear. Zhao Feng, however, realized that this Xin Fei was extremely strong. He had learned a knife-throwing skill as well as a footwork skill, and they were both high-rank martial arts. This Xin Fei's knife can easily slice through trees. His strength is probably double that of normal 3rd-rank cultivators. He is probably even stronger than Zhao Jin. Quickly! Save Xin Fei! 2 other disciples of the Xin family took out their bows and attacked the green-headed tiger. However, all their attacks did was stall and disperse the tiger's concentration. The tiger's defense was stronger than the metal pecker eagles by 2 or 3 times, so all the attacks that came from cultivators beneath the 4th rank only felt like a tickle. If I can kill this green-headed Tiger King, it will probably be worth around 20 to 30,000 silver, which is the worth of around 40 beasts. Zhao Feng thought out a dangerous plan. Tai! He immediately used lightly floating fairy and closed in towards the place of the incident. As Zhao Feng arrived, the 6 disciples of the Xin family were under great pressure. Cracking wind sword! Xin Fei's eyes flashed as he used his long sword to stab towards the forehead of the tiger. What a dangerous sword! Zhao Feng saw the entire process of the sword. Its power could instantly kill 2 normal cultivators of the 3rd rank. Not even he would be able to block it. He also felt the faint green aura inside of Xin Fei's body. This was the sign that inner strength would soon be formed. Shua! The sword was able to cut half an inch into the green-headed tiger's head, but the force of it made Xin Fei vomit blood. That sword's strength came close to the damage dealt by a 4th ranker. It was even able to hurt a deadly beast. Roar! The green-headed tiger howled and then moved towards Xin Fei at an even greater speed. Xin Fei had reached the peak of the 3rd rank and, by using his high-rank martial arts skill, he dodged the attack. However, his sword attack also used up a lot of energy, almost falling victim to the tiger's counterattack. Cracking wind sword! Covered with blood, Xin Fei once again used the same move and left another bloody mark on the tiger's forehead. His body was once again sent flying. Roar! The green-headed Tiger King opened its jaws and leapt towards Xin Fei. The latter was exhausted and could not dodge. Xin Fei. The other disciples screamed, but just at this moment. Suddenly, an arrow whipped through the air, straight through the branches and leaves, hitting the tiger. Roar! The tiger mournfully howled. At that moment, every living thing trembled. The Xin disciples looked on in a daze as one of its eyes had been shot by an arrow. Although the defense of the tiger was strong, its eyes were its weakest part. Because the tiger turned around to find the culprit, Xin Fei was able to escape. However, as it surveyed its surrounding, where was the sign of the culprit? So close. Zhao Feng hid behind a towering, ancient tree, which was only 100 meters away from the tiger. As the tiger was trying to find the culprit, the Xin family disciples started to run. However, since the tiger could not find its target, it started to attack in a more frenzied manner. Ah! There was a scream as one of the youths of the second rank was ripped into shreds. This view made Zhao Feng, who wasn't far away, feel cold. Just as another of the Xin family disciples were in danger. Another arrow came flying through the air, piercing towards the tiger's other eye. Roar! The tiger roared and then closed its eyes. The arrow was barely able to scratch its eyelids. AI. Zhao Feng sighed as he shook his head. It wasn't that his archery skills weren't high enough, it was because the tiger was on guard, making it hard for the same trick to succeed again. Cracking wind sword. Using the short time gap, Xin Fei quickly powered another sword attack and hit the same spot as before. Good chance. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he drew more arrows and fired them. Every time he shot an arrow, it would hit the injury on the tiger's forehead. Eventually, the tiger's attack rate slowed down. Firstly, it was because it was severely injured. Secondly, there was poison in the arrows. At this point, the tiger turned and ran towards the deep sections of Skycloud Forest. Follow. The Xin disciples bit their teeth and vowed to kill the tiger in order to avenge their peers. Although the tiger was severely injured, its speed was not something that cultivators of the second and third rank could catch up to. Only Xin Fei was barely able to catch up, but as he was exhausted he did not have much spare energy. Ha ha ha! What a good chance! Where are you going to run? Zhao Feng laughed as he used lightly floating fairy to easily catch up to the tiger. In his eyes, the tiger represented an enormous wealth of 20 to 30,000 silver. Chapter 12, Splitting the Money. Look! That person seems to be one of the Zhao family disciples. The other Xin disciples looked at Zhao Feng, who was following the tiger. Xin Fei looked at Zhao Feng's back and murmured, "What a high level of footwork! His speed is not even slower than mine when I go full out. His archery skills are not bad either. Humph. He's just a guy who fires cold arrows. He better not let us catch up, or else." A youth, who was at the third rank, coldly said. This youth's strength was placed after Xin Fei's. His words were immediately agreed upon by the others. "You are right. That kid let us be the bait and fired his own arrows while hiding. Xin gang, that person saved our lives." Xin Fei shook his head. Just at this moment, a few miles out, the last roar of the green-headed tigers sounded. The expressions of the Xin family disciples changed. Without even thinking about it, they knew that the tiger must have died. Quick! The youth named Xin gang charged towards the direction of the sound. At the same time, 3 or 4 miles out in the east direction. Who? Zhao Feng leaned against a tree and breathed heavily. Downwards, the 5-meter-long tiger had a few arrows stuck in its forehead. Not long ago, the tiger was a ferocious being. Now, however, it had no life left. Zhao Feng on instinct tried to take out another arrow but then realized that there were none left. Tai. Zhao Feng floated towards the corpse and went into deep thought. Shwa. His left eye locked in on the Xin disciples who were 2 miles out. Zhao Feng stood still and did not move to touch the corpse. It wasn't that he did not want to, it was just a bit hard for him to do so. The tiger's body weighed around 3 tons and was hard to move. Also, the Tiger King's skin was tough to cut. Soon the 5 Xin disciples arrived. Kid! Move quickly! This is ours! Xin Gang, who was at the front, arrogantly said. He was wary of Zhao Feng's strength at first, but when he saw that Zhao Feng was only a second ranker, he obviously didn't put Zhao Feng in his eyes anymore. Although they had lost one person, and Xin Fei was exhausted, they still had 2 people of the second rank and 2 more of the third. Zhao Feng stood his ground and mockingly looked at Xin Gang. He was only wary of Xin Fei. Xin Gang. He saved our lives. We can discuss how to split the tiger. Xin Fei said slowly as he arrived. Zhao Feng looked at him praisingly, just as I thought. The tiger's corpse is this big, and I do not have the tools to cut it, nor the strength to carry it away. Xin Fei had put a lot of power into killing this tiger. They had also lost one person. Although Xin Gang was somewhat unwilling, he still agreed. Soon they started discussing how to split the tiger. 2-8. The Xin family will take 8. Xin Gang said with an iron tone. Humph. 20% is already too much for this kid. The rest of the Xin family all had faces full of disdain. 2-8? Ha ha ha. Zhao Feng laughed immediately. Kid. What are you laughing about? I want to hear how much you want to take. 2-8. I get 8. You get 2. Zhao Feng said. At first he wanted to split it 5-5, but he did not think that the Xin family would have such an attitude. Don't be arrogant. I'll see how strong you are. Xin Gang laughed and pulled out his sword. Stop. Xin Fei tried to stop him, but it was too late. Illusion wind after image. Xin Fei was like a wind that whirled towards Zhao Feng. It is the high-rank martial art broken wind sword. That kid is dead now. Xin Gang had already trained the first 6 moves of broken wind sword to the low level. The Xin disciples had sympathetic expressions. Small tricks. Zhao Feng didn't retreat but instead moved forward. What speed? Everyone, including Xin Fei, only saw Zhao Feng turn into a blur. Not good. Xin Gang's illusion wind after image missed and Zhao Feng was closing in on him at an insane speed. Angry wind after image. Xin Gang shouted as he used another attack. Angry dragon breaking the sky. Zhao Feng put all of his strength into his fists. The moment he merged angry dragon fists and air pushing breathing technique together, his power increased by more than double. What strength? Xin Gang felt as if a volcano was erupting. Zhao Feng's strength almost surpassed the strength of third rankers. Pay. A loud explosion sounded as Xin Gang and Zhao Feng clashed. Wah! Xin Gang spit blood as he was hit by the first punch. The second punch. Bang! His silver sword was knocked flying. The third punch. Boom! His whole body flew out and left an imprint of him on a tree. What power! So strong! The other Xin disciples stood there dazed. They never thought that someone who had the power of the peak of the third rank would lose in one move to a second-rank Zhao Sec disciple. Strong. Xin Fei, who wasn't far away, asked, "May I know your name?" Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng casually took back his fists. Kid. You were just lucky this time. Xin Gang crawled up from the ground. I've been fighting the tiger and am exhausted. Next time you won't have such luck. Luck? Zhao Feng gave off a faint smile. Although Xin Gang was injured, Zhao Feng believed that he could still beat him at his peak. The only one he was wary of was Xin Fei. Xin Fei's strength had almost reached the 4th rank. When he used all of his strength it could even damage the green-headed Tiger King, not to mention third rankers. Xin Gang. You are not his opponent. Do you not think that you have already lost enough face? Xin Fei slowly turned towards Zhao Feng. Suddenly, his body gave off a frightening fighting will. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. Did Xin Fei already recover? Of course, if Xin Fei did not have 60% of his strength, then Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of him. After being in such a state, it was obvious that Xin Fei had yet to fully recovered. Your fist skill has almost reached the peak level and your footwork is incredible. Next time I would like to spar with you. Xin Fei faced Zhao Feng in the eye full of praise. Sure, we will spar next time. Although Zhao Feng was wary of him, it did not mean that he was scared. Xin Fei's strength was at least on par with Zhao Yijin, who was ranked third amongst the outer disciples. If Zhao Feng could beat Zhao Yijin, then he would have the ability to fight Xin Fei. Soon they finished discussing how to split their rewards. 6-4. Me 6, you guys 4. Zhao Feng said. Okay. Xin Fei was the one that answered, as the other Xin disciples did not have the courage to respond. They were wary of Zhao Feng's strength. Zhao Feng nodded to himself. Giving 40% away was like shooting 2 birds with 1 arrow. Firstly, he did not have any tool to cut or move the corpse, so he just let the others do the work. Secondly, he did not want to make that many enemies before he had enough strength. Imagine if he took all of it for himself. Would that not cause the eyes of the others to go red? The tiger was dissected 1 hour later. Zhao Feng took the most expensive parts and left all of the meat to the Xin disciples. After confirming that he took 60%, he casually left. The Zhao sect seems to have a new genius. Even Zhao Linlong wasn't as strong as him at the same level of cultivation. Xin Fei said as his eyes followed Zhao Feng. Zhao Linlong. Xin Gang had an expression of awe. He is one of the 4 geniuses of Sun Feather City. He already reached the 4th rank 2 years ago and became a true martial artist. How can this kid be compared to him? The 4 great geniuses were the top youths of Sun Feather City. Any one of them were true martial artists, and they were stronger than other martial artists by far. Do not even mention Zhao Linlong, even Brother Fei could kill that kid in 1 blow. Chapter 13, 3rd rank of the martial path. Half a day later, Zhao Feng carried 3 massive bags on him as he entered Sun Feather City. At a shop in Sun Feather City that sold beast skins. Black-spotted wild pig, teeth, paws. Worth a total of 359 silver. Gold-spotted snake. Worth 420 silver. 5 poison centipede. Worth 210 silver. The shopkeeper expressionlessly said as he calculated the prices. Metal pecker eagle. Speaking up to here, the face of the shopkeeper changed. The metal pecker eagle was a beast that had almost entered the ranks of deadly beasts. Its defense was strong and it was hard to catch. Even some cultivators of the 4th rank could not catch them. Due to this, the price of metal pecker eagles exceeded that of other beasts of the same rank. Metal pecker eagle. 3 of them. Worth 1,100 silver. The shopkeeper said after pausing for a second. 1,100 silver? Zhao Feng was a little shocked as the eagle was worth more than he thought. Soon, apart from Zhao Feng's green-headed Tiger King, the rest was totaled up. A total of 5,850 silver. The shopkeeper said. 5,850 silver. Zhao Feng's heart sped up. His monthly allowance was only 20 silver. He never had a time when he carried more than 100 silver on him. Even then, the most expensive materials, that of the green-headed Tiger King, had yet to be added in. How about this? I will give you a total of 5,900 silver. The shopkeeper had a cunning face. Sure. Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered to talk, so he agreed. Soon Zhao Feng received his money, all in silver notes. Oh yeah, do you guys take parts from deadly beasts? Zhao Feng didn't leave immediately after exchanging. Could it be that you have deadly beast parts? The shopkeeper's eyes floated towards the last bag in Zhao Feng's hands. Yep. Zhao Feng slowly opened his bag, showing the parts of the green-headed Tiger King. Immediately a powerful aura came from the bag. Green-headed Tiger King. The shopkeeper exclaimed as he looked disbelievingly at Zhao Feng. He couldn't imagine how a measly 2nd ranker was able to kill a deadly beast. It was known that a deadly beast could fight against true martial artists. There were even rumors of deadly beasts destroying whole villages. We had a total of 7 people. It took us a while to kill it, and even then we lost someone. Zhao Feng's words seemed to comfort the shocked shopkeeper. Facing the materials, the shopkeeper's eyesight looked at the Zhao symbol on Zhao Feng's clothes and finally gave a price, 16,000 silver. As he gave the price, the workers in the shop took a cold breath. It was their first time hearing such a high price. The shopkeeper did not dare to trick Zhao Feng as he came from the Zhao sect. The Zhao, Xian, and Xiao families were the three biggest powers in Sun Feather City. No shop could open up without their permission. Deal. Zhao Feng smiled. He seemed calm but was laughing inside. Soon Zhao Feng took his 20,000 silver and left the shop. I can now go buy some resources to help me break through to the third rank. Zhao Feng headed towards the weapons shop that he went to a few days ago. Kid, you're here again? A few days ago Zhao Feng was low on money and technically half borrowed and half paid for the heavy metal bow. Pa! Zhao Feng put his hand on the table. Here's 100 silver. Thank you for your help that day. 100 silver? The shopkeeper was surprised as he never thought that Zhao Feng would be so honest. Zhao Feng had said he would pay back double, but this was over 10 times the amount. The shopkeeper smiled as he took the silver. Although he was the shopkeeper, he did not own the shop. 100 silver was half his year's income. After paying back the money, Zhao Feng didn't leave but looked around more. My heavy metal bow strength is too low. Zhao Feng wanted a new bow. He used his left eye to inspect the weapons on the wall. Soon his eyes stopped on a silver longbow. The silver longbow gave off a cold aura while also giving off a deep calm feeling. How much is it for this bow? Zhao Feng asked. You have good eyes. This bow is called Mysterious Silver Bow and is one of the shop's most powerful weapons. Only true martial artists that are proficient in archery can use it to its fullest potential. Its price is 1,080 silver. He did not think that Zhao Feng could afford it but still acted politely. 1,080 silver? That's not very expensive. I will buy it. Zhao Feng said. The mysterious silver bow was made out of great materials and was better than his heavy metal bow by at least a few times. It also needed martial artists of the 4th rank or higher to use it to its fullest potential. Are you sure you want it? Not borrow it? Pa! Zhao Feng stacked up a heap of silver and pushed it towards the shopkeeper. Quick, I do not have much time. What? The shopkeeper never thought that Zhao Feng was so rich. A few days ago he had only bought a bow worth 15 silver. Sure. The shopkeeper nodded as he took down the bow and put it in a beautifully carved box. Zhao Feng also bought 100 arrows that were worth 3 silver each. After exiting the weapons shop, Zhao Feng went to the city's biggest medicine shop. The Medicine Pavilion is this city's largest medicine shop. The owner is very mysterious and it has chain stores in the 13 countries around here. Even the 3 big families of Sun Feather City are afraid of its strength. As soon as he came to the store he heard a familiar guy's voice. Zhao Feng found a male and female not far away. The one speaking was a youth clothed in purple who gave off a frightening aura. It's them. Zhao Feng sighed. The male and female duo was Zhao Yijian and Zhao Shui. Brother Feng. Zhao Shui said surprisingly as she saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded his head as a response and then walked into the medicine pavilion. Just him? He has the right to enter the medicine pavilion? Any item from the medicine pavilion is worth a few years of his income. Zhao Yijian said disdainfully as he looked at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Shui did not speak, she knew that with Zhao Feng's background it would be very hard to take out a few hundred silver. Compared to Zhao Yijian, whose father and grandfather were both cultivators higher than the 4th rank held middle-high positions in the sect, their wealths were not comparable. Ignoring the two, Zhao Feng walked into the medicine pavilion and started to search for resources that would help his cultivation increase. 3rd rank of the martial path is when the body becomes stronger. In this direction, the blood plant use is incredibly good. It can consolidate one's foundation and even help some cultivators understand inner strength. Zhao Feng thought about it and then confirmed his needs. Out of all the plants, the blood plant was of the biggest use for martial learners. Blood plants were split into many categories. The ones that were older had better use, but were also more expensive. 100-year-old blood plant, 500 silver. 200-year-old blood plant, 1,200 silver. 300-year-old blood plant, 3,000 silver. 500-year-old blood plant. 10,000 silver. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned through the price list. Obviously, the older it was the better it was. Of course, the limits of martial learners were blood plants that were 500 years old. Brother Jian, if I had a 200-year-old blood plant, I might be able to reach the peak of the second rank in half a year. Zhao Shui's voice came wandering through. That is not possible. At most I can only buy you a 100-year-old one. I have been trying to learn inner strength and need expensive materials to help me. Zhao Yijian said. Although he was rich, he could not spend his money recklessly. A 100-year-old one is okay as well. Zhao Shui smiled faintly. Just at this moment, a voice expressionlessly said, "Shopkeeper, give me two 200-year-old blood plants and a 300-year-old one." This voice gained the attention of many people. It's him! Zhao Shui saw Zhao Feng, who was not far away, and her heart leapt. A 300-year-old blood plant? He is probably boasting. Zhao Yijian gave a cold laugh. He would not believe that a normal branch disciple could afford a 300-year-old blood plant. Two 200-year-old blood plant and a 300-year-old blood plant. A total of 5,400 silver. The shopkeeper gave his price. Soon, in front of their eyes, Zhao Feng took out his silver and successfully exchanged it with the shopkeeper. This scene made Zhao Yijian smile freeze. How? How is this possible? Zhao Shui had an disbelieving, dazed look. Shopkeeper, can I also get 3 bottles of high-level healing pills as well as 3 bottles of high-level blood recovery pills? Zhao Feng bought some other medicine which were all high-level and spent another 1,000 silver. After the exchange, Zhao Feng waved at Zhao Shui and left in a cool manner. When replying, Zhao Shui had a forced smile and did not look Zhao Feng in the eye. After leaving the medicine pavilion, Zhao Feng didn't return to the Zhao sect. Instead, he went to an inn. He first calculated the silver he had left. It was a total of 12,000 silver. I will leave this silver for later use. Zhao Feng understood that a cultivator's path needed a huge amount of resources. That night, he closed his eyes and slowly used the air-pushing breathing technique. Inside of his left eye, the faint green glow had increased from 2 feet to 2 feet 5. Zhao Feng confirmed that he had reached the peak of the second rank and just needed half a step more to reach the third rank. I wonder how strong this medicine will be. Zhao Feng was full of expectations as he ate a blood plant that was 200 years old. Soon, Zhao Feng felt an enormous amount of strength appear in his body that was chaotic. What a strong herb! Zhao Feng fully used the air-pushing breathing technique and absorbed the medicine. Maybe it was because Zhao Feng had never used such precious herbs before that he thought that it was extremely strong. In the morning of the second day. Could this be? Zhao Feng felt himself burst with energy. All of his muscles and bones were full of power. Pay! He casually waved his fist and hit out with a force of 700 kilograms. Breaking through to the third rank was easier than Zhao Feng thought. Chapter 14, Strength of a Quasi-Martial Artist. The effect of the blood plant is so good. Zhao Feng felt incredible. He first thought that, with the help of the 200-year blood plant, it would still take him at least 2 days to break through. Zhao Feng thought that if everyone had the same effect, then cultivators at the 4th rank or higher would be worth nothing. Soon he found the reasons. Firstly, he had never taken any herbs before, therefore he could absorb the herb to a high degree. Secondly, the air-pushing breathing technique had reached the 3rd level, which made Zhao Feng's strength reach the 3rd rank even while he was at the 2nd rank. Thirdly, Zhao Feng felt that his body was slowly changing after it merging with the left eye. Zhao Feng calmed down soon as he realized that many others in the Zhao sect had already reached the 3rd rank at his age. He could only be considered talented, not a genius. Taking Zhao Yufei for example, she had reached the peak of the 3rd rank 2 months ago and had already almost learned inner strength, which meant that she had the strength of a quasi-martial artist. I am probably at the same level as Xin Fei and Zhao Yijian. However, I do not have confidence in winning against them. After all, Xin Fei and Zhao Yijian had learned high-rank martial arts skills, and had at least trained them to the low level. For the next 2 days, Zhao Feng consolidated his cultivation. While he was training in the air-pushing breathing technique, he realized that there was a low humming sound. Zhao Feng emboldened his left eye and realized that there was a faint green and red glow forming between his blood and skin. air-pushing breathing technique is nearing the peak of the third level. My strength is not any weaker than Zhao Yufei or Xin Fei, who have quasi-martial artist strength. Once air-pushing breathing technique reached the peak of the third level, he would have the chance at understanding inner strength. Most had to be half-step martial artists to reach this step. Even most peak third rankers could not do this. After he consolidated his foundation, Zhao Feng left the inn and headed towards the Zhao sect. As for the other two blood plants, he did not plan to use them anytime soon. As soon as Zhao Feng left the inn, a beggar wearing torn clothes turned and ran not far away from him. "Master Xin, he has come out." The beggar arrived at a restaurant and reported to a youth clad in silver. "Okay, here's your promised silver." The youth had a cold smile. As Zhao Feng turned into an alleyway, he heard footsteps thundering from behind. Tung so dash. 2 or 3 shadows flipped over the wall and pursued him from behind. "Who's there?" Zhao Feng immediately turned around. "Kid. Leave 10,000 silver and we'll let you go." 3 disciples of the Xin family said as they surrounded Zhao Feng. The one that talked was the youth in silver. "Xin gang." Zhao Feng immediately recognized the youth. The 3 disciples in front of him had all reached the third rank and Xin gang had reached the peak of the third rank. 10,000 silver? Just you 3? Zhao Feng said indifferently as he stood straight. He had spent near 10,000 silver in Sun Feather City and still had 10,000 left. These people obviously planned to take it all for themselves. "Kid. I'm warning you, do not be too arrogant. I was injured the last time, that's why you won. Today we're going to have payback for the losses we had back in Skycloud Forest." "Humph. That day you took 60% of the tiger's worth while one person from our sect died." One of the Xin disciples had greed and unwillingness in his eyes. "Stop speaking such nonsense. We'll take him down quickly in case some accidents happen," the youth on the left said as he kicked towards Zhao Feng. Immediately after, the 2 others followed suit. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash." Zhao Feng laughed as he jumped 7 meters off the ground and landed on top of the wall of a mansion. He had easily dodged the 3 frenzied attacks. "Don't let him run away." Xin gang roared and was the first to leap towards Zhao Feng. "Run?" Zhao Feng looked mockingly at Xin gang as he immediately used the air-pushing breathing technique and lightly floating fairy, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. Not good. Xin gang felt an unbearable pressure coming from his side. Pod dash. Xin gang, who was in mid-air, barely managed to block one punch. Wah! Although he blocked it, the force still made him smash into a stone wall, which made him cough out blood. This kid's strength has probably reached the quasi-4th rank. I cannot even take one of his hits. Xin gang felt his eyes go black and immediately warned his peers, Xin Chen, watch out. However, before he finished warning them, there was a scream coming from his left. Ah! Another youth had his bones broken. Run! The last Xin disciples was scared out of his wits and tried to run. However, before he could escape, a whistling sound came from behind. Pay! He felt his eyes turn black before he could even see the attack. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng had learnt a high-rank martial art skill and when used, could be compared to martial artists of the 4th rank. I will let you off the hook this time, but if you anger me again. Zhao Feng looked coldly at Xin gang and then, like a bird, floated away. What incredible strength and speed! The youth next to Xin gang said dazed. This Zhao Feng has just reached the 3rd rank and already has the strength of a quasi-martial artist, but Zhao Feng's strength right now could be compared with Xin Fei's. After finishing off Xin gang and company, Zhao Feng returned to the Zhao sect. A few disciples that were familiar with Zhao Feng were surprised by his cultivation. When did Zhao Feng reach the 3rd rank of the martial path? They all knew that Zhao Feng's strength was only at the 1st rank 20 days ago. I heard that Zhao Feng and some Xin family disciples killed a green-headed tiger king yesterday and he then stole over half of the spoils. One well-informed Zhao disciple said. One deadly beast is worth around 20 to 30,000 silver. This kid's definitely bought some super expensive herb that increased his cultivation. What is so amazing about using outer help to increase one's cultivation? Those people usually have lower strength. These disciples were all either envious or disdainful. Zhao Feng never thought that the information would reach the sect so fast. Not bothering with these people, Zhao Feng walked straight ahead. Soon he arrived at home. He first sought his mother Zhao Shi sewing clothes. "Father, mother, here is 1,000 silver." Zhao Feng walked inside the room and took out a stack of silver. 1,000 silver? Zhao Shi stared as she picked up the notes. "How did you get so much money?" Zhao Tianyang said in surprise. When he saw that his son's cultivation had reached the 3rd rank, a strange glimmer passed through his eyes. "It happened like this." Zhao Feng then told them a simplistic story of what had happened in Skycloud Forest. After listening to the story, Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Shi had a tinge of questioning apart from their excitement. After all, Zhao Feng did not used to have such a superb performance. However, being parents, they obviously wanted their children to be successful. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged in his room and surveyed the worn-out room. There is still 1 more month until the family sparring contest. If I can become an inner disciple, my parents' status and treatment should become a bit higher. Closing his eyes, Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the pitch-black dimension inside his left eye. The faint green ring had extended to 3 feet. When Zhao Feng was at the 1st rank, the green ring's length was 1 feet, and it was 2 feet when his cultivation reached the 2nd rank. Now, it was 3 feet as he reached the 3rd rank. As the green ring extended, Zhao Feng found that the power of his left eye increased. He could see every item in detail in a range of 10 miles. His mind's energy and reaction speed had also significantly increased. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng started to decipher lightly floating fairy once more. Soon there was less and less of lightly floating fairy left undeciphered. 1/3 left. 1/4 left. 1/5 left. Night. Just as Zhao Feng was exhausted, the last bit of lightly floating fairy was deciphered. At this moment Zhao Feng held his breath as he viewed its contents. This footwork skill can even. Suddenly, his expression was replaced by ecstasy. Chapter 15, Air Crossing Breathing Technique. Lightly floating fairy, late page, only with the air crossing breathing technique can one wield it to its fullest potential. It will be unsurpassable by all those under the 7th rank and is a peak speed skill for all those under the 9th rank. Below is the contents of the air crossing breathing technique, and the minimum requirement are being at the peak of the 3rd rank of the martial path as well as inner strength. As the last 10th of the skill was deciphered, Zhao Feng released his excitement. He never thought that a skill such as lightly floating fairy would have a complementary skill. This was technically buffing lightly floating fairy to an ever higher level. Zhao Feng could now confirm that lightly floating fairy was at least a peak rank martial art skill. Most people knew that martial arts were split into core, low, middle, high and peak. However, this did not mean that peak-ranked martial arts skills were at the top. There were rumors of holy martial skills, skills that surpassed peak-ranked martial arts skills. Likewise, there was the holy martial path above the 9 ranks of martial path. Zhao Feng had heard, however, that, to enter the holy martial path, one needed to learn a holy martial skill. Obviously, with Zhao Feng's status, he couldn't even think about holy skills. Even the true martial artists of Sun Feather City could not touch the level of the holy martial path. Night. Zhao Feng had finally deciphered all of its contents. Now, the entire lightly floating fairy was displayed. If I can gain an understanding of inner strength right now, any opponent under the 4th rank will not be a match for me. Zhao Feng immediately started to learn the contents of lightly floating fairy. Once lightly floating fairy entered the beginning stages, Zhao Feng could immediately start using inner strength. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng had only just understood some parts of lightly floating fairy. However, to try and understand inner strength through lightly floating fairy alone was still a bit difficult. Sun Feather City had thousands of cultivators who had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, but many of them would never understand inner strength and reach the 4th rank. Even some of the sect's talented youths, such as Zhao Yijin and Zhao Yufei, had been stuck for a while and had yet to succeed. Zhao Feng ended that night with failure. Don't rush. I have just stepped into the realm of the 3rd rank, and if I can train the air-pushing breathing technique to the peak of the 3rd level, I believe that my chances of success will increase. The second day, Zhao Feng once again started to train in the air-pushing breathing technique as well as angry dragon fists. On the third day, the air-pushing breathing technique was slowly moving towards the peak of the third level. Zhao Feng felt that his body strength had reached a limit now. Every time he operated it, he felt as if it had reached its peak. He once again tried to condense inner strength, but it again resulted in failure. Every time he failed, his strength would fall into a period of exhaustion. Although Zhao Feng understood the air-crossing breathing technique, to actually successfully form inner strength was an entirely different matter. However, Zhao Feng did not give up, and every time he tried there would be subtle improvements. On the same day, Zhao Feng received a notice. Tomorrow noon there will be a very powerful martial artist giving a lecture on the martial arts field. Every outer disciple had heard this news. An open lecture on the martial arts field? Maybe it was because the family sparring contest was only 1 month away, but the outer disciples all started to put in more effort as well. Zhao Feng was very expectant of this lecture. He had only been at the Zhao sect for half a year, and this was the first time he had this kind of chance. The morning of the 4th day. Although it wasn't noon yet, there were already a lot of Zhao sect disciples here. Zhao Feng even saw many strong outer disciples that weren't usually seen. Look! Those are 2 of the top 3 outer disciples, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Yijin. Even Zhao Guang, who was ranked 5th, is here. The main focus of these people were those at the peak amongst the outer disciples. At the Zhao sect there were over 1,000 youths from the age of 13 to 18. Over half of them had cultivations of the 2nd rank. Obviously, when Zhao Feng came, he was indeed the bottom. On the field, those that held the most attention were those that ranked in the top 10 and top 20. The most focused on person was Zhao Yufei, who was 14 or 15 years of age. Her beauty stood out amongst the crowd. She wasn't just pretty, she also had great talent and was ranked 3rd, equal with Zhao Yijin. Look! That is Zhao Yu, who was ranked 1st. There was a buzz as Zhao Yu appeared. Zhao Feng did not even need to find him as the crowd split apart by itself. Through the pathway came a youth, 16 or 17 years of age. He wore azure-colored clothes and had a simplistic face. He is Zhao Yu? It was Zhao Feng's first time seeing Zhao Yu. He had only heard rumors about him before. Zhao Yu's was older than most disciples, being 17 years of age. This was because once someone became 18 years old, they were considered adults and could no longer be counted as the younger generation. Zhao Yu often cultivated effortlessly inside his own room, so it wasn't common for him to be seen by others. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto Zhao Yu and felt the tremendous pressure coming from him. Although their ranks were the same, Zhao Feng could feel the pressure that being emitted by him. Zhao Feng also felt the immense strength hiding in Zhao Yu's muscles. Because Zhao Yu was older, this meant that he had cultivated longer and had the best foundation. In terms of strength, he was definitely ranked 1st. No wonder he's worthy of the title of being the strongest outer disciples. Zhao Feng felt like he couldn't find any flaws on him. As Zhao Yu appeared, Zhao Yijin, who was ranked 3rd, and Zhao Guang, who was ranked 5th, showed their fighting intent. There wasn't much difference in strength between the top 5 outer disciples. There was still a bit of time before the lecture started. Soon, there was another shout. Zhao Gan's here. Zhao Gan? The person ranked amongst the top 5? The gazes of many disciples turned towards a certain direction. The youth that came was a short-haired youth whose body was as slim as a leopard. Zhao Gan? Zhao Feng felt that the name was familiar. Soon he remembered that this person was Zhao Kuan's brother. And sure enough, behind Zhao Gan came a familiar figure, Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan had also spotted Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng only saw him walk to his brother and say something. And Zhao Gan spun around and his cold eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. You're that Zhao Feng? Zhao Gan said expressionlessly as he walked over. Hua! There was a shock that went through the crowd. What is going on? Why would Zhao Gan trouble someone who was so unknown? Unknown? Someone shook his head and mocked. Zhao Feng is not some unknown brat. A few days ago he killed a green-headed tiger king by accident. Oh, it's him. I heard that he beat up Zhao Gan's little brother. I bet you Zhao Gan is coming for revenge. After a short discussion the crowd soon calmed down. Most of the disciples had playful looks on their faces as Zhao Gan was ranked 5th in the outer disciples. At this moment, even Zhao Yu, who was ranked 1st, Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei, who were equally ranked third, looked over. Zhao Yijian had a gloating expression on his face. He knew Zhao Gan's strength quite well. Zhao Shui, who was next to Zhao Yijian, sighed, but after remembering how Zhao Feng had acted in the medicine pavilion, it was replaced by coldness. On the other side, Zhao Yufei had an interested look. Zhao Feng's performance at the archery field had made her shocked. At this time, Zhao Feng was one of the main focuses on the field. "Kid, today you are going to get humiliated in front of the crowd." Zhao Kuan's lips curled into a smile. Zhao Gan walked step by step, and every step he took caused the atmosphere to tense up. "Yes, I am Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng gave a faint smile as he sized up Zhao Gan. Chapter 16, Beating Zhao Gan. "Yes, I am Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng neither retreated nor gave way. Instead he faced off Zhao Gan. This sight caused many other disciples to be shocked. When did Zhao Feng break through to the third rank? Zhao Kuan and company finally realized Zhao Feng's change. Even Zhao Shui, who was standing next to Zhao Yijian, was shocked. Humph. Just a useless piece of trash using outside help to break through. These people are especially vulnerable. Zhao Yijian said disdainfully. Maybe. Zhao Shui answered. Zhao Feng, you are stronger than I imagined. No wonder you could beat up my brother. Zhao Gan praised Zhao Feng as he stopped 2 yards away from him. Stop praising me, you're here to take revenge for my brother, I presume? Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Yes. Zhao Gan swiftly continued, although my brother is a useless piece of trash. He is still my brother. Zhao Kuan's face turned ugly as Zhao Gan spoke. This brother of his never gave any face to anyone. Zhao Gan continued, you are younger than me and have just reached the third rank. So I won't bully you. If you can live past my first 10 moves, then I will let this off the hook. Sure. Zhao Feng was a bit surprised by how Zhao Gan acted. Zhao Kuan's brother was not as arrogant as he had imagined. The two faced off on a piece of spare land on the martial arts field. It is starting now. Zhao Gan's aura suddenly became cold and his 4 limbs started to bend, like a poisonous snake. 13 changes of the poisonous snake. Some of the disciples knew the history of the move. Being Zhao Gan's opponent, Zhao Feng felt an unknown chill. While both brothers had learned 13 changes of the poisonous snake, Zhao Gan could give him great pressure. Second change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan, like a snake, struck towards Zhao Feng's head. Zhao Feng only felt a chill come towards his head. The opponent's speed and power was double that of Zhao Kuan's. It was good that his left eye could still easily see the route of Zhao Gan's attack, so he put up a fist to block. Pa! Zhao Feng threw off Zhao Gan with his punch, but he felt that the opponent's body was like butter. Zhao Gan twisted on the ground and then used explosive speed and power to charge back towards Zhao Feng. No wonder he is worthy of being the 5th best outer disciple. He had a feeling that his opponent wasn't a person, but a deadly, cunning snake instead. Pa! 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 Zhao Feng had a solemn look on his face as he faced off against Zhao Gan. In that short amount of time, Zhao Feng had almost lost many times. I wonder how far I can go without using my left eye. Zhao Feng was very calm. Once he used his left eye, his reaction speed and vision increased dramatically, so it would not be any challenge for him. Of course, without using his left eye, Zhao Feng's reaction speed had already surpassed martial learners of the same rank. At the beginning, Zhao Feng was under great pressure. However, as the fight continued, he used his experience and battle prowess to fight against Zhao Gan. Pa! Pa! Bang! The two shadows fought together on the field. The two of them both used close battle skills, and the speed they fought at was extremely fast. Zhao Feng's strength is stronger than I imagined. It has already been 5 moves. A few of the other disciples felt that it was unbelievable. His improvement is so insanely fast. Zhao Shui's breathing started to increase. Not far away, Zhao Kuan kept wiping the sweat off his forehead. He thought that with his brother's strength, he would only need 2 or 3 moves to take Zhao Feng down, but the latter had unexpectedly improved so much. Soon it was the 6th move. Just as Zhao Feng and Zhao Gan were on par with each other. 4th change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan's movements became like the sea. It churned, jumped, and wrapped around Zhao Feng. As the fourth change began, Zhao Gan's damage increased dramatically. Zhao Feng felt the pressure increase and remembered that Zhao Kuan had only learnt the first 3 changes of 13 changes of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan, however, had learnt the first 7 changes. Every change after was harder to learn, but the damage would likewise increase dramatically. Zhao Feng felt as if his opponent had no bones and that he was coming closer and closer. Shua. Zhao Feng, on instinct, used lightly floating fairy to pull away from Zhao Gan. Close combat was the forte of 13 changes of the poisonous snake, even angry dragon fists was difficult against it. Tai. Tai. Zhao Feng, in terms of speed, was always faster than Zhao Gan. The 8th move, the 9th move. The 10th move. The 2 shadows split apart as the disciples who were watching held their breath. You have won. Zhao Gan deeply looked at Zhao Feng and seemed helpless. He then turned around and left, leaving a crowd of shocked disciples behind. Thank you for going easy. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. He did not use all his strength in this fight. For example, Zhao Feng did not use his left eye to its extreme. He also did not use lightly floating fairy or the air-pushing breathing technique to their highest potentials. He had 2 reasons for this. Firstly, he wanted to see how strong he was without the use of his left eye. Secondly, he wanted to leave some hidden cards for the family sparring contest. The result was very obvious. When he restrained himself from using these things, he was on par with Zhao Gan. Obviously, Zhao Feng could not confirm if Zhao Gan had left some hidden moves either, as the 2 of them had only exchanged 10 blows. When did he get so strong? A few of those who were familiar with Zhao Feng now stared at him with their eyes open. Zhao Kuan was even more exaggerated. He opened his mouth like a wooden chicken. Big brother, if you cannot beat him in 10 moves, you can still beat him up for me. Zhao Kuan said as he caught up to Zhao Gan. You better give up. Even if there were no restrictions, I cannot beat him either. His speed is too fast for me. Zhao Gan shook his head. How is this possible? Zhao Kuan knew that his brother did not lie. It wasn't his attitude. He won. Zhao Shue's body turned rigid as she looked complexly at the youth not far away. That youth seemed especially handsome, tall, than it was at this point. This kid actually has a few tricks. Zhao Yijian had a cold expression on his face, but he only fought against Zhao Gan for 10 moves. While Zhao Gan has already lost to me long ago. Zhao Shui let out a breath as she heard Zhao Yijian's words. She did not understand why she was so afraid of Zhao Feng becoming strong. The stronger he became, the more she felt conflicted. After the sparring match, the field resumed to its original state. This was because it was nearing noon and the powerful martial artist would be giving the lecture soon. Coach Chen is here. The crowd suddenly became excited. Zhao Feng followed everyone's eyesights and saw a tall, muscular man slowly walk onto the martial arts field. This is Coach Chen. Zhao Feng secretly opened his left eye and saw that there was a faint yellow glow being emitting from his blood. The inner strength was pushed every time he let out a breath. This created an unseen pressure. Why did powerful people have a different aura and create unseen pressure? Zhao Feng understood a bit through looking at him. At this moment, every step Coach Chen took and every glance he made created pressure. This aura belonged to martial artists. Any martial learner under the 4th rank might not even have the courage to attack. So strong. The disciples had faces of awe and fear. How many martial learners on Greenflower Continent wanted to have the title of martial artist? Even Zhao Feng was similar. However, his goal was not limited to this. His goal was martial master, those that had the 7th rank or higher. And even the rumored holy martial path. Today I am going to talk about how the skills for martial learners of the 3rd rank or lower should be used. I will also be talking about my experience of inner strength. Coach Chen's voice was deep but not loud. However, even those that were a few hundred meters away could hear him clearly. After hearing experiences of inner strength, Zhao Yijin, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Yu had their eyes brighten. Inner strength of the martial path? What a coincidence! Zhao Feng became full of expectations. Chapter 17, Inner Strength of the Martial Path. As everyone know, the martial path is split into 9 ranks. The first 3 ranks are known as the power ranks and have the title of martial learners. The 4th to 6th ranks are known as martial artists, and the 7th to 9th rank are known as martial masters. Everyone who are martial masters have a high status, even the Zhao sect does not have many of them. Coach Chen simply explained about the 9 ranks of the martial path. Every 3 ranks have a huge gap between them. Zhao Feng's mind drew a simple diagram. First 3 ranks, strengthen the body and set up a good foundation. 4th to 6th rank, form inner strength. Every move and action far surpasses the power of martial learners. 7th to 9th ranks, upgrading inner strength to transformation strength, which can attack through the air. There were rumors in Cloud Country of big martial masters, those who had reached the peak of the 9th rank and had the title of 10,000 men army, that could easily kill their enemies. In their eyes, normal martial artists and deadly beasts were ants. First we will talk about the 1st and 2nd rank of the martial path. Through martial art skills, we strengthen our body and blood. Coach Chen first talked about the foundation of the first 2 ranks. Many of the disciples on the field had already reached the 3rd rank, so they did not pay much attention to it. Zhao Feng paid close attention as he had been at the 1st rank of the martial path for a very long time. And the 100 or so martial art books in his mind were then viewed differently. He suddenly remembered the first skill he learnt, flaming metal fists. Slowly, the moves, experience and skills faded out of his memory. Zhao Feng was shocked as he did not know what this meant. The only thing he knew was that flaming metal fists had reached its perfection. He did not realize that he had accidentally entered a meditational state. These states were rare, even for geniuses. Next we will talk about the skills of the 2nd and 3rd rank, and how to execute them. Coach Chen didn't just speak, he also showed how to practice them. Being a true martial artist, any move Coach Chen showed were all middle-ranked martial arts trained to the peak level. Even if Coach Chen used the power of the 3rd rank and middle-ranked martial arts, he could still easily beat the top 10 disciples. Lastly, I will be telling you tricks about inner strength. A few of you have already reached the peak of the 3rd rank and are just a bit away from entering the 4th rank. As Coach Chen spoke up to hear, his lips curled into a smile. The top 10 outer disciples had all reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Even I cannot fully explain how inner strength works. The key point is how each of you understands inner strength. All I can do is give you some of my experiences. Coach Chen's voice turned low. Just as he finished his sentence, he gave a frightening aura. At that moment, all the Zhao sect disciples were unable to breathe properly. The unseen pressure flooded over all the martial learners. What strength? Is this inner strength? If I had that, I could try to break through to become a true martial artist. The crowd held their breaths as they looked on in awe. Inner strength is, after all, a type of power that forms from within one's body. Thus, strong blood is the key point in forming inner strength. And the strength of one's blood depends on how strong one's body and bones are. This is also why the first 3 ranks are known as the power ranks. They provide a solid foundation to be built on. Coach Chen said as he demonstrated. Rock-breaking palm. A faint yellow glow emitted from the center of his palm. Pad dash. Before the palm even hit the ground, the force from the palm had already arrived. Ah! That palm's power, filled with inner strength, was like a mountain that came crushing towards the disciples. The aura alone could make the martial learners lose. Plop! 3 disciples of the 2nd rank who stood at the front fell onto the ground. Humph! I can see that your foundation is weak. The wind from my palm has already made you fall. If it was someone of the 7th rank or higher instead of me, you guys would have already been crushed into pieces. Coach Chen shook his head. As he was explaining and demonstrating, one youth was like a sculpture that didn't move. After Coach Chen finished his demonstration, the youth closed his eyes. Inner strength is like that. Zhao Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, the picture of a person's body once again came up. At a certain point, a faint yellow glow came from inside the blood. When Coach Chen was demonstrating earlier, Zhao Feng had used his left eye to get a better look. His eye had caught every subtle change in Coach Chen's body, including how inner strength was formed. In his mind, this scene was now being replayed back and forth. Maybe Coach Chen himself could not understand the changes in his body so precisely. Next, Coach Chen demonstrated some of his own experiences again. Every time he demonstrated, Zhao Feng would use his left eye to observe. While the other disciples could only hear the reasoning, Zhao Feng could fully see how it was formed. Half an hour later, Coach Chen's lecture ended. You cannot force inner strength. To form inner strength you must have good talent and a solid foundation. Coach Chen shook his head as he left. It was obvious that he did not have much hope in these outer disciples. If his explanation could make one or two of them understand inner strength, it would have been unexpected. After Coach Chen left, most disciples were left with questioning faces. After all, inner strength could not be described. It was different for everyone. Obviously, the disciples that ranked highly had gained some insights. Zhao Yu, who was ranked first, and Zhao Yijian sometimes had expressions of thought and sometimes expressions of happiness. Zhao Yufei's eyebrows were slightly fluttering. As for Zhao Feng, he closed his eyes while standing still. Inside his mind, the memory of Coach Chen performing was played over and over. A while later, Zhao Feng let out a breath as he hurriedly returned home. Bang! As soon as he got home, he closed the room and sat down cross-legged. I have finally understood how inner strength works. Inside his mind, the late pages of Lightly Floating Fairy came up once again. According to the air-pushing breathing technique, if he trained it to the peak of the third level, he would have the foundation to form inner strength. The same day he fully absorbed the insights he gained. At night, Zhao Feng performed the air-pushing breathing technique a few times to confirm that he had reached the peak of the third level. It is starting now. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he slowly tried to form inner strength. According to Lightly Floating Fairy, Zhao Feng slowly pushed his blood together. Compared with the air-pushing breathing technique, the standards of Lightly Floating Fairy were much higher. Soon Zhao Feng's blood passed through his body. Everything went smoothly. However, just at the end, Zhao Feng felt like he had no energy left. The reason was because, although Zhao Feng's blood was strong, he was lacking in quantity. In terms of blood strength he could be compared to Zhao Yu, but in terms of quantity he was still a way off. Zhao Feng had not reached the peak of the third rank, and the way in which Lightly Floating Fairy formed inner strength was harder than most other skills. If I fail, my blood will fall into a period of weakness and it will be harder for me to form it next time. Zhao Feng bit his teeth as he took out a 200-year-old blood plant. Who? Zhao Feng sucked in a breath as the energy from the blood plant merged into his bloodstream. Why? At the last moment Zhao Feng felt the blood rushing within him. Ha! A shout as loud as lightning sounded within the room, causing the windows to rattle. Suddenly, the room became dark due to the fact that the candle had been blown out. Under the moonlight there was a youth full of anticipation who slowly opened his palm. Then, a beautiful faint green glow appeared. Chapter 18, Ranking. I did it. Zhao Feng restrained himself from shouting. At this moment, he only needed one thought to emit a faint green glow from his palm. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. This was the first thread of inner strength that Zhao Feng had formed. He had never thought that his dream would be so close to him. Once someone formed their first thread of inner strength, the bottleneck to the fourth rank would be almost non-existent. For Zhao Feng, it was now only a matter of time. He only needed to reach the peak of the third rank and he would be able to step into the fourth rank, becoming a true martial artist. There is not any other outer disciples in the Zhao sect that have formed their first thread of inner strength yet. Not even Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian. When Zhao Feng thought up to here he had a satisfied expression. Being able to form inner strength at the third rank meant that he was unstoppable for his cultivation level. The 200-year-old blood plant cannot go to waste. Zhao Feng felt that his body still had remnants left from the blood plant, so he formed a few more threads of inner strength. Inner strength was one's strength compressed into a higher level. To consolidate his inner strength, Zhao Feng meditated for 1 day and 1 night. The moment he stepped out of his room he felt that every breath of his could instantly conjure great pressure. Zhao Feng's parents were also aware of this. Fomer seems a bit different. It seems he has more energy nowadays. Zhao sure smiled. It is time for his growth spurt. His father Zhao Tianyang even felt a faint pressure emanating from Zhao Feng. Their feelings were not wrong. These changes indeed did occur on Zhao Feng. After merging with the mysterious eye, Zhao Feng's blood had started to slowly change. The most obvious point was his strength. It had increased at a rapid rate. His height and mental energy were also growing. Adding on the change of his heart state, his whole aura had changed. Even my parents can see that I have changed. This means that martial artists can easily see that I have formed inner strength. Zhao Feng went into deep thought. There was still 1 month left until the family sparring contest, and his goal was to enter the top 3. I need a way to hide my inner strength. Soon, the 100 martial art skills popped up in his mind. He soon chose a skill named Hiding Air Technique. The hiding air technique was not a combat skill, it could not even increase one's cultivation. The reason why Zhao Feng picked it up before was because it was a peak middle-ranked martial art, the same level as Angry Dragon Fists. If hiding air technique was trained to the low level, it could hide one's inner strength and cultivation. When it reached the high level, one could control one's aura. When it reached the peak level, one could erase one's aura, which could be used for tracking and spying. Even a dog would be unable to smell one's presence. Zhao Feng began to train in the hiding air technique on the same day. Although it was a peak, middle-ranked martial art, it was easy for Zhao Feng to train in it. Using just half a day worth of time, Zhao Feng had already trained the hiding air technique to the low level, which meant that he could now conceal his inner strength. Even true martial artists of the 4th rank or higher would be unable to find out that Zhao Feng had inner strength. According to the book, one needed at least a few months to train it to the low level. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked, but then he thought about how he had even learnt lightly floating fairy, which was a high-rank martial art. Since the hiding air technique was now at the low level, Zhao Feng could now openly walk around. After a few more days, it was the time for signing up for the family sparring contest. Fomer, you can sign up for the family sparring contest now. Do not forget to register. Zhao Tianyang warned him. Okay, I will go right now. Zhao Feng was very confident. Zhao Tianyang nodded his head. You have already reached the 3rd rank. You should be able to reach the top 100. Top 100? Zhao Feng laughed as he shook his head. His parents did not have much confidence in him. Zhao Feng felt certain that if he could not place first, he could still place in the top 3. Soon after, Zhao Feng arrived at the registering place. The family sparring contest was held once every 3 years and the sign-up time was 1 month before the contest itself. There were many other disciples lining up when Zhao Feng arrived. Did you hear? This year's rewards are extremely good. One Zhao disciple said. Rewards? Tell us. No wonder you are an inner disciple. A few surrounding disciples had interested expressions as they looked towards the inner disciple. Their discussion caught Zhao Feng's attention. He looked at the inner disciple who had a cultivation at the peak of the 3rd rank. From the aura he released, his strength was at least on par with Zhao Gan. No wonder he's worthy of being an inner disciple. Zhao Feng thought, any random inner disciple has such strength. Those that become one of the top 50 will become inner disciples and will have the chance to enter the 2nd floor of the martial arts library and choose a high-rank martial art skill. They will also receive a 300-year-old blood plant. Those that reach the top 20 can choose 2 high-ranked martial arts skill and will get 2 300-year-old blood plants. The inner disciple paused. Whoa! 300-year-old blood plants. The sect is spending a lot of money for this year's contest. High-rank martial arts skills. Normal disciples will probably never even learn one. The disciples around seemed shocked by the news. Even Zhao Feng felt excited. A 300-year-old blood plant was worth 3,000 silver. Obviously, the fact that they got to enter the 2nd floor of the martial arts library was more exciting to him. If I get the chance to go inside the 2nd floor of the martial arts library, I can take out a large amount of high-ranked skills. Zhao Feng was full of anticipation. This time the inner disciple continued, the top 10 can choose 2 high-rank martial arts and will also get a 500-year-old blood plant. 500-year-old blood plant. Many disciples rubbed their palms together as they thought about it. One 500-year-old blood plant was worth 10,000 silver. Apparently the top 3 can choose a peak rank skill, 2 high rank skills and will also get a Yun blood pill. Peak rank martial art. Yun blood pill? Someone who trained a peak rank martial art could cultivate up to the 9th rank of the martial path. As for the Yun blood pill, it was a precious pill that helped increase one's cultivation. This type of precious pill was worth over 50,000 silver. What does first place get? Someone asked. You are right. Usually first place gets an extra reward. A few Zhao disciples said. First place will definitely have extra rewards, but even I do not know what that is. The inner disciple shook his head. Ah. The disciples felt disappointed. However, because they did not know, they felt more intrigued to find out. After waiting for a long time, Zhao Feng finally arrived at the registration place and took a badge. The badge had a number of 188 on it. Zhao Feng knew what his number was. The Zhao sect had a few hundred disciples entering the contest. According to the rules, there were only 50 spots for inner disciples under the age of 18. There were 50 inner disciples at the moment. This meant that some inner disciples may be eliminated and then replaced by the newer generation of disciples. Therefore, this contest was very cruel. After signing up, Zhao Feng returned home to work even harder. Days passed. The time for the family sparring contest became closer and closer. 20 days before the family sparring contest started, there was already an estimated ranking list. And the person who ranked first was an inner disciple who was the genius of the Zhao sect, Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong had reached the 4th rank of the martial path 2 years ago. He was ranked 3rd in the last contest. At that time he wasn't even 15 years old. Now, he was one of the 4 geniuses of Sun Feather City. There was no doubt that he was the strongest. Second place was Zhao Qi, 3rd place Zhao Han, 4th place Zhao Qin. 21st place Zhao Yu. When Zhao Feng saw this, he took a cold breath. Zhao Yu, who was first amongst the outer disciples, did not even reach the top 20 of the inner disciples. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei were respectively ranked 38 and 40. As for Zhao Gan and Zhao Guang, who were both ranked in the top 5 amongst the outer disciples, they were ranked overall as 49th and 53rd. The ranking had a total of 100 people. Zhao Feng kept on looking. Finally, at the second to last name on the list, Zhao Feng finally found his own name. Chapter 19, Start of the Martial Contest. 99th? Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. I am getting pumped up for this contest. Those that could rank in the top 100 were all considered talented in the sect. After all, there were over thousands of youths between the ages of 12 and 18 in the sect. And at least 500 of them had entered the competition. If Zhao Feng did not merge with the mysterious eye, he would not even have the right to enter right now. There are still 20 days left. I need to use my time wisely. Zhao Feng headed straight home to prepare for the competition. The time of the family sparring contest was coming closer and closer. All of the Zhao sect youths were under a tense atmosphere. Many disciples even broke through under this pressure. This was the result that the Zhao sect's higher level wanted. After Zhao Feng returned home, apart from consolidating his inner strength, he kept on training in Angry Dragon Fists. Up to now, Angry Dragon Fists was Zhao Feng's most powerful attack skill. Half a month ago, he had trained Angry Dragon Fists to the high level. Now, his Angry Dragon skill had reached the peak level. The peak level represented 90% or higher of its maximum damage, which was more than 50% stronger than it in the high level. Up to now, Zhao Feng had never heard of any other outer disciples who had trained a middle rank skill to the peak level. There was still half a month left till the contest. Zhao Feng put even more energy into cultivating. His key focus was the air-crossing breathing technique, as it helped with inner strength. To further his cultivation, Zhao Feng even used his 300-year-old blood plant. Since he had already formed the first few thread of inner strength, his cultivation had increased at an insane speed and easily broke through to the peak of the 3rd rank. He was only half a step away from entering the 4th rank. Whew! Zhao Feng let out a long breath. He had trained his body to its maximum potential. There are still 3 days left. I wonder if I can reach the 4th rank. Zhao Feng murmured. Being the Zhao sect's most favored genius, Zhao Linlong had apparently reached the 4th rank 2 years ago. For the next 2 days, Zhao Feng tried to reach the 4th rank but failed at both of his attempts. This was within his expectations though. My inner strength and body strength is still far away from reaching the 4th rank. Zhao Feng soon found the reason. The first 3 ranks of the martial path talked about a solid foundation. If the foundation was not solid, it would affect the realms later on. And for the past 2 months Zhao Feng had broken through at extreme speed, which made his foundation not be solid enough. Zhao Feng knew this and did not forcibly try to reach the 4th rank. Soon there was only 1 day left. The family sparring contest will start tomorrow. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and a faint green glow appeared as he opened his palms. Having inner strength, he could instantly kill a cultivator of the 3rd rank. Now, his strength was not that of a quasi-martial artist anymore. It was that of a half-step martial artist. A quasi-martial artist could easily defeat a normal 3rd rank in 1 or 2 moves and would even cause a certain amount of threat towards deadly beasts such as the green-headed Tiger King. However, once one reached the point of half-step martial artist, one's strength exceeded that of a quasi-martial artist. Zhao Feng could now even exchange a few blows with the green-headed Tiger King. The biggest difference between him and martial artists was not inner strength, instead it was body strength. That night, in a certain garden in the Zhao sect, Jiang! A sword was drawn from its sheath and created illusions in the air. The sword's owner was a youth clothed in purple. His sword's power had reached a frightening level. His casual strikes could be compared with Xin Fei's cracking wind sword, which could kill cultivators of the 3rd rank in 1 move. Jinner, not bad. You have already trained the high-rank skill cold flowing sword to the high level. Out of the outer disciples, it is probably only you who have trained a high-rank martial art to the high level. A middle-aged man said smiling. The purple-clothed youth was Zhao Yijian, who was ranked 3rd amongst the outer disciples. It looks like the 1st place amongst the outer disciples will be changing soon. And Zhao Feng, that bug, will be crushed under my feet. Zhao Yijian said coldly. When he mentioned Zhao Feng, his sword suddenly fired 5 different blows. The strength he used would even shock true martial artists. Jinner, your eyesight is limited. Do not just think about the outer disciples. The middle-aged man shook his head. Your true opponents are inner disciples. With your strength, you can easily make it into the top 20, but you will be making me blush if you could make it to the top 10. Yes, father. I am 70% sure that I can make the top 10. Zhao Yijian was very confident as he said this. In another building in the Zhao sect. Yufei, the preliminaries are starting tomorrow. How confident are you? A one-armed old man said as he smiled. Do not worry, grandfather, I have complete confidence that no one amongst the outer disciples are my match. Zhao Yufei's face gave a warm glow as she smiled. You need only worry about Zhao Yijian. As for Zhao Yu, his forte is defense, so he should not be able to threaten you. The one-armed old man analyzed. Zhao Yijian? Maybe. Zhao Yufei felt incredible. Being one of the sect's geniuses, there was no one who could enter her eyes. However, she did not know why that youth kept appearing in her mind. That person was not even ranked in the top 10 amongst the outer disciples. Also, if you enter the finals and meet Zhao Linlong, who is ranked 1st, do not be stubborn. After all, he is the most powerful one amongst the Zhao sect's youths. The old man warned. At the same time, in a magnificent structure. Donner, Koener, both of you have to perform well in this year's contest. Especially you, Gonner. Your strength has reached that of a quasi-martial artist. With that, you should aim for the top 10. An arrogant voice sounded. Yes, father. With my strength, even Zhao Yu, who is ranked 1st amongst the outer disciples, is not my match. Zhao Gan said casually. Zhao Koen, who was next to him, said, Zhao Feng. I have reached the 3rd rank now and have trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to the first 6 changes. I will beat you at this contest. Even some of the elders were anticipating this contest. Countless of Zhao sect disciples were rubbing their palms together for tomorrow's fight. Everyone were waiting for the chance to change their destiny. The morning of the next day. Just as the sky turned bright, a lot of people came into view as they gathered at the Sky Marshal Field, an important area of the sect. Many of those who arrived were Zhao sect disciples, and a few of them had middle or high positions in the sect. The top 3 outer disciples, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yufei, had also arrived. Even Zhao Feng was here. This was his first time entering the Sky Marshal Field. The Sky Marshal Field had 10 stages, all over them had a surface area of 100 meters. As time passed, the disciples that arrived increased. However, most of them were outer disciples. There were not many inner disciples that showed up. Zhao Feng did not find it weird, as there would first be preliminaries. The preliminaries first started with the outer disciples. 50 outer disciples would then face off against the other 50 inner disciples. The point of this was to eliminate the weak outer disciples, leaving just the elite behind. This meant that the inner disciples did not need to enter the preliminaries. They only had to wait for the final tournament that was half a month later. Finally, around 20 inner disciples came into view. These inner disciples had looks of interest as they looked towards the outer disciples. There is a few, quite strong, outer disciples. I wonder how many inner disciples will be eliminated. I think only the top 3 have a chance at becoming inner disciples. The inner disciples discussed. Look! Zhao Qin, who is ranked 4th amongst the inner disciples, is here. The crowd went into dead silence. She was one of the main focuses of the inner disciples. She had a clear face and a quiet attitude. As Zhao Feng inspected the girl with his left eye, he found out that she had inner strength that was weaker his own. Martial artist. This Zhao Qin has reached the 4th rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng sucked in a cold breath. Although he knew that the inner disciples had incredible talent, it was higher than he expected. If Zhao Qin, who was ranked 4th, already had a cultivation of the 4th rank, then how strong would Zhao Linlong, who was ranked 1st, be? I heard that Zhao Qin's strength is only weaker than the strength of Zhao Linlong, Zhao Han, and Zhao Qi, and that it is one step below the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. 1st place Zhao Linlong, 2nd place Zhao Qi, 3rd place Zhao Han. None of them are here. Zhao Yu, who was 1st in the outer disciples, had his expression turn ugly. It was obvious that none of them felt that it was worth watching the matches of the outer disciples. Their strength and rank had reached an unwaverable step. Maybe they would only be seen at the final tournament. Half an hour later, a voice sounded throughout the field. The family sparring contest starts now. Today is the preliminaries and only the outer disciples will participate. Only 50 of the 522 people will proceed to the final tournament. Chapter 20, Core Ranked Martial Art Skill. The voice sounded the official start of the family sparring contest. The field went quiet. The first round, group elimination. The contestants will be split into 10 groups, spread over the 10 stages. Now we will start splitting the groups. Under the sect's guidance, the outer disciples were split into 10 different groups. Number 188, 7th stage. Zhao Feng headed towards the 7th stage. The rule was that, in every stage, 10 people would be chosen out of the 50-ish people to proceed to the next round. For example, Zhao Feng's group had 52 people, and only 10 of them would proceed to the next round. Using his left eye, Zhao Feng scanned across the 10 groups and realized that the group splitting was rigged. The most obvious was that the top 10 disciples were all in different groups. For example, Zhao Yu, who was 1st, had been sent to the 1st group. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei were sent into the 2nd and 3rd group respectively. This meant that the top disciples would not meet too early on. Every group has an even spread of strong and weak disciples. This means that there will not be many youths that will advance through luck. Zhao Feng nodded his head in agreement. Next, Zhao Feng started to survey the ones that threatened him most. The strongest was Zhao Chenggang, who was ranked 7th amongst the outer disciples. Zhao Chenggang stood tall as his peak of the 3rd rank aura spread out. To be able to rank in the top 10 amongst the outer disciples meant that they had their own forte. Zhao Feng was taken aback when he felt a familiar person in Group 7. It was a beautiful figure clothed in white. Brother Feng. Zhao Shui said as she looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded in response. Little Shui. It is all right. Brother Jin told me to beat up Zhao Feng and make him be unable to achieve a good result. Zhao Chenggang, who was ranked 1st out of the group, said as he walked towards Zhao Shui. You? Zhao Shui was going to say something but stopped herself from doing so. She did not know why she did not want Zhao Feng to achieve a good result. At this time the tournament started. 13 versus 65. 48 versus 355. 179 versus 24. The judges' voices sounded in each group. The first few rounds ended quickly. The judges were all from the sect and had rich experience. For those matches that were one-sided, the judges could always quickly make the correct decision. For example, Zhao Chungang defeated his opponent in one hit. 188 versus 24. It was finally Zhao Feng's turn. Tai. His body swiftly landed on stage. 24 was a youth who had a cultivation of the second rank. His eyes let out fear when he realized that Zhao Feng was at the third rank. Slamming wind palm. The slightly fat youth bit his teeth together and attacked with all his might. The skill he used was at the middle rank and used speed to try and win. Flaming metal fists. Zhao Feng casually waved his fist. The moment he used his fist skill, the expression of the judge on the 7th stage changed. This was because Zhao Feng was using a core rank martial art skill. Pay. As they exchanged blows, the slightly fat youth was sent flying. Number 188 wins. The judge said. Because Zhao Feng's opponent was not strong, he did not receive much attention. Humph. This kid is so arrogant, using a core rank martial art. The disciples below sniggered. Number 188 versus number 66. Soon, it was Zhao Feng's time to go up again. There was a rule in each group: once one lost a total of 10 matches, one was eliminated. The matches would not stop until there were only 10 people left. If one could win 20 matches in a row, one would be promoted to the second round. Zhao Feng's second match was against a horse-faced youth who had a cultivation at the peak of the second rank. Flaming metal fist. Zhao Feng did not even think as he hit the vital parts of the opponent. Pay. The horse-faced youth cringed as he fell head over heels onto the ground. He used a core rank martial art again. The Zhao sect disciples looked on disdainfully. Number 188 wins. This was already Zhao Feng's second victory. However, for the next two matches, Zhao Feng still used the core rank martial art. 4 wins in a row. This brat's way too arrogant. Does he think he is unbeatable by using a core rank martial art? Humph. His opponents aren't even strong. Once he faces someone of the same rank, it won't be that easy. The disciples below sniggered. Number 188 versus number 47. Finally, at the 5th round, Zhao Feng's opponent was someone of the 3rd rank, who was also ranked in the top 5 in his group. Zhao Kuwei. Beat that kid. Someone shouted. Many were already dissatisfied with Zhao Feng. Kid, this is as far as you go. Zhao Kuwei's muscular body stood in front. His immense strength was all compacted in his muscles. He normally just had to stand there and the second rankers would admit defeat due to the pressure. There were a total of around 60 people who had reached the 3rd rank amongst the outer disciples. Therefore, a 3rd rank was considered to be powerful in the groups. Use all of your skills. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. He did not put normal 3rd rankers in his eyes. Ha ha ha. If you've got guts, keep on using that core rank martial art. Zhao Kuei laughed and, like a lion, pounced towards Zhao Feng. Lion King's anger. Zhao Kuei compacted all of his strength into his body. Most peak 3rd rankers would not even face him off. He not bad. See if you can block my move, Flaming Metal Fist. Zhao Feng actually still used core level martial arts. Flaming Metal Fist again? The disciples watching almost fainted. Who? A loud thump sounded from the 7th stage and a scream soon followed. Boom! Zhao Kuei's massive body laid on the ground. A few of his teeth were also broken. What? The crowd below stared at this scene. Number 188 wins. Even the judge felt that it was unbelievable. He again won with a core rank martial art. 5 wins in a row. This was slapping the disciples' faces on purpose. Core rank martial art. How is this possible? Zhao Kuei walked off stage, his face green. After beating Zhao Kuei, Zhao Feng's matches became easier. 5 wins. 6 wins. 7 wins in a row. Later on, all those under the 3rd rank admitted defeat when they saw him. The only other person with the same record as him in Group 7 was Zhao Chenggang. It looks like this kid had trained the core-ranked martial art to the peak level, no wonder it is so powerful. Wait until you meet me, then I'll let you have a taste of high-level martial art skills, Zhao Chenggang laughed coldly. Up to now Zhao Feng and Zhao Chenggang had become known as the duo eagles of the 7th stage, as they both had not lost one match yet. 7 wins. 8 wins. 9 wins. 10 wins in a row. Who do you think is stronger? Zhao Feng or Zhao Chenggang? I think Zhao Chenggang is a bit stronger, but Zhao Feng is not weak either, he is a black horse. They had 2 people with the same streak, unlike the other groups where there was just a single dominant figure. For example, all the opponents Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian faced, they all admitted defeat. Zhao Yijian's strength was too powerful. Every move he took could kill his opponent. Only Group 7 had the Duo Eagles title. Many were excited and looked forward to the clash between Zhao Feng and Zhao Chenggang. In Zhao Feng's 12th match, he met a familiar person. It was Zhao Shui. This was an awkward opponent. Little Shui, admit defeat. Zhao Feng said calmly. Zhao Shui had barely managed to reach the peak of the 2nd rank, she obviously wasn't his match. Even Zhao Yijian, who was in Group 2, looked over to see what was going on. Admit defeat? Never. Zhao Shui bit her teeth as her face turned stubborn. She would never allow herself to admit defeat in front of Zhao Feng. When they were at Greenleaf Village, Zhao Shui had loved Zhao Feng, thinking he was the most talented youth there was. However, after entering Sun Feather City she realized that Greenleaf Village was tiny in comparison. Being a weak woman, she could not adapt to the cruel new environment, so she made a hard decision, to climb onto Zhao Yijian, who was ranked 3rd. Zhao Shui would never allow herself to admit defeat to her first love that she then threw away. Fine. Zhao Feng shook his head helplessly. Floating wind hand. Zhao Shui was like a wind that merged into that palm and came straight towards Zhao Feng's head. Floating wind hand was a martial art skill at the peak of the middle rank and was suitable for women as it used softness to break hardness. In terms of martial art skill rank, floating wind hand was the same as angry dragon fists, but it could restrain the latter from using its fullest potential, like how it could restrain flaming metal fists as well. Flaming metal fist. Zhao Feng did not move and simply threw out a punch. Pa! The fist and palm intertwined together. Suddenly Zhao Shui groaned and started to fall. AI. Zhao Feng gently sighed and tried to help Zhao Shui stabilize. After all, they had grown up together and he could not bear to see her being injured. Pointed wind finger. The moment Zhao Feng held Zhao Shui, the latter's eyes flashed coldly and her jade-like fingers sliced at Zhao Feng's chest. This scene caused many disciples to scream in fear. At such a close distance, Zhao Feng could not dodge at all. Humph. Zhao Feng's expression turned angry and his body suddenly burst with power, sending Zhao Shui flying. Plop. Zhao Shui screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood as she landed on the ground. Number 188 wins. The judge said while looking disdainfully at Zhao Shui. It was obvious Zhao Shui's actions did not please him. Schwerer. Zhao Yijian came running over. Zhao Feng coldly walked down the stage. He never thought that Zhao Shui would attack him under those conditions. Kid. We'll meet later on. I'll give you a personal experience of shame. Zhao Yijian coldly said. I'll be waiting. Zhao Feng turned and left without bothering to look at Zhao Shui. He then heard Zhao Shui say in the background, Brother Jian, you have got to take revenge for me. After beating Zhao Shui, Zhao Feng had won 12 matches. 12 wins. 13 wins. 14 wins in a row. Zhao Feng's record steadily increased. His core-ranked fist skill wiped out everyone at the 7th stage. Only Zhao Chenggang in the 7th stage had the same record as him. There are still 6 matches left until I can enter the next round. However, at the 15th round, Zhao Feng met Zhao Chenggang, who was ranked 1st in the group. The duo eagles were now facing each other. The atmosphere had reached a climax on the 7th stage. They are finally meeting each other. The disciples of the 7th stage let out a deep breath as they became excited. Even some of the contestants from the other stages looked anticipatedly over at the 7th stage. The judge of the 7th stage let out a smile. Kid, I've finally met you. If you've got skill, then keep using your core rank fist skill. Zhao Chungang licked his lips as his eyes showed a tinge of playfulness. In terms of strength, Zhao Chungang was ranked in the top 10 amongst the outer disciples and had learned high-ranked martial arts, which were 3 ranks higher than core rank martial arts. Why not? I will keep on using my core rank fist skill. Zhao Feng said calmly. What? He is still going to use the core rank fist skill? The crowd was filled of cold breaths. Did this kid eat the wrong medicine? Way too arrogant. Does he think that, just by using a core rank fist skill alone, he can beat the whole group? Still using a core rank fist skill? The judge's face twitched. Even from the judge's point of view, he thought that Zhao Feng was being way too arrogant. Being the opponent, Zhao Qinggong's smile froze. It was as if he had been slapped. Chapter 21, Max Level. Obviously, Zhao Feng's words caused an outrage. Especially in the 7th group, almost all of them hated Zhao Feng. Humph. This guy is way too arrogant. Zhao Chungang. Take him down. The disturbance caused others to look over. Core rank martial art? That is a bit interesting. A quiet girl smiled as she looked on interestingly. She was Zhao Qin, who was ranked 4th amongst the inner disciples. Being an inner disciple, Zhao Qin did not need to enter the preliminaries. With her cultivation, she could beat everyone present. Even when compared to Zhao Yu, their difference was too big. Fine. I will see how strong your core ranked martial art is. Zhao Qinggong's face was deadly. The opponent's performance was slapping his face. Flowing Wind Fist. Zhao Qinggong pushed down his anger and used the high-rank skill Flowing Wind Fist. This fist skill used strength and speed to overpower the opponent. Its attack was like a raging storm. Zhao Qinggong's strength was well within the crowd's expectations. His power was approaching that of a quasi-martial artist and did not disappoint. However, most of them were more focused on Zhao Feng. Facing the outer disciples ranked 7th, would he still use core rank martial arts? Zhao Feng used his actions to prove what he said. Flaming Metal Fist. The simple punch gave off a red glow. It was core martial arts again. It is Flaming Metal Fist again. He is still using core rank martial arts? The Zhao sect disciples were shocked. A lot of them had thought that Zhao Feng was just joking, and that he wasn't going to do it. However, the truth was, he was even crazier than expected. Kid, fall. Zhao Qinggong's eyes looked as they could spit out fire as his 2 fists came crushing towards Zhao Feng. The power contained inside his fists made many Zhao sect disciples shout out. Normal 3rd-rank cultivators won't even be able to take this one punches. Not bad, Flowing Wind Fists has reached the low level. It is obvious that he has trained hard. Even some of the older generation nodded their head. Pay. The 2 figures clashed together, fist against fist. Go down. Zhao Qinggong pushed his Flowing Wind Fist to the max. If he used a high-rank martial art and couldn't take down Zhao Feng in 2 or 3 moves, then how would he be able to get a foot in amongst the top 10 outer disciples? Open. Zhao Feng was calm. His fist seemed to be alive and easily blocked Zhao Qinggong's fist. Boom. The burn on Zhao Qinggong's fist made his fist go numb as he was pushed back 2 steps, while Zhao Feng only trembled but did not move. How is this possible? Zhao Chungang was shocked. He had thought that he could take down Zhao Feng in 1 punch, but in reality, he was casually blocked by a core-ranked martial art. What is going on? The Zhao sect disciple around paused. I do not believe it. It was an accident. It accidentally hit the weakness of my move. Zhao Qinggong howled as he again pounced towards using Flowing Wind Fist. Pa! Once again Zhao Qinggong was pushed back. Although the first 2 moves were even, Zhao Qinggong was being constrained. It really is a core martial art skill. How did he do that? How can a core rank martial art gain the upper hand while facing a high rank martial art? The Zhao sect disciples were confused. 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. Every time, Zhao Qinggong was pushed back. When two people of the same rank fought, it was normal to have one side gain the upper hand. However, using a core rank martial art while fighting against a high rank martial art was unheard of. What was going on? Zhao Qinggang turned crazy as he used all of his power. Many looked towards the judge and the older generation of the sect. Zhao Feng's battle conscience and skill far surpasses Zhao Qingong's. The judge said uncertainly. His analysis didn't satisfy the people. This kid has trained a core rank skill to the max level. An old voice sounded from the center of the crowd. It was an old man who had a white beard. It was this contest's main judge. Max level? A few judges quickly nodded their heads. Everyone knew that the higher the skill level, the more damage was dealt. However, this was not the case for everything. For example, when one trained a low-rank martial art to the high level, and another trained a high-rank skill to the low level, a high-rank martial art would not be as powerful as the low-rank martial art. Normally, the levels were beginner, low, high and peak level. Peak level meant that it had reached 90% or higher. Normally, someone training a martial art to the peak level was already very rare. However, peak level did not mean that it was the limit. Above peak level was the max level. Max level meant that the skill had been trained to at least 99% of its fullest potential. It could be said that it was perfect. Although it seems like there is a small difference between the max level and the peak level, the gap is insanely huge. The difference is even bigger than the difference between the low level and the high level. The main judge smiled faintly. But even so, Zhao Feng should only be able to fight on par against Zhao Qinggang. One martial artist still did not understand. After all, high-ranked martial art skills were 3 levels higher than core-ranked martial art skills, and Zhao Qinggang had trained the high-rank martial art to the low level. You are right. The max level of a core-rank martial art can barely fight on par with the low level of a high-rank martial art. But as you can see, Zhao Feng's body strength, reaction speed, battle conscience etc. all far exceeds that of Zhao Qingong's. The main judge praised. Through his explanation, the crowd now fully understood. Just at this moment, the battle on the 7th stage was changing. Zhao Feng's starting to attack now. Oh my god. What a fast speed. Pa. Bang. The audience's eyes were attracted by the 7th stage, only to see Zhao Feng's defense turn into offense. His fists had already surpassed the realm of what flaming metal fists could achieve. His speed, power, all struck at the opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Qinggang, who was in a frenzied state, instantly fumbled and got hit by one of Zhao Feng's punches. Pa! Zhao Qinggang gave a scream as his shoulder was ripped out of its socket. Number 188 wins. The judge of the 7th said as he let out a breath. Hua! The 7th group went into an uproar. Zhao Feng beat Zhao Qinggang by only using a core-ranked martial art. Unbelievable! Zhao Qinggang was ranked first in the group. Zhao Feng had won his 15th match. This meant that he was now the strongest in Group 7. At this moment Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, and Zhao Yufei all looked over. Max level? When the martial artist held the lecture, I felt all the moves of Flaming Metal Fist disappear from my mind. This is probably why. Zhao Feng understood. When he came back from the lecture, he felt that his core-ranked martial art had reached a peak, where it could fight against quasi-martial artists. And Zhao Qingong's strength had only barely reached that of a quasi-martial artist. Not bad. It looks like the outer disciples have a black horse. The main judge smiled. Core rank martial art. Although he has trained it to the max level, he will still lose against my son Zhao Yijian. After all, core-ranked martial arts are just core-ranked. A middle-aged man faintly smiled. Oh? The main judge sent an interested look towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Zhao Yijian's father. The middle-aged man laughed as his eyes glanced towards Zhao Yijian with a confident expression. True. The potential of core-ranked martial arts are limited. Zhao Feng must have spent a lot of time and effort to train it to the max level, which means that he would not have much time left to train in other skills. So unfortunate. As the main judge spoke up to hear, he shook his head. Humph. Max level of a core-ranked martial art? Zhao Yijian looked mockingly at Zhao Feng. In his eyes, core-ranked martial arts were rubbish. The white-clothed girl looked shockingly at Zhao Feng. Brother Ijin, you have got to beat him. Swear, it is fine. I only need 3 to 10 moves at most. But I won't let him off the hook that easily. I am also going to humiliate him. Zhao Ijin said confidently. His voice was very loud, so many of the people present heard it. At this time, Zhao Feng's eyes landed upon them. Their 4 eyes met. While Zhao Ijin's eyes were cold, Zhao Feng had a faint smile on. Number 188 versus number 233. The group contest still continued. After Zhao Feng beat Zhao Chenggang, he had no more opponents that were his match on the 7th stage. 16 wins. 17 wins. 18 wins. Most of the people Zhao Feng met admitted defeat. And those who had the courage to fight, they were finished in one fist. It is too disgraceful to lose against a core-ranked martial art. The Zhao sect disciples looked at Zhao Feng like he had a disease. 18 wins. 19 wins. 20 wins in a row. Finally Zhao Feng won 20 matches in a row, allowing him to proceed to the next round. Chapter 22, Birth of the Black Horse. Who? Zhao Feng let out a breath as he sat down. Zhao Feng was a black horse that appeared in the group contest. Using just his core-ranked martial arts, he had beat everyone in his way. Even Zhao Chenggang, who was ranked 7th amongst the outer disciples, had lost. I wonder how the other groups are going. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the other group. The preliminaries was split into 10 different groups, with each group having a fair mix of strong and weak disciples. Apart from Zhao Feng, there were many others who had won 20 matches in a row, so they were also able to advance straight into the next round. The fastest of them was Zhao Yijian from the second group. Zhao Yijian's sword was extremely fast. Before his opponents could react, it had reached their throats. In terms of speed to enter the next round, Zhao Yijian was even faster than Zhao Yu. Amongst the outer disciples, only the top 3, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian, are able to threaten me. Zhao Yu's age was slightly higher, 17 years old, and his muscular body seemed extremely big. Reverse wind fist. One disciple of the 3rd rank punched Zhao Yu, but the latter did not even move. What? The disciple's forehead started to sweat. What defense? Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. The full attack of a 3rd rank could not even injure Zhao Yu a little bit. Zhao Yu must have trained in a high-rank body strengthening skill to allow his defense surpass the damage dealt by the same rank. At least Zhao Feng could not take on the blows from a 3rd rank cultivator with just his body. If Zhao Yijian was said to be fast and explosive, then Zhao Yu was the opposite. He was slow and his defense was impenetrable. Zhao Yufei used softness to beat hardness. She would casually wave her hand and defeat the opponent. Every move of hers seemed flawless. She wore a purple robe and her beauty was outstanding. Those that watched her had a refreshing feel. Who is she? To have the strength of a quasi-martial artist at such a young age. Even a few of the inner disciples were attracted by Zhao Yufei. She's beautiful and talented at the same time. When people like her enter the inner disciples, we won't even have a chance. She is still too young. Another 2 years and she might be able to be compared with Sun Feather City's most beautiful girl, Xiumengyu. Up to a certain point, more people focused on her rather than Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian, who were 1st and 2nd. This was mainly due to her beauty and talent. Soon the 10 groups each had a person win 20 matches in a row. The first group was Zhao Yu, second group Zhao Yijian, third group Zhao Yufei, fourth group Zhao Guan, fifth group Zhao Guang. They were all ranked amongst the top 10 outer disciples. However, there was one unexpected person from group 7. Zhao Feng was a black horse that rushed out and took Xiao Qingong's spot. Apart from these 10 people, not many others won 20 matches in a row. The group contests kept on running until there were 10 people left in each group. Using one day's time, there was now a total of 100 disciples left. These 100 were the elite of the outer disciples. The second day the 100 people once again met at the Sky Martial Field. Having rested for one night, Zhao Feng felt very energetic. He found that these matches had helped increase his cultivation to a certain extent. Today we will entering the second round of elimination. All of you are the elites of the outer disciples, but today, half of you will be eliminated, leaving 50 of you to enter the final tournament. Here are the rules, a voice sounded throughout the field. The 100 contestants held their breaths as they listened to the rules. The ranking was done by gaining points. Everyone started with 1 point and every match they won would increase their points by 1, with every loss 1 point would be deducted. Finally, the 50 people with the most points would fight against the inner disciples. Start! The judge's voice sounded. Number 144 versus number 26. Number 73 versus number 429. The 10 different stages all had matches going on. Many would admit defeat if they saw that their opponent was too strong. For examples, Zhao Yu and Zhao Jin, their opponents admitted defeat as soon as they saw them. They would rather conserve their strength for the next round. Number 188 versus number 169. Finally, it was Zhao Feng's turn. His opponent was a black-faced youth of the second rank. I admit defeat. The black-faced youth saw that it was Zhao Feng, so he immediately surrendered. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. The black-faced youth had been in the same group as Zhao Feng during the first round, but they never exchanged blows. Like this, Zhao Feng gained his first point and his tally went up to 2. Soon Zhao Feng met his second opponent. This time his opponent was a girl of the second rank. I know your strength is strong, but I will not admit defeat. The simple-clothed girl bit her teeth. Facing these type of weak woman, some would let her win on purpose. Flaming metal fist. The simple punch once again came and knocked the girl 6 meters back. One move, swift and simple. Zhao Feng did not want to waste time as the opponent was too weak and would not help him improve. I lost. The girl felt disappointed as she walked off. Humph. Bullying weak girls, what is so cool about that? Wait till I go on, I will take revenge for Sister Xin. Zhao Feng's actions caused some youths to look at him in disdain. Number 188 wins. The judge looked praisingly at Zhao Feng. The next matches were too easy. Zhao Feng's points continued to rise. I give up. I admit defeat. Flaming metal fist. Most of Zhao Feng's opponents gave up, but the ones who didn't lost instantly. This kid's strength has probably reached the quasi-martial artist rank. As more matches went on, more and more people started to understand his strength. Zhao Feng didn't forget to pay attention to Zhao Yu and Zhao Jin. At one time, on the third stage. Quick! Look! It is Zhao Jin versus Zhao Gan. Zhao Feng turned to see the two were already exchanging blows. The second and fourth strongest outer disciple fighting easily gained the crowd's attention. These two people were both ranked amongst the top 5 and originally their strength did not have much difference. 10th change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan shouted as he twisted and twirled on the ground like a snake. He was so agile that he managed to dodge Zhao Jin's sword many times. Zhao Feng was slightly moved as Zhao Gan's strength had increased a lot since their encounter last month. He had also trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to the 10th change, which meant that he now had the strength of a quasi-martial artist. Zhao Gan's strength was on par with Xin Fei from Skycloud Forest. Although you have improved a lot, you will still lose to me like you used to. Zhao Jin as he increased his speed once more. It is the high-rank skill Ice Flowing Sword. This is an extremely hard skill to train. Someone called out. Zhao Jin's sword became faster and faster. Zhao Gan was able to dodge at first, but as time passed he was able to dodge less and less. Soon a few slash marks appeared on Zhao Gan's body. Zhao Jin wins. The judge stopped the fight as they wanted Zhao Gan to proceed to the next round as well without being too injured. At this time, Zhao Gan's back was full of cold sweat as he looked incredulously at Zhao Jin. How did you do this? Zhao Jin used less than 10 moves to beat Zhao Gan. Zhao Jin's strength is so strong. One of the Zhao sect disciples exclaimed. Zhao Jin and Zhao Gan did spar before, but at that time the fight lasted for a long time, with them exchanging over 100 blows, but now he only needed 10. Zhao Jin's strength can probably be compared to Zhao Yu now. A few guessed. Zhao Jin and Zhao Yu. One's forte was attack while the other's was defense. What would happen if these two met? Many were waiting for the clash. Zhao Yijin and Zhao Yu were the two hot picks for the title of the strongest outer disciple. Zhao Yufei had not lost either. Zhao Feng's face remained calm as he looked on. He had now won 44 matches in a row. However, at this time he met a powerful opponent. It was the 5th-ranked outer disciple, Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang had over 40 points as well, and the only match he had lost was against Zhao Yu. Hee, kid. Your streak ends here. Zhao Guang laughed happily. Many looked gloatingly towards Zhao Feng. 5th-ranked Zhao Guang was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. Your strength barely steps into the quasi-martial artist rank, Zhao Feng said calmly. Really? Then I'll have a taste of what skills you have apart from the core-ranked martial arts. Zhao Guang's eyes flashed. Shua! As soon as he finished his words, he moved to Zhao Feng's side. What speed? Zhao Guang and Zhao Yufei are both known for their footwork. Zhao Guang's speed caused many praises from the crowd. A contest of speed? Zhao Feng's looked mockingly at Zhao Guang. Shua! When Zhao Guang's palm was just about to hit Zhao Feng, the target disappeared from under his eyes. It was as if his palm split Zhao Feng into the air. Not good, Zhao Guang thought. Hua! The disciples below stared at the scene. Many who reacted fast stared behind Zhao Guang. Angry dragon fists. Zhao Guang only felt something come towards his back. Pa! Zhao Guang instinctively tried to block the blow, and managed to do so, but then he felt a raging strength overpower him. Boom! Zhao Guang fell back a few meters and almost fell. What skill did he learn for his speed to be so fast? Zhao Guang's heart rippled with shock. Chapter 23, The High Level of a High-Ranked Skill. After the first exchange, the difference was immediately seen. Zhao Guang finally steadied himself as he stared in shock. Zhao Feng did not attack. In terms of speed, he had complete confidence that even some of the 4th-ranked cultivators would be unable to beat him. At this point, the battle between Zhao Feng and Zhao Guang was the focus of the entire crowd. His speed is even faster than Zhao Guang. The top 3 outer disciples were stunned. What a beautiful footwork skill! The elders watching were also shocked. His skill is so familiar. The main judge murmured. He has learnt lightly floating fairy. I am sure. One martial artist looked complexly at Zhao Feng. This martial artist had once learned lightly floating fairy. However, it was too hard to train in lightly floating fairy, even though it was only one part of the skill, so he had only trained in it for 2 years before giving up. It is lightly floating fairy. To be able to train lightly floating fairy to such a high degree means that his understanding is not bad. Although lightly floating fairy was a high-rank skill, it was a broken skill, so its potential was limited. Zhao Feng's attacking. Zhao Feng was like the wind, his speed was just too fast. Zhao Guang used all of his strength but still could not dodge Zhao Feng's attacks. The 5th stance of the Angry Dragon. Angry Dragon Fists was very popular amongst the middle-ranked martial art skills, so it was easily recognized. Pa! Bang! Zhao Feng pressured towards Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang felt as if he couldn't breathe as the pressure was too strong. Every punch would make him fall back. He was completely being dominated by Zhao Feng. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng easily surpassed him. In terms of power, Zhao Feng also exceeded him. Wah! After blocking the 8th punch, Zhao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and surrendered. Zhao Guang, who was ranked 5th, had lost in 10 moves. Although they knew Zhao Feng was strong and could challenge the top 5, the result astonished them. Zhao Feng's performance wasn't any weaker than Zhao Yu and company. This kid's intelligence is very high. Not only did he train a core rank martial art to the max level, he's also trained Angry Dragon Fists to the peak level. He could beat Zhao Guang just by relying on his peak level, middle ranked martial art skill. The elders praised Zhao Feng. The matches continued. There were only 4 people who had straight wins: Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijin, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Feng. These 4 were known as the 4 strong. Zhao Feng! Zhao Feng! The crowd cheered as Zhao Feng went on stage. Every time he went on, most opponents admitted defeat, or were defeated in under 3 moves. Zhao Feng even met Zhao Kuan. I give up. Zhao Kuan bit his teeth and wanted to dig a hole to hide in it. Zhao Feng's strength had already surpassed his brother's, how would he win? The 4 strong continued to dominate their matches. Many were in anticipation for when the 4 strong would clash. Finally, after 60 wins, Zhao Yu, who was ranked first, faced off against Zhao Yijian, who was ranked second. Zhao Yu! Zhao Yu! Zhao Yijian! Zhao Yijian! Many people screamed due to the anticipation. Zhao Yu! Since the battle I lost to you half a year ago, we finally meet again. Zhao Yijian was full of fighting will. In the outer disciples, Zhao Yu was very low-key. All he did was cultivate every day and therefore, his foundation was the most solid, allowing him to constantly sit on the number 1 seat. Make your move, we will see if your cold flowing sword is stronger than my metal body. Zhao Yu's height towered over Zhao Yijian. Jiang! Zhao Yijian took his sword out of its sheath. The moment cold flowing sword was used, the air felt like it was freezing. Metal palm. Zhao Yu's body stood tall as his fist punched towards the sword. Pang! The explosion made the eardrums of lower-level cultivators tremble. Zhao Yijian moved back 2 steps then spun around to stab at Zhao Yu's lower body. One of them is defensive while the other is offensive. It was obvious that the strength that Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yu showed could easily beat quasi-martial artists. If Zhao Feng didn't form inner strength then he wouldn't be able to break through Zhao Yu's defenses. Ding! Ding! Bang! Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian's fight went into red-hot mode. Zhao Yijian's sword became faster and faster. The ice-cold air enveloped Zhao Yu's body. Zhao Yu continued to block Zhao Yijian's sword. If it was another 3rd rank instead of Zhao Yu they would have been finished in 1 move. Zhao Yu's foundation is very solid and his forte is defense. If Zhao Yijian cannot win in half the time it takes tea to boil then he will not win. The main judge said. Half the time it takes for tea to boil? He will not need that long. The middle-aged man, who was Zhao Yijian's father, said confidently. Oh? The main judge's expression changed. At this moment, the battle suddenly changed. Who? Zhao Yu groaned as his arm was cut. How could my metal body be broken? Zhao Yu's face turned white. Metal body was a skill that made one's body turn as tough as metal. Accompanied with metal fists, his strength and defense had reached a limit. He believed that no one under the 4th rank could penetrate his defense. High level of a high-rank martial art skill. The judge shouted. High level of a high-rank martial art? The disciples nearby sucked in a cold breath. For most high-ranked martial arts, it was already hard enough to train them to the low level, and to train one to the high level was many times harder. However, once it reached the high level, the damage of the skill would be 50% higher than what it was at the low level. Flowing cold sword was already a terrifying high-rank offense skill. When someone of the 3rd rank trained it to the low level, one could have the strength of a quasi-martial artist. If one trained it to the high level, it could threaten martial artists. High level of a high-rank martial art. No wonder. Congratulations Zhao Tianjian, for having such a talented son. The main judge smiled towards the middle-aged man. Zhao Tianjian was Zhao Yijian's father. Thank you, elder. Zhao Tianjian was shocked as the main judge was an elder, which meant that his status was far higher than his own. On the stage. Ice-cold flash. Zhao Yijian pushed the sword to an even faster speed. FSSSSH. Zhao Yu's shirt was ripped into pieces as his body was cut multiple times. Zhao Yijian wins. The judge immediately said. High level of a high-rank martial art. I did not lost unjustly. Zhao Yu said as he sighed. After defeating Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian's momentum couldn't be stopped. Zhao Yijian. Zhao Yijian. The crowd below cheered. Many youths looked up in awe at him. Zhao Yijian was now the king of the outer disciples. Zhao Yijian surveyed the area and his eyes landed on Zhao Feng. His lips curled into a cold smile as he looked disdainfully at Zhao Feng. Brother Jian. Zhao Shui, whose face was fully red, ran up to him. She believed that his strength was unbeatable. At the same time, she glanced towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was expressionless. Now there were only 3 people left with a perfect record: Zhao Yijin, Zhao Feng, and Zhao Yufei. However, now there was not much anticipation left. In the crowd's opinion, Zhao Yijin would not lose to anyone from the outer disciples. He would even be ranked highly amongst the inner disciples. High level of a high-rank martial art? Zhao Feng murmured. His perfect record kept on escalating and soon reached 60 wins. 61 wins. However, the fight between Zhao Yijin and Zhao Feng could not be avoided. Finally, at his 69th match, Zhao Feng saw the purple-clothed youth stand on stage. It was Zhao Yijin. The crowd turned silent as the two faced each other. After all, Zhao Feng had a perfect record as well. Zhao Feng. You won't admit defeat, will you? Zhao Yijin mockingly said. In his opinion, the only one who was his opponent was Zhao Yu, all the others were rubbish. Chapter 24, Top Outer Disciple, 1. Facing Zhao Yijin's disdain, Zhao Feng only faintly smiled. Although Zhao Yijin was strong, he had an arrogant attitude. This meant that it was useless to talk to him. Only with actions could you prove what you wanted to say. Although Zhao Feng did not respond, his attitude was like needles in Zhao Yijin's eyes. The crowd was slightly taken aback. Zhao Yijin was already very arrogant, but Zhao Feng's silence did more than what words could say. Kid, if you don't speak now, you won't be able to speak later. Zhao Yijin said deeply. Jiang! His sword flashed in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Yijin started with cold flowing sword. Although he was very arrogant, he knew that Zhao Feng had the strength of a quasi-martial artist, so he had to go full out. Zhao Feng felt a chill coming from the sword. SSSSSS. The sword missed Zhao Feng's shoulder by half an inch. What a high technique! I can only see the after-image. If he only had the strength of a quasi-martial artist, then he definitely wouldn't be able to face the high level of cold-flowing sword. Zhao Feng didn't think that his defense would exceed Zhao Yu's. Sung. As light as a leaf, Zhao Feng pulled away from Zhao Yijin. In terms of offense, Zhao Feng was not Zhao Yijin's match, not unless he learned a high-rank body-strengthening technique like Zhao Yu. Where are you running? Zhao Yijin swiftly jumped and used cold-flowing sword in mid-air. No matter how hard Zhao Feng tried to dodge, the chill continued to follow him. No wonder it is the high level of a high-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng thought. He knew that although his angry dragon fists had reached the peak level, it was not a match for Zhao Yijin's cold-flowing sword. Ice-cold flying explosion. Zhao Yijin's move suddenly changed. The sword turned towards Zhao Feng's landing spot. Not good. Zhao Feng was in midair, and once he landed, he would not be able to dodge Zhao Yijin's area attack. What a cold-flowing sword! He can already use area attacks while still below the 4th rank. Looks like the battle has been decided. The older generation, who were watching, praised. Come down. Zhao Yijin's ice-cold flying explosion sent a chaotic blast towards the lower part of Zhao Feng's body. Lightly floating wave. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he compacted all of his blood, allowing for him to jump in midair. Tai. His body left the pull of gravity as jumped over Zhao Yijin's killing move. How? Is this possible? Zhao Yijin stood dazed as he saw Zhao Feng jump over his killing move. What? Zhao Feng has trained lightly floating fairy to such a high degree. The main judge praised as he stroked his beard. Lightly floating wave. That is the ultimate move of lightly floating fairy. How did he manage to do this? The martial artist who had once trained in lightly floating fairy exclaimed as he stood up from shock. On the stage. Zhao Feng was running while Zhao Yijin tried to catch up. Soon, Zhao Yijin's cold-flowing sword was approaching the high level, its damage and speed rapidly increasing. Zhao Feng wasn't bad either. His lightly floating fairy made him as light as a feather, and although it seemed like he could only barely dodge the sword did not even touch him once. Time passed slowly. While Zhao Feng was running, he tried to find any flaws in Zhao Yijin's skill so that he could retaliate. However, he suddenly realized that he could not even get close to Zhao Yijin, or else he would face a killing move. His angry dragon fists could not even block one of Zhao Yijian's sword blows. If he tried to block one, he would get injured. Do I have to use? Zhao Feng sucked in a breath as the inner strength in his body awakened, then disappeared. Relying on the hiding air technique, he concealed his inner strength. While in midair, Zhao Feng suddenly put his energy into his left eye. Pay. Pay. The moment the left eye was activated, Zhao Feng went into supervision mode. Although Zhao Yijian's sword was fast, it slowed down in his eyes. He could even see where the strength in Zhao Yijian's body gathered, and through that, Zhao Feng could predict where Zhao Yijian was going to attack next. Tai. Tongue. Zhao Feng dodged all the attacks easily. Angry Dragon Fist. At a certain point, Zhao Feng retaliated. Ice-cold wind. Zhao Yijian neither dodged nor defended. Instead his sword went for Zhao Feng's throat. Zhao Feng felt helpless as, although he could find gaps in Zhao Yijian's moves, he could not attack since he would be unable to dodge Zhao Yijian's sword. Cold-flowing sword focuses on sharpness and offense. It does not have any defense at all. However, he has trained it to the high level, so his flaws are small and I only have a 50% chance to win. Zhao Feng analyzed and predicted inside his mind. The biggest difference between him and Zhao Yijian was the martial art skill level. To beat Zhao Yijian, he only had two options. The first way was to stall until the opponent got tired. Zhao Feng had complete confidence that, with his left eye and inner strength, he could last longer than Zhao Yijian. The second way was to use his inner strength and win by force. Just as Zhao Feng was thinking. Judge, I think that the two of them are both geniuses, and if it drags on and one of them gets injured or dies, we will be punished by the sect. Usually, even if they stalled, Zhao Yijian had a 50 to 60% chance of winning, but he had an unknown feeling that stalling wasn't a good idea. But they have not finished yet. The main judge was a bit hesitant since Zhao Tianjian's cultivation had reached the 6th rank and his status wasn't very low. Although they have not finished yet, can you not see who has got the upper hand? Zhao Tianjian gave a knowing look towards the main judge. It was obvious that if this was done well, there'll be great rewards. Fine. The main judge said, number 188, Zhao Feng, you have the lower hand, so if this drags out the judge has the right to make the decision. This is okay? Zhao Feng felt anger surge in his heart. The judge was obviously biased towards Zhao Yijian. Obviously, the judge couldn't openly say that Zhao Yijian won, but being the judge, they had the right to make a decision after a while. For example, the judge could make a decision if a match dragged out for too long. The judge's decision did cause some disturbance. Although Zhao Feng's got the lower hand, he is not losing at all. Humph, all he can do is run. He's just wasting our time. The crowd discussed quietly. Although some of the older generation felt that this was unjust, they were not willing to offend Zhao Tianjian and his son just for a mere branch sect disciple. Fine. I will not run. Zhao Feng laughed bitterly as he stopped. Kid. Take my sword. Zhao Yijian looked gratefully towards his father. Zhao Tianjian stood with his hands behind his back, faintly smiling. At this point, some people, like Zhao Koan, had gloating faces. Zhao Shui looked at that familiar figure inside. She had a complex feeling towards him, some sympathy, some coldness. SSSSS. Just as Zhao Yijian's cold-flowing sword approached Zhao Feng, the latter didn't make any moves to dodge. Angry Dragon Fists. Zhao Feng put all his anger into this punch. Arrogant. The elders shook their heads. AI. The main judge sighed as well. Ha ha ha. It's no use. Break. Zhao Yijian laughed as he waved his sparkling sword. Open. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he gave off an extremely powerful aura. Who? A faint green glow appeared on Zhao Feng's arms and fists. It looked beautiful under the sunlight. Before the fist arrived, the winds had already hit Zhao Yijian's body. Pay. With Zhao Feng being at the center, the dust under the unseen force slowly floated upwards. What? It's. The main judge stood up, his face was full of excitement. Not good. Zhao Tianjian's expression turned ugly. What is going on? Zhao Yijian felt an unknown pressure bear towards him, making him unable to even breathe. Even his sword speed was limited. In his eyes, Zhao Feng's fist was like a roaring dragon. Dang! Kraak! Zhao Yijian spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang! His sword split into two pieces and fell onto the ground. There was also an unseen force that traveled through the sword and flowed into his body. Ah! Zhao Yijian groaned as he was knocked 20 meters back. Who? As Zhao Feng lowered his fist, the dust fell slowly back onto the ground. Not knowing how long had passed, someone shouted, "Inner strength of the martial path." Inner strength. A faint green glow flashed throughout Zhao Feng's body. Chapter 25, Top Outer Disciple, 2. Inner strength. SSSSS. Cold breaths sounded throughout the field. Everyone was completely shocked. The white-bearded judge stood up and murmured, 14 years old and he has already understood the principle of inner strength. It can be said that he is easily going to become a martial artist. His talent can be compared with Zhao Linlong's. The crowd attention once again focused on Zhao Feng. This was the new king of the outer disciples. Zhao Feng looked incredulously at his fists. He had seen Zhao Yijian's arm break, seen his sword snap in two. He had even restrained from using all of his strength. If he did not, Zhao Yijian's injury wouldn't just be as simple as a broken arm. At least half his arm would have become useless. If it was a normal third-rank cultivator instead, this punch would have killed him instantly. This is the power of inner strength. Zhao Feng trembled with excitement. The disciples in the crowd looked at Zhao Feng in fear. They now understood the difference in strength between martial learners and martial artists. Zhao Feng wins. The judge glanced deeply at Zhao Feng. Even though he was biased towards Zhao Yijian, Zhao Feng had still won. It wasn't just winning, it was winning with complete strength. Jianer! Zhao Tianjian screamed and appeared at Zhao Yijian's side. His speed was so fast that the people nearby only saw a blur. What speed? Zhao Feng estimated that Zhao Yijian's father had probably reached the 6th rank of the martial path. The 6th rank of the martial path was the peak of martial artists. Another step further would mean becoming a martial master. I lost. I cannot believe it. Zhao Yijian couldn't feel his left arm. Call an alchemist. Zhao Tianjian saw that there was a chance of his son's arm going useless. Youngster! What is the meaning of this? Zhao Tianjian had murderous in his eyes as he looked towards Zhao Feng. The aura of the 6th rank of the martial path caused great pressure bearing towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt as if the air had been frozen. Every word he spoke would cost him a lot of energy. He was lucky that he had his own inner strength to fight against Zhao Tianjian's aura. Pay. Pay. The faint green glow inside his left eye, which was originally 3 feet and 9/10 of a feet long, started to creep towards the 4 feet mark. Under the pressure, Zhao Feng had increased his cultivation. Good. Now I have the requirements to break through to the 4th rank. Zhao Feng laughed. After experiencing such a large battle and then being under Zhao Tianjian's pressure, it helped him increase his cultivation. His slight change did not fool Zhao Tianjian's eyes. Cannot let him live. Zhao Tianjian felt that Zhao Feng was a threat to him. Youngster, you're just a lowly branch disciple. For injuring my son's arm, I will take away your cultivation. Shua. In a flash, Zhao Tianjian leapt towards Zhao Feng. Not good. Zhao Feng felt great danger come bearing towards him. It was lucky that he was on guard. The second the power started to condense within Zhao Tianjian's body, Zhao Feng had seen it with his left eye. Tai. Zhao Feng did not even think at all as he pushed lightly floating fairy to its limit. He jumped over 10 meters high and barely managed to dodge the attack. However, he knew that this was the only chance he had to dodge. When Zhao Tianjian missed, he knew that something was wrong. Die. He used his own footwork skill to follow Zhao Feng. Lightly floating wave. Zhao Feng double jumped in midair and ran towards the high-status people of the sect. He knew that Zhao Tianjian only had a middle-high status within the sect. The higher level of the sect would not allow for Zhao Feng's cultivation to be crippled in front of them. So, Zhao Feng ran towards his target at his fastest speed. Gah! This kid! Zhao Tianjian understood Zhao Feng's intention. Zhao Tianjian! Stop! A deep voice as loud as thunder boomed. Accompanying this voice, a powerful aura formed overhead. It was a white-bearded old man. He stood in front of Zhao Tianjian. Not good. It is the main judge. Zhao Tianjian knew that he was someone of the 7th rank or higher. However, Zhao Feng was right in front of his eyes. He wasn't willing to let him go like this. Zhao Tianjian clenched his teeth as he faced the elder. Down. An unseen hand slammed downwards. Pa! Zhao Tianjian felt his power disappear as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Attacking through the air. How strong! It was obvious that the main judge had mastered transformation strength, a higher level of inner strength. Elder! This Zhao Feng is deadly and cunning. He broke my son's arm. How can you not punish him? Zhao Tianjian half knelt on the ground as he spoke with fear. Humph! Who is deadly? When Zhao Feng attacked, he had already restrained himself from using all of his strength, or else the result would not be as simple as a broken arm. His arm would at least have been crippled, or could even have died as a result. The judge said. Zhao Tianjian understood immediately. Why not go and help your son? The white-bearded judge waved his arms and left the stage. Zhao Feng unclenched his fist, which was full of cold sweat, and looked gratefully at the elder. The elder seemed to notice this and smiled back at him with praise in his eyes. This disturbance didn't affect the rest of the matches. He beat Zhao Yijian. Zhao Shui's face was stiff. She had a feeling as if she had fallen from heaven and into the abyss. In her eyes, that familiar figure was now the king of the outer disciples. Now, Zhao Feng was without a doubt the best amongst the outer disciples. 70 wins. 71 wins. Zhao Feng's record kept increasing. Most of his opponents surrendered straight away. Even when he faced Zhao Yu, Zhao Feng only had to use his inner strength to instantly break the opponent's metal body. Zhao Feng's strength was no longer that of a quasi-martial artist, it had reached that of a half-step martial artist. Half-step martial artist was when one had inner strength and had reached quasi-martial artist at the same time. To a certain extent, it was the same as being of the 4th rank. However, there was an unexpected turn. Zhao Yufei still had a perfect streak. On Zhao Yufei's 80th match, she met Zhao Yu. Butterfly palm. Zhao Yufei shouted as her jade-like hands bursted out immense strength. Crack. Zhao Yu's metal body was once again broken. Oh my god. It is inner strength again. No one had thought that there would be someone else who had understood inner strength apart from Zhao Feng. Interesting. The main judge had a faint smile. Zhao Feng's expression, however, did not change when Zhao Yufei used inner strength. He had already seen the inner strength hiding inside Zhao Yufei's blood with his left eye. That day, when the coach was giving his lecture, many outer disciples had gained some insights, with Zhao Feng gaining the most. This was because he had the help of his left eye and had already trained the air-pushing breathing technique to the peak of its 3rd level. Therefore, Zhao Feng was the first one to form inner strength. In comparison, Zhao Yufei was later than him by half a month. It looks like first place is not decided yet. The crowd were anticipating the clash between Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. Finally, when Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei won their 90th match respectively, they met. Begin. Although Zhao Yufei had inner strength, Zhao Feng did not fear her. I know there is still some difference between you and me, but I will not give up. Zhao Yufei's smile was like a flower opening. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng started off with his peak level, middle-ranked martial art. The reason he could beat Zhao Yijian so badly wasn't just because of inner strength. It was because Angry Dragon Fist was already at the peak of middle-ranked martial arts, and when used, its damage exceeded the damage dealt by the high-ranked martial arts trained to the low level. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's Angry Dragon Fists was closing in on the max level. If Angry Dragon Fists can reach its max level, it can easily win against Cold Flowing Sword trained to the high level. Pa. The two exchanged blows. As expected, Zhao Yufei wasn't as strong as Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng had a stronger foundation of inner strength and his speed was faster. Although Zhao Yufei had a high-ranked speed skill, it wasn't faster than Zhao Feng's lightly floating fairy. Zhao Feng's attacks became faster and faster. Zhao Yufei started to turn red as she felt her strength depleting. Good chance. Zhao Feng's left eye easily locked onto a flaw and his fist hit Zhao Yufei's shoulder. Thank you for going easy. Zhao Yufei's body shook, but she then flipped in midair and landed on the ground. It was obvious that Zhao Feng's punch had been restrained, or else she would have ended up similar to Zhao Yijin. No problem. Zhao Feng smiled, he really liked Zhao Yufei's attitude. After beating Zhao Yufei, there were no more opponents that were his match left. All his opponents admitted defeat. I give up. I surrender. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng finally finished his 100th battle, and with his score, easily attained the title of number 1 amongst the outer disciples. Chapter 26, 4th Rank of the Martial Path. After winning 100 matches, Zhao Feng's popularity had reached a climax. Zhao Feng! Zhao Feng, the crowd cheered. Zhao Feng's rise caused many youths to worship him. He had finally become the top outer disciple. The crowd gave way where Zhao Feng passed. Even Zhao Kuan lowered his head. When did you provoke such a genius? Zhao Gan looked queerly at his brother. How would I know he would become so strong? Zhao Kuan had the urge to cry. As Zhao Feng slowly walked, his eyes scanned around. At a certain point, he saw a girl clothed in white. Zhao Shui bit her teeth and didn't have the courage to look Zhao Feng in the eye. Zhao Feng shook his head. Ever since they entered the Zhao sect, they had begun to walk different paths. He didn't feel anything, all he wanted to do was reach the 9th rank of the martial path, maybe even the holy martial rank, and then travel throughout the continent. The ranking contest had reached the late stages, and first place was already confirmed. That was because no one else apart from Zhao Feng had won all their matches. Soon, the ranks were decided. First place, Zhao Feng. Second place, Zhao Yufei. Third place, Zhao Yu. Fourth place, Zhao Gan. Only at the 9th rank did Zhao Yijin's name pop up. This was because Zhao Yijin had been seriously injured when facing Zhao Feng, meaning that he could not participate later on. First place. Zhao Feng was slightly excited. 2 months ago, he had to pray that he could enter the tournament. As for first place, he had never even thought about it. This was all thanks to the mysterious eye. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he entered the dimension within his eye. The mysterious green glow inside kept spinning in circles. The glow had now extended from 3 feet 9 to almost 4 feet. Zhao Feng knew that as the green glow extended, the power of his left eye would increase. In a corner in the sky martial field. There is a few talented outer disciples this year. Especially Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei, they have the potential to catch up Zhao Linlong. The one that spoke was a calm, beautiful girl. It was Zhao Qin, the 4th strongest inner disciple. Hee, it's just small fights, nothing serious. The casual voice came from a black-robed youth next to her. The black-robed youth stood shoulder to shoulder next to Zhao Qin and lazily glanced towards the sky martial field's outer disciples. I feel that Zhao Feng is not simple. When he first hit his inner strength, even I could not see it. Also, his speed skill can even be ranked top 3 within the inner disciples. Zhao Qin thought. Do you think they can threaten us? I only have one opponent and that is Zhao Linlong. The black-robed youth said. Zhao Qi, do not be over-arrogant. I have heard that Zhao Han, who was ranked 3rd, had been in seclusion for the last couple of months. Zhao Qin smiled. Zhao Han. I think that he has a cousin called Zhao Yijin, no? The black-robed youth looked playfully towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt something and glanced over in a certain direction. In that corner stood one quiet girl and one lazy black-robed youth. The quiet girl Zhao Feng knew. It was Zhao Qin. As for the black-robed youth. Oh my god. It is Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi. Second place of the inner disciples, right behind Zhao Linlong. The crowd screamed. Even some of the inner disciples showed fear as they looked towards Zhao Qi. Zhao Feng and Zhao Qi's eyes crossed. The moment Zhao Feng met Zhao Qi's eyes, he felt an unbearable pressure. Especially when his left eye locked onto Zhao Qi, he got the feeling that he was unbeatable. Zhao Qi was neither fat nor slim, but the inner strength in him was spread evenly to each and every muscle. Peak of the 4th rank. His strength is probably even stronger than Zhao Qin. Zhao Feng accurately recorded his strength. I heard that when Zhao Qi was a half-step martial artist he beat a true martial artist. I did not think that he would show up to the outer disciple tournament. From Zhao Qin's reaction, it was obvious that she thought Zhao Feng was very important. As for Zhao Qi, he placed more importance on Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng knew that, although he was the top outer disciple, there was still had a huge gap between him and the inner disciples. Apparently, every inner disciple had watched the outer disciples tournament at one point. All except for one person. Zhao Linlong. One of the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. With my strength I would not place well in the inner disciples. Zhao Feng had a solemn face. All the inner disciples were treated as important by the sect. Right now, Zhao Feng could easily charge into the top 10 for the inner disciples. There was still a chance for top 5. Top 3, however. That was almost impossible. The main tournament is half a month later. Should I aim for first place? Zhao Feng couldn't decide. However, he soon made his decision. Fight. He must fight. He remembered the rewards from the sect. Only the top 3 disciples had the chance to learn peak-ranked martial art skills. Peak-ranked martial art skills. They were the highest-ranked martial art skills in mundane knowledge. A set of peak-ranked martial art skills could allow for one to cultivate to the 9th rank of the martial path. Only holy-ranked martial arts could allow for one to achieve the holy martial path. To survive in this world, one must have absolute strength. This means that the higher rank the skill is, the better. First, or top 3. Zhao Feng confirmed his goals as he walked slowly towards his home. As he got home he realized that there were many people visiting. His father Zhao Tianyan was very busy. The lonely house was now full of people. Brother Tianyang, congratulations on having such a good son. Top outer disciple. He has also learned inner strength. It is obvious that he will receive attention from the higher level of the sect. The guests exclaimed as they saw Zhao Feng return. Zhao Feng scrunched up his eyebrows. He wasn't used to this. These guests usually looked disdainfully towards his family and their relationships weren't very good. Today, however, all of them came over. Zhao Feng and his parents finally shooed them away. Inner strength? Half-step martial artist? Fenger, you have given your father such a big surprise. Zhao Tianyang said red-faced. Not everyone could enter the sky martial field. For example, Zhao Tianyang could only watch on from far away. When they heard that their son won, they first thought that their ears had gone wrong. When did my son become so strong? Zhao Tianyang felt a bit suspicious. He knew that his son wasn't that outstanding. Ever since I got struck by lightning, I have felt that it became easier to learn martial arts. Zhao Feng half truthfully, half lying, explained. His explanation was so. The world was very large. Not every legend was born talented. One's path would also be affected by the things they met later on in life. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's turning point in life was when he got struck in lightning. After listening to this explanation, his parents were no longer suspicious. The night on the same day, Zhao Feng didn't sleep. Instead, he closed his eyes and thought about the process of the tournament. The memories appeared in his mind. Every scene was imprinted in his brain. These included the scenes when he was fighting Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, and Zhao Yufei. Apart from this, he had also remembered how the main judge and Zhao Tianjian had moved. Obviously, their ranks far exceeded Zhao Feng, so he couldn't understand. However, even so, Zhao Feng gained some insight. Suddenly, Zhao Feng turned into a blur as he headed into an open field. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and displayed the flaming metal fist and angry dragon fist. Every move of his changed slightly as he thought about the fight with Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, and Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng's moves became faster and faster, and then he poured inner strength into them. The 3 feet 9 green glowing light creeped forward another step. At the last moment he remembered the pressure he felt when facing Zhao Tianjian. Ta! Zhao Feng shouted as the inner strength inside his body began to slowly move. Every palm he hit had thumping sound accompanying it. Half an hour later, just as Zhao Feng was exhausted. Hua! Zhao Feng felt that his limbs and body were on fire. A warm feeling shivered throughout his entire body. At the same time, a thick layer of sweat and dirt was discharged from his body. I did it! Zhao Feng's eyes shone with excitement. The green glow within his eye had now reached the 4 feet mark, and at this moment, Zhao Feng reached the 4th rank of the martial path. He could feel the powerful strength coursing through his body with every breath. With just a thought, inner strength would flood out. My power has increased by around 500 kilograms, and the power of my inner strength has at least doubled. Zhao Feng saw all the changes throughout his body with his left eye. Chapter 27, Challenge of the Xin Family. Every step of the martial path is hard. Once one reached the 4th rank, one had become a true martial artist. It was like a fish turning into a phoenix. A true martial artist would receive great treatment anywhere in Cloud County. On this continent, how many martial learners were unable to enter this rank? Becoming a martial artist had been his dream. Now, this goal had come true so quickly. Although he knew he was going to reach the 4th rank soon, it still happened faster than expected. A few days before the tournament, Zhao Feng had tried to reach the 4th rank. At that time, he felt that his foundation was not solid enough. It would have affected the later realms if he rushed, so he did not force himself to break through. However, every match he fought against those top outer disciples, it helped solidify his foundation. However, just this point alone was not enough for him to reach the 4th rank. I have to go thank Zhao Yijian's father, Zhao Feng said mockingly. Zhao Tianjian had murderous intent towards him. Feeling the pressure of the 6th rank, it helped utilize Zhao Feng's potential, allowing for him to break through to the 4th rank. Even his peak-level angry dragon fists had moved towards the max level. If Zhao Tianjian knew of this, he would probably cough up blood. That Zhao Tianjian wants to kill me, Zhao Feng warned himself. Due to this, Zhao Feng wanted to hide the fact that he had broken through to the 4th rank. He fully pushed the hiding air technique to help him appear like he still had the cultivation of a peak 3rd ranker. Zhao Feng seemed like he was a half-step martial artist, not a true martial artist. After reaching the 4th rank, the first Zhao Feng did was to consolidate his foundation. For the past few months his cultivation speed had been extremely fast. After he solidified his foundation, he started to merge the insights he had gained. This time, he used his left eye and replayed his angry dragon fists back and forth. If my angry dragon fists can reach the max level, then if I even met the high level of a high-ranked martial skill, I can still beat it, Zhao Feng thought. However, although Zhao Feng had gained some insights, it still was not enough for him to push angry dragon fists to the max level. He had confidence though, that angry dragon fists only needed a few more days to reach its max level. Before dawn, Zhao Feng turned into a blur and returned home. On the way, he used his left eye and everything was as bright as day. His eye could see everything within 7 miles. If it was during daytime, it would at least double. The left eye gave him an increase in reaction speed, vision, and mind energy. Zhao Feng could not understand this mind energy either. Simply said, mind energy allowed for one's brain to not get tired, even after using it for a whole day. The morning of the 2nd day, Zhao Feng still meditated on his bed and didn't sleep. Because his left eye's ability had increased, Zhao Feng felt that he was full of power even though he had not slept. This meant that Zhao Feng had more time to cultivate. Is this Zhao Feng's house? A crispy sound sounded out the room. Who is it? Zhao Shi went to open the door. Outside stood a glamorously clothed middle-aged man with a few servants behind him. Even though they were servants, they still had strength of the 2nd rank. Zhao Feng felt that the man seemed familiar. Head manager. Zhao Tianyang was shocked as he went to receive him. Zhao Feng realized that this person was the outer disciple's head manager. The head manager held much power in his hands and was rarely seen. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the 6th rank of the martial path and was stronger than Zhao Tianjian. Zhao Tianyang quickly invited the head manager inside. Zhao Tianyang. It is your luck for having such a good son. The head manager smiled. This youngster sees head manager. Zhao Feng walked out of his room and slightly bowed. At the same time, he fully pushed the hiding air technique to its fullest so that the head manager would not see that he had broken through to the 4th rank. Not bad, not bad. I have seen your information. Not even 14 years old and you have already formed inner strength, becoming a half-step martial artist. Zhao Linlong was only the same as you back then. The head manager praised. After talking a bit, Zhao Feng asked, why has the manager come over? Ah. I almost forgot what I was supposed to do. The manager coughed slightly, then resumed a serious expression. Because of your performance, the sect has decided to fully help you cultivate. From now on, you can move to the inner disciples and have a monthly allowance of 500 silver. Also, every martial art on the 1st floor of the martial arts library will be open to you. Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Shi were very excited as they gave their thanks. Even Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. He didn't think that the sect would come to him this quickly. A monthly allowance of 500 silver was more than 20 times higher than his original amount. When he was at the 1st rank, he had a monthly allowance of 10 silver. He received 20 silver at the 2nd rank. Now, not only did his allowance increase by a lot, he also got other benefits. This was promotion. Maybe it was because Zhao Feng's performance was too exceptional that he got to move to the inner disciples place even before the main tournament. Many thanks to the sect and manager. Zhao Feng humbly said. Being born in a massive sect like this, although some things were unfair, he still got the best treatment within the sect. This was due to competition and limited resources. Okay, I will send some people to help settle you in. The head manager ordered the servants behind him. Zhao Feng moved into his new house on the same day. Everyone who lived in this area would have the protection of the sect, no matter if they were disciples or relatives. Arriving here meant that not just Zhao Feng was protected, his parents were too. This garden is massive, it can easily fit me training in here. This place even has a reading room, bathroom, storage room, and even a horse paddock. Zhao Feng felt excited as he moved in. Since he received the highest treatment from the sect, it meant that they received some servants too. After moving in, Zhao Feng once again started to consolidate his foundation. Usually, he would train inside the house, but he would go to a hidden place when he trained in his secret move. After 2 days, his foundation had solidified. There are 10 more days until the main tournament. I need to at least train Angry Dragon Fists to the max level so that I have a chance to fight for the top 3 positions. That night, his Angry Dragon Fists reached the max level. Now, every fist from the max level Angry Dragon Fists caused rumbles. Crack! Zhao Feng easily snapped a tree in front of him. This casual punch had the same power as the green-headed Tiger King. Zhao Feng couldn't hide his excitement. No one amongst neither the inner nor outer disciples could say that they had trained a middle-ranked martial art to its max level. This was because if someone was this talented, they could easily train a high-rank martial art skill to the high or peak level. The second morning. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged as he trained his inner strength. He now had more time to cultivate, therefore his air-crossing breathing technique increased steadily. Zhao Feng! Zhao Feng! Outside came a shout. HM? Zhao Feng saw that a few familiar outer disciples ran outside his door. One of them was Zhao Kuan. What happened? Zhao Feng felt a bit surprised. A few Xin family disciples came to challenge us. My brother and Zhao Guang all lost horribly. Zhao Kuan said. Xin family disciples? Challenge? What has this got to do with me? Zhao Feng thought. A few of them wants to challenge you, the top outer disciple. Zhao Kuan said. Where are they? Since others wanted to challenge him, Zhao Feng wasn't going to avoid it. Especially since he had just broken through, he wanted to move around a bit. Soon. Zhao Feng followed the other outer disciples and arrived at the Zhao sect's front gate. Noises came from in front. Hee, the new Zhao sect disciples are so weak. Brother Fei has been increasing rapidly, not even 3 quasi-martial artists can block one of your moves. I heard that your Zhao sect has a new genius called Zhao Feng, let him come out and fight. Around 20 Xin disciples stood at the front gate. There were 2 people in front. One's face was scarred while the other wore a grass hat. The cultivation of these 2 people had both reached the 4th rank. Especially the youth with the grass hat, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank. It is him. Zhao Feng recognized the scar-faced youth. It was Xian Fei. It seems that he had broken through to the 4th rank after fighting against the tiger. Right now, the Xian disciples had the upper hand. All the Xian disciples present cheered, whereas 5 or 6 youths of the Zhao family were lying on the ground. Zhao Yu and Zhao Gan had injuries. "Zhao Feng, you're here," Zhao Yu said, then groaned due to the pain from his injuries. After all, Zhao Feng was now the top outer disciple. Chapter 28, Battle. The top outer disciple, Zhao Feng, is here. He is the new king of the outer disciples. Zhao Feng's appearance caused a slight disturbance. I thought that it would be someone strong, not a weak half-step martial artist. I think Xiao Linlong should come out instead, the grass hat youth said disdainfully. His cultivation was the highest amongst them, so he had not fought yet. Xian Fei's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng. That Xian Fei is the top outer disciple. He beat 3 of us in one move. Zhao Gan warned. 3 people? In one move? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised since Zhao Gan and the rest were all quasi-martial artists. Zhao Feng, we meet again. Do you still remember our battle? Xian Fei said as he slowly walked forward. He didn't look down on Zhao Feng due to his cultivation. Last time in Skycloud Forest, Xian Fei had not forgotten that Zhao Feng had only been at the peak of the 2nd rank then, and that he had beaten Xian Gang, who was at the peak of the 3rd rank, in 3 moves. Half a month ago, Xian Fei reached the 4th rank, becoming the top outer disciple of the Xian family. He then heard that the Zhao family had a new genius, only 13 years of age and had already formed inner strength, becoming the top outer disciple. And that genius was called Zhao Feng. To challenge the Zhao sect today wasn't a coincidence. Xian Fei's target was Zhao Feng. And the grass hat youth's target was Zhao Linlong. Of course I remember. Zhao Feng walked forward. The crowd gave space. Zhao Feng and Xian Fei stood a few meters apart as they looked at each other. The grass hat youth of the Xian family was slightly surprised. Although Xian Fei has just reached the 4th rank, his strength is not to be underestimated. Yet, he's taking this fight very seriously. My cultivation and age are both higher than you. I will not use my sword against you, Xian Fei said as he sheathed his sword. Xian Fei, I will advise you to use all of your strength, Zhao Feng said confidently. His words made the 2 different family disciples stunned. Humph. Where does his confidence come from? The Xian family disciples sniggered, whereas the Zhao family disciples stood shocked. As you wish. Xian Fei's expression turned solemn as he slowly took out his long sword again. It is starting. Zhao Feng shouted as he pushed his inner strength throughout his body. His speed was so fast that many spectators couldn't see his actions. Also, Zhao Feng's body felt like it had no weight as it floated around. 3rd wind slice. Xian Fei's long sword instantly flew out. Shwa! 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 In half a breath's time Xian Fei had sliced 3 sword, the leaves scattered around him were easily grinded into dust. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng easily dodged and, under the help of air-crossing breathing technique, did not lose his agility. He easily dodged the first 2 swords. Bang! Only on the 3rd sword did Zhao Feng's fist, which was glowing green, clash against Xian Fei's sword. What explosive strength! And that inner strength seemed so mysterious. Xian Fei felt his arm go numb as the long sword in his hand almost fell from his grip. He also felt a very fast and powerful inner strength enter his body. Tug! Xian Fei was pushed back a few steps as he barely managed to cancel out the opponent's attack. He immediately realized why he had the lower hand in this exchange. Firstly, Zhao Feng's angry dragon fists had an insane explosive power, it had already reached the max level. Secondly, the punch went straight for the weakness in his attack. Thirdly, Zhao Feng's inner strength was not weaker than his, it was even more complex than his to a certain degree. The most important reason was the 3rd one. Being a true martial artist, how could he lost to a half-step martial artist? 7th stance of the Angry Dragon. Zhao Feng kept on utilizing his fist skill and kept attacking since he had the upper hand. Since Angry Dragon Fists had reached its max level, Zhao Feng's moves had left the restrictions of the original skill. Especially when used together with air-crossing breathing technique, it helped increase its agility. 6th Wind Slice. Xin Fei didn't hesitate at all as he used his strongest move. At that moment the cold light twirled around the area. One sword after another locked the opponent within a few meters. The spectating martial artists had their expression change. Zhao Feng knew that the opponent's move was an area attack that tried to push him back. However, Zhao Feng did not retreat. Instead he dodged and occasionally blocked the attacks by hitting their flaws. In terms of speed, he easily beat Xin Fei. His inner strength was much higher as well. Dang! Zhao Feng's fist hit the back of Xin Fei's sword. Zhao Feng also sent out many punches containing inner strength. Xin Fei could only fall back. Wah! After 7 punches, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood and exited the fighting circle. Thanks. Zhao Feng smiled faintly, leaving the rest of the disciples in shock. So strong. A half-step martial artist beat a true martial artist. No wonder he is our Zhao sect's strongest outer disciple. To beat a true martial artist while using the power of a half-step martial artist was indeed hard. Zhao Feng had been restricted in his fight. His power, inner strength and angry dragon fists weren't used to their fullest. Even so, he still beat Xin Fei in 10 moves. I admire your skills. Even though Xin Fei lost, he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead he felt calm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise the opponent. He was neither too arrogant nor too humble. His mindset could tell one that his latter days wouldn't be low. He. Not bad kid, Xin Ton wanna fight too. The grass hat youth said. Shwa. His 2 arms waved, ripping off his t-shirt and hat, revealing his muscular body inside. See? The Zhao sect disciples took in a cold breath. Zhao Feng inspected with his left eye and couldn't help but be shocked. Every inch of Xin Ton's body seemed to be covered in bronze. The powerful strength coursed through his body. Zhao Feng, be careful. He is Xin Ton, the 3rd strongest inner disciple of the Xin family and has trained bronze skin metal body to the 4th level. Even swords cannot harm him. Zhao Gan warned. Before he could even finish, Xin Ton slowly walked over. Although he didn't purposely try to imitate Zhao Feng, he caused great pressure just by walking. Just by body strength alone he can face 4th rankers. Zhao Feng felt an unseen pressure. You will be my dish before I challenge Zhao Linlong. Xin Ton licked his lips. As he was talking, he was casually walking towards Zhao Feng. The pressure that came with him was even more obvious. Zhao Feng felt that there were many flaws on Xin Ton's body. Flaming Metal Fist. Zhao Feng used the air-breathing crossing technique to easily form inner strength and easily hit the opponent's chest. Pang! As the fist hit Xin Ton, the latter laughed. This is all of your strength? What a strong body! The disciples watching stared. Not good. Zhao Feng's punch didn't even break the opponent's defense. Get out! Xin Ton's shout was as loud as thunder. He casually waved his arm and the thick metal-like inner strength came crushing over. This move could probably even threaten those of the 5th rank. It was lucky that Zhao Feng reacted fast and quickly formed his own inner strength. Pai. Sung. Every time they clashed, Zhao Feng would feel his arm go numb. He knew that the biggest difference between them was body strength and defense. Xin Ton focused on his body. His muscles were as strong as metal, meaning his power exceeded that of normal people of the 4th rank. Zhao Feng's cultivation was restrained at half-step martial artist. His power and inner strength could only be used up to 60-70%, so obviously he could not win. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're too weak. Hurry up and call Zhao Linlong. Apart from him, no one is my opponent. After pushing back Zhao Feng in one move, he suddenly stopped. Sung. Zhao Feng was like a feather that landed gracefully on the ground. Since he had the advantage in speed and inner strength, Zhao Feng wouldn't have lost. Xin Ton was helpless and did not want to waste energy. Instead, he wanted to preserve his strength to fight Zhao Linlong. Really? Apart from Zhao Linlong, no one is your match? A cold voice sounded from behind. Who's there? Xin Tong shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to the owner of the voice. Zhao Han. In everyone's view, a cold youth slowly walked out. His every step would cause a chill. Zhao Han. Third amongst the inner disciples, just a bit weaker than Zhao Linlong and Zhao Qi. Zhao Feng also inspected Zhao Han. However, as his left eye locked onto Zhao Han, he got a major shock. 5th rank of the martial path. Not 4th, but 5th rank of the martial path. How is it possible? When did Zhao Han reach the 5th rank? The disciples from both families exclaimed. It looks like the first place amongst the inner disciples might change. I heard that even Zhao Linlong has not reached the 5th rank. Zhao Han's appearance stunned everyone. His cold eyes scanned through the crowd and finally landed on Zhao Feng's face. You are Zhao Feng? HM? Zhao Feng felt a cold pressure towards him and thought, does this Zhao Han know me? Chapter 29, Zhao Yufei Suggestment. That's right. Zhao Feng answered. He did not know why he felt enmity from Zhao Han. Good, good, good. Zhao Han's face turned even colder as he said good 3 times, then proceeded to not look at Zhao Feng anymore. Zhao Feng felt baffled since this was the first time he ever saw Zhao Han, so when did he offend him? Zhao Yu walked up to Zhao Feng and warned, Zhao Han is Zhao Yijin's cousin and their relationship is quite good. Zhao Yijin's cousin? No wonder Zhao Han had enmity towards him. Zhao Yijin was still lying in bed right now due to his injury. Being his cousin, Zhao Han was obviously going to take revenge. However, right now they were facing enemies from outside. They would have to first settle this and then discuss internal matters. 5th rank of the martial path? Xin Tong's expression changed, but soon recovered. So what if you're the 5th rank? Being a top 4th ranker, he had experience fighting 5th ranks. Little bug. Zhao Han walked step by step towards Xin Tong. For every step he took, the cold from him would increase. The cold wasn't just a feeling, it was real cold that came from his inner strength. You've just reached the 5th rank not long ago. I'll see how strong you are right now. Xing Tong snorted, but his expression was solemn. Metal arm. Xin Tong put his immense power and inner strength into his arm and his whole body seemed like a bull. His skill was a high-ranked one, which allowed one to compress one's strength in one attack, allowing for the user to overpower his opponent. Zhao Feng saw that there were no flaws. It was obvious that Xin Tong had gone easy on him. Snowing cold palm. Zhao Han's body poured out a freezing aura, just like snow. As he used his palm attack, the area around started to freeze. The cold aura made Zhao Feng's heart jump because this inner strength was way too strong. It was almost as strong as Zhao Tianjian's. As soon as Xin Tong rushed forward, he felt an unknown force block him, as if he fell into mud. How is this the inner strength of a beginner 5th rank? Xin Tong thought. Pod dash. The 2 palms clashed together. Using his strength, Xin Tong forcefully pushed back Zhao Han 1 step. However, the corner of his mouth started to leak blood. The ice-cold inner strength had flowed through his defense and entered his body. How is this possible? This inner strength has reached the peak of the 5th rank. Xin Tong felt his blood freeze. He couldn't move. Zhao Han sent him flying with 1 kick and then coldly laughed. Just this amount of strength and you want to challenge Zhao Linlong? Only I have the right to beat him. Brother Tong. The Xin disciples went to help him. I'm all right. Xin Tong barely managed to get out. It was lucky for him that his body was strong. If it was someone else they would have been bedridden for at least 1 month. Zhao Han, I admit that you're strong. Xin Tong bit his teeth as he continued, but you've just recently reached the 5th rank and your inner strength is this strong, which means that you have eaten some sort of treasure. But what is the use of outside help? When you met my family's top genius Xin Wuheng, you will lose. When they heard up to hear, Zhao Feng and the others had expressions of thought. Zhao Han's circumstance was too abnormal. He had only just reached the 5th rank and had such powerful inner strength. When Zhao Feng used his left eye to inspect Zhao Han, he was certainly shocked because that inner strength was way too strong. Xian Tong analyzed correctly, Zhao Han must have used some treasures. What if I used outer help? That is my luck, it is the heavens helping me. When I finish refining this energy and beat Zhao Linlong, I will definitely go challenge Xian Wuheng. Zhao Han coldly said. Xian Wuheng, the top inner disciple of the Xian family, also one of the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. Zhao Feng had also heard this name before. Apparently, Xian Wuheng was the top genius out of the 4 and had reached the 5th rank 1 year ago. He was even stronger than Zhao Linlong. Since Xian Tong lost, the Xian family disciples quickly left with their tails between their legs. Zhao Han only used half a year to reach the 5th rank. I am so excited for the main tournament in 10 days' time. Zhao Han was the main focus of the people. Obviously, Zhao Feng's performance wasn't bad, using the strength of a half-step martial artist to beat a true martial artist. Before leaving, Zhao Han stared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't avoid him and faced Zhao Han in the eye. He didn't believe that Zhao Han would attack him right now, in front of all the other Zhao sect disciples. Even if he couldn't win, Zhao Feng could still use lightly floating fairy to escape. I will do what you did. We will meet when I challenge you at the tournament. I will do what you did. Zhao Feng felt cold. He had broken Zhao Yijian's arm on the outer disciples tournament. Zhao Han's meaning in doing what you did was already very obvious. On the way back, Zhao Feng asked Zhao Yu next to him, what is the challenging thing he talked about? Every inner disciple tournament is done by challenging. Every participant can challenge a certain person. Zhao Yu explained. Even this can happen? Zhao Feng's heart clenched as he understood Zhao Han's meaning. Zhao Han had already laid out all of his plans clear and sound, he was absolutely confident in himself. Although it was an open plan, it would be hard to avoid it. Want to break my arm? Zhao Feng's expression turned colder and colder. There was only 10 days left till the main tournament. Zhao Feng cultivated even harder. Every night he would work on his inner strength by training in the air-crossing breathing technique. Zhao Feng knew the distance between him and Zhao Han was in inner strength. In terms of complexity, air-crossing breathing technique was top-tier high-ranked martial art, almost reaching the peak-ranked martial art category. It could be said that it was the best martial art out of all the Zhao sect disciples. The second day. Zhao Feng felt that his angry dragon fists was even getting more perfected as he trained in the garden. Zhao Feng's left eye had recorded many interesting battles between disciples and used them all to perfect his angry dragon fists. Therefore, after Zhao Feng's angry dragon fists reached max level, the power was slowly increasing. His strength right now was more than double the of that he had at the outer disciples tournament. Can I come in? A crystal clear sound sounded from outside. Zhao Feng felt that the sound was familiar and saw a purple-clothed girl standing outside waiting. It's her? Zhao Feng was a bit surprised. Am I not welcome? Zhao Yufei's beautiful eyebrows blinked slightly, her smile was like a lotus, pure and innocent. Please come in. Zhao Feng soon recovered from her beauty. After Zhao Yufei came in, she soon told him the point of her visit, it was to spar with Zhao Feng. Obviously, Zhao Yufei was a bit unwilling after losing to Zhao Feng last time. Okay, but let's not harm each other. Zhao Feng obviously didn't reject her as she was the only outer disciple that could spar with him. Soon the two figures fought throughout the garden. While sparring, Zhao Feng only pushed angry dragon fists to the peak level. Even then he gained the upper hand. After half the time it took an incense to burn, Zhao Yufei lost, her breathing was ragged as her eyebrows flashed, your inner strength forms and attacks very quickly. It also gives me a mysterious and floating feeling, what kind of secret technique is it? In the battle, Zhao Feng had controlled his inner strength to the same level as Zhao Yufei. Even so, Zhao Feng's inner strength still created more pressure than hers. This was because of the air-crossing breathing technique. I cultivate the 3 breaths technique, a high-ranked martial art that focuses on inner strength, yet it is not as strong as his. Zhao Yufei was shocked in her heart. Hee, it is my special skill, it's not going to be told. Zhao Feng gently smiled. Zhao Feng's rejection made Zhao Yufei surprised as not many youths of the same age would reject her propositions. Her eyes twirled as she smilingly said, you obviously still have some flaws. If you have some interest, we can do a deal that allows for both of us to gain benefits. Oh? Let's talk about it. Zhao Feng was instantly interested. Chapter 30, Metal Wall Technique. You have a great advantage in speed and inner strength, but defense is your weakness. Zhao Yufei looked at Zhao Feng. Yes. That is my flaw. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. After he had merged with the left eye, his vision could see the smallest detail. Since Zhao Feng could easily see his opponent's flaws, he could also see his own. Have you learned any body strengthening technique? Zhao Yufei was slightly surprised. No. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that body strengthening techniques needed a long time to train and couldn't be easily learned within a short period of time. Normal skills and techniques only needed understanding and talent to easily train in them within a short amount of time. Only body strengthening techniques needed resources as well as effort to learn. The body is the foundation of cultivation. A high-ranked body strengthening technique can not only help solidify one's foundation, it can also improve one's defense. Does Big Brother Zhao Feng want to learn one? Zhao Yufei gently smiled. The Big Brother Zhao Feng part made Zhao Feng's heart beat. Instantly Zhao Yufei's face turned red, as if it was dripping blood. Within the sect, the older disciples were called Big Brother. Maybe it was that Zhao Feng's performance had been too shocking, letting Zhao Yufei miss this point. It has some reasons. Maybe I can consider it. Zhao Feng nodded his head after some deep thought. Before, Zhao Feng's forte was his speed. People of the same rank wouldn't even be able to reach him, therefore he had neglected the uses of body strengthening techniques. Now, with Zhao Yufei's hint, Zhao Feng started to pay attention to it. If he didn't have inner strength, this hidden card, he probably wouldn't have been able to block Zhao Yijian's cold flowing sword. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, without the use of inner strength, could counter Zhao Yijian for a while. This was all due to the fact that he had learned a body strengthening technique. Sparring with Xin Tong yesterday made Zhao Feng realize the importance of body strengthening techniques. The same afternoon that day, Zhao Yufei invited Zhao Feng over to her place. Zhao Feng surprisingly found that Zhao Yufei's house was next to his. Zhao Yufei had received the same treatment with Zhao Feng, both were highly looked upon by the sect. Grandfather! Zhao Yufei yelled happily as she got back. Yufei is back. From the room came out an one-armed old man. He didn't speak more after casually glancing at Zhao Feng. I wonder what deal Zhao Yufei is talking about. Zhao Feng finally went to the point. Please wait, brother Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei walked towards the old man and spoke a few words. Finally the one-armed old man nodded and went back to the room to retrieve an old book. This skill is called Metal Wall Technique and it is quite famous within the Cloud Country. It is even better than Zhao Yu's metal body. The one-armed old man gently sighed as he gave the book to Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng immediately realized that this grandfather and granddaughter pair had already made plans and had already seen the inner strength advantage given by air-crossing breathing technique. The reason Zhao Yufei wanted to spar with Zhao Feng was to point out his body strength was lacking, therefore proposing a deal. Metal wall technique? Zhao Feng gently murmured. He had not heard anyone speak about this technique before. Zhao Yu's metal body was a high-ranked martial skill, Xin Tong's bronze body was the same. According to the old man, this body strengthening technique was much better than metal body. This body strengthening skill is a simplified version of the holy martial skill, silver wall technique. Even though it has been simplified and only contains the first third of it, it can still be considered a peak high-ranked martial art. The old man said proudly. Holy martial art? Zhao Feng took a cold breath and started to inspect the one-armed old man. To be able to take out such a high-ranked skill, he could not have a simple background. He used his left eye but found that the blood within the old man was similar to that of a commoner, it had no aura coming from the inner strength. 10 years ago, I lost my cultivation in an accident. The old man seemed to feel Zhao Feng's inspection and explained. Sorry. Zhao Feng felt guilty as he took back his eyes. The one-armed old man was expressionless and continued, For my granddaughter today, I will give you this metal wall technique in exchange for your inner strength skill. How do you feel about this deal? This was within Zhao Feng's guesses. Let me think. Zhao Feng started to analyze the benefits and problems. Air crossing breathing technique was only an inner strength skill and easily surpasses high-ranked martial arts. It probably wasn't any weaker than peak-ranked martial arts. However, this inner strength's power needed lightly floating fairy to be utilized to its maximum potential. Obviously, metal wall technique wasn't bad either. It was a simplified version of a holy martial art and had already reached the peak of the high rank, not far away from being a peak-ranked martial art. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng soon had his answer. Yes. Zhao Feng nodded and asked Zhao Yufei to give him some paper. Afterwards, he wrote down the contents of air crossing breathing technique. Zhao Feng only wrote the contents of air crossing breathing technique, but didn't write anything that linked it to lightly floating fairy. This meant that Zhao Yufei would only get the inner strength skill, but would have no connections with lightly floating fairy. After he finished writing it down, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei exchanged skills. The old man took over air crossing breathing technique and started to inspect it. Zhao Feng used his left eye and quickly scanned through the contents of metal wall technique as well. He had over 100 skills in his mind, which meant that his theory of martial arts wasn't bad. He only had to scan the contents once to fully memorize them. It was obvious that this skill far exceeded the ones inside his head. Not bad, this skill is very compatible with Zhao Yufei. The one-armed old man said joyfully as he finished reading. He, I am happy to cooperate. Zhao Feng put away the metal wall technique and was happy as well. However, before Zhao Feng left he couldn't help restraining himself and asked, Senior, why don't you let Sister Yufei learn the metal wall technique? The old man laughed, You're a genius of the sect and you do not know? Just from the name metal wall technique one can tell that one's skin will become tough as metal, which means it will not be suitable for women. Yufei agile and soft style is more compatible with your air crossing breathing technique, or else I would not have traded metal wall technique for it. No wonder. Hao Feng nodded his head, the metal wall technique was indeed not suitable for women. Images of Yufei turning into a muscular woman made Zhao Feng shiver. After returning home, Zhao Feng immediately started to train in the metal wall technique. Normal body strengthening techniques were easy to understand. This metal wall technique, however, was not a normal technique. Just to understand it far exceeded other high-ranked martial arts. However, this didn't trip Zhao Feng as he gently used his left eye to merge the contents into his mind and played them back and forth. That night Zhao Feng finally stepped into the doorway of the metal wall technique. The metal wall technique had a total of 7 levels. The first 3 levels allowed one's skin to harden. After reaching the 3rd level, one's skin would be as hard as metal and would be able to block swords. It could be seen that this skill was far more complex than Zhao Yu's metal body. Zhao Yu's metal body had to gather one's strength onto a certain point to block swords. The 4th level, using inner strength to harden one's bones, which allows one to increase one's power rapidly. Just from one's body alone one can counter against weapons and inner strength. Once reaching here, the whole body will be as strong as a metal wall. Zhao Feng's eyes started to shine as he read up to here. This body strengthening skill could increase one's power. If I can cultivate metal wall technique to the 4th level, I will have a 70% chance to reach top 3. Zhao Feng thought. The 5th level, reaching this level, one's body can shatter weapons. The 6th level, one can withstand any attack from the 7th rank of the martial path and be uninjured. The 7th level, a perfect body that will not melt under extreme heat. After reading the last few parts, Zhao Feng was shocked. Especially the 7th level, it had almost reached a non-human degree. When put in furnaces and not able to melt, what kind of concept was this? If one body was made of skin, blood and bone, they would still melt when tossed into a furnace. If one could train metal wall technique to the 7th level, no one under the 9th level would be able to harm one. I think I've gotten a great deal. Zhao Feng was excited as he doubled his efforts to train this skill. Since he had already understood inner strength and had reached the 4th rank already, Zhao Feng's training speed was extremely fast. It only took him 1 day to reach the 1st level. Zhao Feng found that his skin became stronger after reaching the 1st level. This was very obvious. However, after he reached the 1st level he found out that the speed decreased dramatically. Zhao Feng estimated that he needed at least 10 days to reach the 2nd level. There are 10 more days until the main family tournament starts. Zhao Feng thought. He then decided to head back to the medicine pavilion and buy some body strengthening powder. Each pouch of body strengthening powder cost 2,000 silver and could only be used 3 times to increase his Body strengthening skill speed. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth as he purchased 3 bags, worth 6,000 silver. With the rest of the silver, he bought a air pill, which also cost him 6,000 silver. Everyone knew that the effect of air pill was to increase the amount of inner strength one could store. It could be seen that Zhao Feng never forgot to cultivate his inner strength. 3 pouches of body strengthening powder and 1 air pill spent all of Zhao Feng's saving. After returning home, Zhao Feng immediately opened 1 pouch of body strengthening powder and started to cultivate metal wall technique as he soaked in the medicine. A hot feeling started to ignite within his body as he soaked in the medicine. And as time went on, a fiery feeling started to sink into his body. Suddenly, a weird but familiar sound sounded. Pay. Pay. The depth of Zhao Feng's left eye started to release sizzles of heat which merged with the medicine. Who? A queer hot feeling reverberated within his body and made his training speed increase. This. Zhao Feng was shocked but wasted no time in absorbing the energy within the medicine. Chapter 31, Sky Forest Murderous Intent. What is going on? Zhao Feng felt that his left eye was jumping and his blood seemed to undergo a certain change which allowed him to quickly absorb the energy. It was certain that Zhao Feng's ability to absorb medicine surpassed normal people. This was because a normal person needed 3 times to absorb 1 pouch of body strengthening powder. However, Zhao Feng had only absorbed it once and all the energy had disappeared. Zhao Feng cringed when he thought that his 2,000 silver had been spent in such a short period. It was good though, that all the energy had been absorbed by him. He felt that the metal wall technique's training speed had increased dramatically. What kind of mutation has happened to my body? My absorption speed has greatly increased. Zhao Feng felt that his own body held secrets he did not know of. He could only confirm that all of this had something to do with his left eye. The next day, Zhao Feng first cultivated in the air-crossing breathing technique a few times, then resumed using the body strengthening powder. In only 3 days, the metal wall technique had reached the 2nd level. However, his 6,000 silver worth of body strengthening powder had all been used up. The first 2 levels of the metal wall technique did not improve Zhao Feng's overall strength by much. His power had increased, but his defense had only increased by about 20 to 30%. This was mainly due to the fact that Zhao Feng's foundation being very strong. If he had reached the 2nd level before he reached the 4th rank of the martial path, then the increase in strength would have been very obvious. Only the 3rd level allows for one's body to become as hard as metal and block weapons. This allows one's defense to greatly increase. Zhao Feng wanted to reach it, but his body strengthening powder had all been used and his training speed in the metal wall technique went back to the speed of a turtle. Money, money, money. Zhao Feng sighed. All his savings were now gone. He was now broke. Thinking up to here, he took out the air pill that he bought a few days ago. The use of the air pill was to refine one's inner strength, which helped martial artists a lot. Zhao Feng immediately ate the pill and started to cultivate in the air-crossing breathing technique. The air-crossing breathing technique was so outstanding that Zhao Yufei's grandfather even took out the metal wall technique to exchange for it. And with the mental energy he gained from his left eye, Zhao Feng could cultivate for twice as long as he could before, therefore allowing for his inner strength to increase at an immense speed. Zhao Feng once again felt heat come from his left eye which allowed for his absorption to increase. 1 day and 1 night later. Zhao Feng let out a breath as he raised his palm. A green faint glow spun slowly in circles, it also brought a powerful pressure with it. His inner strength had reached the peak 4th rank unknowingly. Because the metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique both proceeded at the same time, Zhao Feng's foundation began to get even more stable. He calculated that there were 6 to 7 days left until the tournament. The metal wall technique is at the peak of the 2nd level and my inner strength is comparable to the peak of the 4th rank. My cultivation is almost at the peak of the 4th rank as well. Zhao Feng evaluated his strength. With this strength, he had a 40 to 50% chance of reaching the top 3. However, to win, Zhao Han only had a 30%, as well as a 70% chance of a draw by relying on the speed of lightly floating fairy. Not good enough. Zhao Feng shook his head, the chance to win was too low. Whether or not it was to defeat Zhao Han or to reach the top 3, he had to increase his strength. However, acting on the normal ways to cultivate, his cultivation in metal wall technique would be hard to improve. It looks like I have to go to the Skycloud Forest again, Zhao Feng said after thinking deeply. He immediately retrieved a long rectangular box within the room. A silver bow laid within the wooden box. This silver bow was the one Zhao Feng had bought at Sun Feather City. Only true martial artists could truly utilize its strength. With the bow in hand, Zhao Feng left the Zhao sect. He then bought some items in Sun Feather City before heading towards Skycloud Forest. As soon as he left Sun Feather City, 3 shadows flashed at the city gates before leaving. 2 of these black-clothed people had black skin and looked similar. Big brother. That kid is probably going to Skycloud Forest. One of the black-clothed persons said urgently. Very good. It is the perfect place for us to do our job. This plan ensures that this kid will definitely die. The big brother said, full of killing intent. Zhao Feng could train lightly floating fairy whenever he liked when there was no one around. He was as light as a feather floating through the wind, sometimes double jumping in midair. Finally, today, lightly floating fairy reached the low level. Tai. Tai. In this open area he felt free like a bird. I am only at the 4th rank of the martial path and have such feeling. If I surpass the 9th rank, will I be able to fly? Zhao Feng thought excitedly. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng finally reached Skycloud Forest. The endless forest looked like the open mouth of a deadly beast. No one knows what lies at the deepest parts of Skycloud Forest. All Zhao Feng knew was that the further one went, the more likely one was to meet deadly beasts. Opportunities and danger intertwined with each other. Zhao Feng cautiously scanned the area with his left eye for signs of unknown beasts. He occasionally met a few strong deadly beasts and flew 30 miles out. Zhao Feng took out his silver bow and put his inner strength into it. The string started to tremble with power. So, one silver arrow shot through the forest and hit a 200 kg wild pig, 200 meters out. Tonk! The arrow blasted through the pig's eye and head, spraying blood everywhere. It struggled for a while before falling down. The 200 kg pig would be a tough feat if fought head-on by cultivators of the 3rd rank. Zhao Feng didn't pick up the pig's corpse. He was just practicing his skills with the bow. His real target was wild beasts. Only by killing wild beasts would he gain the silver he needed for cultivation resources. The power of this silver bow is not bad. Every arrow's strength is on par with the full strength hit of a 4th rank within 300 steps. My arrows also have poison coated on them. If I hit a vital spot, it is the same damage as a 5th ranker. Zhao Feng was very pleased with himself. Being an archer, Zhao Feng's killing and surviving rate was very high. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, not bad. I never thought my target this time would be an archer. A clapping sound came from in front. Who? Zhao Feng was shocked. He saw that on a treetop, 200 meters out, stood a slim as bones gary-clothed man. This person was like a ghost that hung on a tree. If one wasn't careful enough, one would think it was a rag. Through his left eye, Zhao Feng found that the person's aura was converged in a weird way, making the aura turn to nothingness. Through his first inspection, the enemy had reached the 5th rank of the martial path and had also learned a skill similar to hiding air technique, as well as another tracking skill. Who? Hee hee, you're going to die soon, haven't you realized? The gray-clothed man mocked. He did not seem to have any intentions of attacking in a short amount of time. However, his eyes had always been locked on to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's hand held 3 poison arrows as he faced off the assassin. Why didn't he make a move? Zhao Feng felt weird. Soon, however, he got to know why. Ha ha ha. Kid, come to your death. A few hundred meters behind him, 2 men, clothed in black, were coming. They had both reached the peak of the 4th rank. 2-pronged attack. Zhao Feng's expression changed. However, the man that gave him the most dangerous feeling was the one in front of him. It is time to end it now. A curved blade appeared in the gray-clothed man's hand. What should I do? Zhao Feng thought urgently. At this moment, from deep inside the left eye, came a familiar thumping sound. Under this danger, Zhao Feng fully pushed his left eye into max vision and reaction speed. Kill! The 2 men behind him were now 100 or 200 meters away. Their every action slowed down in Zhao Feng's eyes. However, the gray-clothed man in front stood still like wood, not moving at all. Zhao Feng's left eye, however, was still locked onto this man, as he was the most dangerous one of all. 100 meters. The two black-clothed men were laughing hysterically. They seemed to already picture how Zhao Feng would be cut into pieces. However, Zhao Feng was still calm. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's left eye felt the blood and inner strength stirring within the gray-clothed man's body. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes flashed dangerously as he put the 3 poisonous arrows onto the bow. So. The 3 arrows were arranged in a queer position, like a triangle that shot towards the gray-clothed man. Chapter 32, Life or Death Pursuit. As Zhao Feng pulled his bow, the gray-clothed man's expression turned into one of mockery. However, when those 3 arrows came right at him, his expression suddenly changed. These 3 poison arrows had small gaps between them and were not going in a straight line. However, the way that it was arranged meant that he had no escape routes. He was completely locked on. Pa! The gray-clothed man swiped his hand and a gust of wind snapped the first arrow, but the second arrow came right after. If he wanted to dodge the second arrow and then attack Zhao Feng using the best route possible, he would have to face the third arrow. The third arrow seemed to calculate how he would react. How did he do this? The gray-clothed man's pupil shrank as his expression turned to shock. If this was all planned by Zhao Feng, then this would be extremely frightening. He was a youth not even 14 years of age. He did not know that Zhao Feng's left eye had already locked on him. Everything, including his heartbeat and breathing rate, was all under close watch. Zhao Feng had shot his arrows according to the changes in the opponent's body. Everything went to plan. The 3 arrows had stalled the gray-clothed man for a few breaths. There is no difference. You will still die today. The gray-clothed man's voice was full of coldness. However, Zhao Feng's actions after that caused him to be stunned once again. Zhao Feng didn't run after he shot the 3 arrows. Instead, he turned around and attacked the 2 men behind him. Kill! The 2 black-clothed men also attacked Zhao Feng. Since they were running towards each other in straight lines, the distance between them soon closed in. This kid has strong calculation abilities. The gray-clothed man felt a bit anxious. Zhao Feng's actions had been the most perfect way to escape. Firstly, he didn't run straight away. His chances of escaping under the 2 groups of people was very low. At the very least, Zhao Feng had confirmed that the gray-clothed man's speed would not be slower than his own, or else he could not have appeared in front of him like a ghost. Secondly, it was very hard for Zhao Feng to find a breakthrough point. After comparing the 3 people, Zhao Feng thought that the 2 men clothed in black were weaker. If he could finish off these 2 quickly, and then concentrate on the gray-clothed man, his chances of winning would be higher. Just as Zhao Feng and the 2 men were getting closer. How will a trivial half-step martial artist fight against 2 peak 4th rankers? The gray-clothed man didn't feel urgent. He didn't need the 2 men in black to kill Zhao Feng. All that he needed was for them to stall Zhao Feng for a while, then Zhao Feng would definitely die. Kill! Angry Dragon Fists. As Zhao Feng exchanged blows with the 2 black-clothed men, his body perfectly passed through the gap between their attacks. Suddenly his aura increased dramatically. What? This guy is a true martial artist. The gray-clothed man's expression finally changed. Zhao Feng's aura had obviously shown that he had reached the 4th rank of the martial path. Pa! Zhao Feng's fist was like a roaring dragon that carried a faint green glow and smashed into the chest of one of the men clothed in black. Crack! The bones inside of him were instantly shattered and he immediately died. Zhao Feng's explosive inner strength had reached the peak of the 4th rank and Angry Dragon Fists had also reached its max level. With that one fist he killed one of the men in black. This wasn't just because they looked down upon Zhao Feng, it was also because of Zhao Feng's strength and his left eye's calculations. Little brother! The other man in black screamed angrily as his eyes turned red. Angry Dragon Fists! Zhao Feng immediately attacked the other man in black. To be merciful to the enemy meant being cruel to himself. I'll slice you 10,000 times for killing my little brother. The sword in the black-clothed martial artist suddenly gave off extremely powerful inner strength as he furiously hacked towards Zhao Feng. Stall him! The gray-clothed man behind shouted. He only needed the person to stall Zhao Feng, not necessarily kill him. Unfortunately, the black-clothed man had lost his mind and attacked crazily. Zhao Feng fully utilized his left eye to find flaws of the opponent. However, his time was limited as the gray-clothed man behind him was catching up. Fight! Zhao Feng couldn't care about anything else as his body swiftly floated within range of the black-clothed man's sword range. Crack! Zhao Feng finally landed one punch on the opponent's left shoulder. Ah! Although the man's arm had been broken, he kept on attacking towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng punched him once again and shattered his throat. Plop! The man in black fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Feng had also paid a price for it. He had suffered some internal damage due to the man landing his last punch onto Zhao Feng's chest. After all, his metal wall technique had not reached the third level yet, which meant that he could not take straight hits from cultivators of the same rank. Little kid. You've been hiding pretty deeply. Your true strength is close to the 5th rank of the martial path. However, you will still die today. At this moment the gray-clothed man had arrived. There was a dead silence as the two faced one another. Who sent you here? Was it Zhao Tianjian? Zhao Feng stared at the gray-clothed man. He was 80% certain that Zhao Tianjian was the mastermind. He only had one mortal enemy within Sun Feather City, and that was Zhao Tianjian and his son. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter whether it was or wasn't since you're going to die either way. The gray-clothed man laughed cruelly and moved like a ghost. The curved blade in his hand sliced towards Zhao Feng. Shwa! 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 Zhao Feng felt that the enemy had a high-tier footwork skill and super-fast attack speed. Only with the help of his left eye was he able to dodge these attacks. If it were someone else that had reached the 4th or 5th rank of the martial path, they would probably have already been killed. The thin curved blade in the gray-clothed man's hand was very sharp. Even Xin Tong's bronze skin wouldn't be able to block it. If Zhao Feng was to take one hit, he would definitely lose his life here. He was also trying to find flaws in the enemy. However, the gray-clothed man was very experienced and had been in many life-death situations, so he had few flaws. High-ranked sword skill, high-ranked footwork skill, high-rank inner strength skill. All of them have reached the high level. His sword skill has almost reached the peak level. While Zhao Feng barely managed to dodge, he had also estimated the opponent's strength. The result made his heart go cold. The cultivation of the gray-clothed man had reached the peak of the 5th rank and was close to the 6th. With high-tier martial arts, he was definitely a peak fighter from the 5th ranks of the martial path. As the fight continued, Zhao Feng felt his internal injury become worse. I will definitely die if we keep on fighting in close combat. Why not? Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he thought of a plan. Tai. He suddenly exited the fight and pushed lightly floating fairy and air crossing breathing technique to the max. Instantly he dashed through the trees and headed into the deeper parts of the skycloud forest. This time, since he exposed his strength, his lightly floating fairy was faster than before by half. Where are you running? The gray-clothed man exclaimed as he immediately followed. Zhao Feng started to calm down after running a few miles. The opponent, relying his cultivation and high-ranked footwork skill which had reached the high level, had speed on par with himself. As Zhao Feng ran, he opened a path for him by using his left eye, and tried to find obstacles that could stall the enemy behind him. Since his left eye could see further and clearer, Zhao Feng was like a fish in the water that swam swiftly without stopping. However, the gray-clothed man was distracted by those obstacles, such as leaves and branches. Humph, although I cannot throw you off, I can still take you further down into the skycloud forest and make us perish together. Zhao Feng said forcefully. He felt that as he ran, lightly floating fairy had some improvements. According to Zhao Feng's plan, there were a few deadly beasts about. Roar! The deadly beast's roar caused the gray-clothed man's heart to jump. This little bastard, hateful. The man in gray clenched his teeth. If the beasts were low tier, such as the 4th, 5th, or 6th rank of the martial path, the gray-clothed man would be able to protect himself. However, if they were unlucky and met high-tier deadly beasts, normal martial artists wouldn't even have the chance to run. That was because high-tier deadly beasts had strengths comparable to martial masters, which were like the elders of the Zhao sect. Zhao Feng's plan was very simple. To lead the gray-clothed man to places with more deadly beasts. Since his left eye had supervision, Zhao Feng could easily see everything within a 10-mile radius. When the two of them reached a place where there were deadly beasts, Zhao Feng would instantly hide in the dead corner of the beast so that the beast would find the gray-clothed man first. Roar! Roar! Zhao Feng led the gray-clothed man towards two silver-striped blood leopards. These two silver-striped blood leopards had nasty faces. Their bodies were even bigger than the green-headed Tiger King. Zhao Feng estimated that the silver-striped blood leopard's strength was around the 5th rank of the martial path. As soon as they entered the silver-striped blood leopard's territory and disturbed them, Zhao Feng immediately hid between the branches of a tree and quickly used hiding air technique to erase his aura. His hiding air technique had reached the high level and could now fully erase one's aura, including scent as well as dropping one's own body heat. Zhao Feng dodged through the two silver-striped blood leopards' smell. The gray-clothed man pursuing behind, however, was not so lucky. He did not have Zhao Feng's eyesight, which could see everything within 10 miles. Roar, roar! Hoo dash! The two silver-striped blood leopards pounced towards the gray-clothed man. Shameless kid! The gray-clothed man swore. He knew where Zhao Feng was, but the two silver-striped leopards had come for him instead. The silver-striped blood leopard had amazing speed as they whipped through the branches. Their strengths were around the peak of the 5th rank. If there was only one, the gray-clothed man could easily defeat it, but since there were two, it would be difficult. Just as the man in gray was being beaten by the silver-striped blood leopards. Ha ha ha! Zhao Feng, hidden between the gaps of a tree, was laughing gloatingly. With his mysterious left eye, his survival rate was much higher than others. Hee hee, do not blame me for helping. Zhao Feng laughed darkly as he took the silver bow off his back and attached 3 poison arrows to it. Chapter 33, Life and Death. Because he was hiding within the tree, Zhao Feng could see the gray-clothed man, but the gray-clothed man could not see him. Zhao Feng didn't fire immediately, instead he used his left eye to calculate the route of his arrows. Once I shoot, my aura will be found by the two deadly beasts. Zhao Feng kept calm. He did not want to face off against the two silver-striped blood leopards as soon as he killed the man in gray. The man in gray was barely able to deal with the two deadly beasts, but he also used part of his energy to keep a lookout for Zhao Feng's tricks. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. This person's was worthy of being an elite. In this situation he was still able to keep his guard up. Hong! Right at this moment a slight tremble came from the ground as if there was a massive beast coming through. See? The two silver-striped blood leopards, who had a cultivation at the peak of 5th rank, immediately shuddered and stopped attacking. Roar! A frightening howl sounded throughout a 10-mile radius. Uncountable wild beasts, and even some deadly beasts, trembled upon hearing it. What is that? Zhao Feng felt his eardrums rattle. Just the roar made him become uneasy. Not good. The gray-clothed man seemed to realize something and his face instantly turned white. The man in gray knew more about Sky Cloud Forest than Zhao Feng. That is. Using his left eye, Zhao Feng saw a purple-black colored two-winged sword-teeth tiger, 7 to 8 meters high and tens of meters long. It looked like a small mountain. Such a size made one tremble in awe. In terms of length, the green-headed Tiger King would be an infant compared to it. The most terrifying part, however, was the pair of jet-black wings on the tiger's back, allowing it to fly. Hong dash. Trees would shatter to pieces wherever the two-winged sword-teeth tiger went. Two-winged sword-teeth tiger. High-tier deadly beast. Strength around the 8th rank of the martial path. The gray-clothed man trembled in fear. The aura of a high-tier deadly beast would make one tremble in respect. Zhao Feng's legs unstoppably trembled. He couldn't control his body under the frightening aura. Roar! A loud roar came from the two-winged sword-teeth tiger, which now pounced towards the silver-striped blood leopard and the man in gray. Help me, the gray-clothed man tried to resist. Crack! The two-winged sword-teeth tiger opened its mouth and swallowed a silver-striped blood tiger whole. The scene made Zhao Feng's heart go cold. Zhao Feng even had the feeling that the two-winged sword-teeth tiger knew of his existence. After the two-winged sword-teeth tiger ate a silver-striped blood leopard, its blood-purple-colored eyes casually looked towards where Zhao Feng was hiding. What? Zhao Feng felt his body turn cold. When a deadly beast reached the high tier, it was not to be underestimated. Have you ever seen a tiger with wings that is the size of a small mountain? Run! Run fast! If I don't run, there won't be any chance left. Zhao Feng had the urge to survive. Under the frightening pressure, Zhao Feng poured all his energy into his left eye. The left eye helped him become calm again. It also released sizzles of heat that spread out evenly throughout his body. Zhao Feng felt the fear decrease. Run! His body turned into a blur as he ran towards a dead corner. However, Zhao Feng could still felt a deadly aura come crushing down on him. Crack! A scream came from behind. The other silver-striped blood leopard had also died. In an instant, the two-winged sword-teeth tiger had killed two deadly beasts of the peak 5th rank. There was only the man in gray left around. Run! The gray-clothed man ran in the other direction in despair. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger was slowly chewing the food in its mouth before he slowly and leisurely chased after the man in gray. Although the two-winged sword-teeth tiger was going slow, the distance between the two was becoming shorter. The man in gray had a high-rank speed skill which he had trained to the high level, and under despair, his speed was faster even than Zhao Feng by 1/2. On the other side, Zhao Feng's speed also exploded under the feeling of despair. His lightly floating ferry was now even smoother. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 4th rank. Although Zhao Feng felt his cultivation increase, he didn't feel any happiness from it. Because the two-winged sword-teeth tiger's sense was extremely powerful. Even if one ran 10 miles away, one would still be found. Just at this moment, a shout came from behind. Heavenly Moon Cut! The gray-clothed man used his final attack knowing that he would die. That sword's strength had reached the peak level. Not only that, the man's cultivation had broken through to the 6th rank. Shwa! That blade of despair, which could kill almost any cultivator of the 6th rank, hit the body of the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. Roar! The two-winged sword-teeth tiger opened its mouth and swallowed the man in gray and his weapons whole. As for that devastating heavenly moon cut, it left a 1/2 inch blood mark on the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. For a creature of such size, this kind of attack was nothing more than a tickle. As the gray-clothed man died, Zhao Feng felt himself become shrouded in death. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger's next aim was him. It was good that there was still a gap between them, and that the tiger was only slowly chasing him. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger also ate some wild and deadly beasts as it chased after him. Zhao Feng originally thought that since the tiger was full, it would let him go. However, the two-winged sword-teeth tiger seemed to be playing with him, slowly but surely pursuing behind. This bastard! Zhao Feng swore as he used his left eye to find a route for survival. Suddenly, a small creek appeared on his left-hand side. It led into a canyon. Zhao Feng found that there was a deep cave 10 miles into the canyon. The two-winged sword-teeth tiger wouldn't be able to fit inside that cave. Zhao Feng soon changed direction and ran towards the creek. Tai! Tai! Tongue! Zhao Feng's feet lightly stepped on top of the water as he crossed the creek. He had already trained lightly floating ferry to such a level that walking on water wasn't hard at all. Who? Who? The two-winged sword-teeth tiger suddenly flapped its wings as it pounced towards Zhao Feng. Run! Zhao Feng sprinted straight towards the cave. The tiger wasn't technically a flying beast, so its flying speed wasn't fast. Adding on to the fact that it was full, it could not fly that fast. However, it still pursued Zhao Feng. The cave came closer and closer. 10 miles. 9 miles. 8 miles. Just as there was 1 to 2 miles left, Zhao Feng felt a cold and dark aura. Who? The aura came from within the canyon. See? The weird sound caused Zhao Feng's heart to tremble. The tiger behind him also hesitated. It was obvious that it was being wary as well. Who long? Suddenly, a loud tremble came from within the canyon. A blood-red python, tens of meters long, came out from within the cave. The aura of this python wasn't any weaker than the tiger's. Ah! Zhao Feng's body froze. There was a python in front and a tiger behind. This was even worse than before. Luckily, the python's attention was first attracted by the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. The two creatures faced one another. The two-winged tiger roared in midair, as if showing its dominance. The blood-red python hissed back. This was its territory. As for Zhao Feng, this weakling was ignored. After facing each other for a while, the two-winged sword-teeth tiger finally lost its patience and pounced towards the blood-red python. So, dash. The python jumped straight towards the tiger. Immediately, the two deadly beasts fought each other. Where they fought, the ground trembled. Zhao Feng cautiously concealed his aura as he slowly moved towards the cave. See? Roar! Suddenly the two beasts began to bite each other. The bloody scene made Zhao Feng's heart jump. Some time later, the movements of the two beasts finally became smaller and smaller. Half an hour later, there was dead silence within the canyon. Zhao Feng let out a long breath as he slowly moved towards the bodies of the two deadly beasts. He had also confirmed that the two beasts were dead with his left eye. Zhao Feng sighed as he arrived in front of the small mountain-sized beasts. He couldn't take them back with him to Sun Feather City. Suddenly a cold light caught his eye. Zhao Feng bent down and pulled out a curved blade from the tiger's corpse. This curved blade was the gray man's weapon. It was extremely sharp. Roar! The deadly beasts and wild beasts nearby started to howl. Zhao Feng used his left eye to scan the area and was immediately shocked. There were over 30 beasts at the 6th rank of the martial path closing in. Not good. The corpses of these two high-tier deadly beasts must have attracted other beasts. Zhao Feng immediately took the curved blade and ran towards the blood-red python's cave. Chapter 34, Leaps and Bounds. As Zhao Feng entered the cave, he immediately felt cold. As he went deeper, the area inside the cave increased. There were some deadly beasts and wild beasts inside the cave, but they were all weak. As he could see them from far away, he used his silver bow to pick them off. When they got close, he would use his new curved blade. The blade would easily slice through the deadly beasts. Soon, a blood-red rock wall appeared, and under the red rock wall, there was a blood-red pond. Time to time, there were bubbles popping on the surface of the pond. Zhao Feng didn't know what the red liquid was, but he felt that its aura was similar to that of the pythons. Blood plant, blood spirit grass, blood bamboo rock. 300 years old, 500 years old, 1,000 years old. Zhao Feng laughed as his eyes rested upon the red rock. Some treasured medicines grew on the rock wall, and the oldest one had reached 1,000 years. As Zhao Feng had once eaten 200- and 300-year-old resources, he obviously knew the worth of these medicines. A normal 500-year-old blood plant was worth 20,000 or so. As for blood plants and blood spirit grasses over 1,000 years of age, there weren't any in stock in Sun Feather City. Zhao Feng roughly calculated that there were around 20 300-year-old plants, over 10 500-year plants and 3 1,000-year-old plants. 500-year-old plants are great for normal martial artists. As for 1,000-year-old plants, they are even rare for cultivators of the 6th rank and martial masters, 7th rank and higher. Zhao Feng couldn't restrain his happiness. When one didn't die, there was definitely luck coming your way. Zhao Feng had been in a life-death situation, but he survived. And in despair, he came to this land of luck. As Zhao Feng walked towards the red rock wall, he didn't pick the precious plants immediately. His eyesight focused on the red pond. There was some dead skin of a python lying next to the pond. As for the liquid, it flowed from the rock wall. For the red rock wall to grow such precious materials, it can be seen that the liquid is definitely not normal. Zhao Feng stared in excitement. He cautiously bent down and touched the red liquid. Suddenly, there was a jump from his left eye. The blood-red liquid effect was even better than the body-strengthening powder. Great! The blood-red pond was the source in which the rock wall was able to grow such rare resources. Plop! Zhao Feng immediately jumped in the pond. Gulu Gilu! Zhao Feng felt a hot and spicy energy entering his pores. Woo! Zhao Feng couldn't restrain himself from moaning in pleasure. The energy from this pond is much more stronger than the body-strengthening powder I bought. Zhao Feng circulated air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique at the same time. The blood-red liquid was very mysterious. It could not only help strengthen one's body, it could also increase one's inner strength. Time flowed. Under the help of the liquid, Zhao Feng felt the level of his air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique increase dramatically. However, over 70% of the energy had been absorbed by his bones, blood, and skin. Around half a day later, Zhao Feng felt his metal wall technique finally progress from the peak of the second level to the third level. At that moment, he felt that his skin was as strong as bronze and that his bones were even harder. Metal wall technique has reached the third level. My defense has doubled and my strength has increased by 150 to 200 kgs. Zhao Feng was very satisfied. If the metal wall technique was fully consolidated at the third level, his body could face swords and blades straight on. After reaching the third level, Zhao Feng rested for a few hours more in the red liquid. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the fourth rank and his inner strength was approaching the fifth rank. In the life and death situation in the Skycloud Forest before, his cultivation had reached the peak of the fourth rank. Even the man in gray had reached the sixth rank before he died. It looks like that one's potential can be drawn out best when they are in life and death situations. After metal wall technique was fully consolidated, he jumped out of the pond and walked to the entrance of the cave. Roar! Kong! Rare! Deadly beasts and stronger wild beasts were killing each other for the corpse of the two high-tier deadly beasts. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the worth of high-tier deadly beasts. They were worth more than 20 times than the price of a low-tier deadly beast. But these deadly beasts and wild beasts could eat the corpses of the two high-tier deadly beasts to increase their own strength. Zhao Feng was scared to face so many beasts, so he retreated back to the pond. I'll just train a bit more here then. Zhao Feng lay down in the blood pond and started to cultivate again. The use of the blood-red pond was very helpful. Once he left, he wouldn't have the chance to come back. Another half-day later, Zhao Feng's cultivation and inner strength were both extremely close to the fifth rank of the martial path. Inside his left eye, the green glow had reached 4'9". I can try to break through to the fifth rank soon. Zhao Feng jumped out of the pond and started to perform Angry Dragon Fists. Angry Dragon Fists had already been trained to the max level. Now, the power of some moves had exceeded the original limit. From a different point of view, it could be said that this was a new martial art now. Zhao Feng felt like he was burning. Tai. Zhao Feng picked a 500-year-old blood plant off the red rock wall. When a normal martial artist reached the peak of a rank, they couldn't break through to the next rank immediately. This was because there was a problem called a bottleneck. Zhao Feng's point of using the blood plant was to open this bottleneck. The 500-year blood plant had much more energy compared to the 300-year-old blood plant. As Zhao Feng ate it, he immediately felt the energy run chaotically throughout his body. He immediately circulated air-crossing breathing technique to absorb the energy. One day and one night later, Zhao Feng felt his blood mix with his inner strength. He felt more and more threads of inner strength being formed. The amount of inner strength I have has almost doubled since I broke through to the fifth rank. My body's attributes have obviously been increased as well. Zhao Feng could see the changes throughout his body with his left eye. Soon, he consolidated his realm and absorbed the remnants of the medicine. Adding inner strength onto his air-crossing breathing technique, his speed had reached a whole new level. Zhao Feng's overall strength had undergone dramatic changes due to the breakthrough. If he met the gray-clothed man now, he was certain that he could fight and win. Cultivation was the base strength. As the base strength increases, the inner strength, speed and skills will have much more power. After a day of consolidation, Zhao Feng had once again returned to the cave entrance. Wu roar! A piercing scream came from within the canyon. Zhao Feng couldn't stop himself from trembling. That was... His expression changed. Inside the canyon, a 7 to 8 meter long azurite hyena stood in it. The hyena released its deadly aura and it made all the wild and deadly beasts within a 10-mile radius cower in fear. It was obvious that the azurite hyena was also a high-tier deadly beast. Its strength wasn't any weaker than the blood-red python or the two-winged sword-teeth tiger. The hyena immediately spotted Zhao Feng as soon as he peeked out of the cave, and like the wind, it came pouncing towards him immediately. What speed! Zhao Feng's pupil contracted as he activated his inner strength and retreated back into the cave. Hong dash. The cave began to shake as the hyena crashed into the entrance. The shockwave caused Zhao Feng to groan in pain. High-tier deadly beasts. What power! Because he had been circulating his inner strength and he had reached the third level of the metal wall technique, he was unharmed. If it was a cultivator of the fourth rank of the martial path, the shockwave alone could have almost killed them. Pung! The azurite hyena repeatedly attacked the entrance. Zhao Feng felt like a mountain was shaking. It was good that the entrance was hard enough. However, the entrance was small compared to the azurite hyena, and after a few attacks, the entrance began to crumble instead. Boom! The entrance crumbled. Ah! Zhao Feng's face turned black. After a few more trembles, the azurite hyena left the entrance. However, Zhao Feng could still feel its aura. After the blood-red python died, this was now the hyena's territory. Even if Zhao Feng managed to dig outside, he would still have to face a strong enemy. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to return back to the depths of the cave. The cave still had small animals and beasts which could be used for food. Plop! Zhao Feng jumped back into the blood-red pond and he started to concentrate on training metal wall technique again. The red liquid had great benefits for the body. Zhao Feng felt his body undergo subtle changes. Pay. Pay. The thumping inside his left eye released sizzles of heat throughout his body, which made his absorption of the red liquid increase. 1 hour, 2 hours. 3 hours. Zhao Feng felt his body become harder and harder. Half a day. 1 day. 2 days. Finally, after 2 days, Zhao Feng reached the fourth level of the metal wall technique. Chapter 35, Beginning of the Main Tournament, 1. The first 3 levels were the foundation of metal wall technique. Every level after that will give the cultivator a massive increase in power. Once this body martial art was trained to the fourth level, the cultivator's body was as tough as a metal wall and it was impenetrable. This meant that Zhao Feng could counter Xa and Fei alone with his body, and most cultivators of the 4th and 5th rank couldn't harm him. The fourth level of the metal wall technique not only strengthened the skin, it also strengthened the bones by molding them inside, which meant that the cultivator's strength far surpassed others of the same rank. Zhao Feng felt that the change within his body was very obvious. Without using inner strength, his every move and action would still contain unstoppable power. I can easily beat cultivators of the 4th rank with just my body. I can even counter against some 5th rankers. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and examined his body. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally realized the greatness of a body martial skill. If he had first trained metal wall technique to the 4th level, he wouldn't have had a hard time fighting the 3 assassins. Tai. Zhao Feng jumped out of the pond and consolidated his foundation. Then, he crept towards the entrance. The entrance had been fully blocked by the fallen stones. However, Zhao Feng could still see the scenery outside through the gaps. It still hasn't left yet? Zhao Feng scrunched up his eyebrows. The azurite hyena was lying inside the canyon, sleeping. Zhao Feng didn't dare make any suspicious moves. All he did was move some of the smaller rocks aside. Woo! Just at this moment, the azurite hyena howled. Zhao Feng felt helpless as he returned back to the cave. Being a high-tier deadly beast, the azurite hyena had extreme sense. Trying to bluff through it wasn't easy. There is still 2 more days till the main tournament starts. Zhao Feng was slightly aggravated as he soaked inside the pond. He couldn't forcefully break through. The strength of the azurite hyena was at the 8th rank of the martial path. Any cultivators under the 7th rank would be instantly killed. Every 3 ranks was a huge difference. For example, a cultivator at the peak of the 6th rank would easily lose to a cultivator that had reached the 7th rank, under the same circumstances. Skills, etc. The hyena was a martial master as it had reached the 8th rank. Even some of the sex elders couldn't beat it. Zhao Feng decided that if he couldn't get out, he should just cultivate. Lying in the pond, he circulated air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique again. Although the red liquid still greatly helped metal wall technique, the increase was now much slower than before. 2 days passed by in a blink. Zhao Feng's metal wall technique had increased by leaps and bounds again, although it didn't reach the 5th level. Throughout that period, he had eaten a 500-year-old blood plant and a 500-year-old blood bamboo rock. Zhao Feng then ate a blood spirit grass and felt his inner strength purify into a higher quality. With the help of the blood plant and the red pond, the level of his inner strength had reached the peak of the 5th rank. It wasn't any weaker than Zhao Han's. The use of the blood bamboo rock was even more helpful. It helped excrete the poison in one's body. Having used so many treasured resources, there were some poison inside his body and he had some small internal injuries. But after using the blood bamboo shoot, he felt himself excrete a thick black liquid multiple times, which helped him get rid of the poison and he felt the internal injuries heal. At this moment, Zhao Feng's inner strength was at the peak of the 5th rank and his cultivation was closing on the peak 5th rank as well. His metal wall technique was almost at the peak of the 4th level. But he didn't feel happy at all. Today is the start of the main tournament. Zhao Feng shook his head sadly. He was still trapped within the cave and he couldn't get out. The same time. Sun Feather City, Zhao Sect. All the elite inner disciples had showed up. First place Zhao Linlong, second place Zhao Qi, third place Zhao Han. All the geniuses had arrived. Why isn't he here yet? Zhao Yufei's beautiful eyes scanned around the place, but she couldn't see Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had finally reached the 4th rank of the martial path after half a month. This included the help of air-crossing breathing technique and precious resources. On the stage, there were 50 chairs arranged in 5 rows. On the seats sat 50 inner disciples. The 50 chairs represented the 50 spots of inner disciples. The first 3 chair owners were the top 3 disciples of the Zhao sect. All of them had at least reached the 5th rank of the martial path. By looking at their auras, it could be seen that Zhao Qi and Zhao Han had both recently reached the 5th rank. As for the number 1 disciple Zhao Linlong, he had never opened his eyes from the start, making him all the more mysterious. He never opened his eyes to watch any fights. Why isn't the top outer disciple Zhao Feng here? Yeah, I heard that he beat a cultivator of the 4th rank only using the strength of a half-step martial artist. The sect disciples discussed. Only a small number of people from the Zhao sect high level realized Zhao Feng wasn't here. On the stage. If he was here and was the 4th rank of the martial path at least, he would be able to reach top 5 without a problem. One white-bearded old man murmured to himself. This white-bearded old man was the main judge of the Outer Disciples contest, the one who had blocked Zhao Tianjian's attack. Today he was also one of the 2 main judges of the main tournament. Oof. If he can arrive, then the sun must be coming from the south. Zhao Tianjian's eyes flashed violently, but then he thought suspiciously, but why hasn't Grey Eagle, the one that took the mission, reported back yet? Inside the Sky Cloud Forest, in the cave. Zhao Feng was clinging onto the last string of hope. Time passed slowly. He was certain that the main tournament had now started. With the azurite hyena guarding outside, Zhao Feng didn't dare to make any rash moves. All he could do was duly cultivate metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique. Another day passed by in a flash. Zhao Feng's metal wall technique had reached the peak of the 4th level. His inner strength had reached the limit of the 5th rank. Even his cultivation was slowly proceeding towards the peak of the 5th rank. One day has passed from the start of the main tournament. Zhao Feng didn't have any hope left. Although the inner disciple tournament was important, it wasn't as important as his own life. Furthermore, if he had enough strength, he wouldn't need to fear anyone when he returned back to the sect. Roar, dash. From inside the canyon came a shout. Zhao Feng immediately jumped out of the pond. That sound clearly came from the azurite hyena. I'll go and check it out. Zhao Feng used lightly floating ferry and arrived at the cave entrance. Through the cracks, he saw the scenes from the canyon. From the other side of the canyon, a few humans appeared. Humans! Zhao Feng first was happy, then his mood dropped again. Only martial masters would be able to take on high-tier deadly beasts. Zhao Feng's left eye saw that 3 miles away from the cave, there were 2 men and 1 woman. Their ages were around 17 or 18, the oldest was around 20. With their age, it was almost impossible for them to be a martial master. In Zhao Feng's mind, the sex elders had all reached 70 or 80. But the hyenas seemed to be wary of the people. The three people all wore the same clothes. It seemed that they were from the same faction. As they were 3 or 4 miles away, Xiaofeng couldn't hear their voices as his ears weren't as biased as his eye. At this time, the youth at the front said faintly, "This bastard seems to have some intelligence." "No challenge at all." The other youth said disdainfully. "Leave it to me." The girl said. "Sure, little sister Yuan. Your actual combat skills are too weak, you can't even kill it in one move." The youth at the front said. If Xiaofeng could hear what they were saying, he would be shocked. Soon, he watched the girl walk towards the high-tier deadly beast. Woo! The azurite hyena pounced towards the girl. Oh my god! Xiaofeng was stunned. That girl was going to die. Xiaofeng's left eye was pushed to the maximum. The whole world slowed down by tens of times. Break! The girl in his vision floated up. Her jade hands lightly swiped the air and an azure-colored light formed in her hands, and then it flew at the head of the hyena. SSSS. The tougher-than-metal skin of the azurite hyena was easily sliced open. The hyena screamed as his head exploded. Hong! The corpse fell to the ground. Xiaofeng was shocked. His left eye was still thumping. Inside the pitch-black dimension of his eye, the green light split into 2 figures. One of them was the hyena, while the other was the girl. The 2 figures closed in on each other. The girl simply waved her hand. Her attack contained insight too deep for Xiaofeng to understand, and it killed the hyena in one hit. The scene in his mind was replayed back and forth. Xiaofeng stood dazed as if he was in a trance. He was so concentrated that he didn't even notice the 3 people leaving. Little sister Yuan, although your opponent was very weak, the power of that move wasn't bad. The youth at the front praised. When Xiaofeng opened his eyes, there was no one left inside the canyon, only the corpse of the azurite hyena. Everything that happened was like a dream. But if he opened his left eye, the scene of the girl killing the high-tier deadly beast would be replayed back and forth. Chapter 36, Beginning of the Main Tournament 2. Where are those people from? Xiaofeng thought that everything was surreal. Unexpectedly, his left eye had opened a new ability. It could memorize any scene he saw and replay it perfectly. If Xiaofeng was willing, he could open the scene and try to gain some insights. He knew that his knowledge of the outside world was limited. The Azure Flower continent had a countless number of countries. Just Skycloud Forest alone passed through more than 10 countries. Sunfeather City was just a small city within a country. Regaining his composure, Xiaofeng soon turned happy. Now that the hyena was dead, nothing could stop him from leaving. I need to leave fast. Xiaofeng felt anxious as he thought about the main tournament. The cave entrance was blocked by rocks. All he needed to do was open up a path. Pang! The smaller rocks were only about 150 kgs heavy. Just with his body alone, he could crush the rocks. If he added inner strength to it, the rocks would be shattered. When Xiaofeng met larger rocks, he started to push them aside. Normal 5th rankers had 750 kgs of strength by using their body alone. Because Xiaofeng had trained the metal wall technique to the 4th level, he had at least 1,250 kgs of power. 500 more than what normal cultivators of the 5th rank had. Obviously, the main use of metal wall technique was to help increase one's defense and not increase one's power. Xiaofeng finally opened the path up in half an hour. However, he didn't leave immediately. There were still some precious resources left on the red rock wall. Rah! Roar! At this moment, some deadly beasts and wild beasts began to scream. The body of the high-tier deadly beast will attract more beasts. Having been through this for the first time, Xiaofeng immediately increased his speed. Like a rocket, he flew to the rock wall and took some of the plants. There was only one aim for him, to take the 3 1,000-year-old plants. The 1,000-year blood plant, 1,000-year blood spirit grass, and the 1,000-year blood bamboo rock. He had many reasons in why he did this. Firstly, he could save time. There were many beasts gathering. Secondly, although the 300 and 500-year-old plants were precious, Xiaofeng had already eaten many of them, so their effects weren't that obvious for him. Sung. He didn't dare stop after he took the plants. Entering the canyon, there were already 7 or 8 deadly beasts fighting each other. There were also 30 strong wild beasts here, all of them had the strength of a 4th rank. Zhao Feng tried his best to dodge the beasts and headed straight towards the creek. Although he tried to dodge the beasts, there were still some wild and deadly beasts that came for him. "You're courting death!" Zhao Feng shouted as his palm hit a low-tier deadly beast. Crack! The bones of the low-tier deadly beast was instantly shattered. This attack of his was pure muscle, not a bit of inner strength used. The low-tier deadly beast was slightly stronger than the green-headed Tiger King he'd first met when he came to the Skycloud Forest. Killing the beast in one hit caused the other wild beasts to scatter in fear, and according to his memory, Zhao Feng made his way back the way he came. On the way, he again met many deadly beasts. This was because the high-tier deadly beast's corpse just attracted way too many other animals. Flaming Metal Fist! Zhao Feng shouted as a faint green glow poured out from his fist. The fist hit a low-tier deadly beast whose strength was equal to a cultivator of the 5th rank. Under this one punch, the low-tier deadly beast had its organs shattered. With the use of the blood spirit grass, Blood Red Pond, his inner strength was much stronger than the inner strength of others. When he fully circulated air-crossing breathing technique, he could instantly kill a cultivator of the same rank. 1 hour later, Zhao Feng finally reached the outer edges of the Skycloud Forest and rushed back towards Sunfeather City. "I heard that the Zhao Sect main tournament is ending soon." The main tournament is divided into Ranking Challenge and the Spot Challenge. Out of the 100 people, only 50 will be inner disciples. The latter should be finished now. I'm so sad I couldn't get to watch. On the way, he heard some information about what was going on. After he returned to the sect, he didn't immediately go towards the place where the main tournament was held. Instead, he first returned home and put the 3 1,000-year-old plants away. Soon, he changed his clothes, then rushed out the door. Zhao Feng used his hiding air technique to show that his cultivation was only at the peak 4th rank. As for his inner strength, it was shown to be at the 5th rank. "This is the best I can do." Zhao Feng soon arrived at the place by using lightly floating fairy. At this moment, the tournament seemed to be in the 2nd stage. After 1 day of intense fighting, the Spot Challenge has ended and the 50 inner disciples have been decided. The Ranking Challenge will be next. The 50 of you left will challenge one another to find out the overall ranking, and according to your ranks, the prizes will be given. A powerful and old voice reverberated. In the middle of the site, there was an arena. Opposite the arena, there was a stage. There were 50 seats on the stage, and on each seat sat one person, representing an inner disciple. The first round Spot Challenge was when the 50 outer disciples challenged the 50 inner disciples to try and get an inner disciple spot. Zhao Feng scanned and found that from the outer disciples, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Guang had all reached the top 50. However, their ranks were all in the last 10. Only Zhao Yufei reached the top 20. Obviously, this was the Spot Challenge rankings, and not the real rankings. I still came late. Zhao Feng used his identity card and passed through the checkpoint. It's Zhao Feng. It's him, the top outer disciple. Zhao Feng immediately attracted the crowd's attention. "Judge, can I still participate?" Zhao Feng said as he puffed. "No matter who you are, you cannot join since the first round of the tournament is over," the judge said. He didn't think that Zhao Feng needed special attention. It's him. The white-bearded main judge's eyes lit up. He was the main judge of the Outer Disciples contest and had seen Zhao Feng dominate it. Hearing the judge's words, Zhao Feng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't very interested since there were only 2 to 3 people who were his match. But Zhao Feng was still interested by the rewards. If one reached the top 3, they could go to the martial arts library and choose a peak rank skill. Wait. The voice came from the main judge. Main judge? What do you mean? The judge that was organizing felt doubtful. This kid easily dominated the Outer Disciples contest and got first. His understanding and potential is immeasurable. I think we can give him a chance, the white-bearded old man said. Zhao Feng looked gratefully towards him. He had helped him more than once. I oppose. A cold voice sounded from opposite corner. The person was Zhao Tianjian. Every country has their own rules. How can rules be changed for one person? If they arrive late for the main tournament, then it is obvious that he is disregarding the rules. Zhao Tianjian said righteously. Zhao Feng felt sick. He was late because Zhao Tianjian had sent assassins after him. Now, Zhao Tianjian was stopping him from entering the tournament. You're right. Zhao Tianjian is correct. We can't let people like him through the back door. Heh, this kid can wait for the next tournament 3 years later. Many people looked gloatingly at Zhao Feng. The high-ups of the Zhao sect started to discuss among themselves. This year's contest was very important. Not only some of the elders arrived, even the head of the sect Zhao Tianson was here. Their point of view was different compared to others. They would rather raise more geniuses than care about rules. What do the two main judges think? The head of the sect Zhao Tianson said expressionlessly. There were 3 people who had the most power in the main tournament, the head of the sect and the 2 main judges. I support Zhao Feng. It's better for the sect if we have more geniuses. The white-bearded main judge said. Immediately, all the people turned to look at the other main judge. The other judge was a white-robed old man. Zhao Feng saw that this person was familiar. He then immediately realized that this person was the one guarding the martial arts library last time. The white-robed old man also saw Zhao Feng and said deeply, I also support Zhao Feng. The crowd stirred. Both the main judges had decided to support Zhao Feng. 2 of the 3 people who had the most power here had decided to help Zhao Feng. Even the head of the sect couldn't do anything about it now. How could this happen? Zhao Tianjian's face turned green. Chapter 37, Ranking Challenge. Okay, we'll act as the 2 main judges say and allow Zhao Feng to participate. The head of the sect Zhao Tianson looked interestingly at Zhao Feng. With the head of the sect and the 2 main judges agreeing, no one dared to oppose them. This was the first time Zhao Feng felt a sense of belonging to his sect. Zhao Tianjian was trembling in anger. He couldn't believe that Zhao Feng could return alive. Grey Eagle has failed. With Grey Eagle's strength, how could he possibly fail? Zhao Feng. The judge said, I shall explain the rules to you now. Yes. Zhao Feng listened carefully. People challenged one another in this tournament. The first round spot challenge was when the 50 outer disciples challenged the 50 inner disciples. If they won, they took the places of inner disciples. Every outer disciples had 3 chances to challenge someone. If they lost all 3 challenges, then they would remain outer disciples. Therefore, before the outer disciples challenged anyone, they first had to estimate their own strength and choose the weaker inner disciples. Zhao Feng, since you were late, you only have 1 chance to challenge someone. The judge said strictly. 1 chance? Zhao Feng nodded his head, I understand. With his strength, he could easily become an inner disciple. Unless Zhao Feng was retarded and chose someone like Zhao Linlong, he would win. Obviously, Zhao Feng would do that and challenge the strongest guy straight away. Now you can choose 1 person. If you win, you can take their spot. The judge warned. Okay. Zhao Feng jumped on stage and surveyed the 50 people. 50 people, 50 seats all arranged in order. The order from left to right went Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, Zhao Qin. The first row of 10 represented the top 10 inner disciples. On the 7th chair of the second row, Zhao Feng spotted Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei looked at him and gently smiled. The 2 were neighbors and were quite familiar with each other. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijin, Zhao Gan, Zhao Guang were between 40th and 50th place. Apart from Zhao Feng, there was only 5 others that had become inner disciples. Who should I challenge? Zhao Feng smiled as he inspected them. Zhao Linlong, who was in first place, had his eyes closed, as if he was trying to gain insights into something. It seemed like the tournament had nothing to do with him. The top inner disciples didn't even worry. However, the disciples ranked at the bottom were nervous. After all, Zhao Feng was the top outer disciple. He could easily reach the top 10 with his strength. The second row. 6th seat. Zhao Feng's eyes settled on the person on Zhao Yufei right. Number 16 Zhao Fei, please come out. The judge said. Zhao Fei was 16 or 17 years old. He had the cultivation of the peak 3rd rank, but his aura wasn't any weaker than cultivators of the 4th rank. Kid, don't think that you can beat me just because you've reached the 4th rank. Zhao Fei calmly walked on stage. This Zhao Fei is pretty strong. With his block metal body, he's beaten 2 quasi-martial artists. Zhao Feng might not advance so smoothly. In terms of winning, Zhao Feng obviously had a higher chance. But his opponent's strength wasn't weak either, so it would be a tough fight. Metal Sand Palm. Zhao Fei only used a middle-ranked martial art. Pa! The damage was higher than most high-ranked martial arts. This was because it had been trained to the peak level. Zhao Feng was slightly moved. At the outer disciple contest, only he had trained middle-ranked martial arts to the high level. The thing was, Zhao Fei's metal sand palm complemented his block metal body. Therefore, this palm could beat Zhao Yijian's ice-flowing sword. Zhao Fei's strength is not any weaker than half-step martial artists now. A few of the inner disciples nodded in approval. Flaming Metal Fist. Zhao Feng casually threw out a punch. He was using core-ranked martial arts. Not only that, he didn't add any inner strength to it. This scene caused many people to be shocked. Not using inner strength meant that he didn't have an advantage. Kid, don't try to be cool. Zhao Fei took a deep breath and circulated block metal body and metal sand palm to the max. Originally he didn't think that he'd beat Zhao Feng, he could only spar a bit. But since the opponent was so arrogant. On the stage, the two figures closed in on each other and the fist and palm hit the other. Break! Zhao Fei had a face of urgency and happiness, but reality is cruel. Pay! The second his palm hit the fist, he felt overwhelming power numb his arm. Ah! Zhao Fei started to sweat. He felt that Zhao Feng was as powerful as a bull. Pong! Zhao Fei didn't even understand what was happening and he was sent flying. One move. All it took Zhao Feng to beat Zhao Fei was one move. Although it wasn't surprising that Zhao Feng would win, to win in one move was unpredicted. He won by using core-ranked martial arts and he didn't use any inner strength. Zhao Feng has learned a high-ranked body martial art. Zhao Feng, challenge successful. You are ranked 16th for now. As for Zhao Fei, you have 3 chances to challenge someone. The judge declared. After beating Zhao Fei, Zhao Feng walked calmly towards the 6th seat of the 2nd row. On his left was Zhao Yufei. Your metal wall technique has reached at least the 3rd level. Zhao Yufei said, slightly surprised. Zhao Feng had learnt this skill from her grandfather. According to her knowledge, metal wall technique was very hard to train. Her grandfather had said that Zhao Feng would only be able to train it to the 2nd level at max. But from Zhao Feng's performance, his metal wall technique had reached at least the 3rd level. Yep. Zhao Feng smiled. His metal wall technique had already reached the peak 4th level. There was a huge difference between the 3rd and 4th level. Zhao Feng didn't even use half his strength when fighting Zhao Fei. On stage, the fighting continued. According to the rules, Zhao Fei had another chance to challenge someone. Soon, Zhao Fei successfully beat someone and was ranked 26. The tournament was delayed since Zhao Feng had entered halfway through. Because there were 50 spots for inner disciples and there was 51 people, one person was eliminated. Zhao Feng and 5 other outer disciples had become inner disciples. The spot challenge has finished. The judge let out a breath and started to declare the start of the next round. They were proceeding to the ranking tournament. According to the news before, the top 20, 10 and 3 had different rewards. Especially the top 3, they could choose peak-ranked martial arts. This was where Zhao Feng was especially moved. It was obvious that the competition was going to be very fierce. Also, the inner disciples' ranking decided one's honor and glory. All the youths here were 18 or under, and they had desire to win. The 2nd round ranking tournament means that all of you have 3 chances of challenging someone. If you fail, then your chances decrease by 1. The judge said. The rules were very clear. The ones ranked behind would challenge the ones ranked higher. If they won, they would replace the opponent's rank. Everyone only had 3 chances to challenge someone. If they were successful, they still had 3 chances, but if they failed, their chances decreased by 1. Understood. The 50 people nodded their heads. The ones ranked last challenged others first. It first started with rank 50. However, for those at the bottom, they were already very happy in becoming an inner disciple and they knew that they had no chance to get to the top 20. Therefore, there weren't many people challenging others between 40th and 50th place. Even if there were, they just wanted to show off and they won higher rankings even if they didn't get any rewards. 40th. 39th. 38th. The rankings edged closer and closer. When it reached 20th to 30th place, the fighting became more and more fierce. People such as Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian had all reached the top 30. Zhao Yijian reached 12th and Zhao Yu had reached 15th. Overall, the top 20 inner disciples had the strength of quasi-martial artists. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei were both true martial artists, so no one dared to challenge them. There were less than 10 disciples who had reached the 4th rank of the martial path. After the top 20 was confirmed, they started to compete for the top 10. Soon, it was Zhao Yufei's turn to challenge someone. Zhao Feng would challenge someone after Zhao Yufei's turn. There were many top 10 inner disciples that had not reached the 4th rank of the martial path. Zhao Yufei decided to challenge number 6 and she won her match easily. After reaching the top 10, Zhao Yufei gave up her chance to keep on challenging someone. This way, she could still save her 2 chances for the next 2 rounds. Number 16 Zhao Feng, it's your turn. At this moment, the judge declared. Challenge 38, Zhao Han's challenge. It was finally Zhao Feng's turn. Being the top outer disciple, who would he challenge? The top 6 had all reached the 4th rank. Zhao Linlong had reached the peak of the 5th rank, a bit better than Zhao Feng. Under the expectations of the crowd, Zhao Feng slowly said, pass. What? Pass? Giving up your chance to challenge someone this round means that you only have 2 chances left to challenge someone. The judge said, surprised. However, the rule said that the challenger could give up their chance if they wanted to. Zhao Feng obviously had his plans when he passed his turn. His goal was the top 3. This was only the first of 3 rounds, he didn't need everyone to know his true strength. Secondly, he first wanted to understand the true strength of Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng didn't dare to look down on the top 3 as they had all reached the 5th rank. Humph. You think that because you gave up your chance, I don't have any way around that. Zhao Han, who was ranked 3rd, looked mockingly towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng also felt his enmity. Before the tournament, Zhao Han had once told him that he would break his arm, just like how Zhao Feng did to Zhao Yijian. After 10 days, Zhao Han's cultivation was fully stable, and he could keep his inner strength under control. Number 15th, 14th, 13th. The challengers became stronger. The competition for the top 10 was very intense, but it was mainly focused on the 7th to 10th places. This was because the other 6 had all reached the 4th rank or higher, their places were stable. Soon, the top 10 was decided. Now, the people focused on the top 5 and even the top 3. I want to challenge number 4, Zhao Qin. The azure-clothed youth said as he held his halberd. The impression that Zhao Qin gave Zhao Feng was gentle, quiet, and calm. Zhao Tan, you just reached the 4th rank not long ago and you're already challenging me? Zhao Qin faintly smiled. Her style of fighting was similar to her attitude. She used softness to counter hardness and her speciality was speed. You're the only one I can challenge in the top 5. Let's have a good fight. Zhao Tan danced with his halberd. This was just the beginning of the ranking tournament and 2 true martial artists were already fighting. After tangling for a long time, Zhao Qin came out victorious. After all, she had the higher cultivation and her skills were trained to a higher level. Although Zhao Tan lost, his ranking stayed the same. Zhao Qin felt helpless as she scanned the top 3. The top 3 were all too strong. All of them had reached the 5th rank. But to give up so easily wasn't her style. Zhao Qin finally made her decision. I choose to challenge number 2, Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi had just recently reached the 5th rank as well, but his inner strength wasn't as strong as Zhao Han's. Ha ha. You know you'll still lose Zhao Qin, so why bother? Zhao Qi lazily jumped on stage. The 2 face off. Zhao Feng was finally able to see the strength of the top three now. Blue Cloud Finger. Zhao Qin slowly lifted her finger. A faint blue glow came from the finger. It seemed weak and fragile, yet, it still swished through the air. This finger skill of hers was a high-ranked martial art. She had trained it to a high level and she understood how to use it very well. The damage of her skill is not bad. The energy is focused onto one point. It contains both the softness of water and the hardness of ice. Zhao Feng analyzed as he watched with his left eye. Although Zhao Yijian's ice-flowing sword and Zhao Qin's blue cloud finger were both high-ranked martial arts that had reached the high level, the damage dealt by them was not comparable. AI, you've only improved by this much. Zhao Qi's lazy voice sounded. Shua. Zhao Qi's body turned into an afterimage as he dodged Zhao Qin's attack. Not good. She had still underestimated Zhao Qi's strength. Zhao Qi's movement skill has reached the high level. The disciples exclaimed. Howling Sky Fist. Zhao Qi appeared behind Zhao Qin and punched at her. His fist was covered in a bright red glow. When it moved through the air, it caused a sound similar to lightning. Just the fist moving through the air caused the eardrums of some inner disciples to tremble. What a devastating fist skill! This skill's infinitely close to a peak-ranked martial art, it's no worse than my metal wall technique. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Blue clouds flying. Zhao Qin shouted as she took the punch straight on. Immediately, she was sent flying and she coughed up blood as she landed on the ground. Just one punch injured Zhao Qin. It was lucky that she used softness to counter hardness, any other cultivator would have been instantly defeated. That was just warm up. Zhao Qi said indifferently and attacked again. His performance made all the disciples wary of him. High-ranked footwork skill, high-ranked inner strength skill, high-ranked body skill. Zhao Qi's skills were displayed. Although he had learned many different skills, most of them had reached the high level. Even his body skill had reached the 4th level, meaning that he was able to counter swords and blades with his body alone. There's no obvious flaws. His Howling Sky Fist is deadly. Zhao Feng thought. He was a tough opponent. No wonder he looked so disdainfully at him at the outer disciples contest. Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to last through 3 moves of his back then. On stage, Zhao Qi was just toying with Zhao Qin. After exchanging around 20 blows, Zhao Qin was puffing already and so surrendered. Zhao Qin knew that she could only last 20 moves since Zhao Qi was going easy on her. If Zhao Qi tried his best, he could win in under 3 moves. None of you have the right to challenge the top 3. Zhao Qi said as he casually glanced towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng immediately had a feeling that his thoughts were read. How did he know that Zhao Feng was going to challenge the top 3? From the situation right now, 4th place Zhao Qin, 5th place Zhao Tun, and 6th place Zhao Yufei didn't seem to have any intentions to try to challenge the top 3. After Zhao Qin's turn, it was Zhao Han's turn. Zhao Han. Zhao Han. Many people cheered on Zhao Han as he was a contender for becoming first. The tournament had now reached a climax. Even Zhao Qi had a solemn expression when looking at Zhao Han. Only 1st place Zhao Linlong had an expressionless face on. Zhao Han's eyes passed between Zhao Qi and Zhao Linlong. He was ranked 3rd place, and there were only 2 people in front of him. Zhao Linlong or Zhao Qi? The disciples were expectant. It would be an intense match if Zhao Han chose Zhao Linlong or Zhao Qi. However, reality was different. After Zhao Han's eyes passed Zhao Linlong and Zhao Qi, he started to look at the 2nd row instead. The disciples of the 2nd row trembled in fear. The 1st row were the top 10 disciples. The 2nd row were the 11th to 20th disciples. I want a challenge, the 6th seat of the 2nd row. Zhao Han's cold voice echoed. The 6th seat of the 2nd row. Zhao Han didn't challenge the top 2, not even the top 10, but the top 20. The 6th seat of the 2nd row? Who was that unlucky bastard? The crowd's attention turned towards that spot. Me? Zhao Feng was stunned. Yep, Zhao Han was challenging him. Zhao Han, are you sure you want to do this? The judge scrunched up his eyebrows, The ones that are ranked higher will lose their spots if they lose to a person with lower ranking. And even if you win, there's no benefit gained. According to the rules, those of higher rank could challenge those of lower ranks. But nobody would do so as there wasn't any benefits. Instead, one would lose one of their challenging chances. Yes. Zhao Han's murderous eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. Some of the disciples had understanding looks. Many of them knew that Zhao Han was Zhao Yijin's cousin and their relationship was pretty good. At the 12th spot, Zhao Yijin immediately looked gratefully at Zhao Han. Zhao Feng? Do you not have the courage to fight me? Zhao Han mocked. What's there to fear? Zhao Feng remained expressionless as he jumped on stage. Although he knew he would have to fight Zhao Han, he didn't think that it would be this early. I'll first break his arm, then I'll challenge Zhao Linlong. Zhao Han planned. Zhao Han's challenging Zhao Feng? It's obvious, he's taking revenge for his cousin. Although Zhao Feng's strong, he's still not Zhao Han's match. Many disciples were either sympathetic or gloating. Although Zhao Feng was the top outer disciple and he was a true martial artist, there was still a huge gap between him and Zhao Han. Chapter 39, let you have 10 moves on stage. The two true martial art geniuses faced off. One of them was the king of the outer disciples, while the other was a top-tier inner disciple. The onlookers started to quiet down. Although the final outcome wouldn't change, this was still an exciting match. Who? The cold inner strength started to flow out from Zhao Han. It caused the whole arena to become colder and colder. Although Zhao Feng was still a few meters away, he felt his limbs begin to freeze. This wasn't his imagination, the cold actually existed. The source of it came from the element of Zhao Han's inner strength. What strong inner strength? With it containing the element of ice, his inner strength is stronger than most other peak 5th rankers. The older generation of the Zhao sect exclaimed. Precisely. Zhao Han's inner strength was very powerful. Using this advantage, he had beat the third strongest inner disciple of the Xian family, Xian Tong, in one move. His strength was already imprinted in their hearts. Now that Zhao Han had gained control over his chaotic inner strength fully, he was even more fearsome. Zhao Han found a mysterious crystal shard a few months ago, allowing his inner strength to develop exponentially. An old man smiled. No wonder his inner strength is so strong. The Azure Flower continent was full of mysterious items and places. As it had existed for thousands of years, there were many tombs and queer items that could instantly help lucky cultivators who had the chance to obtain them turn into strong cultivators. Obviously, Zhao Han was a lucky person, as he was able to obtain a mysterious crystal shard. He had rapidly increased his cultivation level over the past 6 months and had the right to compete for the top inner disciple. Zhao Feng, I'll let you have 3 moves. Zhao Han looked down on Zhao Feng. The coldness from his voice seemed to perfectly complement his cold inner strength. 3 moves? The crowd didn't think he was arrogant. Instead, they thought that this was perfectly acceptable. After all, Zhao Han's rank far exceeded Zhao Feng's. From giving Zhao Feng 3 moves, no one would say that he had bullied the weak. Ha ha ha, 3 moves? Zhao Han. Are you such a wimp? I can give you 10 moves. Zhao Feng laughed aloud and said mockingly towards Zhao Han. 10 moves. The crowd looked at Zhao Feng like he was a monster. Zhao Feng didn't reject the chance to have 3 moves only, he had even given Zhao Han 10 moves to attack first. The crowd soon became quiet again after a bit of discussion. He's definitely joking. Obviously. Some shook their heads. He's going to lose anyways, so giving Zhao Han 10 moves doesn't matter. 10 moves? Zhao Han's face paled. Suppressing his anger, he bitterly spat out, "You're courting death." Who? As soon as he finished, his 2 shoulders emitted an ice-cold aura. The 48 inner disciples coughed due to the cold. A thin layer of silver-white ice appeared on Zhao Han's palms as it flew at Zhao Feng. The power of this palm could easily destroy any one of the 4th rank or lower. The first move. Zhao Feng shouted. He didn't attack. He started to circulate air-crossing breathing technique and metal wall technique to protect his body instead. The 2 figures clashed together. Pa! Although Zhao Han's hand hit Zhao Feng, the latter twisted his body away and successfully blocked the attack. In that interval, the inner strength of the two people clashed. Tai. Tai. Tongue. One of the figures was pushed back. What happened? The disciples were in shock, because the one that was pushed back was Zhao Han. Zhao Han steadied himself after being pushed back. His face was dim with anger. A numbing feel came from his arm and couldn't help himself but exclaim, "How does he have so much power?" When Zhao Han and Xin Tong sparred 10 days ago, Zhao Feng's body technique was nowhere near close enough to threaten him. However, today, Zhao Feng's body technique was even stronger than Xin Tong's. You're not the only one that improved. Zhao Feng smiled as he released his inner strength. His inner strength had broken through the 4th rank and reached the 5th rank. The main point was that Zhao Feng's inner strength was under complete control, unlike Zhao Han's, whose inner strength suppressed others in quantity rather than quality. The inner strength of the 5th rank. Zhao Feng's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th rank, but his inner strength had already reached the 5th rank. His body strengthening technique is extremely powerful. It far exceeds the ones that the sect's disciples use. The white-bearded judge smiled. His decision to support Zhao Feng was correct. He still has remaining auras of cultivation resources. It looks like he's been quite lucky. The head of the sect Zhao Tiansun said as he looked towards Zhao Feng. Don't be too full of yourself, I only used 50% of my strength just then. Zhao Han turned his embarrassment into anger. Cold snow palm. Zhao Han leapt up and slowly pushed out his palm. The palm seemed slow, yet, it condensed his inner strength to a very dense point. Before the attack had arrived, the coldness would already freeze the opponent's blood. The second move. Zhao Feng stayed where he stood and once again circulated metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique to block Zhao Han's attack. Boom! There was a loud boom as the figures intercepted each other. A shock wave swept everything up in a 5-meter radius. Zhao Han retreated back once again. His arm was almost fully numb again. After fending off Zhao Han, Zhao Feng felt a cold inner strength flow into his body. But after the metal wall technique reached the 4th level, his body was not only as strong as metal, it also increased the resistance he had against inner strength. Not only that, Zhao Feng's real cultivation was actually at the 5th rank. This is not possible. Zhao Han's face turned cruel and leapt furiously towards Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng was like a metal wall, not moving at all. No matter how furiously he attacked, Zhao Feng time after time fended him off. His defense is probably the best out of the inner disciples. The Zhao sect disciples were in a daze. The second move. The third move. The fourth move. Every time Zhao Feng blocked a move, he would tell Zhao Han how many moves he had used. Zhao Feng only defended since the start of the match. Oh my god. Is he really going to let Zhao Han have 10 moves? Looks like it. It's already been 5 moves and he hasn't attacked yet. Whispers went through the crowd. On the stage, the number 12 ranked Zhao Yijin was pale-faced. Why is it like this? When did he get so strong? Why isn't it me? Not only did he not die, he became even stronger. Zhao Tianjian's face was green. He had paid someone to assassinate Zhao Feng. Not only did they fail, they allowed Zhao Feng's strength to increase even more. His defense is at the metal wall level. Even inner strength is weakened against it. This means his metal wall technique is at least at the 4th level. Zhao Yufei's face was full of shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Zhao Feng's metal wall technique was given by her. She clearly knew how hard it was to train this skill. The 5th move. The 6th move. The 7th move. Zhao Han's attacks became more and more insane. At the end, his lips started to leak blood from how hard he was biting them. However, every time he attacked, Zhao Feng was never harmed. Instead, the recoil injured himself. The 9th move, the 10th move. Zhao Feng's voice suddenly became loud. Zhao Han. The 10 moves have finished. Your strength disappoints me. His voice was like a nightmare. The 10 moves had finished. Zhao Feng stated the truth. If I let you have 10 moves, then you'll have 10 moves. This scene caused the disciples and elders to be extremely disturbed. Now, after the 10 moves had finished, Zhao Feng would not defend anymore. Angry Dragon Fists. A green color appeared on Zhao Feng's palm. The angry dragon fists he was using now almost surpassed the original angry dragon fists. Pod dash. The floating casual fist just happened to hit the flaw on Zhao Han's body. Wah! Zhao Han spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked backwards. At this moment, he had lost all sanity and he fought even more crazily. But the more he turned insane, the more flaws appeared. In Zhao Feng's eyes, his opponent was just a child brandishing a stick. When Zhao Han was calm, Zhao Feng thought that he was on par with Zhao Qi, the number 2 inner disciples. But with him going crazy, he was now no threat at all. I don't believe it, lose. After being beaten one move after another, Zhao Han was now only using pure power, there was no skill involved. Soon, Zhao Feng dodged one of Zhao Han's attacks and in the gap interval, Zhao Feng landed a kick on Zhao Han's abdomen. Pang! Zhao Han flew back tens of meters and landed face first. I don't believe it. Zhao Han tried to get back up. Judge, why aren't you saying that he lost yet? Zhao Feng asked. Ah! The judge finally recovered from his shock and quickly shouted, Zhao Han, challenge failed. The challenged will now take the 3rd spot. 3rd? Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. His goal to reach the top 3 inner disciples was now achieved. Chapter 40, Zhao Linlong's Strength. Along with the judge's announcement, the people returned from their days. The result was unexpected. Being a black horse, Zhao Feng continued to dominate his opponents and create miracles. Now he had beaten the 3rd strongest inner disciple, Zhao Han. Zhao Feng laughed as he sat down on the 3rd seat of the first row. On his right side was Zhao Qi, who was looking at him as if it was the first time he saw him. When the outer disciples' contest had ended, Zhao Qi went over to inspect Zhao Feng, but at that time, Zhao Feng was utter trash compared to him. After Zhao Qi beat Zhao Qin, he casually said that no one had the right to fight for the top 3 spots. However, right now, Zhao Feng was sitting next to him. The top 3 were Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, Zhao Feng. Next it was Zhao Qi's turn to challenge someone. Zhao Qi lazily stretched his back and landed on the stage. Number 2 Zhao Qi, who do you challenge? The judge smiled. Being number 2, who else could he challenge? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned towards Zhao Linlong. Now that Zhao Qi had gone on stage, there was no one blocking his vision from looking at Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong wore a golden robe. He had thick black eyebrows, and an aura as deep as the sea. Since the beginning of the tournament Zhao Linlong had his eyes closed. Even when Zhao Feng defeated Zhao Han, he had remained expressionless, as if nothing mattered to him. Zhao Linlong, give me some face. Come on stage. Zhao Qi said mockingly. Number 1, Zhao Linlong. The judge warned. Zhao Linlong slowly rose. The moment he stood up, he turned into a golden blur. Instantly, he landed on stage. How are there so many Zhao Linlongs? After image. So fast. The crowd exclaimed. Many spectators couldn't even see how Zhao Linlong moved. What kind of footwork skill is that? It's so complex. Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched together. Although he could see how Zhao Linlong moved with his left eye, he couldn't see any flaws. Zhao Linlong, we haven't met for half a year. It looks like your step shadow skill has reached the peak level. No wonder you're one of the 4th geniuses of Sun Feather City. Zhao Qi was slightly moved. Step shadow was a high-ranked martial art. Its fame exceeded most other high-ranked martial arts due to its superiority. Peak level of a high-ranked martial art. The disciples could only watch in awe. There was no second genius of the Zhao sect who could train a high-ranked martial art to the peak level. Zhao Qi, you're the only one who can give me a fight. Today, I will suppress my cultivation to the 4th rank and spar with you. Zhao Linlong said casually. Immediately, the other disciples' expressions turned dark. There was no one apart from Zhao Qi who had the right to challenge him? Zhao Linlong's words caused many to be unhappy. How would the number 3, number 4, and number 5 feel? Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched up then immediately resumed normal. Ever since he saw the shy girl attack the powerful hyena in the sky cloud forest, Zhao Feng understood something: there was always someone stronger than you. He strained towards the outside. He wanted to explore the outside world. Hateful. That Zhao Linlong. Sitting on the sixth seat of the second row, Zhao Han's face was full of unwillingness. Just a while ago, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. His inner strength had reached the peak of the 5th rank, approaching the 6th rank. This made him arrogant and a contender for the top inner disciple. In terms of favoritism, he had surpassed Zhao Qi. However, Zhao Linlong's words hit him into hell. And because he had just lost to Zhao Feng, he had no right to speak out against him. At this time, the battle began. Sky Howling Fist. Zhao Qi's fist started to glow red. Zhao Qi's Sky Howling Fist was very similar to Zhao Feng's Angry Dragon Fist, but the ranks of the martial arts were one tier apart. With Zhao Qi fully utilizing Sky Howling Fist, his strength crept towards the peak of the 5th rank. Adding on his footwork, body strengthening skills and techniques, his damage scale was frightening. In terms of overall strength, Zhao Qi is indeed harder to fight compared to Zhao Han. He almost has zero flaws, and his offense is also powerful. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Zhao Han suppressed his opponents by overpowering them with inner strength, but his speed and defense weren't strong. Receive my punch. Zhao Qi shouted on stage as his fist swept towards Zhao Linlong. Shua. A broken afterimage was left behind. The next moment, Zhao Linlong appeared smiling faintly next to Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi's fist didn't even touch his robe. What was even more frightening was that Zhao Linlong was only half a meter away from him. Zhao Qi broke out in cold sweat. At this instant, he could even smell Zhao Linlong. Smoking rain step. Zhao Qi after all wasn't useless. Immediately, he used a high-ranked footwork skill and started to exchange blows with Zhao Linlong. Immediately, the two figures interweaved. Both of them used high-ranked martial arts. The reason why Zhao Linlong said that Zhao Qi was the only one who could fight him was because Zhao Qi had learnt a lot of high-ranked martial arts. High-ranked fist skill. High-ranked footwork skill. High-ranked body strengthening technique. All of these skills had been trained to a high level. Zhao Qi continuously attacked with these skills. Now his momentum had surpassed Zhao Linlong. Although his momentum had surpassed Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi was still pushed back. After exchanging 20 blows, Zhao Linlong had steadily overpowered him with the cultivation of the 4th rank only. I'll make you lose willingly. Zhao Linlong smiled faintly. He raised his finger and a purple azure aura spun around in circles. Shwa! Just the thread of inner strength sent out a frightening aura. Spatial Cloud Finger. That finger seemed to open a hole in the clouds. That is. Zhao Qi took a deep breath as he gathered all his inner strength to counter the finger. Sky Howling Leaping Thunder. Zhao Qi's fist glowed fire red as it faced the finger. The power of this fist exceeded any skill that had been used so far in the tournament. But, although his fist seemed powerful, it seemed like it was an ant compared to the casual finger of Zhao Linlong's. Pong dash. The two moves finally clashed. Zhao Qi immediately tasted a copper liquid inside his mouth as he was knocked backwards. Not bad, you're able to block my peak-ranked martial art. A golden-robed youth appeared with his hands behind his back. Peak-ranked martial art? I didn't lose unjustly. Zhao Qi said bitterly as he surrendered. Spatial Cloud Finger. Peak-ranked martial art. The crowd was in shock. When did Zhao Linlong learn a peak-ranked martial art? Zhao Linlong has already learnt the first 3 moves of the Spatial Cloud Finger. That was just the first one. The head of the sect Zhao Tiankang said proudly. Congratulations for taking in such a good stepson. The elders came over and congratulated the head of the sect. Zhao Linlong was the head of the sect's stepson. No wonder he could learn peak-ranked martial arts. But the thing was that peak-ranked martial arts usually needed one to reach the 7th rank of the martial path to understand it. Those that could learn peak-rank skills were usually martial masters. Zhao Qi. Challenge failed, rank not changed. Zhao Linlong, rank not changed. The judge announced. Zhao Linlong and Zhao Qi returned to their seats. Returning to his seat, Zhao Linlong was expressionless and didn't challenge anyone. In his opinion, there was no one left to challenge. The first round of the challenging contest ended. Next was the second round of the challenging contest. There was a total of 3 chances to challenge someone per person. There were barely any challengers in the second round. But when it was number 16, Zhao Han's turn, he immediately challenged number 4 Zhao Qin and won. He continued by challenging number 2 Zhao Qi and number 1 Zhao Linlong. The result was that he managed to tie with Zhao Qi by using his inner strength. But when he met Zhao Linlong, Zhao Han was defeated in 3 moves. He wasn't like Zhao Qi, who had absolute defense, so he couldn't even fend off 3 of Zhao Linlong's moves. First place Zhao Linlong. Second place Zhao Qi. Third place Zhao Feng. Fourth place Zhao Han. They were the top 4 inner disciples. No one dared to challenge them. Out of the 4, Zhao Linlong led in front by beating Zhao Qi and Zhao Han. Only Zhao Feng had not crossed hands with Zhao Linlong. Third place Zhao Feng, it's your turn to challenge someone. The judge said. Chapter 41, Zhao Yufei's Attractiveness. It's my turn again? Zhao Feng sat on his chair and touched his chin. There was only Zhao Qi and Zhao Linlong in front of him. Although he could beat Zhao Qi, he would have to spend a bit of energy. If he challenged Zhao Linlong, everyone would know his real strength and cultivation. His cultivation had increased way too fast in the past few months and it would attract too much attention. Zhao Feng also wanted to leave a hand to guard against Zhao Tianjian. Furthermore, Zhao Feng didn't have much confidence in beating Zhao Linlong. I pass. Zhao Feng wanted to pass even after he analyzed the benefits. His goal was to reach the top 3 and get a peak-ranked martial art. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no point in fighting to the death for a higher rank. Zhao Feng's pass caused many to be slightly stunned, but they didn't feel too weird about it. After all, with Zhao Feng's cultivation, to be ranked in the top 3 was a massive feat already. I also pass. Zhao Qi looked deeply at Zhao Feng. He had seen the battle between Zhao Han and Zhao Feng and he knew that Zhao Feng was stronger than him. The top 3 had all passed. The ranks were number 1 Zhao Linlong, number 2 Zhao Qi, number 3 Zhao Feng, number 4 Zhao Han, number 5 Zhao Qin, number 6 Zhao Yufei, number 7 Zhao Bing. The top 7 were all martial artists. This is the last time anyone will have the chance to challenge someone. The judge announced. After the second round, not many people challenged others as the ranks were almost confirmed. However, when it was number 6 Zhao Yufei's turn, there was a small twist. I want to challenge number 5 Zhao Qin. Zhao Yufei's eyes were like crystal as she smiled faintly. Her challenge caused many to be surprised. Sure. Zhao Qin nodded her head as she went on stage. Soon, the 2 beautiful girls faced off. Both Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qin were pretty. Furthermore, they were both talented. As the 2 headed up, many youths' heartbeats started to thump faster. It could be said that the 2 were the women of their dreams. Especially Zhao Yufei. Her age was lower and her prettiness shone. Zhao Linlong's eyes flashed brightly as he saw Zhao Yufei. Add your cloud finger. Butterfly leaves palm. The 2 girls shouted as their perfect bodies swayed in the wind. Zhao Qin was always the top girl genius. Her cultivation had almost reached the peak of the 5th rank. In terms of age, Zhao Yufei's age was lower than Zhao Qin's by 2 years and she had only just reached the 4th rank. However, as they exchanged blows, Zhao Yufei wasn't losing. Zhao Yufei's inner strength was like the wind, agile and fast. Zhao Feng understood that Zhao Yufei was also learning the air-crossing breathing technique, but there was still a big distance between them. But the complexity of air-crossing breathing technique made up for the cultivation gap between the 2 of them. After exchanging 20 blows, Zhao Qin's face started to turn solemn as she started to fully circulate her inner strength. However, Zhao Yufei still easily dodged her attacks with her agility. 30 moves. 40 moves. Zhao Yufei's skill started to perfect itself as time went on. Only till the 80th move did a change happen. Butterfly flower dance. Zhao Yufei's power and speed suddenly stepped into a whole new level. Pa! 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 Zhao Yufei's graceful body was like a butterfly that danced in the air. Zhao Qin was pushed back only after 3 moves. You hid your strength. Zhao Yufei conserved her strength when they exchanged blows before. I give up. Zhao Qin was soon injured after a few moves. The disciples started to see Zhao Yufei in a new light. This woman was not only beautiful. Her talent was also top tier. Good. Zhao Linlong nodded his head praisingly as he stared at Zhao Yufei. Zhao Qian is right thought, could Zhao Linlong be in? Being number 1, Zhao Linlong's short gaff was seen by the crowd. Ha, it looks like the hero can't pass the beautiful woman. The elders of the sect laughed. Zhao Yufei's talent is not weaker than Zhao Linlong. The two would make a good couple. The head of the sect Zhao Tiansong smiled. After beating Zhao Qin, Zhao Yufei was promoted to 5th. According to the rules, she could keep on challenging others. But as Zhao Yufei looked at the top 4, she realized that all of them far exceeded her. When she met Zhao Linlong's hot eyes, she felt a bit weird. Zhao Linlong was cold and expressionless during the tournament. But when he noticed Zhao Yufei, his coldness seemed to melt. This was the first time it had happened, yep, the feeling of his heart thumping. After Zhao Yufei, it was Zhao Han's. Zhao Han's eyes passed over Zhao Feng, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Linlong. Zhao Han didn't have any chance to reach top 3. Zhao Feng? He had already tasted the bitter side. His strength was terrifying, maybe only Zhao Linlong could stop him. I pass. Zhao Han said helplessly. If he hadn't challenged Zhao Feng before, he could still be ranked in the top 3, and with him in peak condition, there was a chance of him beating Zhao Qi. Pass. Zhao Feng said. I also pass. Zhao Qi also said. The tournament has ended. Zhao Linlong faintly smiled and once again looked towards Zhao Yufei. He didn't know why, but every time he saw her, he felt that she was even more perfect. Feeling his fire-red eyes staring at her, Zhao Yufei on instinct tried to dodge. This year's family sparring contest has come to an end. Now, we will announce the prizes and ranks. Soon, the inner disciples' ranking came out. First, Zhao Linlong. Second, Zhao Qi. Third, Zhao Feng. Fourth, Zhao Han. Fifth, Zhao Yufei. Sixth, Zhao Qin. Seventh, Zhao Bing. The top disciples were full of expectations. According to last year's ranking, the top 20, top 10, and top 3 would gain extra rewards. Now the head of the sect will announce the rewards. The judge said. Head of the sect. A thunderous sound of clapping came from the crowd. On stage, a middle-aged man slowly stood up. He raised his hands and an overbearing pressure came from him. He was the head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong. Zhao Feng felt that the head of the sect's aura was similar to the high-tier deadly beasts in the Skycloud Forest. He was a martial master of the 7th rank or higher. Zhao Tiansong scanned the faces of the 50 inner disciples. When it landed on Zhao Linlong, it was extremely caring and loving. Many knew that Zhao Linlong was his stepson. All those that have become inner disciples can go to the 2nd level of the martial arts library and choose a high-ranked martial art. They'll also receive a 300-year blood plant. The rewards were as good as the rumors said. The top 20 can also choose 2 high-ranked martial arts and receive 2 300-year blood plants. The top 10 can also choose 2 high-ranked martial arts and receive 1 500-year blood plant. The head of the sect paused. The top 3 can also choose 1 peak and 2 high-ranked martial art. Also they'll receive a blood pill. The head of the sect said as he smiled. Peak-ranked martial art. Blood pill. The rewards of the top 3 far exceeded the others. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. He was in need of peak-ranked martial arts. And the blood pill could increase the cultivation of a martial artist. The 50 disciples went to retrieve their rewards under the guidance of the manager. That day, Zhao Feng received a blood pill. As for the 1 peak-ranked and 2 high-ranked martial arts, Zhao Feng had a special token which allowed him to go martial arts library and choose his skills. I heard that the number 1 person usually had some special rewards. Why isn't there any this year? Maybe they just haven't announced it yet. On the way back, Zhao Feng heard a few discussions. he didn't bother listening to them. Instead, he just walked back home. "Brother Feng!" A sweet voice called from behind. Without turning his head, Zhao Feng knew that it was Zhao Yufei. The two were neighbors and so they were a bit familiar with one another. After the exchange of metal wall technique and air-crossing breathing technique, the two became even closer. "Yufei, your performance was pretty good." Zhao Feng couldn't help but think about her beating Zhao Qin. "I'm still far away from Brother Feng. I'm just curious as to why you didn't challenge Zhao Linlong." Zhao Yufei looked curiously at them. She was certain that his metal wall technique had reached the 4th level. His defense was easily top amongst the inner disciples. Adding on Zhao Feng's inner strength and lightly floating fairy, he had the right to challenge Zhao Linlong. "You overestimate me. There's still a big distance between me and Zhao Linlong," Zhao Feng said humbly. Obviously, Zhao Yufei's estimation of his strength was the closest. The two's ages were close so they got along well. On the corner of the stage, a youth clothed in gold watched Zhao Yufei's and Zhao Feng's figure dimly as they walked off together. His eyes flashed coldly and he said to himself, "That kid seems to be called Zhao Feng?" Chapter 42, Peak 5th Rank, Martial Arts Library. As Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei walked back side by side, the disciples looked on in jealousy and envy. Zhao Yufei started to blush. Her eyes secretly glanced towards Zhao Feng but found the latter was calm as if nothing had happened. This caused her to be slightly disappointed. She only felt that Zhao Feng was the only one who could suppress her in the sect. This made her feel somewhat helpless. Returning home, Zhao Feng went to report his gains in the Skycloud Forest. Obviously, he didn't say that Zhao Tianjian had sent someone to kill him, or how he had met high-tier deadly beasts. Zhao Yufei still broke out in cold sweat. Going to his room, Zhao Feng let out a long breath. "Zhao Tianjian has already sent someone to kill me so he'll be likely to keep on doing that. Therefore, I'll hide my cultivation and surprise him." The reason why he didn't challenge Zhao Linlong was because of this. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the floor and he put his consciousness into the dimension inside his left eye. In the pitch-black area, the faint green glow in the middle had reached 5 feet 9, which meant that his cultivation had touched the doorway of the peak 5th rank. Zhao Feng wasn't thinking about this. "Appear." Zhao Feng concentrated on his left eye. Shwa! Immediately the green glow was replaced by a scene. In the scene there was two figures, one was the high-tier azurite hyena, while the other was the shy girl who wasn't much older than Zhao Yufei. Next, the azurite hyena and the girl both leapt at each other. The girl in green seemed to meld into the air. Her body gave off a queer azure light, which was much more brighter than inner strength. She casually waved her wands and the azure light formed into wind blades that instantly ripped the azurite hyena's head into pieces. "I wonder where that girl is from. Probably no one would be able to block one of her moves in Sun Feather City." Zhao Feng took a cold breath. The scene was replayed again and again. Zhao Feng looked from different angles and positions to see how the girl attacked. Slowly, he began to gain some insight. The casual swipe of her hands contained understanding which far surpassed the martial artist's level. Zhao Feng already gained a small bit from just looking at her attacking. At this moment, he had duplicated the move, but the damage was very far off. But the duplication itself already reached a high-ranked martial art. This really shocked him. Wouldn't that mean if he fully duplicated the girl's moves, it would surpass peak-ranked martial arts? Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng became more and more excited. Why don't I name this skill Mysterious Wind Palm? That night Zhao Feng tried to gain more insight into that move. Since this move was super high tier, Zhao Feng was not able to fully understand it in a short period of time. Only till deep night did Zhao Feng feel tired. It looked like the left eye's dimension couldn't continuously help him replay the scene back and forth. It takes a lot of my mental energy trying to gain insights from this move, Zhao Feng concluded. Therefore, he started to train air-crossing breathing technique again. He had received a blood pill from the tournament and it could increase his cultivation. Pills were different from pure plants, they contained a lot less poison within them, so cultivators were able to absorb more and of better quality from it. I still have 3 plants over 1,000 years old whose values exceed the blood pill. Zhao Feng thought for a while, then decided to eat the pill. Soon the medicine's power started to flow from within him. The energy was very harmonious with his body. Zhao Feng immediately started to circulate air-crossing breathing technique to absorb the energy. The morning of the second day. Zhao Feng had fully absorbed all the energy and felt his cultivation inch forward a little bit. The green glow inside his left eye had extended just past 5 feet 9. Peak 5th rank. The pill is indeed helpful. Zhao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Only Zhao Linlong was on par with him in terms of cultivation. There was still some time, so Zhao Feng began to practice his mysterious wind palm again. Hoo! His body leapt into the sky and his inner strength spun in the heart of his palm. Shwa! A branch as thick as an arm was instantly shattered into pieces. Zhao Feng's palm wasn't very powerful, yet it contained the power of spinning and slicing. This move has reached the high level of a high-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng exclaimed happily. Just when Zhao Feng was fully trying to gain insights on mysterious wind palm. Brother Feng, can I come in? A familiar girl's voice sounded. Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched up. Outside the garden, there was a girl clothed in snow white. She was biting her lips and she didn't dare to look Zhao Feng in the eye. The person was undoubtedly Zhao Shui. Come in. Zhao Feng regained his composure and let her in. The two looked at each other. Zhao Shui seemed to dodge his eyes. What have you come here for? Zhao Feng said expressionlessly. He had a favorable impression of her since they were childhood friends. But ever since they entered the Zhao sect, the last bit of that favorable impression disappeared. Zhou Shui's eyes turned red as she bit her lips. I've been muddled ever since I entered the Zhao sect. I hope that Brother Feng can remember our past days and not hate me. Looking at Zhao Shui's sad face, Zhao Feng's heart started to ripple, but soon, it became as still as water again. Everyone has their own freedom to make their choices. I've never hated you. Zhao Feng smiled faintly as if he was making a casual statement. Sure, Zhao Feng had never hated Zhao Shui, but her actions had disappointed him. I've never hated you. Zhao Shui's heart shook as she looked at the handsome youth. Has Brother Feng never loved me, even back at Greenleaf Village? Zhao Feng was a bit doubtful after she said this. Zhao Feng wasn't even 14 years old. Half a year ago, he was only 13. His heart was pure and it didn't react to Zhao Shui's love. Now, Zhao Feng was 14 and he strained towards the martial path, so he was a bit late on understanding the relationship between boys and girls. Looking at Zhao Feng's reaction, Zhao Shui's heart became cold. She finally knew that Zhao Feng had never loved her. At most, it was a favorable impression during their childhood. Brother Feng. Outside the garden came another clear voice. Zhao Yufei walked happily into Zhao Feng's garden. The two were neighbors and they were quite familiar with each other, therefore Zhao Yufei came in without knocking. Soon, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit different. Zhao Feng and Zhao Shui both stood quietly and the latter was crying softly. What's the matter? Zhao Feng turned curiously towards Zhao Yufei. At this moment two beautiful girls stood in this small garden. Zhao Shui's skin was as smooth as water and her face was extremely pretty. However, compared to Zhao Yufei's angelic aura, she seemed extremely dim. In terms of talent, aura and body, Zhao Shui was inferior to Zhao Yufei. Brother Feng, haven't you been to the martial arts library to get your skills? You can get a peak-ranked martial art since you ranked top 3. Zhao Yufei said slightly stunned. She had just gone to the martial arts library to choose her skills. The top 10 could choose 2 high-ranked martial arts. The top 3 could choose 1 peak-ranked and 2 high-ranked martial arts. Ha, I almost forgot. Zhao Feng gently smiled. Looking at Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei smiling together, Zhao Shui felt sad and regretful. She regretted her decision in choosing Zhao Yijian. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at the martial arts library. The elder guarding the library was a white-bearded old man that looked familiar. It's you? The old man's eyes lit up. Zhao Feng immediately recognized him as well, this junior C's elder. This old man was one of the 2 main judges who had supported Zhao Feng. I'm called Zhao Yusong. You can call me Elder Zhao. The judge said gently. Yes, Elder Zhao. Come with me. Zhao Yusong took Zhao Feng to the 2nd level. There were around 200 to 300 martial arts in the 2nd level. Most were high-ranked, while a low number of them were peak-ranked. Peak-ranked martial arts were very precious to the Zhao sect. Zhao Feng scanned around and was surprised. Zhao Elder, why is there only a token instead of the martial art? The second level of the martial arts library didn't hold martial arts. Instead, there was a jade token which had the skill's name and short summaries. Martial arts of the high rank or higher are very precious. We can't put the real copy here. When you choose the skill, I'll go get the book for you. Zhao Yusong explained. Zhao Feng was disappointed. The sect was strict with high-ranked martial arts, which meant he couldn't steal any. But being able to choose one peak and two high-ranked martial arts was still acceptable. He went around the second level and read all the summaries. What, haven't you found a skill you want yet? Zhao Yusong asked curiously. Zhao Feng's eyes twirled and laughed. Elder Zhao, since you're the elder guarding the martial arts library, why don't you recommend some of the best skills for me? Haha, don't you know that this goes against the sect's rules? Zhao Yusong's eyes twinkled. Although he said that, Zhao Yusong still helped. He walked into the second level and slowly took a few jade tokens out. Chapter 43, Starfinger. Seeing the elder's movement, Zhao Feng's eyes shone. The second floor of the martial arts library was different from the first floor. There was no real copies of the skills here, instead, they were replaced by jade tokens. There weren't that many words on the jade tokens that summarized the martial arts ability, and they weren't very specific. This meant that it was harder to differ which skills were strong or weak. Zhao Feng couldn't steal 100 skills like last time and then slowly go over them. Being the one guarding the martial arts library, Elder Zhao obviously knew all of the skills well. What was more important was that Elder Zhao had seen his battles and understood what he was lacking. There's 3 peak-ranked martial arts here which are comparable with you. They are Mesmerizing Wind Fist, Starfinger, and Sky Striking Leg. Elder Zhao took 3 jade tokens out. All of them were offensive skills? Zhao Feng was slightly curious as he heard the names. Your offensive skills are too low-ranked, so their potential are limited. But you've trained Metal Wall Technique as a defensive skill, which is not far away from a peak-ranked martial art. If you ever find the holy rank, Silver Wall Technique, it'd be perfect. The elder explained. No wonder he's a martial master. Zhao Feng approved of what the elder said. His defense was already fine, so all he needed was offensive skills. These 3 peak rank skills are all different. Mesmerizing Wind Fist has the attributes of wind and it uses skill to break through power. When used with a high-tier movement skill, the damage would double. Starfinger condenses one's inner strength into one point and it can attack everything. Within a certain range, Sky Striking Leg can create whirlwinds, attacking a large amount of people, and it is very effective against human wave tactics. Elder Zhao simply explained the 3 skills. Zhao Feng felt moved by all 3 skills. He could exert a lot of power from training in any of these 3 skills. Which of these 3 is the most powerful? Zhao Feng directly asked. Although they were all peak ranked, there were still differences between them. Out of these 3 skills, the Starfinger is the strongest, approaching even holy martial arts. It's even better than Zhao Linlong's Spatial Cloudfinger, but the only problem is that it's very hard to learn this skill and there's a certain amount of danger involved. Elder Zhao smiled. Then I'll choose that. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate at all. He had seen Zhao Linlong's Spatial Cloudfinger and it was indeed powerful. And this Starfinger skill was even stronger than the Spatial Cloudfinger. After confirming that he wanted to choose the skill, Elder Zhao went and retrieved the copy of Starfinger. Zhao Feng was slightly excited as he received the old book. Soon, the contents of Starfinger went into Zhao Feng's mind. Starfinger was broken into 6 grades and the minimum requirement was the 4th rank of the martial path. This finger skill condensed one's inner strength to the maximum. When it reached the low level, it could shoot straight through a 2-inch thick metal block. Some body strengthening technique would even be useless facing this skill. Furthermore, this skill only cared about power, nothing else. This is just what I wanted. Zhao Feng was extremely pleased. Starfinger had a huge advantage, and even if you haven't reached the 7th rank, but have reached the 4th grade, you can attack through the air. Elder Zhao couldn't stop praising this skill. Attack through the air? Zhao Feng's heart rippled. Everyone knew that only when a cultivator reached the 7th rank, their inner strength can leave the body and attack through the air. This meant that they didn't need to fight close combat, instead they could attack through the air. This was the difference between the 6th and 7th rank. And the peak rank skill Starfinger could attack through the air before one even reached the 7th rank. This finger skill is 2 to 3 times harder to train. Some people have considered it to be a half-holy rank skill. I also trained this once, but I was stuck on the 3rd grade for a long time, and because it was just too hard to reach the 4th grade, I gave up and started to train another skill. Elder Zhao looked complexly but expectantly at Zhao Feng. Why is Elder Zhao so confident in me? Zhao Feng said. Because your understanding of martial arts is very deep. You've already trained core and middle-ranked martial arts to the max level. You've even trained lightly floating fairy to a high degree. Elder Zhao praised. Zhao Feng immediately understood that Elder Zhao knew his understanding was very high and that he might be able to train Starfinger. Let me warn you. The Elder's expression turned solemn. Elder, please speak. Elder Zhao's eyes turned sharp. You'll only have a chance to fight Zhao Linlong if you learn Starfinger, and there's no certainty of winning. Why? Zhao Feng didn't understand. Wasn't Starfinger better than Spatial Cloudfinger? This is because. Elder Zhao let out a long sigh. Since Zhao Linlong came first in being the head of the sect's stepson, he not only got an extra 1,000 blood plant, he was also allowed into the 3rd floor of the martial arts library. 3rd floor of the martial arts library? The mysterious 3rd floor? Zhao Feng was shocked. Everyone knew that the 2nd floor was mainly full of high-rank skills, and a few peak-rank skills. As for the 3rd floor, it was only a legend. Zhao Linlong has received a 1,000-year blood plant, and he has a high chance to break through to the 6th rank of the martial path in the next few months and become the head of the 4 geniuses. The higher-ups of the sect are going to support him in whatever way they can. Speaking up to hear Elder Zhao let out a sigh as he thought about Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng's potential wasn't any weaker than Zhao Linlong's. Regretfully, he was a side-branch disciple, while Zhao Linlong was of the direct branch and the head of the sect's stepson. Even if Zhao Feng had beaten Zhao Linlong that day, his treatment would have been different. Elder Zhao, can you tell me what's in the 3rd floor? Could it be the legendary holy ranked martial arts? Zhao Feng's breathing rate increased. Holy ranked martial arts were a legend. One could reach the holy martial path by cultivating them. Do you think a small city like Sun Feather City could have a full copy of a holy martial art? Elder Zhao shook his head but continued, but Zhao Linlong does indeed have the chance to gain enlightenment from broken holy martial arts. Zhao Feng let out a long sigh. Soon, Zhao Feng gave the real copy of Starfinger back to Elder Zhao. You don't want to copy it? The elder said curiously. I've remembered it. Zhao Feng didn't decide to hide this. Never forgetting wasn't that much of a big deal. Elder Zhao was surprised, but the happiness in his eyes were deeper. It looked like Zhao Feng was indeed a genius. Zhao Feng was still able to choose 2 high-ranked martial arts after choosing the peak-rank skill. Elder Zhao recommended a movement skill named Lightly Micro Step. This skill is rumored to have come from the same origins with Lightly Floating Fairy, and it is almost a high-ranked martial art. He explained. 1 peak-ranked finger skill and 1 high-ranked movement skill. Zhao Feng could still choose 1 more skill. This time, he chose Withering Wood Technique. Withering Wood Technique was similar to Hiding Air Technique. It could conceal one's aura and smell. According to the description, if Withering Wood Technique was trained to the high level, the cultivator could enter a fake death state and escape the enemy's perception. You have good eyesight. This skill has an extremely good effect. Elder Zhao smiled. After choosing his skills, Zhao Feng thanked the elder and left. Dang! 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 Right at this moment, steps sounded from outside the library. A total of 3 people stepped onto the 2nd level. The first was a white-robed old man, the second a peaceful middle-aged man, and the last, a youth in gold. The last person was Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng immediately bowed towards the first 2. This junior sees elder and head of the sect. Then he glanced at the youth clothed in gold and said smilingly, Big brother Linlong. N. The head of the sect and the elder nodded their heads. But Zhao Linlong only faintly looked at him and glanced away without saying a word. This made Zhao Feng extremely awkward and irritated. After all, Zhao Feng was third in the inner disciples, and although Zhao Linlong was first, he couldn't disregard him. The head of the sect and the elder is here, could it be? Zhao Feng guessed. If they were to enter the second floor, only one of them was needed and not both. This meant that the two were sending Zhao Linlong to the third floor. It looks like what Elder Zhao said was true. Zhao Feng started to get angry, but he soon recovered as he thought about the dimension in his left eye. Zhao Feng headed straight home. Inside the room, he closed his eyes and the three skills Starfinger, Lightly Microstep and Withering Wood technique popped up inside his mind. Zhao Feng first tried to learn Lightly Microstep and found that the style of it was similar to Lightly Floating Fairy. Half an hour later, he had reached the beginning level. Night. Zhao Feng surprisingly found that when he used air crossing breathing technique with Lightly Microstep, it was even faster. For the next few days, he concentrated on the new skills. Lightly Microstep and Withering Wood technique were both high-ranked martial arts and Zhao Feng found them very easy to learn. It wasn't just because of the increase of enlightenment he got from his left eye, it was also because Lightly Floating Fairy and Hiding Air technique set a very solid foundation for them both. By only using 10 days, Zhao Feng had trained the two skills to the high level. Next he was going to train the most important skill, Starfinger. This finger skill was a peak-ranked martial art which was hard to cultivate. Back then even Elder Zhao didn't manage to train all of it. Chapter 44, Invitation of the Summit, 1. Closing his eyes, Zhao Feng began to try and gain insight from Starfinger. Zhao Feng finally understood something after a few hours. This skill was indeed far harder than high-ranked martial arts. In terms of difficulty, it could only be compared with Lightly Floating Fairy, but Starfinger wasn't just hard, it also had a certain amount of danger involved. When one condensed their inner strength, the slightest mistake could result in the cultivator being disabled. This meant that one needed to be extremely careful and not rush, so the improvement speed would be slow. However, Zhao Feng's left eye increased his mental energy, reaction speed, analysis and enlightenment, which meant that it was hard to go wrong. Starfinger's danger was put down to the minimum. Using 1 to 2 days' time, Zhao Feng's Starfinger barely managed to reach the first grade. The first grade of the Starfinger condensed the inner strength into one line and it had strong penetrating power. After reaching the first grade without even using inner strength, Zhao Feng could blast through stone with just a casual finger. He continued to train Starfinger. The second grade was much harder than the first grade, it needed the cultivator that condensed the strength into one point instead of one line, which meant it had more explosive power. Zhao Feng used 7 days just to reach the second grade. But the effect was very obvious, the damage was on par with high-level high-rank skills. This meant that Zhao Feng's offense could dominate all of the Zhao sect disciples excluding Zhao Linlong. After reaching the second grade, Zhao Feng found that every step forward was extremely slow. Half a month later, Zhao Feng finally managed to reach the peak of the second grade. Zhao Feng finally met a bottleneck when he tried to break through to the third grade, it was obvious that it wouldn't be reached within a short amount of time. This skill is indeed hard to train. I can't wait till I reach the fourth grade. Zhao Feng's expectations became bigger and bigger. Starfinger only needed to reach the fourth grade to attack through the air, which was the advantage that martial masters held. Back then, Elder Zhao had also trained this skill and he had used 1 to 2 years just to get it to the second grade. Zhao Feng had only used 20-something days to reach the peak of the second grade. This isn't the hardest skill yet. The move from the girl that day is far deeper and more complex. Zhao Feng remembered the mysterious wind palm in his left eye's dimension. Obviously, Zhao Feng knew that he could only take one step at a time. Martial arts needed to be trained steadily, one couldn't instantly reach the skies. Soon, Zhao Feng's concentration returned to his cultivation and inner strength. When he was inside the cave, Zhao Feng's body had absorbed an enormous amount of medicine. At that time, the medicine hadn't been fully absorbed, there was still a small amount left within the body. After returning, Zhao Feng started to absorb the last bits by practicing martial arts and cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 15 days passed. The remnants of the medicine had been absorbed. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak 5th rank, only half a step away from the 6th rank. As for his inner strength, it was on par with the 6th rank. If Zhao Feng wanted to break through to the 6th rank, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks present, he didn't even need to use the 3,000-year-old plants. I'll be able to reach the 6th rank in the next few days. Zhao Feng understood the changes in his body very well. Actually, most cultivators would have this feeling when they were about to break through. Therefore, instead of cultivating, he decided to rest his body. Perfectly, Zhao Yufei, his neighbor, came to find Zhao Feng to spar with him. 1.5 months passed by since the martial arts contest. At this moment, Zhao Yufei's cultivation had reached the peak 4th rank. She could reach the 5th at any moment. Brother Feng, I want to see your new skills. Zhao Yufei smiled. Her cheeks were faintly red, and with her azure dress, she looked like a goddess. Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He had also wanted to try out his skills. Inside the garden, the two figures intertwined with one another. First was the movement skills. Zhao Feng used lightly microstep and his body became mysterious and blurry. When lightly microstep was pushed to the extreme, there would be multiple after images of him stacked on top of each other. Speed was Zhao Yufei forte, but she was completely suppressed when facing Zhao Feng. Although both the skills were high-ranked and reached the high level, the difference was very obvious. This made Zhao Yufei extremely puzzled. Because Zhao Feng had suppressed his cultivation to a level that was even lower than hers. And in terms of inner strength, both had trained air-crossing breathing technique. Yufei, your body's attributes aren't as good as mine, and I also have lightly floating fairy as foundation, so I have the upper hand in speed. Zhao Feng half-truthfully, half-lying spoke. The truth was that lightly floating fairy and lightly microstep were very similar. When used together, he was able to raise the skills to the peak rank. Next, they compared their offensive skills. Zhao Feng restrained his star finger to the beginning of the 2nd grade, when his finger released a line of pure energy that could penetrate anything in its way. Zhao Yufei was almost injured after one move. Brother Feng's skill is probably a peak-ranked skill. Zhao Yufei was extremely envious. Peak-ranked martial arts were very precious. Of all the Zhao sect disciples, only Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Feng had the chance to learn them. You're right, this is indeed a peak-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng was extremely pleased with Starfinger. Right at the moment, when the two were discussing their skills. Ha, little sister Yufei, I was going to spar with you, but you weren't home. So this is where you were? A man's voice sounded. The voice was casual and calm. On the garden wall stood a youth in gold around 17 to 18 years of age looking at Zhao Yufei. Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng's eyebrows scrunched together. This was his home and Zhao Linlong came in without his permission. Furthermore, he was looking down on him, literally and metaphorically, by standing on top of the wall. Big brother Linlong. Zhao Yufei smiled and gave the usual etiquette. After all, he was the top inner disciple and was the head of the sect's stepson. Brother Linlong came again to spar with me? Zhao Yufei was expressionless. Zhao Linlong had came to visit her countless times under the name of sparring. Every time she saw him, Zhao Yufei could feel the fieriness inside Zhao Linlong's eyes, which made her feel uneasy. That's right, I hope Sister Yufei won't reject me. Zhao Linlong's word contained absolute confidence. He didn't step into the garden, only standing on the wall. From the second he came in, he didn't even look at Zhao Feng once. Thanks for your care, but Brother Feng's just sparred with me. Zhao Yufei smiled as she rejected him. To spar with the genius of the Zhao sect was a countless number of girls' dreams. But Zhao Yufei didn't like Zhao Linlong at all. Zhao Linlong had an aura of loneliness and superiority, as if it was the other person's pleasure to be loved by him. This was completely opposite to Zhao Feng, who like her came from a branch sect and their sparring and communication came naturally. There wasn't any pressure at all. Him? Zhao Linlong finally realized that Zhao Feng existed. After looking at Zhao Feng once, Zhao Linlong smiled but didn't speak. It was obvious that he was disdainful of him. That's fine. Today I came to find Sister Yufei for one other thing. Zhao Linlong shrugged his shoulders. Please explain. This thing. I want to speak to Yufei privately. Zhao Linlong glanced casually at Zhao Feng. Brother Feng, I'll leave first. Zhao Yufei said apologetically. Then the two walked out side by side. Could it be that Zhao Linlong is chasing after Yufei? Zhao Feng finally realized something. On the other side, Zhao Linlong took Zhao Yufei to a slightly remote area. Yufei, in half a month's time, the Sun Feather City's yearly Genius Summit will begin and the host is the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, Chiomingyu. At that time, all of the clans, sect, factions and families' geniuses will be invited. Zhao Linlong paused. Genius Summit. Most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City? Zhao Yufei's eyes flashed with surprise and expectancy. Zhao Yufei had only heard of the Genius Summit. This was an event for all the geniuses of Sun Feather City to come and spar with one another. The 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City would also be decided there. This is the most important event for the youths of Sun Feather City. Being the top Zhao disciple, I can recommend 5 people to join. Zhao Linlong's lips curled into a smile. Oh? Genius Summit? I really want to experience it. Zhao Yufei was very interested in joining. Oh yeah, who are you recommending? Zhao Yufei asked urgently. There's Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, Zhao Qin, Zhao Ling. Zhao Linlong didn't decide to hide anything. Wait. Why isn't brother Zhao Feng coming? He came third. Zhao Yufei intercepted. Zhao Feng? Zhao Linlong said casually, he's just a branch disciple and he didn't even have the courage to challenge me. There's no point in taking someone like that to the Genius Summit. But Brother Feng's strength is still there. Zhao Yufei felt that this was unfair. It's okay, Yufei. I feel that I'll be able to reach the 6th rank soon and I'll become the head of the 4 great geniuses. Therefore, it doesn't matter who I choose, the point is that you'll be there with me, to witness my glory. Speaking up to here, Zhao Linlong's eyes turned hot in his hand couldn't help but reach towards Zhao Yufei's shoulders. Zhao Linlong. Please behave yourself. Zhao Yufei's face turned cold as she blocked Zhao Linlong's hand. I never forced anyone into something they don't want. But Yufei, you've got to believe me that no one will stop me from doing anything to the woman I love. And unless you want to turn old by yourself. Chapter 45, Invitation of the Summit, 2. Inside the garden. Zhao Feng soon recovered as he watched the 2 of them walk out. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and explore the outside world. A small city like Sun Feather City wouldn't be able to chain him. Zhao Feng only focused on cultivating, from training finger skills to movement skills, then inner strength skills to body strengthening techniques. He didn't know that the younger generation's geniuses had received an invitation to attend the Genius Summit. The invitation came from the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, so all the youths were ready to show off their skills. That night, Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, Zhao Qin, Zhao Ling received their invites. Not everyone was able to receive the invitations. Apparently, those that could be selected had to be at least at the 4th rank. Zhao Feng didn't know anything about this. Zhao Yufei was pacing around in her house, wondering if she should tell him the news. The 3rd day after the invitations were sent out, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His body suddenly gave off an unrestrainable aura. Who? The force swept past everything in view, rattling the windows and blowing the chairs away. Suddenly, the youth's eyes opened and 2 arcs of lightning seemed to flash through his eyes. My inner strength has reached the 6th rank. Excitement and happiness flashed in his eyes, but instantly he circulated Withering Wood technique and suppressed it to the 5th rank. The reason why his inner strength reached the 6th rank so quickly was because of the cave. Even Metal Wall technique was half a step away from the 5th level. Once Metal Wall technique reached the 5th rank, the cultivator did not only have a body of steel, they could also shatter weapons with just their body. It also meant that those that were weaker than Zhao Feng would harm themselves from the recoil. At this moment, his Metal Wall technique was limitlessly close to the 5th level and his cultivation was almost at the 6th. My cultivation level and Metal Wall technique will break through in the next 2 days or so. Zhao Feng was full of expectations. The 6th rank of the martial path and the 5th level of Metal Wall technique. Zhao Feng had confidence that he could beat any disciples within the Zhao sect if he fought any one of them. On the same day, inside an old but glorious garden within the Zhao sect. 6th rank of the martial path. Faster than I expected. Zhao Linlong, clothed in his usual gold robe, stood up and a powerful aura surged around him. Who? He released a dominating aura and everything within a few meters radius was ripped into shreds. Not bad, you're only 18 years old and you've reached the 6th rank. This breaks Sun Feather City's record. The head of the sect, Zhao Tiansong, looked praisingly at him. If I didn't have a 1,000-year blood plant and didn't have stepfather performing inner strength vein opener technique, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 6th rank so quickly. Zhao Linlong said humbly. Although he had reached the 6th rank, he still was small and tiny compared to his stepfather. The difference between the 6th and 7th rank was massive, just like the 3rd and 4th ranks. It was only 1 in 10 cultivators who progressed to the 4th rank. And out of the 6th ranked cultivators, there was only 1 in 100 of them that progressed to the 7th rank. Next, you need to concentrate on martial arts. The Genius Summit is close, you'd better earn some face for the Zhao sect. Zhao Tiansong said smiling. Don't worry stepfather, no one can stop me apart from Xin Wuheng. And according to the rumors, Xin Wuheng is only at the peak 5th rank. I have at least 60% a chance of beating him. Zhao Linlong said confidently. Time passed quickly. The days till the Genius Summit creeped closer and closer. Sun Feather City became busier and busier as the summit approached. Some just came to see the most beautiful girl's figure. At this time, the information that Zhao Linlong had reached the 6th rank spread like wildfire throughout Sun Feather City. This obviously shocked countless youngsters and caused waves in the 3 major powers. 6th rank of the martial path. For those youngsters, this was an incredible feat. There was no one comparable with Zhao Linlong in Sun Feather City. However, no one knew that Zhao Linlong was not the only one who had reached the 6th rank. In a garden of the Zhao sect, a youth started to walk on air, his afterimages blurred throughout the area. Tai. Zhao Feng's body landed on the ground as lightly as a leaf. If one looked closely, they would realize that Zhao Feng's figure was even more straighter now. His body was much bigger than that of an average adult's, even though he was only 14 years old. His cultivation and metal wall technique had both broken through 7 days ago. At that time, he was completely confident that no one would be his opponent in Sun Feather City. He had been trying to gain insights from Starfinger and Lightly Microstep the past few days. Lightly Microstep had reached the peak level. Now, Zhao Feng concentrated on Starfinger. His Starfinger had finally been trained to the 3rd grade. Hu Qi. Zhao Feng's second finger left an afterimage in the air. He. Zhao Feng condensed his inner strength into one point and the air around it seemed to tremble. Shua. In the dark night, the star formed from his inner strength didn't dissipate straight away. Instead, it left a mark in the sky, leaving a beautiful view. This move was the killing move of Starfinger, 1-point Starfinger. 1-point Starfinger's power had reached an extreme level. Once it was used perfectly, he could defeat anyone of the same rank, and this skill also suppressed body strengthening techniques. Zhao Feng believed that not many people under the 7th rank were able to block this move. But 1-point Starfinger also had disadvantages. The first was the completion rate. There was a 20 to 30% chance of being able to use 1-point Starfinger since he had only reached the 3rd grade. The second had danger involved. If he failed, his capillaries could rupture. Back then, Elder Zhao's Starfinger had only reached the 3rd grade. If I'm to use my left eye, I'll have a 40 to 50% chance of being able to successfully use it, and the chance of failing and injuring my finger is 10%. Zhao Feng analyzed. Obviously, as his grade increased, the succession rate would also increase. Most people would have a 40 to 50% chance when they reached the peak of the 3rd grade. There was a 70 to 80% chance at the 4th grade. And at the 5th grade, there was a 100% success rate. As for the 6th grade or higher, the damage was not limited to 1-point Starfinger. If one didn't have a holy martial art, they were done for. But it was still too far away for Zhao Feng. He was most expectant for the 4th grade. Young Master Zhao Feng, you've received an invite. A servant came from outside and said respectfully. Zhao Feng felt weird and saw the words on the azure paper, Genius Summit. Genius Summit? Zhao Feng didn't know anything about this summit. On the bottom of the letter had a few small words. Organizer, Qiu Mengyu. Zhao Feng felt that this name was familiar. Who's this Qiu Mengyu? Zhao Feng asked on instinct. Young Master Zhao Feng, Chiu Mingyu is the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City and she is also one of the 4 great geniuses. The servant tried to remain expressionless. Chiu Mingyu, the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City. Someone didn't even know her? So, as soon as the servant left, a faint purple figure floated into the garden. Brother Phone, did you just get the invite from the summit? The dimples on Zhao Yufei's cheeks were alluring. What is this genius summit? Zhao Feng still didn't know what it was. You don't know what the genius summit is? Zhao Yufei's mouth was wide open as she stood shocked. She was also a bit angry. She had gone to the Chiu family and finally gotten another invite. Sister Yufei, what is the genius summit? Zhao Feng couldn't restrain himself from asking again. He didn't know how the invites were arranged. Originally, Zhao Linlong had 5 recommendations, but he didn't give one to Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei didn't tell Zhao Feng about this. Instead, she went to the Chiu family and finally got Zhao Feng another invite. If you don't know then don't worry about it. Zhao Yufei humphed and she left Zhao Feng's garden. Zhao Feng felt weird since Zhao Yufei seemed to be angry. This was the first time that she had gotten angry. Genius Summit? I'll go and check it out then. I wonder if the most beautiful girl is even prettier than Zhao Yufei? Zhao Feng finally felt interested. He opened the letter and on it wrote the place and time. What? Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed, because the starting time was tonight. At this time, the sun had already gone down. There was only half an hour left. Wait. Yufei, wait for me. Zhao Feng screamed as he started to pursue after her. Chapter 46, The Most Beautiful Girl of Sun Feather City. Within moments, Zhao Feng had caught up to the girl in front. But Zhao Yufei still seemed to be angry since she never replied to any of his questions. All she did was go towards their destination, but her crystal eyes would still secretly glance at the youth behind her. Zhao Feng finally felt that she had calmed down, so he started to ask about the Genius Summit again. The Genius Summit is a yearly event and all the talented youths would get an invitation. Zhao Yufei explained the situation. It was an event where the youths sparred one another and chose the 4 great geniuses. Soon, the 2 arrived at the main gate of the Zhao sect. At the gate stood a few people, including Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, and Zhao Han. Sister Yufei, we're just waiting for you. Zhao Linlong smiled and released his aura. The aura of the 6th rank made the other disciples nearby tremble in fear. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei walked towards the others. Apart from the top 5 inner disciples, Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling were also present. Why are you here? Seeing Zhao Feng here, Zhao Linlong scrunched his eyebrows. Why? Does Brother Linlong not welcome me? Zhao Feng was slightly curious. Why couldn't he come? It should be normal for him to attend the Genius Summit since he was the 3rd strongest. He. Zhao Linlong hid the mockery in his eyes and he didn't pay Zhao Feng any more attention. Zhao Feng once again had the feeling of being disregarded. The few disciples that were present such as Zhao Qi and Zhao Qin somewhat knew the reason. There was only a certain number of spots for the Genius Summit and Zhao Linlong had not given one of them to Zhao Feng. According to the rules, if Zhao Feng doesn't have an invite, he won't be able to enter. Zhao Linlong is wanting to see him lose face. Zhao Qi and Zhao Han had sympathy within their eyes. Zhao Feng felt the atmosphere was a bit tense and the way they looked at him was weird. Okay, let's go. Zhao Linlong gave the order. The destination is the Yanba Lake near the Chiu family's place. Zhao Yufei spun around and warned Zhao Feng as if he would get lost. Soon, a small lake appeared. On one side of the lake, there was a mountain 1,000 meters high. The lake also circled around half the mountain. The meeting point was at the point of the mountain. The small group of them started to use their movement skills and started to run up the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there were the figures of a few Chiu family disciples. Since the organizer was Chiu Mingyu, this place was obviously also their territory. Can you all please show your invitations? 7 to 8 disciples of the Chiu family stood in a line. These youngsters were not normal youths, they were all talented Chiu family disciples. All of them had reached the 5th rank or higher and they were between the ages of 20 to 30. The youths all took out their invites and gave them up. Zhao Linlong led the Zhao sect disciples into the checkpoint. First, it was Zhou Linlong. Then, it was Zhao Qi, Zhao Han. Finally, only Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei were left. At this moment, Zhao Linlong's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Zhao Feng. "This is my invite." Zhao Feng took out the letter. "Yep, that's correct." The cultivator nodded his head and let Zhao Feng in. This scene made Zhao Linlong's smile freeze. Zhao Qi and Zhao Han were both surprised. What the heck? How did Zhao Feng get an invitation? Zhou Feng saw their reactions. He instinctively turned his eyes to look at Zhao Yufei, where the latter dodged his eyes and hurriedly gave up her invitation. The group of 7 successfully entered the place. Zhao Feng was curious as he felt that his invitation was different from the others. Zhao Yufei smiled. "If you want to know the answer, you have to become first in the Genius Summit." Zhao Feng shook his head and he didn't think about it anymore. This scene made Zhao Linlong skin coldly at Zhao Feng as if he was warning him. Zhao Feng felt the warning in enmity, but he didn't put it in his heart. He didn't fear Zhao Linlong at all with his current strength. The Zhao sect disciples soon entered a pavilion where servants would pour tea for them. The pavilion they were in was closest to the center of the open area. There was 3 pavilions equally close to the center, the Qiu, Xian and Zhao families, representing the largest powers in Sun Feather City. Zhao Feng looked at the pavilion on his left and he found that Xian Tong and Xian Fei were also there. Xian Fei had already reached the peak 4th rank and Xian Tong had just reached the 5th. Obviously, their cultivating speed was still slower than Zhao Feng's and Zhao Yufei's. Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei's cultivation levels had both reached the 5th rank. At least, that's what it looked like, and they were the youngest present. The top genius of the Xian family is called Xian Wuhong and he is the head of the 4 great geniuses. At last year's summit, the other 3 great geniuses weren't even able to block 10 of his moves. Zhao Qin said quietly. Following her eyesight, Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto a normal azure-clothed youth who had his eyes closed. The azure-clothed youth was around 16 to 17 years of age and he had a normal face. He was Xian Wuhong and his cultivation level seemed to be at the peak 5th rank. Facing Xian Wuhong, even the arrogant Zhao Linlong's expression turned solemn. When Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto Xian Wuhong, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This person wasn't simple at all. Facing Zhao Linlong, Zhao Feng didn't feel any pressure at all. But facing this person, he could feel the pressure radiating off him. Zhao Feng's left eye could see what others couldn't. As if he felt something, Xian Wuhong's eyes suddenly opened. The second he opened his eyes, Zhao Feng could see the clear pupils, instantly turning the normal face into a handsome one. Xian Wuhong. Zhao Linlong spat out as he looked towards Xian Wuhong. However, Xian Wuhong didn't look at this so-called number 1 disciple of the Zhao sect. Instead, his eyes landed on Zhao Feng. Not bad. There's finally someone that interests me. Xian Wuhong nodded his head. As soon as he finished, he closed his eyes once more, not even bothering to look at Zhao Linlong. What? Zhao Linlong forcefully pushed down his anger. No one from the younger generation had the courage to look down on him. But he just couldn't get angry at Xian Wuhong. After all, Xian Wuhong had beaten him in 10 moves last year. Who's this guy? To be so important to Xian Wuhong? Many looked towards Zhao Feng. Xian Fei and Xian Tong were also included. Xian Fei's will to battle was raging and Xian Tong seemed to be expectant as well. That kid's cultivation speed is legendary, he's reached the 5th rank as well. Zhao Linlong felt cheated at how importantly Xian Wuhong looked at Zhao Feng. Xian Wuhong was obviously not putting him in his eyes. Xian Wuhong, you'll soon see who'll be your true opponent. Zhao Linlong laughed coldly to himself. At night fell, more and more people arrived. Inside the pavilions, there were the talented youths and guests of high status. There was around 40 to 50 youths invited and the spectators reached around 100. Just at this moment, a disruption was caused. Look! Qiu Mengyu is here. The most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City. The crowd exclaimed and then fell into dead silence. On the red carpet, there was a girl clothed in azure. Her hair seemed to flow with the air, and with her majestic face, she seemed to be made of jade. Xiao Mengyu was 17 to 18 years old, and every move she made was elegant. Every smile she gave was full of flavor, not like Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qin, who were both shy. No wonder she's rated the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City. Don't forget that Xiao Mengyu is also one of the 4 great geniuses. Many of the talented youths were dazed. There was only Zhao Yufei who could be compared to her. But Zhao Yufei was younger, only 14 to 15, and her pureness seemed so natural. Therefore, she wasn't as attractive as Xiao Mengyu. Under the crowd's attention, Xiao Mengyu stepped inside the Qiu family's pavilion. Today, I have the honor to host this year's summit, where all the talented youths within a 1,000 radius were invited. Xiao Mengyu's voice was like a gentle creek flowing, attracting even more attention. She was indeed pretty. Zhao Feng couldn't help but look at Xiao Mengyu a few more times, and Zhao Yufei at his side snorted. There was also a youth clothed in white within the Qiu family's pavilion who had reached the peak of the 5th rank. That person is called Qiu Chang'e, and he is also one of the 4 great geniuses. Zhao Qin introduced him. This means that 2 of the 4 great geniuses are from the Qiu family? Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. Yes, the Qiu family's power in Sun Feather City is strong, and they are enemies of our Zhao family, so we usually have a few fights break out. Zhao Qi added. At this moment, the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City stood up: Zhou Linlong, Xan Wuheng, Xiao Mengyu, and Xiao Chang'e. Chapter 47, Showing His Skills. Last year, the 4 great geniuses had been ranked, with Xan Wuheng easily coming first. Second was Xiao Mengyu, third Zhou Linlong, and fourth Xiao Chang'e. First was at the Xan family, while second and fourth were both the Qiu family competitors. The Zhao family was easily last. But this year, it had all changed. Not only did Zhou Linlong reach the 6th rank, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei had both reached the 5th rank at such young ages. The families only compared how many of the younger generations had reached the 5th rank or higher. The Zhao family had 5: Zhao Linlong, Zhao Qi, Zhao Feng, Zhao Han, and Zhao Yufei. The Xan family only had 3, including Xan Tong, who had just reached the 5th rank. The Qiu family had 4, which included Xiao Mengyu and Xiao Chang'e, 2 of the 4 great geniuses. This year's summit will be intense. Zhao family's dominance made the other 2 families feel pressured. When everyone had arrived, the summit officially started. The summit was mainly for sparring and communicating. According to the rules, anyone could show off their skills or challenge someone. After they finished sparring, the 2 would exchange pointers. On the clear open space in the middle of the summit, I trained a skill named Swiping Cloud Leg, and it has reached the peak level. A youth kicked out with both legs. Soon, he began to kick even faster. Finally, only an afterimage was left. It was like a chaotic storm of legs. Not bad. To be able to train a middle-ranked skill to the peak level. The people praised. This youth wasn't from the 3 major families. Instead, he was the top genius from a small family. After showing off, his fiery hot eyes stared at Xiao Mengyu. I wish to spar with the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City. As soon as he finished, he caused a crowd outrage. Just you? You want to spar with Xiao Mengyu? In your dreams. You first have to beat me if you want to challenge Xiao Mengyu. From the Qiu family, a youth of the 4th rank sprang out. The 2 soon clashed together. The person from the Qiu family had cultivated a high-ranked martial art. Obviously, the Qiu family disciple won after 50 to 60 moves. Humph. You still have face to come to the summit with your puny strength? The Qiu family disciple mocked. The talented youths from the 3 big families had better cultivation techniques and skills. Therefore, their strength was much stronger than the others on the level. This youth was soon challenged by someone from the Xin family. The summit had a rule. The sparring at the beginning was only for those at the 4th rank. The people of the 5th rank or higher couldn't join in. Soon, Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling from the Zhao sect went up, both winning and losing some. As time passed, the strength of those on stage became stronger and stronger. I, Zhao Han, want to see how strong you are. Zhao Han on the center of the open ground. His eyes scanned the cultivators of the 5th rank from the Xin and Qiu family. Although the Xin family only had 3, their strength were all strong. I'll do it. Xan Tong slowly stood up and threw off the grass hat on his head. He had sparred with Zhao Han the last time. But because his cultivation level was lower, he had lost. Defeated trash. Zhao Han coldly laughed and attacked first. Steel wall arm. Xan Tong's arm turned to bronze and the muscles on his arm tightened. Under the circulation of his inner strength, it headed straight towards Zhao Han. Ice-cold palm. A weird ice-cold inner strength radiated from Zhao Han and it appeared on his palm. Pod dash. The two energies clashed heavily together. Zhao Han was knocked back a few steps while Xan Tong felt his arm turn numb from coldness. The two had their own advantages. Zhao Han's advantage was that his inner strength was at the peak 5th rank, while Xan Tong's was that his body strength and defense was stronger. Because Xan Tong had reached the 5th rank, his inner strength had also reached this level, and combined with steel wall arm, it had become even more powerful. The two exchanged tens of blows without seeing an end result. But as time passed, Zhao Han started to feel tired. Every time they clashed, his arm would turn numb. And since Xan Tong's defense was extremely strong, he didn't get injured easily. Finally, after 100 or so moves, Zhao Han started to weaken while Xan Tong started to attack more fiercely. The spar ends here. Xiao Mingyu gently smiled and stopped the two. Next, she analyzed the two strengths and weaknesses. Zhao Han, although your inner strength is very strong, its foundation isn't very solid. I recommend that you train a body strengthening technique. As for Xan Tong, although your defense is your forte and your offense is also powerful, you rely too much on pure power. Your martial arts skills aren't up to scratch. Xiao Mingyu's analysis was perfect. Other than her, there were also others that joined in the discussion. They also decided that Xan Tong had won this match. Who's going to come from the Zhao family? Zhao Linlong? Or Zhao Feng? Xan Tong had his arms crossed and he chewed on a piece of grass as he looked at the Zhao family. There were too many talented people in the Zhao family from this generation, so the other families had teamed up to challenge the Zhao family's geniuses. Finally, Xan Tong's eyes locked onto Zhao Feng as he didn't have any confidence in beating Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong's cultivation had reached the 6th rank and no one apart from the 4 great geniuses would have the courage to challenge him. You've just had a battle, even if I won it wouldn't be fair. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and stood up. What he said was true. Xan Tong had just fought fiercely with Zhao Han and his energy was depleted. But his words caused the Xan family disciples to feel disgust. Kid. Don't be too arrogant. Humph. Stop using excuses. The main reason was because Zhao Feng wasn't very famous in Sun Feather City and so not many people knew him and only thought of him as a slightly talented youth of the younger generation. Zhao Feng was only famous when the Zhao family as he almost never left the family grounds. Only Xan Fei of the Xan family had a solemn look on. Xiao Mingyu gave a suggestion, why not let Xan Tong rest a while Zhao Feng spars with others? Her clear crystal eyes glanced interestingly at Zhao Feng and then she looked at Zhao Yufei not far away. Zhao Yufei was slightly embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. Zhao Feng felt slightly weird, it was as if Xiao Mingyu knew him. Does anyone want to spar with me? He said smilingly. Let me go. A scar-faced youth jumped out from the Xan family's paganda. It was Xan Fei. After 2 months, Xan Fei's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th rank. You're not my opponent. Zhao Feng looked at Xan Fei calmly. I know. Xan Fei took a deep breath as his eyes turned sharp. Schwa dash. The blade in his hand sliced through the air, wave after wave. Insane wind dance. Xan Fei's blade skill was pushed to the extreme, and the area in a radius of 1 meter was devastated by his Song of the Blade dancing dot. Facing such an attack, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel stunned. Xan Fei's strength was able to challenge those of the 5th rank. In terms of offense, Xan Fei had even exceeded Xan Tong. Lightly micro-step. Zhao Feng's figure suddenly became unstable and after images of him would be left everywhere he went. Schwa. 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 Xan Fei's every attack would only hit the after images that Zhao Feng left which would then turn into void. Zhao Feng easily dodged Xan Fei's attack and the latter wasn't even able to touch his clothes. Zhao Feng's speed skill is similar to Zhao Linlong's shadow step. Zhao Qi was secretly surprised. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng suddenly unleashed an attack and his fist was like a roaring dragon that smashed towards Xian Fei. Pang! Dang! The fist and long blade clashed many times, but Xian Fei was sent backwards with every attack. This was the result even when Zhao Feng had suppressed his cultivation to the peak 4th rank. Dang! 10 moves later, Xian Fei's blade was knocked flying by Zhao Feng's finger. That one finger seemed extremely normal, but it contained immense energy. Xing Fei's blade flew tens of meters away and clanged on the ground. You're the only one I admire apart from Xian Wuheng. Xian Fei didn't seem depressed as he turned around to pick up his blade. Only after motivation and pressure would his strength increase. You'll one day become a top blade master. Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise him. He saw the potential and grit within him which he didn't see in others. Although his opponent was only at the 4th rank, people could see that this was not the limit of his strength. Especially his last move, one tap of his finger had sent Xian Fei's blade flying. Zhao Feng, it seems like you've improved a lot. Xian Tong slowly rose. After resting for a while, he had mainly recovered since he hadn't been injured by Zhao Han in the match before. This time, I'll take back what I lost to you last time. Zhao Feng said. Stop being humble, that time you hadn't even reached the 4th rank and I wasn't even able to reach your speed. However, I hope that you don't just dodge this time and fight like a man instead. Then let us begin. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and threw out a simple fist. Good. Xian Tong laughed wildly. He never feared anyone if they fought him straight on. Pang! The two fists that seemed to be made out of steel clashed heavily together and caused a major explosion. Who? The force crushed out towards the surrounding area. Many geniuses present felt their ears tremble. What terrifying strength! Many spectators felt their heart jump, just that sound alone shocked them. The two figures stood like stone statues in the middle of the stage. The whole stage fell silent. After a short moment, a figure trembled, spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 48, The Power of Starfinger. There were no tricks and skills involved, only pure power. The result was decided with one move. Many people had expressions of disbelief. The one that was injured was Xian Tong. Xian Tong was well known throughout Sun Feather City for his strength. He was at the top of the ladder, just below the 4 great geniuses at the previous summit. In many people's opinions, Xian Tong's body strengthening technique was extremely powerful. No one thought that he would lose in terms of pure power. I lost, if I'm not wrong. You've learned metal wall technique and you have at least reached the peak of the 4th level. Xian Tong wiped the blood leaking from his mouth. He knew what skill Zhao Feng learned. Metal wall technique was far more profound than bronze body technique, but it was harder to train as well. You're right. Zhao Feng didn't pretend that he had learned something else. But his metal wall technique was not at the peak of the 4th level anymore. It had reached the 5th level a few days ago. When did Sun Feather City have such a person? His body strength surpasses Xian Tong's. In terms of pure body defense, his is probably the best in Sun Feather City. After beating Xian Tong, Zhao Feng's fame spread like a wildfire through the younger generation. After the sparring match, Zhao Feng didn't remain on stage and he returned to the Zhao family pavilion instead. Zhao Han and Zhao Qi looked solemnly at him. Zhao Han was extremely shocked. He couldn't even beat Xian Tong in 100 moves and Xian Tong was defeated by Zhao Feng in only one move. It looked like that the distance between them was starting to get bigger and bigger. Obviously, as Zhao Feng and Xian Tong contested in terms of pure power, only winning in one move was normal. Therefore, Zhao Linlong was only slightly stunned, but he soon regained his composure. One genius after another showed off their skills. Half the time it takes for an incense to burn later. It's finally my turn. From the Zhao family, a lazy youth who was at the 5th rank came out. The one that came out this time was Zhao Qi. In the ranking tournament, Zhao Qi was even ranked higher than Zhao Feng. Zhao Qi not only had a high cultivation level, every skill he learned had also reached a high tier. Instantly, he defeated geniuses of the 5th rank from the Qiao and Xian family. Especially at the end, Zhao Qi's peak-ranked martial art was extremely powerful. Now Zhao Qi's fame had surpassed Zhao Feng's. Next, he could only challenge the four great geniuses. Xin Wuhan, Qiu Mingyu, Qiu Changyi. Zhou Changyi, I won't lose this time like last year. Zhao Qi was pretty confident. Ha ha. Although you've made major improvements, it won't be easy for you to beat me. Qiu Changyi was dressed like a handsome scholar. The two soon intertwined with one another. Facing Zhao Qi, even one of the four great geniuses, Qiu Changyi had to go all out. This was because Zhao Qi's offense, defense, speed were all flawlessly top class. The fact that he had also learned a peak-ranked martial art made Zhao Qi even stronger. Qiu Changyi's forte was speed. So. In the night, a white-clothed figure could be seen flying through the air like the wind. Flowing feather step. Flowing feather flying cloud. Qiu Changyi's footstep skills compensated one another, making the power massively increase. His flowing feather flying cloud had even reached the peak level. There was only one person who had trained a high-rank speed skill to the peak level in the Zhao family. Zhao Qin said, Qiu Changyi is the fastest amongst the younger generation, everyone who met him last year would get a headache. The two figures exchanged blows quickly. Zhao Qi was even in every aspect, and although he lacked speed, he was still able to stand his ground. According to the rules, if the spar was even, the audience would decide the winner. After a long discussion, it was finally decided that Qiu Changyi won. The reason being Qiu Changyi had the upper hand and the judge was from the Qiu family. Although it was slightly unfair, no one said anything. After Qiu Changyi won, he didn't return to his family. He looked at Zhao Yufei instead. Lady Yufei. Qiu Changyi had a faint smile on and he didn't hide his passion. Being with Qiu Mingyu often meant that he had resistance towards hot girls, yet his eyes lit up the moment he saw Zhao Yufei. If he missed this girl, he would regret it for life. Qiu Changyi, do you want to spar with me? Zhao Yufei smiled. Not a trace of fear was seen on her face. No. The one I want to challenge is him. Qiu Changyi's eyes landed on the person next to her. The twist made dumbfounded many. Why me? Although Zhao Feng didn't fear him, he felt baffled. I want to know what is so special about Brother Zhao, so special that Zhao Yufei had to come for another invitation. Qiu Changyi's eyes stared at Zhao Feng. He knew that there was a high chance that Zhao Yufei liked Zhao Feng. To replace that position in her heart, he must beat Zhao Feng. What? Yufei begged for an invite just because of him? Jealousy rose within Zhao Linlong's heart. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng in a new light. Thank you, Yufei. Zhao Feng smiled gratefully towards Zhao Yufei. He finally knew how he got his invitation. With Zhao Linlong not putting him in sight at all, there was a high chance of him not receiving an invitation. We're good friends, neighbors. If you want to thank me, beat him. Zhao Yufei smiled like a lotus blooming. That moment, her beauty surpassed the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, Qiu Mingyu. Sure. Zhao Feng felt a fire burning in his heart. He wasn't fighting for anything, just Zhao Yufei going to the Qiu family alone for another invitation gives him the reason to not lose. I hope you don't let Lady Yufei down. Qiu Changyi seemed normal, but within his heart, he was slightly jealous and envious. However, the real one who was jealous was actually Zhao Linlong. Why? How can this branch sect disciple steal my woman? Zhao Linlong's face flashed coldly in the darkness. Right at this moment, the two figures clashed together. Qiu Changyi's white robe enhanced his handsomeness and he immediately became the center of attention for the girls. However, his opponent's speed wasn't slow either. Lightly micro step. Lightly floating fairy. Zhao Feng showed off his speed skills. These two skills of his came from the same origins. Up till now, Zhao Feng's lightly floating fairy had reached the low level, but it was only one step away from the high level. However, the rank of this skill couldn't be measured, it had the potential to even exceed peak-ranked martial arts. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng only used 70 to 80% to fight on par with Qiu Changyi. How can this guy's speed not be any slower than me? Qiu Changyi started to sweat more and more from his back. He had always been the fastest cultivator of the youngest generation of Sun Feather City. But now, there was someone who was not any slower than him. However, Zhao Feng's body strengthening technique and offensive skills surpassed his. Starfinger! Zhao Feng shouted and pointed his finger. Shua! The finger condensed all his inner strength into one point and it swept across the dark night. Pooh! Xiao Chang'e didn't have the time to dodge, so he had to face it straight on. The end result was that his entire arm went numb. Furthermore, there was a chaotic inner strength rampaging throughout his body. Tai! Tai! Tongue! His body was sent back a few steps before he stopped. Peak-ranked martial arts? How can I lose? Xiao Chang'e clenched his teeth as he started to unleash his killing move. Pa! A hand that seemed made out of bronze gently tapped his shoulder. What? Xiao Chang'e felt himself turn cold. As the opponent stood dazed, Zhao Feng had found his flaws and he had used unparalleled speed to move behind him. I lost? Xiao Chang'e seemed to lose his spirit as he stood there in disbelief. But reality was cruel. Zhao Feng's speed wasn't any slower than his. Zhao Feng's offense surpassed his. He had even learned Starfinger, one of the most famous peak-ranked martial arts. Starfinger? Zhao Linlong's heart leapt. Starfinger was similar to Spatial Cloudfinger. Both were extremely powerful peak-ranked martial arts. The head of the sect Zhao Tiansong had once said, "The skill I'm teaching you now, Spatial Cloudfinger, is one of the most powerful peak-ranked martial arts within the Zhao family. No one can stand against you unless they have learned Starfinger. In that case, you will lose. Then why not teach me Starfinger instead?" Zhao Linlong asked curiously. Starfinger is too hard to train. The slightest mistake would destroy one's future talents. And even though I'm the head of the sect, I can't allow you to go and select more peak-ranked martial arts. The scene replayed inside Zhao Linlong's mind. Phew, it looks like Zhao Feng's Starfinger is only at the second level. If it was at the third level, then it would be difficult. Zhao Linlong slightly let out a breath. From the situation right now, it looked like Zhao Feng's Starfinger hadn't reached the third level yet. Chapter 49, 10 Moves Xin Wulong. Zhao Feng used Starfinger to beat Xiao Chang'e in one move. The audience of the summit erupted. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? He just beat Xin Tong in one move, and now even Xiao Chang'e lost to him. The chaos far surpassed anything before because Xiao Chang'e was one of the four great geniuses. Beating Xiao Chang'e, Zhao Feng might become one of the next four great geniuses. The few familiar geniuses of the Zhao family were stunned. Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, and Zhao Qin couldn't hide their shock. He won. Excitement shone within Zhao Yufei's eyes. There's such a talented person within the Zhao family. Furthermore, he's only 14 years old. Xiao Mengyu's eyes were full of worry and concern. Competition was fierce between the three big families of Sun Feather City, and the Qiu family wasn't on good terms with the Zhao family. And the younger generation would decide their future prospects. After beating Xiao Chang'e, Zhao Feng returned to the Zhao family pavilion. He smiled at Zhao Yufei. Looks like I didn't disappoint you. I was joking just then, but I also wanted to know Brother Feng's true strength. Zhao Yufei said slyly. Suddenly, he felt a killing intent come from his side. Turning around, he saw that Zhao Linlong was sat grimly and looking at him warningly. Zhao Feng shook his head and knew that Zhao Linlong had mistaken him as a competitor for Zhao Yufei. He was too lazy to bother explaining. With his strength, he didn't fear anyone in the younger generation. The Genius Summit continued with many talented youths coming on stage. At a certain point, Xiao Mengyu went up to show her skills. She immediately beat many youths of the 4th and 5th rank. Even with Zhao Qin and Zhao Ling's strength, they couldn't block 3 moves from her, and cultivators of the 5th rank such as Zhao Qi and Zhao Han couldn't block up to 20. This made many people secretly click their tongues. Xiao Mengyu was way stronger than Xiao Chang'e. Zhao Feng felt surprised. The feeling that Xiao Mengyu gave off was the most beautiful girl of Sun Feather City, but in terms of strength she was ranked second at the last summit, even one higher than Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong, your cultivation is the highest amongst the 4 great geniuses. Could I have the pleasure to spar with you? Xiao Mengyu said, smiling. Obviously. Since I lost to you last year, there will definitely be a battle this year. Zhao Linlong stood up slowly and released his 6th rank aura. At this moment, he surveyed the youths in a high noble manner. But you've just fought just now, so even if I win it won't be fair. Zhao Linlong's mouth twisted. No wonder brother Linlong is the top genius of the Zhao family, then I'll rest for a while. Qiu Mengyu smiled and didn't reject it. Is there anyone that has the courage to fight me? Zhao Linlong smiled and scanned the Qiu and Xin family pavilions. Mengyu, let me go and test his skills. A skinny youth from the Qiu family said lowly to Qiu Mengyu. Qiu Lin, be careful. Don't fight him head-on. Qiu Mengyu agreed as she recovered her stamina. Sung. A youth of the 5th rank landed in the middle of the stage. Zhao Linlong, will you fight me? Qiu Lin had intense fighting intent rising in his eyes as a faint deep green glow spread amongst his body. It was obvious that this person was of the peak 5th rank. Hee, I wonder how many moves you can block. Zhao Linlong lightly laughed and with a shua, he left multiple after-images in the dark night. High-ranked martial art shadow step. This skill can be used to its maximum potential at night. The audience exclaimed. At this moment, there were only after-images of Zhao Linlong on the stage. Qiu Lin's heart jumped, his eyes couldn't even see how Zhao Linlong moved. Ancient wind palm. He clenched his teeth and a deep green glow appeared on his palms that swept across a wide area. Bang! Ta! Ta! His area attack swept towards where Zhao Linlong was. However, none of his attacks even landed on Zhao Linlong's clothes. Shwa! Zhao Linlong's ghostly figure suddenly disappeared again from his sight. Qiu Lin immediately felt that something was wrong and as if to prove him right, something attacked from behind him. Ancient wind reverse. He exclaimed and threw his palm backwards. Pa! A loud sound sounded throughout the dark night. Qiu Lin's movement froze and shock filled his face. His arm couldn't move anymore. The high level of a high-ranked skill had been forced to stop in midair. See? The people watching drew in cold breaths. There was a youth dressed in gold standing behind Qiu Lin with one hand on his shoulder. Qiu Lin only felt cold sweat flow down his back and he felt that the hand on his shoulder was one too heavy. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Shadow Step is a high-ranked martial art and being trained to the peak level compensating with Zhao Linlong's 6th rank of the martial path makes him invisible. Xiao Chang'e took a deep breath. Zhao Linlong's strength was unimaginable. Who else will spar with me? Zhao Linlong stood in the middle of the stage, his golden robe flying in the wind making him look like a king. I will. A youth of the 5th rank walked out from the Xin family. I'll beat you in 3 moves. Zhao Linlong laughed and left an after-image in the wind. The two figures clashed and in 3 moves, the youth of the 5th rank was sent flying with a loud thump. Who? Zhao Linlong's faint purple aura rose again. Who else? Zhao Linlong's eyes scanned across to Qiu Mengyu and Xin Wuheng. Xin Wuheng had his eyes closed and he didn't respond as if he had no interest to fight. Just as Zhao Linlong was going to challenge him. I will. Qiu Mengyu was like a goddess that descended onto the middle of the stage. What kind of skill is that? Many youths stood dazed. Qiu Mengyu's skill seemed to be surreal and more of a dance. Good. Zhao Linlong used his shadow step and the after-images once again appeared. Pa! Pa! The two figures occasionally exchanged blows in midair. Every time they clashed, Qiu Mengyu would use Zhao Linlong's power to help boost her higher. Qiu Mengyu cultivates twirling snake body and it is an unique body strengthening skill. It allows the user to become unusually soft and withstand high damage. Cultivators of the same rank won't be able to harm her at all. Zhao Qin introduced. In terms of how powerful their body strengthening techniques were, Qin Mengyu was even higher than Xian Tong and just lower than Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Qiu Mengyu's speed skill wasn't any worse than Qiu Chinese and her cultivation was also at the peak 5th rank. With Zhao Linlong using Shadow Step to the extreme, he couldn't gain an advantage. 30 moves. 40 moves. Time slowly passed. Zhao Linlong's attacks also became more and more fierce. Spatial Cloud Finger. 50 moves later, Zhao Linlong used his peak-ranked martial art. Shua! A thin line of purple light shot through the sky. Qiu Mengyu couldn't withstand Zhao Linlong's attacks anymore and she almost coughed out blood after defending 10 more moves. Brother Linlong's improvements are insane. Your spatial cloud finger and shadow step make me look up in awe. Xiao Mingyu smiled as she gave up. Although she lost, it was expected since Zhao Linlong's cultivation was too strong. Maybe only Xin Wuhong could give him a fight. After beating Xiao Mingyu, Zhao Linlong's last opponent was Xin Wuhong. Who else will fight me? Zhao Linlong's eyes scanned over the crowds, and as it passed Zhao Feng, disdain flashed in his eyes. Finally, Zhao Linlong's eyes settled on Xin Wuhong. Immediately, every person present looked at Xin Wuhong full of expectation. Xin Wuhong, the king of the summit last year, using absolute power to dominate the other three great geniuses. Xin Wuhong. Xin Wuhong. As the people screamed his name, Xin Wuhong slowly stood up calmly. There's no use. Same deal as before, 10 moves. Hua. The audience erupted in chaos. 10 moves? What did this mean? Zhao Feng looked at the other geniuses. Xin Wuhong has a nickname 10 moves. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. 10 moves? Up till now, no one has ever exchanged more than 10 moves with him. Never. Chapter 50, Anger from Embarrassment. 10 moves Xin Wuhong. The summit reached a climax as Xin Wuhong appeared. Being the winner of the last summit, Xin Wuhong was famous throughout Sun Feather City. Xin Wuhong, I'd been waiting for this a long time. Fighting will appeared in Zhao Linlong's eyes, and his 6th rank aura was no longer held back. Zhao Linlong, your energy has been depleted a bit, it's best for you to rest first. Xiao Mingyu warned helpfully. Zhao Linlong had fought many battles before and used up a lot of stamina, especially when fighting Xiao Mingyu. If he faced a normal opponent, Zhao Linlong wouldn't even think about this problem. However, his opponent was 10 moves Xin Wuhong, someone who had thrashed him once already. Big brother Linlong, you rest first while I test out his skill. Zhao Ling jumped onto the middle of the stage with his spear. Zhao Ling was ranked 7th in the tournament and he didn't have any right to attend, but Zhao Linlong had given Zhao Feng's spot to him. Therefore, Zhao Ling was very grateful towards Zhao Linlong and wanted to help him out. Okay, but don't force yourself. Zhao Linlong returned to the pavilion and started to recover his energy. With Zhao Ling fighting first, he could at least test a bit of Xin Wuhong's skills. Xin Wuhong, take my spear. Zhao Ling exclaimed as his silver spear flashed through the night. Xin Wuhong stood still with one hand behind his back. Outrageous! Xin Wuhong's actions meant that he was not putting Zhao Ling in his eyes. Shwa! The spear was thrust towards Xin Wuhong's left shoulder. Xin Wuhong was expressionless as he raised one finger. Dang! The simple finger managed to hit the weakest part of the spear tip, and a powerful and chaotic inner strength flowed through the spear into Zhao Ling's body. Zhao Ling immediately felt his blood boil. Let go! Xin Wuhong swept his hand and unparalleled inner strength hit Zhao Ling, making the latter spit out blood. Clang! The spear flew out of Zhao Ling's hand as he landed on the ground. Zhao Ling was instantly defeated by one finger touch and one palm. This scene made many geniuses' heart jump, yet it was within expectations. After all, Xin Wuhong came first at the last summit, and even Zhao Linlong could achieve the same results. Inside the Zhao family pavilion, Zhao Feng's face was solemn. He had seen the whole fight with his left eye. Every move that he used seemed to be simple and casual, yet they would hit Zhao Ling's critical point as if he had the same ability as his left eye. Furthermore, Xin Wuhong's attack seemed to follow some kind of law that was too profound for him. It was similar to the attack the mysterious girl had back within the canyon, but the feeling from the mysterious girl was tens of times stronger. Brother Linlong, you recover a bit more, I'll go and force him to use his full strength. Zhao Qi's eyes twinkled as he leapt onto the area. Attack! Xin Wuhong still stood expressionless. Sky Howling Fist. Zhao Qi immediately used his nearing peak level high-ranked skill. At the same time, he used a high-ranked speed skill and a high-ranked body strengthening technique. Zhao Qi's strength was the closest to the four great geniuses, and he didn't have any flaws in any aspect. Therefore, he was the best one to test Xin Wuhong's strength. Breaking Wind Finger. Xin Wuhong's finger sliced through the air like a sharp sword. SSSS. The finger and fist clashed together, but Xin Wuhong's finger only scraped past Zhao Qi's fist. Zhao Qi's figure immediately fell over while his arm went numb at the same time. Breaking wind finger? It seems to be a middle-ranked martial art. Wait, I've also trained breaking wind finger, but it seems different from his. Discussion broke out. Zhao Qi took a deep breath and used his high-ranked speed skill to escape the danger. Pa! Pa! The two exchanged their finger and fist. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Xin Wuhong didn't move a step at all, while Zhao Qi was already sweating and puffing. They had only exchanged 3 blows in total. Zhao Qi would have to spend energy hundreds of times more than usual. Xin Wuhong's every move seemed to perfectly counter his. Although they had the same inner strength and power level, Xin Wuhong seemed to be in sync with the heavens. When they reached the 5th move, Zhao Qi's chest, hand and arm had turned sore from blocking. Suddenly, at the 6th move, Xin Wuhong used a middle-ranked leg skill and with a thump hit Zhao Qi's arm. Ah! Zhao Qi screamed in pain and he landed on the floor sweating coldly. Xin Wuhong only used a middle-ranked finger and leg skill to beat Zhao Qi. It's the same as last year, he still only used middle-ranked martial arts. All of his skills have at least reached the peak level. The middle of the stage. Xin Wuhong stood tall with his hands behind his back calmly as if he had used no energy at all in the previous fight. After Zhao Qi lost, the Zhou family also sent out a few talented disciples to test him out, but it was to no avail. Even Qiu Chang'e was defeated in 7 moves, and every time Xin Wuhong attacked, he had only used one hand. Cultivators of the same rank were easily defeated within strain. Hard to believe. Zhao Feng looked at the battle and soon came up with his analysis. Xin Wuhong had trained 5 or 6 middle-rank skills which had all reached the peak level. Some of the moves had even exceeded the original skill and power. At the same time, a tree near the summit. 2 figures clothed in silver armor silently stood on a branch, hiding within the night. To be able to train so many middle-rank skills to the peak rank. I can't believe such a small Sun Feather City has such a talented genius. If he was put in June City, he'd be ranked in the top 10. One of the silver figures said. You've underestimated him, although he hasn't reached the martial master yet, he still has the senses of one. I think you understand what this means, don't you? The other person said hoarsely. None of the geniuses, guests, and elders sensed these 2 people. Xin Wuhong stood expressionless in the middle of the stage. At this point, no one dared to challenge him, so they turned their eyes towards Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong had reached the 6th rank of the martial path and he was the only one able to counter him. Xin Wuhong's eyes also turned towards the Zhao family's pavilion as if he was waiting for something. Are you ready, Xin Wuhong? Zhao Linlong stood up. He had reached his peak state, the blood and inner strength within him boiled. I don't need to prepare. Although he had just fought many battles, they had expended almost no energy at all since his opponents were defeated almost instantly. Good. As soon as he finished his words, Zhao Linlong left a golden afterimage and appeared in the middle of the stage. The 2 geniuses stood facing each other while the spectators watched in anticipation. Even the 2 silver-clad figures watched with interest. Shadow step. Suddenly, Zhao Linlong moved, and although most of the younger generation couldn't see him, they could still hear the sha-sha sound coming from him. Most people knew that Zhao Linlong's high-ranked skill, Shadow Step, had reached the peak level and it worked better when used at night. Who? Xin Wuhong let out a breath and he slowly released the hand behind his back as his expression turned serious. The battles he had fought before were all with one hand, but this time, he was going to use 2 hands as his opponent had reached the 6th rank. Facing Zhao Linlong's ghostly figure, Xin Wuhong stood still like a stone statue. Zhao Feng could clearly see that Xin Wuhong's blood, breathing, and inner strength remained calm in his body. Zhao Linlong's speed skill probably has no effect on him. He sighed and shook his head. I don't believe you. Zhao Ling said coldly, Brother Linlong's high-ranked speed skill has reached the peak level and his cultivation is also the highest. He had developed admiration and trust towards Zhao Linlong. Zhao Feng smiled but he didn't speak. Shua! Pa! A palm from a golden figure swept towards Xin Wuhong's back. Too fast. No one understood how Zhao Linlong appeared behind Xin Wuhong. However, at this moment, Xin Wuhong also moved. He moved calmly, just slightly pressing out his chest, and the terrifying palm just missed him. Back flowing leg. Without even turning, Xin Wuhong unleashed his attack. Pang! Zhao Linlong quickly circulated his inner strength and he managed to block Xin Wuhong's attack. Just as Zhao Feng expected, Zhao Linlong's speed skill had no effect on Xin Wuhong. How did you know Zhao Linlong's shadow step has no effect on him? Zhao Yufei asked curiously. On her other side, Zhao Ling said coldly, he was just lucky, and he said that because he doesn't like brother Linlong. I dislike him? Zhao Feng almost let out his laughter. After all, it was obvious who disliked who. What are you laughing about? Let's make a bet then. Zhao Ling said angrily. Chapter 51, Defeat of Linlong. A bet? Zhao Feng's expression suddenly turned into one of extreme joy. What do you want to bet? The two's argument made people from the other families look at them in disdain. But many people present also knew that Zhao Ling admired Zhao Linlong, and this time, Zhao Linlong had given Zhao Feng's invitation to Zhao Ling. Therefore, Zhao Ling didn't just admire Zhao Linlong, he was also grateful towards him. Zhao Ling, both of you are disciples from the same sect. Why not be more peaceful? Zhao Qin said. No. Zhao Ling's face turned red then white, but his eyes still locked on Zhao Feng. I bet you that brother Linlong will win. Do you dare to bet? Obviously, Zhao Ling was absolute faith in Zhao Linlong. Why not? I bet that not only will Xin Wuhong win, he'll also win within 20 moves. Zhao Feng laughed. What? The others within the pavilion looked disbelieving at Zhao Feng. From the current situation, there was a 5-5 win-loss ratio between Zhao Linlong and Xin Wuhong. Where did Zhao Feng's confidence come from? Good. The losing party will have to apologize to the other person. Fire was almost spewing from Zhao Ling's eyes. Sure. On the other hand, Zhao Feng still remained calm. The middle of the stage. Shwa! Zhao Linlong once again used his shadow step and floated around Xin Wuhong. Moments later, his afterimages were destroyed. The golden figure once again appeared and swept towards Xin Wuhong's lower body with extreme speed. Pa! Xin Wuhong performed a leg skill and knocked back Zhao Linlong's leg. Blocked again? Zhao Linlong was stunned. I don't believe it. Zhao Linlong couldn't believe that anyone could break his shadow step, and the opponent's cultivation level was even lower than his. Once again, Xin Wuhong was expressionless as he stood on the same spot, occasionally moving a few steps to counter Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong pushed shadow step to the max, and not only did his attacks miss Xin Wuhong also counterattacked, making him dodge in fear. If his cultivation wasn't higher than Xin Wuhong's, he would have been fully suppressed. Zhao Linlong's speed skill does indeed not have an effect on Xin Wuhong. Zhao Qi and Zhao Han looked incredulously towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Qin and Zhao Yufei once again curiously asked for the reason. Xin Wuhong has trained a hearing skill, which can tell the opponent's attack route and position by listening to the wind. Adding the fact that Zhao Linlong is the one attacking first, there's no threat at all. Zhao Feng explained. The others looked and they saw that Xin Wuhong's ears were moving. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't realize it at all. But with Zhao Feng's left eye, it was easy to spot. He found that Xin Wuhong's ears turned towards Zhao Linlong's position, which meant that Zhao Linlong's skill couldn't confuse Xin Wuhong at all. Humph. Brother Linlong will still win, but it's just a matter of time. Zhao Ling said harshly. At this time, the two exchanged 5 hard blows. When they finished the 5th move, Xin Wuhong was purely focusing on defense. And on the 6th move, he started to counterattack. Small cloud vein hands. Xin Wuhong once again blocked Zhao Linlong's hands, and at the same time, he used incredible speed and accurately to grab Zhao Linlong's arm. Open. Zhao Linlong immediately released his inner strength to shake Xin Wuhong's hand off. Even when he did that, a bloody claw mark was left on his arm. Every skill that Xin Wuhong learned had reached the peak level or higher, and even with Zhao Linlong's 6th rank cultivation, he couldn't block it. Xin Wuhong has reached an extremely high level in terms of control. By using the smallest amount of power, he can deal the most damage. That attack just then had hit one of Zhao Linlong's acupuncture points. Zhao Feng's left eye saw the whole scene perfectly. Cloud chess foot. This time, Xian Wuhang attacked first and he used an unknown step skill. It looked like he was moving backwards, but in reality, it was the opposite. The speed of this skill wasn't fast, but it seemed extremely queer and every step contained unlimited insight. From Zhao Feng's point of view, that skill wasn't a speed skill but a way to play chess. I've never seen such a skill. The spectators all watching shook their heads. Although it wasn't fast, the weirdness of it made Zhao Linlong fumble. Breaking wind finger. In fear, Zhao Linlong used one of his strongest skills. The powerful finger seemed to go in an impossible route towards Xian Wuhang. The finger skill and speed skill miraculously compensated one another. But at the same time, Zhao Feng felt the one with the sky feeling. What kind of situation is this? Zhao Linlong's pupils shrank. Just then, Xian Wuhan's attack gave him an unknown feeling. The opponent's hands seemed to contain deep profoundness. Break! Zhao Linlong exclaimed and he used all his power to try to stop the attack. Ta! Xian Wuhan's figure was knocked back 4 to 5 steps. At the same time, Zhao Linlong gave a humph as his arm lost all feeling. His right arm fell down powerlessly. Those watching held their breaths. Xian Wuhan's attack is just too weird. Some of the people present didn't understand what had happened, only a small amount of people saw something. Under the tree. He's able to merge a few martial arts together. What kind of genius is he? One of the silver figures said deeply. This seems to contain profoundness from holy martial arts. He doesn't seem to be as simple as he looks like. The other silver figure said suspiciously. How did this happen? Cold sweat flooded from Zhao Linlong's forehead. From the start of the battle, this was the first time it was obvious that he had the lower hand. The two had only exchanged 7 blows so far. 10 moves Xian Wuhang. Could this saying never be broken? Spatial Cloud Finger. Zhao Linlong took a deep breath and finally unleashed his killing move. Howling Tiger Fist. Xian Wuhang remained expressionless and he actually used a middle-ranked martial art. At this moment, a howl seemed to come from Xian Wuhang's fist. Pang! The finger and the fist heavily smashed into each other and a gust of wind swept up everything in a 5 to 6 meters radius. Zhao Linlong felt that the opponent's fist was like a metal ball that was extremely vibrating. All finger skills condensed one's energy into one point, and although the damage dealt was extremely powerful, the dangers were high too. For example, Star Finger was extremely dangerous to train. Any minor accident could break Zhao Feng's finger. Xian Wuhang's fist contained a chaotic and powerful vibration. Tai! Zhao Linlong had to retreat once again. This was the first time any one of them showed signs of losing. Xian Wuhang immediately closed in on him using fist skills, palm skills, foot skills, all of them were at the peak level. The 7th move. The 8th move. The 9th move. Zhao Linlong was fully suppressed and injuries could be seen on his body. If Zhao Linlong didn't have the higher cultivation level, the exchanges before would have seriously injured him. Finally. It was the 10th move. The 10th move. Everyone held their breaths. Cloud breaking the heavens. Zhao Linlong put all his power into his finger. The finger left a purple azure glow in the sky. So strong. The geniuses watching were shocked. The power of this finger is close to my one-line star finger. Zhao Feng's expression slightly moved. Interesting. Xian Wuhang faintly smiled and took a light breath. As he did so, a dark gray inner strength appeared. The amount of inner strength formed surpassed the limit of 6th rankers. How did he do this? Sweeping the wind and clouds. Xian Wuhang waved his robe and with the sound of lighting, the stones below him were cut into pieces that then formed a tornado. That casual wave of his robe seemed to disturb the wind. This was the most powerful move Xian Wuhang had used. Boom! The two intense moves clashed heavily, forming a miniature tornado. That moment. Only 2 blurry figures were seen and they were covered in dust. The spectators were like wooden chickens. Strong. So strong. Everyone took in cold breaths. Compared to these two, every battle before it was like children's play. It's hard to believe that these people are only of the 6th rank. The energy at the end was infinitely close to the martial master level. The important guests had seen more things and understood how terrifying martial masters were. Who? Zhao Linlong's figure trembled, then spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down. Plop! He used one of his hands to push himself up off the ground. The expressions of fear and unwillingness were still present on his face. Lost? He not only lost, he was defeated in 10 moves. 10 moves Xin Wuheng. Could this not be broken? How could Brother Linlong lose? It's only been 10 moves. Zhao Ling seemed as if he had lost his soul. Zhao Linlong had been his god. Lost in 10 moves? Zhao Feng was surprised himself. He had thought that Zhao Linlong would lose, but not in 10 moves. At this moment, the others all stared at him like he was some sort of beast. Chapter 52, Zhao Feng making his move. Zhao Linlong had lost. The others immediately stared at Zhao Feng. Once again his assumptions were correct, yet this was not the way he thought that Zhao Linlong would lose. How can you be like this, Zhao Feng? You shouldn't say bad things about Brother Linlong. Zhao Qi's eyebrows scrunched together. After all, they were all from the same family, and Zhao Linlong losing lost face for everyone here. Big mouther. Zhao Ling said grimly, as if Zhao Linlong had lost because of Zhao Feng's prediction. You blame me for this? Zhao Feng smiled as he shook his head and said coldly, did you just forget our bet where the losing side has to apologize to the other person? Bet? Apologize? Zhao Ling's face immediately froze and he didn't speak another word. I can apologize to you for losing, but I won't bow down my head towards your shameless act. Zhao Ling said, trembling with humiliation. Losing means losing. Zhao Feng looked in disdain. You. If you have the skills, why don't you go challenge Xin Wuheng? If you can block 10 moves of his, I'll have nothing to say. Zhao Ling hatefully said. Because Zhao Linlong had lasted 10 moves, he didn't think that Zhao Feng could do any better. Xin Wuheng's eyes scanned the younger generation and they finally landed on Zhao Feng. Would you like to spar with me? The other geniuses of the Zhao family were shocked. Even Zhao Ling, who was in the middle of the argument, was stunned. But when he realized that Xin Wuheng was challenging Zhao Feng, his expression of shock changed to one of gloating. Fine. Just as you wished, I'll let you see how many moves I can block. Zhao Feng said playfully as he glanced towards Zhao Ling. Although Zhao Ling's hair stood up just from Zhao Feng looking at him, he still continued, if you can last more than 10 moves, I'll apologize to you truthfully. This time, he didn't say lasting 10 moves, but lasting more than 10 moves. After all, Xin Wuheng was called 10 moves Xin Wuheng. 10 moves is too short, at least 30, no, 50 moves. Zhao Feng said casually, leading behind a group of dazed Zhao disciples. Where did his confidence come from? Arrogant. Zhao Linlong, who was returning, managed to hear his words and his expression turned dark. If he, the number 1 Zhao disciple, was defeated, who else had a chance? On the middle of the stage, Zhao Feng walked slowly towards Xin Wuheng and said, Zhao Feng is here to spar with you. My intuition can't be wrong, I believe that you're the only one who can be my true opponent. Xin Wuheng said calmly. You've just fought, I'll give you 10 breaths to recover. Zhao Feng calmly said. Arrogant. Discussion broke out through the audience. Did he eat the wrong medicine? Does Xin Wuheng need to recover just to fight him? Just watch the show. The other geniuses swore and cursed. Ha ha ha. Inside the pavilion, tears were coming out from Zhao Ling. Soon, the audience's attention returned to Xin Wuheng expectantly. After all, Xin Wuheng didn't even take a breath when fighting Zhao Linlong. Okay. Xin Wuheng looked deeply at Zhao Feng and sat down cross-legged to recover his energy. What? Those watching felt shocked. The smile on Zhao Ling's face froze. Darkness appeared on Zhao Linlong's face. Why did Xin Wuheng look at Zhao Feng so importantly? Xin Wuheng was obviously going to fight Zhao Feng in his peak state. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 3 breaths. There was dead silence as Xin Wuhong recovered. Finally, 10 breaths had passed. Xin Wuhong slowly stood up and it was obvious that he had reached his peak state. 10 breaths. You're indeed not normal. Xin Wuhong looked at Zhao Feng deeply. Before, Xin Wuhong had always been in a casual state and he didn't spend much energy until he fought Zhao Linlong. Since he had fought someone of the higher rank, he had expended more energy. Xin Wuhong understood that he needed 10 breaths of time to reach his peak state, and coincidentally, this was the time that Zhao Feng gave him? The precision stunned Xin Wuhong and he couldn't help but turn serious. It started. Zhao Feng didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he felt anticipation. Lightly micro-step. He used his agile speed and he was the first to attack. Lightly micro-step was a peak high-ranked martial art, but when used with lightly floating fairy, it was on par with peak-ranked martial arts. Every step that Zhao Feng took was light and agile as if he merged with the wind. Angry Dragon Fists. Zhao Feng didn't try any flashy tricks and he just hit a single simple punch. He knew that Xin Wuhong's sense far surpassed those of the same generation. Trick moves did nothing to him. Angry Dragon Fists, middle-ranked martial art, peak level. Xin Wuhong also performed a skill that had reached the peak level and the two heavily clashed together. Hon. The fists crashing together caused a shockwave. Facing Zhao Feng's fist, Xin Wuhong only shuddered, but he didn't move back. Sun. Zhao Feng used the energy to spin in midair and he attacked once again. Breaking Wind Finger. Small Cloud Acupuncture Point. Xin Wuhong's eyes were sharp as he used two middle-ranked martial arts of the peak level. Zhao Feng still used Angry Dragon Fists to counter him. Ton. Ton. Taking these blows, Zhao Feng felt his arm turn numb. This was because the two skills Xin Wuhong used compensated one another, and when he suddenly changed his skill from Breaking Wind Finger to Small Cloud Acupuncture Point, it caught Zhao Feng off guard. Small Cloud Acupuncture Point specifically hit acupuncture points and it had a certain countering effect towards body strengthening techniques. Angry Dragon Fists. Instead of retreating, Zhao Feng attacked. Xin Wuhong was surprised. He didn't think that metal wall technique was so strong that his Small Cloud Acupuncture Point almost has no effect at all. Cloud Chest Step. Immediately, Xin Wuhong retreated, making those watching drop their jaws in fright. Xin Wuhong had his own reasons as to why he retreated. 1. Zhao Feng didn't get affected by his small cloud hand skill much. Secondly, the aura and power in Zhao Feng's fist exceeded his expectations. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng's fist was like a fire dragon that came at him. The level of this fist had exceeded peak. For the next two moves, Xin Wuhong was fully suppressed. However, it was lucky that he had Cloud Chest Step, which was extremely queer and unpredictable, allowing him to escape quickly. Cloud Chest Step. Lightly Micro Step. One of them was unpredictable, while the other was agile. The two figures exchanged more blows. In terms of speed and agility, Zhao Feng had the upper hand, but Xin Wuhong's Cloud Chest Step was just too unpredictable, as if it wasn't a skill but a trap. When Xin Wuhong moved forward a few steps, he may have been in a disadvantage. But it also could be a trap for him to sneak attack. The sixth move, the seventh move. Xin Wuhong started to slowly gain the upper hand. Zhao Feng didn't use his left eye purposely, and because of this, he got hit a few times. But since his metal wall technique was at the 5th level instead of the peak 4th level, it blocked all the damage. Xin Wuhong also felt his opponent was tricky. His own senses were on par with martial masters, but he found out that he couldn't harm his opponent. One or two times when Xin Wuhong hit Zhao Feng's body, it was as if he was punching a metal brick. This extremely shocked him. Zhao Feng was indeed tricky. Firstly, Zhao Feng had extremely fast reflexes and battle intuitions. Secondly, his speed and fist defense skills were all powerful. Unless Xin Wuhong hit Zhao Feng's vitals, Zhao Feng wouldn't take real damage. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was fast. When he had sparred with Zhou Chang'e before, it was already proven that his speed was top tier, and not only that, Xin Wuhong felt that Zhao Feng could be even faster. The same reasons made Zhao Feng retreat sometimes as well. The 8th move, the 9th move. Those watching all stood dazed. From the beginning till now, no one had ever exchanged more than 10 blows with Xin Wuhong. Zhao Qi exchanged 6 blows and Qiu Chang'e exchanged 7 blows. Even the one with the highest cultivation, Zhao Linlong, was defeated within 10 moves. At this moment, Zhao Feng had exchanged 9 blows. It was closing in on the 10th move. Xian Wuhan's eyes were like lightning as they surged out fighting will, and he immediately used Cloud Chess Step and a few other skills. The middle-ranked skills of the peak level had unimaginable power when used together. Star Finger. Zhao Feng immediately condensed his inner strength into his finger and lashed out a few times. Tone. 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 Every finger could pierce metal boards. Under Zhao Feng's eyes, every finger was fast, accurate and powerful. The 9th move. The 10th move. Apart from the sounds of the two fighting, nothing else could be heard. Sweeping the cloud in winds. Xian Wuhong swept his robe and a layer of rock below his feet was sent out in every direction. This was the move that had beaten Zhao Linlong. Third stance Star Finger. Zhao Feng's fingertip pierced through the air, leaving an azure streak behind as if it was a meteor. Impossible. How can his star finger be at the 3rd level? Zhao Linlong exclaimed. So dash. The sharp finger collided with Xian Wuhong's robe. Hunggang dash. The dust slowly settled. The 10th move. 2 figures stood side by side, none of them moving. Chapter 53, Battling Xian Wuhong. The 10th move. The geniuses watching all held their breaths as they stared intently at the 2 figures. In the midst of them, Zhao Linlong and Zhao Ling had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. 10 moves, how could he? Zhao Linlong's face flashed dangerously. From the beginning of the summit till now, only he could withstand 10 blows from Xian Wuhong, even though he was defeated on the 10th move. But right now, the one that he looked down on in disdain could also exchange 10 moves. Being the top genius of the Zhao sect, how could he let this happen? He was even more scared when he thought about the fact that Zhao Feng could win. How could this happen? Zhao Ling's face was sullen. He had bet many times with Zhao Feng, yet he had lost all of them. Zhao Feng's performance wasn't any weaker than the god in his heart, Zhao Linlong. Not any weaker, better. The dust fell down and the two stood side by side. Both Xian Wuhong and Zhao Feng's arms were intertwined as they both breathed rapidly. There was a nasty gash on Xian Wuhong's body which made him curl up his eyebrows in pain. On the other hand, Zhao Feng stood tall. Although his shirt was ripped, he wasn't injured as his metal wall technique had reached the 5th level. In terms of defense, he had metal wall technique, in terms of speed, he had lightly floating fairy, and in terms of offense, he had star finger. In every aspect, he was top tier. 10 moves without being defeated. The spectating youths broke out into chaos. Xian Wuhong's 10 moves legend had finally been broken. There was someone who could exchange 10 moves with him. This scene was like a heavy hammer smashing on Zhao Linlong and Zhao Ling's faces. Zhao Qi, Zhao Han, and Zhao Qin all had expressions of shock on their faces. Who would have imagined that there was such a black horse within in the Zhao family? No. He was a black horse a long time ago. From the outer disciples contest to the main tournament to the genius summit, Zhao Feng had been creating miracles. Too strong. Happiness shone in Zhao Yufei's eyes. Humph. Before he said that he could exchange 30, no. 50 moves. Zhao Ling clenched his teeth and said unwillingly. Although Zhao Feng's performance was even better than Zhao Linlong's, he didn't want to bow down to him. Xian Wuhong, your so-called 10 moves must have some sort of connection with your cloud chess step. With 10 steps setting up a trap and using the smallest amount of energy to deal the most damage possible. Zhao Feng said smiling. You're right. You lasting 10 moves means that your strength is at least on par with mine, or even stronger than mine. A dangerous light flashed in Xian Wuhong's eyes. The two were eye to eye, any one of them could attack immediately. Ha ha. You're being too humble unless your cultivation is only at the peak 5th rank. Zhao Feng said deeply with meaning. Xian Wuhong's face suddenly became more solemn. Flaming Metal Fist. Zhao Feng attacked while Xian Wuhong was distracted. This time he didn't use Angry Dragon Fist or even Starfinger, he used the most basic skill, Flaming Metal Fist. In the short gap, the most simple, faster attack had the best effect. And Flaming Metal Fist was Zhao Feng's most used skill. But Xian Wuhong wasn't lacking either. His senses had exceeded the limits of the 6th rank and it was on par with martial masters. The instant Zhao Feng condensed his inner strength and threw out his fist, he had reacted by throwing out his palm. Pang! The collision between the fist and the palm knocked Xian Wuhong backwards. Zhao Feng had trained metal wall technique and so had the advantage on defense and power. The fact that he attacked first also made his punch stronger than Xian Wuhong's palm. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng pressed on since he was winning and his inner strength started to slowly move to the peak 5th rank. After their first 10 moves, Zhao Feng was pushing Xian Wuhong back. The spectators watched in fright. No one could have imagined that there would be another talented youngster who could fight Xian Wuhong. 11 moves. 12 moves. 13 moves. Zhao Feng held control for the first 20 moves. With his left eye, he saw that there was a slight injury inside Xian Wuhong's body, so he didn't give him any rest. Xian Wuhong had to retreat to gain some time to heal that slight internal injury, but since Zhao Feng knew that with his left eye, he didn't give Xian Wuhong any time to recover. The audience was stunned.